This kid makes a living as a bottom feeder scavenger, picking through the leftovers of epic conquests. Today, while cleaning out some nasty dungeon, Chu Josi spots a ring stuck on a skeletal hand that is basically just dust. Dying to try it out, he slips it on, planning to hit Nakazato to check its power level. But the very second that ring touches his finger, it clamps down hard, fusing with his body like some parasitic piece of tech. Man, what the hell is this? Chu Josi screams in terror as a sharp pain shoots up his arm. Then, boom, a digital notification screen pops up right in front of him. The infinite ring has claimed you as its master. It cannot be removed or traded. The endless path is now opening. Suddenly, a voice reads the alert aloud. He is totally alone in this pit and has no idea who the heck is talking to him. Then, weird golden circles of light start pulsing out from the ring like some trippy neon sign. Before Chu Josi can even blink, he is sucked right into the center of the glow. "Hey, someone help me!" He yells with everything he has got, but it is way too late. His nearby coworkers only hear a faint scream before Chu Josi completely vanishes without a single trace. Since he is the type to squeeze every last second out of a scavenge hunt, he usually comes back late. So, when he does not show up at the meeting point, nobody even thinks to go look for him. Too bad they have no clue he is facing a brutal nightmare, feeling like he is free-falling into a bottomless black hole. When he wakes up, Chu Josi finds himself captured by beastmen and dragged to a massive altar like a criminal awaiting judgment. The execution seems to involve those insane lightning bolts striking this exact spot. This is the beastman's sacred land, and he has zero clue how that pit teleported him into this mess. High on a throne above the altar, the Beast King, their supreme leader, watches silently before signaling the ritual to begin. Another beastman stands up and shouts, "Listen up, my kin! Today we execute 3 traitors. First up is this rat who sold our territory secrets to those pathetic humans." The crowd goes wild with rage the second he finishes. "Curse him! That traitor deserves everything coming his way." Following the king's order, all 3 prisoners must face the divine punishment. That means being smashed by the God King's hammer, crackling with pure lightning. The holy lightning cleanses their sins while absolutely shredding the body of whoever is getting executed. The strike hits the traitor instantly. Just looking at his twisted face tells you that the pain is far beyond anything you can imagine. Then the priest makes another announcement. "Our second criminal is a lowly human who dared to trespass on our sacred ground, breaking a peace treaty that lasted thousands of years." Realizing he is next, Chu Josi is hoisted up for punishment. He blubbers, explaining he just got lost, begging for mercy because his little sister is waiting in the hospital. But his pathetic begging does not move these beastmen one bit. The guard punches him hard in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. The sheer pain makes his eyes water. Chu Josi does not want to die here. He has got Karina and his dream of becoming a hero. How did it all go so wrong? Forced onto his knees on the altar, he feels smaller and more hopeless than ever. How does a bug like you dare defy us? You will be nothing but ash once the divine punishment hits. Jeers and insults fly at him from every direction. The strike is coming, but he's not dying in some strange land. As the lightning hits the altar, Chu Josi uses every ounce of strength to dive out of the way. That sudden move leaves the surrounding crowd of beastmen looking absolutely stunned. He actually dodged the bolt. That has literally never happened before. Chu Josi stands up shaking and screams, "I am not dying here, you jerks." But then a second bolt slams down, and this time he is too slow. He screams in pure agony. The beastmen laugh. Who said it only strikes once? Next up is a girl, the 3rd prisoner in line. Seeing Chu Josi fight back gave her a tiny spark of hope, but now it looks like it is game over. As for Chu Josi, the pain is off the charts, but his survival instinct is screaming at him not to give up. Right then, that infinite ring he found back in the pit starts glowing like crazy. A new alert pops up. Infinite ring activated. Divine selection system online. Activation is complete. System confirmed. Starting body recovery and creating the ultimate physique for the user. Another bolt of lightning rips right through Chu Josi's broken body. The beastmen are totally shocked. It is the first time they have ever seen anyone stay alive after taking a divine hit like that. Suddenly, Chu Josi's charred body starts floating into the air. The process for creating his ultimate physique is now underway. The beastmen have zero clue what's going on. They just stand there, staring up in absolute awe. As his new body takes shape, Chu Josi is literally being rebuilt piece by piece. At the same time, the divine eye skill is being installed. In a daze, Chu Josi feels something calling his name as his body gently touches the ground once again. Chu Josi starts walking while the beastmen stare in total shock. His ultimate form is 60% complete. New skills active. Divine Mind and Absolute Regeneration are now online. The priest is freaking out because nobody has ever gotten this close to the God King's hammer before. Meanwhile, the Beast King is loving the drama. Is he really gonna lift it? Chu Josi has no clue what he's doing, but a voice keeps nagging him. He has no idea why that voice is calling his name. Everything he does right now is pure instinct. Ultimate form hits 100%. New title unlocked, The Chosen One. The beastmen lose their minds when Chu Josi actually lifts their holy hammer off the ground. Turns out, that annoying voice was coming straight from the God King's hammer itself. He doesn't know its origin, but if it chose him, he is taking every ounce of power. Just like that, Chu Josi is holding the most sacred relic of the beast tribe. System update. You now own the God Hammer at level 3. Current power output is 0%. Since Chu Josi is still a noob, the hammer's real power stays locked away. Hidden effects are waiting. He needs to level up to unlock its full potential. Seeing this puny human touch, the hammer is insane. Even their own Beast King couldn't budge the thing. The legends say whoever lifts the hammer becomes the next big boss of the tribe. Now it belongs to a human who just survived divine punishment. Plus, all his injuries are totally healed. He stares at the system screen. He doesn't get why he feels so jacked, gripping the hammer in one hand and his stats in the other. Suddenly, that beastman priest charges at him from behind. He screams at Chu Josi, "Human, get your filthy, disgusting hands off our sacred god hammer." He lunges forward, looking for blood. The crowd goes wild, screaming for justice. That is General Yuger. He will definitely put this arrogant human in his place and restore our honor. Yuger glares at Chu Josi with eyes full of pure, burning hatred. He yells that he doesn't care what cheats were used. Touching the hammer is a crime. "Put it back and accept your execution," he barks. The system pings. Divine Eye passive skill has been activated. It lets him scan the details of any item or enemy just by looking. 0 cooldown time. Chu Josi immediately uses it to scan the beast standing before him. It's Yuger, a level 84 general who carries a massive, heavy blade. The data shocks Chu Josi. This guy is no joke. Yuger roars, "You lowly human, how dare you challenge me? Fine, I will end this fast." He bursts with energy. Chu Josi knows he can't win against a level 84. Wait a second. This is a misunderstanding. Too bad beastmen hate talking. Yuger raises his sword and swings hard. Everyone watching is sure Chu Josi is about to get deleted. Yuger is one of the Beast King's 5 generals. Even beastmen are terrified of him, so this human is toast. The crowd thinks one hit will finish it. The whole altar shakes as the blade slams down. He put everything into that strike. But to everyone's shock, Chu Josi actually blocks it. Using the hammer, his survival instincts take over completely. Even Chu Josi can't believe he stopped it. His ears are ringing. This hammer is incredibly tough. Across from him, Yuger looks stunned that the human is still standing. He isn't convinced, figuring it was just the hammer's luck. He attacks again while Chu Josi keeps trying to explain. This time he ditches the sword and grabs Chu Josi right by the throat. He plans to toss him and use Earth Tremor. Suddenly, the system suggests the copy skill. Just touch the enemy's heart to copy one of their skills. It only holds one skill, replacing the old one automatically. Chu Josi is quick. He knows touching the heart means touching the chest. As he falls, he reaches out. A quick graze on Yuger's chest is all it takes to trigger the ability. One thing Josi didn't see coming was Yuger's insane list of skills. It's like a buffet of power, and he's totally lost on which one to snag. But for Yuger, getting touched on the chest is the ultimate diss. He's absolutely fuming and starts charging up his signature Heaven and Earth Tremor. Right then, Josi realizes Heaven Tremor is basically a soulmate for his divine hammer. This is a top-tier move for any heavy-hitting warrior. He's just missing the right class and weapon to make it truly hit. Josi shuts his eyes, hits copy on Heaven Tremor, and spins into a counterattack using their own move. Yuger is so stunned he completely forgets to keep swinging. "No way. How did he just use my own skill?" Yao shouts in total shock. An explosion rips through the air with a deafening boom. The entire Beastman altar starts shaking like it's about to collapse into dust. Josi thinks that hit was the finisher, but his opponent is just standing there looking confused and completely fine. Yuger actually thinks Josi went easy on him. No pain, just a weirdly pleasant tickle. Truth is, Josi gave it everything, but being level 3 without a class or matching gear means 0 damage. He's got to level up to make a dent. Josi just stands there, whispering what the heck to himself. Using Yuger's own move and doing 0 damage just makes the general feel even more disrespected. He hoists his massive blade and charges back in, but a thunderous shout stops him cold. "Enough!" The beastmen go wild as they realize the Beast King has actually left his throne to step in. If Yuger is this jacked, how terrifying is the actual king going to be? When he lands on the altar, the ground literally groans. Smoke and dust fill the air, blinding Josi, but the next scene is beyond anything he imagined. The proud Beast King is actually kneeling right in front of Chu Josi. Every beastman is speechless. And Josi? He's totally losing his mind. After kneeling, the king slowly stands back up, walks over to the kid, and starts talking. The divine hammer chose you. That's divine will. It's been hundreds of thousands of years since the hammer picked anyone. He puts both hands on Josi's shoulders with pure sincerity. Unlike the hot-headed Yuger, the king is actually pretty chill as he addresses the whole tribe. He solemnly declares that no one has ever lifted the hammer until this human showed up and did it. This man is the only one who can lead us. Give him time to train and grow stronger. That announcement hits the tribe like a ton of bricks. Everyone is in absolute shock over the king's words. Just like the old prophecy said, the one who can lift the divine hammer will rule the entire beast clan. But Josi isn't a beastman. How could a human ever lead their tribe? Yuger is losing his mind trying to figure out the king's plan. He can't help himself and speaks up. But my king, what does it matter if he's human? The king looks back with a gaze so cold it sends shivers down their spines. Totally different from how he just looked at Josi. Does the prophecy say the leader must be a beastman? Or are you just trying to trash our tribe's only hope? Under that icy stare, Yuger drops to his knees immediately. He doesn't dare talk back to his king. He just stammers that even if the prophecy isn't specific, handing the throne to an outsider basically gambles the entire future of the tribe. The king ignores the complaining and looks at the kid. Hey, what's your name? Josi answers him loud and clear. All right, Josi, if you've got the guts to carry our destiny, I'm setting you free right this second. But you're still weak. You've got 1 year to train, get strong, and haul yourself back here. Then I'll decide if you've got the right stuff to lead. After that, the king creates a spiritual mark, linking his mind directly to Josi's. He warns that if Josi tries to ditch them and doesn't return, he'll use that mark to hunt him down and end him, no matter where he hides. That settles the crowd, but Josi's head is spinning. Before he can even process what the king said, a loud voice rings out from the crowd below. Just say yes, take the freedom and get stronger. Josi realizes it's the girl who was supposed to be executed. Thanks to the chaos he caused, she's still in one piece. Getting curious, Josi uses his god eye to scan her, but her name and title just show up as question marks. All he knows is she's a level 72 beast warrior using short swords. Keep living, don't waste this gift from the gods. She calls out again. Even without a name, her being level 72 is enough to blow Josi's mind. Now he's dying to know why she's a criminal. Honestly, she's totally right. Walking away from death like this is nothing short of a miracle. No time to hesitate. First, stay alive, then figure out how to get home. Thanks a bunch, Josi shouts, waving over at the female warrior. Then he turns to the king and accepts the offer. But he adds one condition. The female warrior comes with him. He's sure she'll be the perfect partner for his training journey. Girl is totally stunned to hear her name like that. Chu Josi basically just yanked her back from a death sentence. The Beast King finally caves. She is officially off the hook. Looks like Chu Josi just saved his own skin too. Even though he is totally wiped, sleep is not happening tonight. His eyes are glued to that infinite ring on his finger. He remembers that weird voice. It feels like this whole mess started with this damn ring. He tries to rip it off, but no dice. It gives him crazy powers, but how does he get back home? Ready, master. A soft voice snaps him back to reality. Chuhoi turns around and sees the female warrior looking all bright and cheerful. Master. Wait, what? He is surprised. Yes, I am yours now. You saved my life after all. Suddenly being called master by a cute beast girl makes his heart skip a beat. But he tries to play it cool, telling her, look, let us just help each other. No need for the master stuff. But before he can finish, she cuts him off. You really do not understand what this means to me. Master, you gave me a second chance. Nobody has ever stood up for me or thanked me like that before, except for you. So please, let me call you master. She grabs Chu, Georgia's hand, looking totally serious. She keeps going on about how he is a literal miracle and how she will do anything to pay him back. At this range, Chu Josi can barely look her in the eye, especially since her outfit is way too spicy. He looks away and breathes deep. Fine. If you want it that way, master it is. Thank you. Let us get moving then. It is late now, and she leads the way. She is even warning Chu Josi where to step like he is a toddler. These are his first few steps in this strange new land. It is kind of exciting, but the fun stops when he remembers Karina is still waiting. While he is stressing about getting home, the system suddenly pings a new notification. Infinite Path is ready for use. Cooldown is 24 hours. Those 4 words make Chu Josi's heart go into overdrive. He got sucked into this world from that well. If he jumps back into it, can he actually go home now? Without wasting a second, Chu Josi triggers the Infinite Path. That familiar sensation hits him like a truck. He gets pulled into a swirling vortex of light, vanishing right from behind the female warrior. After a brutal trip through a twisted space tunnel, Chu Josi finally slams back down into the bottom of the well. He checks everything. The system is still there, his powers are intact, and he is still level 3. His bow and Vuong gear is in his bags. The system says stats work in both worlds, but items are a different story. You have to store stuff first. Chu Josi is losing his mind, but then he hears shouting from the top of the well. Hurry up before the cave seals. Chu Josi stares at his coworkers and asks, Wait, why are you guys still here? I have been gone for 5 hours. Gone where? You have been right here, dude. Get moving. Get out before the entrance shuts. Something is definitely wrong. He spent at least 5 hours in that beast world. He climbs out for now, but his brain is basically a mess of questions. Maybe when he is in the other world, time here just stops. That is some serious sci-fi movie logic. So if he comes back here, does the beast world pause? Thinking about it is giving him a massive headache. Who was the first owner of this ring anyway? That power is insane. As he climbs out of the well, Chu Josi remembers something. He asks his buddy, Yo, is the next hero awakening test happening tomorrow? Wanting to be a real hero is all he thinks about. It all started with that trauma years ago on a rainy day. Monsters flooded the city and ate everything. Little Chu Josi carried Karina on his back, running until her legs went totally numb. But the worst part was that their parents did not make it out. Back then, Chu Josi had to make a brutal choice, either leave everyone behind and keep running, or turn back and die together. In that moment, he was totally paralyzed. He just could not pull the trigger on a decision. Their neighbor, Nakazato, stepped in just in time. He grabbed both kids tight. Chuji, keep running. If you stop, you are dead. Do not look back, or the darkness will swallow you and Karina whole. Stay calm. You cannot fight those dark forces alone. Even though it was years ago, those ruins are still burned into Chudio. Z is brain. Whenever he thinks about it, the pain feels brand new. Big brother. Karina is soft. Voice brings him back to the hospital. Are you really retaking that awakening test tomorrow? Are you okay? You just got home from work, you know. From her eyes to her shaky voice, Karina is clearly a nervous wreck. Even the nurses are impressed by how much she cares for him. I am doing okay, but what about you? Karina, does your leg still hurt? Chu Josi asks softly. While the nurse gives her the shot, Karina says she is fine, but her body is totally shaking because she hates needles. She still cannot stand, and that pain just will not quit. It is like she has accepted this as her life now. Seeing his sister struggle like this absolutely breaks Chu Yosi's heart into a million pieces. He activates his divine eye to get a real look at Karina's condition. Her legs were crushed when that building collapsed. Now, 98% of her nerve cells are basically dead. He already knows the grim reality, constant nerve pain that will not heal, and a tiny 1% chance of ever walking again without help. The more he reads, the heavier it feels. That 1% hope of walking normally must be a massive weight for Karina to carry. She is way too young for this. Her future should be about school, hanging out, and seeing the world. Instead, she is stuck in a hospital bed, and she is the only family Chu Josi has left in this world. He cannot stand seeing her in pain. Chu Josi is determined to get her back on her feet. Even if there is only 1% hope, it is worth the fight. He knows there has to be a way. Step 1 is becoming a certified hero. Once he is a hero, he can dig into restricted info to find a real cure. Beyond just healing Karina, he wants a life he can be proud of. So, Chu Josi swears he will become a hero, maybe even the strongest one in history. To make it happen, Chu Josi heads to B Tagam, the big corporation that trains and tests new heroes. He arrives at the awakening test area. A young guy just wrapped up his exam and received a custom hero badge based on how well he performed. Becoming a hero is a massive deal. Even though he only landed at rank D, him and his mom are celebrating like they won the lottery. After that guy, Chu Josi is next in line. The proctor sees he failed his last attempt and immediately looks like he does not care at all. He tells him to put his hand on the scanner when ready, but he clearly does not expect any better results this time around. But Chu Josi is not bothered. He will find out soon if this is another waste of time. Honestly, he does not even need the test to know. Thanks to his system, Chu Josi already knows he is at level 3. That means he is officially qualified to be a hero. Still, he has no clue what his actual combat power looks like, so he decides to take this test seriously for once. Chu Josi activates his superhuman body state and maintains it throughout the entire hero stat measurement process to see what he can do. The guy outside feels the ground shaking. He thinks it is an earthquake at first, but it is actually the shock waves coming from Chu Josi. When the test finally wraps up, the results are way better than anyone expected. Chu Josi is confirmed as a level 3 hero with 5,400 combat power. That number absolutely smashes the previous level 3 record. He is now way ahead on the leaderboard, leaving the second place guy behind at only 930 power. Even Chu Josi is shocked by how high that number is. He thought he would just be a bit stronger than the last guy, but he is actually 10 times more powerful. Even though the results are wild, everything is going according to plan, and Chu Josi is hyped. He is also curious about the real power of the God King hammer, so he decides to pull it out for a spin. But the system warns him that his level is too low to unlock the weapon's full potential. Forcing it will drain a massive amount of energy and only last for 1 single second. Still, Chu Josi thinks 1 second is plenty of time for the machine to estimate his power with the hammer, so he decides to give it another go. This time, he is putting everything he has into releasing the power of the God King hammer. The activation is a total success. Chu Josi feels every bit of his energy drain away in a single heartbeat, and it feels absolutely terrible. Right now, he is just praying the device finishes, recording everything as fast as possible. But holding that hammer during the test creates shockwaves that are way beyond anything he expected to happen. A strange wind starts blowing through the night sky, and this weird purple energy begins swirling around the city. This strange event makes the whole city shake, not just the corporation's building. The scanner starts screaming about an energy overload. It cannot even get a reading on Chuje's power level. Then, suddenly, the power in the whole area just dies, and an emergency alert starts blaring throughout the entire building. Because of the massive blackout, the test is cancelled and everyone is ordered to evacuate immediately. The proctor rushes into the testing room to warn Chu Josi. By then, Chu Josi is so drained that he looks like skin and bones. Honestly, the proctor almost does not even recognize him at first. Later, Chu Golei stumbles out of the testing site, feeling totally dead. He realizes he way underestimated the power of the God King hammer. In a split second, it drained every drop of my energy. Guess I gotta shelf this power until I am actually strong enough. But hey, looking at the bright side, Chu Josi was hyped. He smashed his main goal for the day. He is officially a hero now. Next day, he rolls up to the training grounds ready to rock his new role. This is where some dude named Gia takes over training him and the rest of the fresh meat. Gia is a level 9 warrior with 1200 combat power. His stone-cold face had everyone shaking in their boots, but Chu Josi has those god eyes that see through everyone. Gia's stats looked pretty mid to him, so he was honestly unimpressed. As for Gia, he was totally annoyed with babysitting rookies. He honestly thought raiding a D-rank dungeon sounded way more fun than this boring job. Gia drops the bomb. Everyone is hitting a D-rank dungeon tomorrow for some real-world experience. Time to find your class and loot some gear. This announcement had everyone around Chu Josi completely losing their minds. See, they just became heroes. No skills, no combat experience, nothing. Gia basically skipped the whole basic training part entirely, claiming there is no time. He insists skills are only forged in blood and fire, just like he learned back in his day. He warns them training will be brutal. If you cannot handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. His booming voice kept the rookies quiet. Nobody was brave enough to talk back to him. Chuosi was getting tired of Gia's attitude, realizing the guy was just venting. But he gets it, even heroes are just flawed humans. Still, Yosi's mood stayed high. He remembered a level 72 beast girl was basically waiting for him to come back. As soon as the cooldown for Infinite Path finally ended, he planned to warp back to the beast world immediately. That night, Chu Josi headed home. The news was blowing up about an earthquake that knocked out power across major city sectors. Luckily, nobody got hurt in the chaos. Chu Josi was actually the secret mastermind behind that massive tremor, but he did not care. His Infinite Path cooldown was officially over. He was stoked to get back, level up, pick a real class, and grab all the legendary equipment he needed. No time like the present. Josi fires up Infinite Path. When he opens his eyes, everything is exactly how he left it. Even the clothes on his back were the same as when he first stepped foot there. Just as he suspected, time in this world totally stops when he is gone. Then a voice asks, "Is something wrong, Master?" A bouncy little spirit pops into view. That is when it hits Chu Diogi. He totally forgot about the Beast Girl companion. He quickly tells her everything is totally fine. Time to start the level up grind. Lead the way and let us go. Seeing Chu Josi so pumped up made her day. She mentions there is a goblin den nearby they can check out. She plans to take him there for some target practice first. But since Josi is only level 3 and goblins are nasty, violent little creeps who hunt in packs, they gotta be careful. Hearing about goblins really made this whole fantasy world vibe feel real to him. He was curious to see how the divine selection system would actually work, but just the thought of the goblin hunt had him hyped. The Beast Girl guides him straight to the goblin den. Since it is late, most of the monsters are sleeping, with only a few guards awake. "Watch your step. Do not wake the guards," the Beast Girl whispers. At level 72, this should be a breeze for you, right? His god eyes showed her power level was a massive 630,000. Having a powerhouse like her as a partner made Chu Josi feel way more secure. She was shocked though. "How do you know my level?" Josi played it cool, saying it is no accident he is her master. Then he asks if he can watch a high-level hero in action. She says, okay, but if they fight together, he will not get any experience points because the level gap is just too massive. Even though he was bummed, Chu Josi still wanted to see her move. She finally agreed to show him. I am not sure how much this helps, but watch closely. She pulls a dagger from her belt, eyes turning cold and sharp. She blurs forward with insane speed, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. The monster was dead before it even knew what hit it. Chu Josi could not help but cheer. That is some serious level 72 energy right there. Truly impressive stuff. Getting a compliment made her smile. Even against weaklings, I always give it my all, she said. Hope that was useful, master. Totally. Can you teach me that move? Chu Josi asked her. Bad news, though, that move is a high-tier warrior skill. It is way beyond his current pay grade. Plus, Chu Josi hasn't picked a job. When it comes down to it, he's going full warrior. That way he can swipe skills from the level 72 beast girl without any class drama. One catch, he can't swing the king's hammer yet. Did you pick warrior for me? I'm your ride or die. She's all choked up and grabs his hand like it's serious business. I'll help you grind, but we need gear first. Chu Josi's eyes wander, can't blame him though. Her outfit makes it impossible to focus on anything she's saying. Before he can look away, goblin guards show up. 2 level 3s with 420 power. Chu Josi isn't hiding behind his beast girl anymore. He is finally stepping up to the plate. He borrows her silver knife. Master, using an enemy's weapon is risky, she warns him. But Chu Josi is locked in. He's dying to test out that heavenly tremor skill he copied. These 2 goblins are the perfect lab rats. He takes a deep breath and readies up. He leaps high as they close in. He lands, triggers the skill, and they instantly flatline. She's totally floored. A level 3 taking out 2 mobs in one shot? Even a 6-man squad would struggle. Chu Josi is feeling pretty good about the results. This divine system is legit. If things keep going like this, he'll hit level 4 tonight. The silver knife was just a loner, so he swaps it for a basic goblin stick. The beast girl is stressed. She keeps nagging him to find real armor since he's basically naked. He realizes she's right and checks his current stats. 0 defense. Great. 1 hit and he's toast. He needs a full set and a weapon. He checks his mental inventory, the consciousness space. It's a separate dimension with only 2 slots for items. The best part? These items work in both dimensions. But that king's hammer is hogging a slot, leaving him with only 1 left. Luckily, the system says the inventory grows as he levels up. Still, 1 slot is a total pain since he can't dump the hammer, and armor has 5 parts. Looking at her, those 5 parts are clear: head, hands, chest, thighs, and feet. He was just using her for reference, but man, she is hard to ignore. He gulps, wondering what other races exist out there. She blinks and asks, Master, is there something on my face? Nothing, I was just making sure you're keeping up with me, he stammers while scratching his head. While he's acting like a total dork, danger strikes from behind. She screams a warning and draws her blade. 3 level 4 goblins are jumping them. Deep in the cave, they're meaner and hungrier, but that just means more XP, so Chu Josi charges in. He's worried if she fights, he won't get the experience points. Seeing a lone level 3 human challenging them, the goblins laugh and mock his pure stupidity. They're about to learn why you don't underestimate a low-level hero. He clobbers all 3 with a stick. The stick snaps, but he just grabs another and keeps pushing deeper. Watching him, the beast girl is hyped about his insane potential. He is wrecking house with just a crude piece of wood. Taking out 3 higher-level mobs in a single turn? That's basically unheard of for a newbie. She is 100% sure she picked the right master now. They push even deeper into the cave. But with Josi's explosive power, their numbers don't even matter. She just stays on the sidelines while he shreds. His skills are fire, but his weapons are straight trash. He's on his 6th stick already. His XP is at 1230 out of 30. The rewards here are massive, and he is way stronger than he expected. Back in his cleaning days, heroes always whined that killing level 4s barely gave them 10 points. If you don't risk it in the deep dungeons, leveling up is just a pipe dream. Back in the old world, the guild forced group play. Shared experience points made leveling up way too slow. But here, Chu Josi gets all the glory and experience points. Plus, these high-level monsters are pure gold. He is hyped. The guy is already 2/3 of the way to hitting level 4. If he keeps this up, the boss fight is happening soon. And it comes faster than he even thought. Josi and his beautiful beast girl partner are standing right outside the boss lair. Just seeing that goblin's back gave him chills. This thing is not like the weaklings he just crushed. Worst luck ever, it is corrupted by darkness. The girl's warning makes Chu Josi's skin crawl. So this world has that same void energy, just like those creepy caves in his past life. He starts wondering if it is the same monster. This goblin looks just like the one that killed his family. The thought of it being him makes Josi's hands shake. She keeps analyzing. totally missing his rage. Shadow monsters are on a whole different level of power. This level 6 boss gets a huge boost from the darkness. It is way too dangerous for him. No way, Josi snaps. Thinking about what this thing did to his parents and Karina makes his blood boil. He does not care about any hidden connection. He is going to end them himself. Without a single word back, Chu Josi bolts from his hiding spot. He goes for a heavy strike, putting all his grief and anger into one single blow. Too bad it only drops the boss to 75% health. Then, Josi gets slapped away. The monster's power is just totally insane. He hits the floor hard, bleeding and bruised. Then, the monster shoots out a massive, disgusting tongue right at him. The beast girl cannot just sit there. She lunges forward like an arrow. "Master, your weapon." But Josi is not waiting for any help today. The boss wants him dead. But remembering his parents and Karina's wheelchair makes him refuse to go down. His sword is gone, but he is still in the fight. He tells the system to activate superhuman mode. His muscles swell with pure raw energy. Josi's power spikes instantly, with every bit of energy surging into his right arm. The system warns of massive pain and pressure. He does not care. He just wants the kill. Now his own body is the ultimate weapon. One punch actually knocks the boss flat. He collapses, totally fried. His arm feels dead, but he gets a mountain of experience points to level. One more step toward destroying every bit of darkness in existence. Looking at Josi's mangled arm, the beast girl is clearly freaking out. The system screams that his arm is wrecked. Without quick help, it is going to rot. His whole body is shaking from the intense pain. An alert pops up. He can buff his body, but his arm cannot handle this much power yet. More info appears, but Josi blacks out from the agony. She catches him, letting him rest on her lap. She pulls out some meds to heal him. An hour later, things are finally looking up. Healing here is slow, but the effect is actually incredible. Their medicine must be super advanced. Now his arm feels even stronger than it was before. Since the meds worked, she is relieved. She tells him to go grab the boss loot. If she had not said anything, he would have totally forgotten the reward. Since he killed the boss in record time, he gets a bonus prize. The reward is upgraded to a full set. A dark, glowing chest appears. Her eyes go wide. Dark gear is incredibly rare and costs a fortune at any auction. All that struggle was worth it. Josi feels like he just hit the jackpot. He pops the lid and a blinding light hits him. He slams it shut immediately. He realized his inventory only has one slot left. Does a full outfit count as one item? Lucked out. The gear counts as a single set, and that dark goblin gear is safely in the inventory now. From now on, Chu Josi can grab it whenever. He feels like he hit the jackpot and cannot stop grinning. "Master, why are you always laughing?" the beast girl asks. "Oh, nothing. Just admiring my sweet loot," he says. Chu Josi scratches his head and asks if she can sew. She gives a bright smile, saying she makes all her own outfits and even has her toolkit ready. And just a little later, Chu Josi grabbed a new, tight tank top that fits like a glove. It is way better than that stiff old armor he was wearing before. He has been stuck in that same gear since he got isekai'd. Honestly, things have been going pretty smooth so far. Chu Josi didn't just level up, he got all the gear he needs. It is probably time to head back to Earth. So, Chu Josi tells the girl to rest up for one more night before they figure out the next move. Once she is fast asleep, he quietly opens the gate. An endless path appears, leading straight back to Earth. Even though his body was wrecked, the loot from this trip was fire. Chu Josi feels pretty damn satisfied. What he needs most is some serious sleep, because he totally drained himself. The next morning, Chu Josi enters his first hometown dungeon. Before heading out, he suits up in that shadow goblin armor set. This gear gives him a special move called Roaring Tentacle. When activated, the roar stuns any low-level enemies nearby. At the same time, his arm transforms into a massive dark tentacle capable of a brutal finishing blow. Chu Josi is impressed. This suit is absolute fire and even comes with its own skill. He is hyped for what is coming, but this armor looks way too flashy. If he wears it outside, other heroes will notice and cause him major trouble. He has heard plenty of stories about heroes who kill just to steal some good gear. A rookie like him wearing this gear is basically a walking target. Feeling annoyed, he scrolls through the status screen to check the armor's details. Surprisingly, it has a stealth effect that hides his real face and looks like normal everyday clothes. Chu Josi hits the Z key, and the goblin gear vanishes from sight, but he keeps all the power. Problem solved. He has got time before the meeting, so he heads for a sandwich. Then his phone starts buzzing. He picks up, and the voice on the other end sounds panicked. "Karina's brother? I am the head nurse. Some thugs are at the hospital trying to take Karina. They say she owes money. Help!" He goes pale. The debt is real. It was the only way to pay for her medical bills. But he does not get why they are snatching her when he is paying regularly. "Nurse, don't let anyone touch her." The line turns into chaos and cuts off. Chu Josi is so angry he crushes his phone to bits. He completely forgets about training. With his new gear and skills ready to go, Chu Josi sprints straight to the hospital at full speed. Inside, Karina is terrified. She is crying and begging them not to touch her, but they do not care. "What do you want?" she sobs. "You don't need to know. Your brother didn't pay up, so you are coming with us." The thug covered in gold chains waves a debt paper right in Karina's face. He had bad intentions from the very start because his boss has eyes for Karina. Even paralyzed, her beauty is still on another level. It even excites some sick rich people with twisted tastes, and she could be sold for a high price on the black market. He set a trap in the contract, but Chu Josi was too desperate to see it. "Karina is just a kid, but she is not dumb. My brother would never sign this. You are lying." She tries to resist, but she is helpless. These guys are ready to twist the truth just to get what they want. They claim Chu Josi's weekly payments only covered the interest, not the actual loan. Basically, he will never pay it off, so they are taking her as payment. He grabs her chin and gives her a cold warning. "Come with us quietly and we will be nice. If not, you will regret it." His creepy smile makes her lose hope. Right then, the door slams open. Chu Josi stands there, looking like he is ready to kill someone. He growls, "You guys better be ready. The door is actually bent from how hard he hit it." Facing the loan sharks is Chu Josi, a level 4 warrior in Shadow Goblin armor, armed with roaring tentacle and mimic skills. Takashi's whole gang turns around immediately. Karina sits in her wheelchair, sees her brother, and shouts out in relief. "Big brother!" Takashi shoves his hands in his pockets and smirks. "Finally showed up." "Huh?" He stands in front of Chu Josi, mocking him. "Why so tense? A deal is a deal. Besides, who needs a cripple anyway?" Before he could finish, Akashi took a brutal punch from Chuosi that shattered his glasses and knocked a tooth out. He could only groan. Chu Josi followed up with another blow, sending him spinning across the floor. Veins popped on his arms from pure rage as his eyes glowed red. The system pinged, boosting his leg speed. Akaji crashed blindly into the hospital furniture and wiped out hard. Two bodyguards panicked. One rushed to help the boss up, while the bald guy, Taeg, charged forward, screaming curses and aiming a fist at Chudio. Whoosh! That punch barely missed as Chudiosi ducked smoothly. He immediately countered with a blow so hard it shattered the guy's arm. The guy screamed in agony, clutching his broken arm while he collapsed onto the ground, whimpering. Tiyuki helped Takeshi up, his face twisted in a mask of fury. He reached inside his jacket, growling that nobody had ever dared to challenge him. He pulled a gun and aimed it coldly at Chujosi. "You are the first to mess with the blue snakes," he hissed before pulling the trigger. Seeing the bullet heading for him, Karina burst into tears and screamed in terror, "No!" But Chu Josi did not flinch. He calmly reached out and caught the bullet with his bare hands. Karina just stood there, stunned by her brother's insane power. Taki and his two goons stared, eyes wide with shock. Tsuki could barely stutter out the words, "He just caught a bullet with his hand." The guy could not believe it. Chu Josi radiated an overwhelming pressure as he tightened his fist and declared, "I am a hero now." The system announced that his hands were now reinforced and completely immune to all conventional weapons. The three thugs trembled and backed away, whispering the word hero. Out in the hall, the head nurse arrived with security, hurriedly pointing the way. "Those loan sharks are threatening a patient over here. Hurry!" But when they reached the door, everyone froze at the sight inside the room. The three debt collectors had been taught a lesson and were acting humble. Akasi even forced a weak smile, telling Chu Josi to pay them back. "If you are late, my master, who is also a hero, will not let this slide. Sorry for the trouble." The three of them limped away, even politely bowing to the nurse and security guards before they disappeared down the hallway. As soon as they left, Dasi's eyes filled with pure hatred. He had to report this immediately, because if that kid was a hero, the plan was ruined. His boss was no joke. He was the level 10 leader of the Blue Snakes, a warrior with a combat power of 2300. Takashi told himself that even if the kid was a new hero, his level 10 boss could easily crush him. Inside, Karina said they were gone. Chu Josi started tidying up the mess, quietly apologizing to his sister for not coming to visit more often. He sat by her wheelchair and explained the Blue Snakes would keep plotting, but since he was a hero now, she did not have to worry. Carolina looked up and asked if he really became a hero. Chu Josi immediately pulled out his hero license, making his sister's eyes go wide with admiration. He smiled at Karina, explaining that for the moment, he was only an apprentice hero. But after he finished the dungeon raid today, he would officially become a real hero. Later, outside the hospital, Chu Josi stood alone, lost in thought. He had borrowed 60,000 yen from the Blue Snake gang just to pay for Karina's medical treatments. If he earned money the normal way in this world, it would take way too long, even if he were already a fully licensed hero. So, he decided to sell all his hero gear. Tonight would be the end of those cold, bitter days. Finally, he was going to be a real hero. The scene shifted to a deep forest where a group of hero trainees had gathered, all ready to enter the dungeon and face the challenge. Nia showed up too, a level 9 warrior with 1200 power, standing right in front of the teleportation gate. He looked around and shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if everyone had arrived yet. Crossing his arms, Gia announced that today's test would measure their true abilities to see if they were actually worthy of becoming official heroes. He made one rule very clear. Any equipment or items found inside the dungeon had to be turned over to him immediately. Everyone standing around shouted their agreement, showing they were ready to obey. Standing quietly in a corner, Chu Josi was deep in thought. He had heard about this unfair rule and knew that the Hero Association usually just looked the other way. Besides, in a low-level dungeon like this, there were not many valuable items anyway. Nia stood on a platform, cheering everyone on, telling them not to worry. Speaking as a level 9 warrior, just follow my lead and passing this challenge will be easy. Then, he held up a finger and stated that everyone had to pay him 20,000 yen. With his hands tucked behind his back, Gia shouted again to make sure everyone understood the requirement. Hearing this, the crowd started reaching into their pockets for cash while shouting their confirmation. When he heard that ridiculous demand, Chu Josi looked annoyed and raised his hand to challenge the guy. Why do we have to pay a fee when you are already taking all the gear? We will not have a single cent left. A guy with glasses standing behind him whispered a warning. Chu Josi, do not go against him. He is a member of the Firewolf Guild. Realizing the situation, Chu Josi thought to himself that this guy must have some serious backup to be demanding money so openly like that. But Chu Josi wasn't about to back down. Even with things getting dangerous, there was no way he was letting some high and mighty bully push him around. The crowd split like the Red Sea when Gia stepped up, face to face, barking about how his word was the only law that mattered. With a smug grin, Gia sneered that if Chu Josi couldn't cough up 20,000 yen, he might as well sign up for the solo exam. Honestly, Gia figured the kid was just too naive to be a threat and stopped caring, but his words sent a shockwave through the rest of the crowd. People started whispering that not a single apprentice had ever actually made it through a solo test before. Even top-tier heroes wouldn't dream of hitting a dungeon alone. They all thought Chu Josi was totally insane to risk his life just to save 20,000 yen. Chu Josi just gave a casual shrug and calmly told them the solo test sounded fine. Honestly, it was actually way more convenient for him anyway. That blunt answer left Gia and the rest of the bystanders completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Deep in the woods, someone asked him again with total disbelief if he was really being serious about this suicide mission. While Chu Josi started stretching to get ready for the trial, the guy next to him wouldn't stop trying to talk him out of it. He figured the kid had to be confused and needed to rethink everything. That was Filet, staring at his tablet to double-check the details. He couldn't hide how shocked he was, seeing that nobody had ever passed a solo run before, not even in the lowest-ranked dungeons. Still, Chu Josi just thanked him for the advice and stayed locked in on his decision. Done with his warm-up, Chu Josi headed straight for the portal, giving Kyoto a quick heads-up before disappearing inside. Watching him walk in all by himself, Loader started shaking and muttered that the whole thing was absolute madness. As soon as he crossed over, the system flashed a confirmation that Chu Josi had registered for a solo test in a rank C forest dungeon, recommending at least 5 players and power over 600. Standing in front of the massive forest, Chu Josi scanned the area and started talking to himself. It hit him that he had only ever seen dungeons after heroes had already gone in and cleaned everything out. This was what a real, untouched dungeon actually looked like. Suddenly, a red dot blurred past, and Chu Josi went on high alert. A monster lunged out of nowhere, swinging a wooden club right at his head. But the wood just snapped in half without even leaving a scratch on him. Under attack, Chu Josi spun around, his entire body suddenly radiating a massive surge of power. The system showed level 4 warrior stats with Dark Goblin armor, Roaring Tentacles, and Earth Tremor skills, with power at 6,400. His eyes turned sharp as he coldly noted that a weak surprise attack like that wasn't going to do any damage to him. The experience bar showed 0 out of 6,000. Looking at the beast, Chu Josi identified it as a rank 3 Dark Goblin with power at 640. He snatched its club, leaving it stunned. He immediately swung back, taking the monster down instantly, while casually mentioning that the creature was actually pretty tough. Raw power surged through his frame as Chu Josi's eyes sparked with a strange light. He figured that compared to his 6,400 power level, this opponent was nothing more than a tiny warm-up. After wrecking the first goblin, he dusted his hands off and complained that the experience here was barely half of what he got elsewhere. No wonder heroes level slow. The system updated his experience to 20 out of 6,000. With a cold voice, Chu Josi told the things hiding in the shadows to just come out already. Right then, a whole pack of goblins swarmed him. Chu Josi triggered his gear, and pieces of armor started locking onto his body. He decided right then that it was showtime. Once the suit was fully set, Chu Josi looked up and let out a massive roar, unleashing a terrifying pressure. The goblins rushed in for the kill, but the roaring tentacle skill from his armor lashed out and crushed them all. Tearing through the forest, Chu Josi kept dropping goblins left and right, shouting for them to keep the fight coming. Outside the portal, Violet was still glued to his tablet, watching the data stream. He adjusted his glasses and noted that nearly an hour had passed. Chu Josi's grit was impressive. He wondered if the kid felt any fear. I mean, no sane person would ever pick the solo test. Rotter was sure the association would scrap this exam soon, and in just a few minutes, the rookie's final result would be set in stone. He looked up at the portal when the system chimed with the results. Chu Josi had actually cleared the solo exam. Chu Josi stepped out of the gateway, covered in mud and grime from the fight. At the same time, the system displayed his stats again. Level 4 warrior, dark goblin armor, plus the roaring tentacles and earth tremor copy skills. Holding 6,400 power, Chu Josi awkwardly rubbed his neck and asked if there was a place to wash up nearby. His experience hit 960 out of 6,000. Meanwhile, over at another portal, Jia and the other heroes finally emerged. He is leading the way and bragging loud, claiming they would all be toast without him. Plus, he is dead set that the 20,000 yen fee is a total steal. Giria's system tags him as a level 9 warrior with 1,200 power. The crew behind him is exhausted and talking trash, annoyed that he blocked them from helping each other only to blow up on them later, even though they passed the test. Noticing the saltiness, Jia spins around and warns them. He says at their level, it should be 40,000 yen. Charging 20,000 was basically a huge charity move. Just as he turns to leave, his phone starts blowing up. Jia snaps his comms on and tells the center to get to the point, but once the news hits, his jaw drops and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. His face goes pale as he realizes Chu Josi actually cleared the solo trial. He is losing it because that is supposed to be straight up impossible. Cut to Chu Josi washing his hands, when a voice demands to know exactly how he pulled that stunt off. It is Jia, standing there with his arms crossed, insisting there is no way a level 4 rookie could ever survive a solo mission like that. Chu Josi stays cool, just splashing water on his face without responding. Jia doubles down, accusing the kid of using some high-tier cheat item. No rookie has ever passed this insane challenge before, after all. Finished cleaning the sink basin, Chu Josi calmly fires back that just because nobody has done it doesn't mean it is impossible. He even cracks a joke that maybe that 20,000 yen entry fee was all the motivation he needed. That sets Jia off. He lunges, grabbing Chu Josi's collar and screaming that the kid is mocking him and a proud member of the Firewolf Guild like he is nothing. Chu Josi doesn't blink. He looks Gear straight in the eyes and notes that for a level 9 with 1,200 power, he is not intimidating. Insulted, Jia completely loses it. He clenches his fist and threatens to crush Chu Josi for being so disrespectful. But the second Jia swings, Chu Josi catches the punch with lightning fast, reflexes like it was nothing. Holding that fist tight, Chu Josi asks if Giria really thinks level 9 power is enough to win. Stuck in a deadlock, Jia starts shaking. His face turns white as he realizes this level 4 rookie is rocking speed and power way beyond what should be physically possible. Chu Josi lets go, leaving Jia standing there completely stunned and not knowing how to react. Seeing Chu Josi let his guard down, Jia pulls a hidden knife from behind his back. Chu Josi puts his hands up like he wants to talk, telling the guy to chill out. But Jia is done talking. He lunges with the blade for a cheap shot. Thinking fast, Chu Josi throws his arm up to block, and luckily, his armor kicks in just in time to save his skin from the strike. The Shadow Goblin armor defense system activates. It boosts his physical durability through the roof. When the knife hits the gear, it instantly corrodes and shatters. Jia starts stammering, terrified that this guy can't possibly have a normal body. Right then, Jia demands to know what kind of legendary gear the kid is hiding. Meanwhile, Chu Josi just stares at his arm, totally fine and without a scratch. Inside, Chu Josi is low-key panicking. He accidentally showed off his skills, and if people in this world find out his secret, things are gonna get messy. Still no answer, though. Jia looks at him with greedy eyes, pressing for answers. He figures that item must be worth a fortune, something probably scavenged or stolen from a high-level dungeon grave. Faced with the heat, Chu Josi fakes a panic, turning away with a heavy sigh like he is actually worried. He holds his arm and plays along, whining that if it wasn't for that old dagger, he would be dead meat. Luio, who saw the whole thing, finally walks over and apologizes for making Chu Josi wait for so long. The official says they just need to verify his identity to finish up. With that, the kid is officially a real hero. Chu Josi dodges Jia's gaze and tells the staff he is ready. He bails immediately, leaving Jia behind and faking a pathetic limp as he walks away to keep his cover. Chu Josi thinks to himself, hope that old geezer doesn't try anything stupid. Jia watches the kid and his escort disappear, his mouth curling into a twisted and cold smile. He is staring like he has already picked out his prize. As they walk, Chu Josi feels something is off. He glances at Solis, then back at Jia, calculating that even with his system boosts, taking on high-level opponents is not going to be a walk in the park. Night falls. Lying in bed, Chu Josi thinks of Saula from the other world, feeling uneasy. Looks like Jia is hunting him. Without his Beast Girl sidekick and stuck at a low level, he has got to keep a low profile to stay alive. Outside his door, two shadowy figures are creeping around. A hooded guy whispers, asking if this is the spot. He is a level 10 lazy wolf mage with 3,500 power, holding a redstone staff. He plans to blast the door, trap the kid with magic, and take him out. The other guy is Jia, clutching a sharp, shining blade. He is grinning, already thinking about how they will split the loot. Kero raises his staff to chant, warning him to stay quiet so they do not get caught. Both guys shared a sinister grin. Kay bragged about popping the lock with magic before they made their move. He started casting on the door right away. But the second he finished the chant, it just swung open. Chu Josi walked out holding a wooden staff, totally catching them off guard. He triggered level 4 Melting Flame, geared up in Dark Goblin armor with roaring tentacles and Death Star skills. His combat power hit 6,400 as his eyes turned red, veins popping. He growled about how fast they were. He swung his staff straight at Kero, shouting the whole time. He yelled he would take them all down. Even angry, he knew a level 10 mage with 3,500 power was trouble. A head-on fight was risky. He backed toward the door, realizing that 6,400 power meant nothing at level 4. Facing massive force like this was going to be a total nightmare. Like AP Cam says, it was basically a total rookie versus a seasoned pro. He wasn't that strong, but I needed to use my gear and skills to escape. One wrong move and it was game over. Kay snapped out of it and yelled, "You trying to ambush me? My reinforced cloak saved my skin. Now I will kill you and loot everything." He swung his staff, blasting fire right at Chu Josi. The heat was intense, leaving a nasty burn. Chu Josi backed off, teeth clenched. This armor handles physical hits, but magic is another story. Fighting real people is way harder than goblins. He bolted, knowing he was outmatched. Kay saw him running and screamed at the others to give chase. He sprinted down the hall and jumped straight out into the empty air. Mid-fall, he focused all his energy into his legs, praying the Dark Goblin armor could handle the landing. No time to waste. He triggered Superhuman Body, dumping all power into his legs. The system warned that the rest of him was now wide open. While still mid-air, a massive guy came out of nowhere, aiming right for him. One hard kick and he realized it was Tai Lu, a level 12 warrior with 3,900 power. He laughed like a maniac, eyes glowing red, mocking him for not seeing a third player coming. Tao slammed both fists down on Chuji, laughing about how much of a waste it was to kill a loser like him. He smashed into the dirt, leaving a massive crater. He struggled up, thankful he buffed his legs and that his armor soaked up most of the damage. As he staggered up, a voice yelled, "You're still standing?" Thanu was right there, blocking his path. Kiro ran over, demanding to know how a total newbie had a skill like that. The veins in his neck were popping. He locked his goblin armor into place, eyes turning ice cold. If they wanted to corner him, he wasn't going down without a fight. System status: Level 4 Warrior. Dark Goblin gear equipped. Roaring Tentacles skill active. Death Star shock enabled. 6,400 power. He screamed and unleashed Roaring Tentacles, a massive barrage of attacks that forced the entire group to scramble back. But then, someone cast a crowd control spell. It was an action lock, freezing him in place for 1.5 seconds. Since he was lower level, his armor wouldn't even activate. His hands started shaking, cursing his disabled skills. As they closed in, Kaon mocked him, saying his gear was the only reason he was even remotely strong. Thasolu laughed, planning to loot his corpse. But right then, the countdown on his ring hit 0. The infinite path was finally ready. He looked at the ring. His savior had finally arrived. With the three of them closing in, he opened the infinite path and stepped through. He promised he'd remember this and come back stronger for a rematch. Safe on the other side, he sat down and finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. I need to level up and learn new skills fast. Relying on gear alone isn't enough anymore. My fate is in my own hands. I really need to learn some new moves. The Beast Girl was still sound asleep. He blushed so hard his nose almost started bleeding. Then he remembered this was a safe zone for resting. He watched her sleep. A soft pine scent filled the air, making him think of cherry blossoms in full bloom. She always smelled like that. For a second, he felt a pull, wondering if he should do something, but he quickly caught himself. System alert. Superhuman body active. Adrenaline is spiking, boosting his overall strength and speed. The faces of those three thugs flashed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. He knelt down, telling himself to focus on the crisis first. He needed a plan to level up and get skills. The next morning, the girl woke up stretching, saying it had been forever since she slept that well. She saw the dark circles under his eyes and asked if he was okay. He just smiled and said he slept fine, asking her to make some new clothes for their journey. Once they hit the woods, she explained that learning new skills meant finding scrolls at a battle academy. After a long trek, they finally reached a small beastman training academy. A beastman with a huge nose ring waved them over, asking if the Beast King sent him. He told them the exam required level 6, and level 4 was way too low. Hearing that, Chu Josi got annoyed. This was becoming a total drag. She apologized for not knowing the rules, but Chuosi told her it was cool. He'd just level up and come back later. As they head out, she whispers about a low-level dungeon for grinding. That orc just scoffs, calling him a pathetic human who does not belong. If the Beast King had not stepped in, you would be toast. A level 6 failure like you has no business being here. Hearing that, the girl blames herself for being a burden. She thinks she forgot her place and is just holding her master back. She gets all sad, thinking about leaving so she is not a problem anymore. Chu Josi reads her face and snaps at the orc. She tries to stop him, but Chu Josi grabs the guy by his collar and hauls him up into the air. His voice is ice cold as he asks what the guy just said. He glares like a killer and demands an apology right now. Drev stays stubborn, saying it is just the truth. She is a half-breed who does not belong anywhere and does not even have a name. The system explains that half-beast people are treated like trash for not being pure. They get zero respect from anyone in this world. Rejected by both sides, Chu Josi finally gets why his divine eye saw no name. She never had one in the first place. Even while being choked, the orc tells him not to get cocky just because the Beast King likes him. He says insulting warriors is a big mistake. He will only apologize if Chu passes the test, which he thinks is impossible. Those words hit hard, making Chu Josi and the fox girl go completely silent for a few long seconds. Seeing him stand up for her makes her blush. Master, you do not need to waste your time on someone like me. He drops the guy and looks her in the eye. He tells her that her name is Sakura and everyone better remember it. She looks down shyly, thinking to herself, Sakura, is that the name you actually chose just for me? Ignoring the orc completely, he tells her to remember this moment. When he wins, that jerk is going to apologize properly. He puts an arm around her, feeling determined. Sakura, let us go level up. They head into the thick green forest together. Chu Josi grips his blade and tells Sakura this is a rare chance. Come on, let us go grind some major experience points. She is still blushing as she asks him why he chose the name Sakura for her in the first place. He gets a bit awkward and rubs her head. You do not like it? It just popped into my head. Do not overthink it. She waves her hands fast. No, I love it. I just really wanted to know the reason behind picking it. He scratches his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. You always smell like cherry blossoms, so Sakura just fit. Sorry if that was weird. Before he can finish, Sakura hugs him from behind with a huge smile. Thank you, Master. I really do love this name. Sakura, that is her name now. Seeing her so hyped makes him blush too. It is really no big deal, honestly. A bit later, they are at the ice cave. Chu Josi takes a breath and says they should get to work. As they head in, she asks if the dagger she gave him feels okay in his hand or not. He grips the handle, thinking it is way better than that old goblin club. He swings it around and says it feels great. After swinging a god hammer, everything else feels like a feather. Stats show a level 4 warrior with 6,400 power. Right then, a bunch of glowing red eyes start watching them from the dark corners of the deep cave. A pack of buff fox warriors jumps out, and the system immediately gives him the lowdown on these new enemies. These guys are way faster and smarter than normal orcs. Any adventurer who underestimates them will get wrecked. Level 5, 720 power. Chu Josi does not even flinch. He tells her to hang back and give directions. He wants to handle this fight solo. The system gives him another heads up about how the party experience system works in this dungeon. If the level gap is more than 5, nobody gets loot or experience. Chu Josi charges in to test his new blade. She shouts a warning that they are super fast and to watch out for their big area of effect attacks. He dives into the pack, realizing they really are quick. They are not just standing there, they are throwing sharp ice shards back. He slams his foot down and activates his super body skill, boosting his physical defense stats through the roof. His raw power terrifies the fox pack. Their attacks literally do nothing to him. He is basically a tank now. He tells them they cannot touch him with his stats. Sakura watches from the side, looking totally impressed and proud. His defense is legendary, like a true chosen one. These low-level mobs are zero threat. He will be leveling up soon. He wipes out the pack in seconds. Speed matters more than power against fast enemies. His experience bar is climbing fast. He looks at his dagger and realizes how easy it is to level up fast in this fantasy world. Plus, he does not have to fight over resources since all the experience points belong only to him. System shows level 4 warrior with an iron dagger and mimicry skills. Experience is at 1,866,000. Those other 3 losers only have 3,900 power max, but their high level makes a real fight pretty risky. Keep track of the Lazy Wolf crew: Gia level 9, Kaj level 10, and Thao level 12. Chu Josi sees he is outmatched. He needs to close the level gap and grab 4 new skills if he wants to win. After wrecking the Fox Pack, he says, "Level 6 in one shot, let us go." Stone Cola, I will make that arrogant beast bow down. Saula replies softly, "Yes, sir." The two head deep into the Fox leader's hideout. The dude has a massive sword on his back. Chu Josi sees the boss with jagged teeth and sharp gauntlets. The guy is huge, way bigger than Chu Dio. Seeing that glowing sword, Chu Josi wonders if it will drop. They hide behind a rock, eyes locked on the blade. Its thickness and power look totally perfect. Sekula asks, "You want it?" Chuoshi thinks for a bit and says, "Nah, just curious, honestly." Sakura explains that items can drop, but the rate depends on how rare the loot is. Your best bet is to keep grinding until you finally score that item. Dungeon buffs vary, and using special items can speed this up. The screen shows that the drop rate is just the probability of getting loot after defeating an enemy. High-quality gear has trash drop rates. Chu Josi realizes this is just like a video game, which makes it easy. He uses his God Eye on the Dark Fox boss, level 7, 1500 power. He grins seeing the Dark Frostblade details with a 6% drop rate. Hard to get. It is a shame, it is so rare, because it fits his build perfectly. Suddenly, the system pings with a brand new notification. The exchange system is now active. You can swap items once you meet the right conditions. The shop levels up with your skills. Any items you do not trade for will eventually get refreshed. He is confused by the trade system, but right now, all he sees are some drop rate tickets on screen. He has a 30% drop boost for 1 minute. He has 3 tickets. He needs 30 level 15 kills, and he already has 114. Conditions met. Chu Josi is hyped. 114 kills. Seems his kills from both worlds actually stack up together. He does the math. If he burns all 3 tickets, the drop rate hits 96%. Chu moves fast. The loot is basically guaranteed. He grabs the 3 boost tickets as the system confirms that the exchange is officially complete. Warning, no shared inventory yet, so you cannot store these items for later use. Chu Josi says, "Killa, we are taking that sword. It is gonna make us much stronger." See, cheers him on. "Good luck, master." He grabs his knife and focuses. "Tha, guide me." The fox boss immediately picks up on the danger and snaps into action. With glowing red eyes, the beast lets out a nasty, aggressive roar. He pulls his blade and swings hard at Chu Josi, who barely jumps away. Ice shards explode after the swing. Chu Josi realizes this sword is packed with frost damage. Sura warns him the boss is fast, and the ice will slow him down while draining his energy. Aim for the weak spots and end it fast. Chu Josi remembers the boss hates fire. Time for some fire oil. He coats his blade and it bursts into flames. "Let us see if your cold ice can beat my hot fire. That sword is mine." Item info. Fire oil. A sticky and very flammable resin mix. It adds fire damage and ignites when hitting the air. A classic tool for any pro adventurer. Chu Josi charges in, catching the boss off guard. He lands a heavy slash, but the beast blocks with ice. Sakura yells to aim for the armpits and neck. After a long and brutal back and forth, Chu Josi finally sees his big chance to strike. He lunges forward, screaming, "Now!" One clean strike with his blade leaves a glowing red trail in the air. The fox boss loses an arm and screams in pain. His health bar just tanked by 1/6. The beast is shaking uncontrollably. The system says hitting a weak spot triggered a fear state in the enemy. Damage taken is doubled and morale is shattered, making defense useless. This effect lasts for 15 seconds. You better make every second count. Chu Josi cannot believe that taking off an arm would trigger such a massive effect. He thinks, this mechanic is wild. He goes all in, rushing the boss to finish the job. Sura keeps coaching him. His weak spots are wide open now. Just dodge his desperate swings and wait for the perfect moment to strike again. Chu Josi shouts back, "Got it, thanks for the help." He hammers the boss with attacks, leaving the beast swinging wildly in total panic. Chu Josi narrowly dodges a deadly slash and thinks that without S he would be dead. The monster freezes for a second. Seeing his chance, Chu Josi drives his blade in with everything. "You done yet? My turn." C shouts, "Now, aim for the neck right now." Chu Josi triggers his superhuman form, channeling 60% of his muscle mass into his arms for a 200% power boost. He levels his gaze at the Foxman and roars, Eat this! The blade sinks into his neck before he can react. Health is almost gone. System alert, weak point hit, triple damage. The enemy slumps into a wounded and weakened state for 15 seconds. Secula throws her hands up in a cheer. Awesome, but stay focused until the job is done. She is secretly glowing, just happy to be fighting by her master's side. Chu Josi seizes the moment, diving from the air with his blade raised high. Time is up, he shouts, activating the heavenly quake technique. He slams down with his full weight, landing a massive critical hit. Secula hops around, ecstatic. Her master is absolutely crushing it. Chu Josi wipes the grime off his face, his gaze still ice cold. Knowing the fight is over, he burns a drop rate ticket right before the loot spawns. The system flashes a new notification. You used 3 drop tickets. Item drop probability is up to 96% for 1 minute. Talk about perfect timing. Chu Josi grins as the items start popping up. With the Fox leader dead, the system floods him with alerts. Plus, 3 experience points. Total progress, 430 out of 60. For taking down the High Beastman leader, he scores a black cold light sword. Seeing his experience skyrocket by 3,000 points plus loot, Chu Josi cheers like a little kid. Secula shares the excitement. You are seriously lucky, master. Hardly anyone pulls a sword this rare on their very first run. Testing the weight of the black cold light sword, he realizes that even with a superhuman body, one slip means game over. A weapon like this is a massive offensive upgrade. He raises the blade, watching a thin layer of frost creep across the steel. He wonders how those 3 punks from the Mad Wolf Guild would handle this. He is almost at level 5. He needs to hit level 6 tonight for both Sakura and himself. The system display shows Level 4 Warrior. Weapon, Black Cold Light Sword. No other equipment equipped. Skill, Heavenly Quake. Combat Power, 4,600. Exp, 5,430 out of 60. Chu asks Secula about level 6 grinding. She suggests a reset scroll. The system. This scroll cuts down mob respawn times in dungeons. In low-level spots like this fox cave, they will pop back up instantly. I have some in my bag, she says. I have enough scrolls to get you to level 6, but take a breather first. I brought some recovery potions, too. Chu Josi laughs. You are like a walking convenience store. They step outside the cave and pull out a scroll. This should do the trick. She cracks the scroll open, and a system alert confirms the dungeon has reset. Chu Josi marches back in, totally pumped up. No more waiting around. They head back inside, and Chu Josi starts tearing through those foxmen like crazy. He is loving the black cold light sword. That freezing effect really slows the enemies down. Sakura starts geeking out about weapons with unique elemental attributes. Trust me, master, you will find even crazier gear further down the road. Area cleared. System update. Level 4 Warrior. Weapon, Black Cold Light Sword. Skill, Heavenly Quake. Power, 4,600. Exp, 560 out of 60. Deep in the cave, he thinks about the God Hammer in his stash. Even if he could only use it for a second, he would be unstoppable. Finally, he faces the Fox leader again. Sword in hand, Chu Josi stares him down. I wiped out your squad and hit level 5. You are next. Let us dance. System update. Level 5. Class, Warrior. Weapon, Black Cold Light Sword. Skill, Heavenly Quake. Power, 5,800. Exp, 800 out of 90. He pops the 3rd reset scroll. Still level 5. Power, 5,800. Exp, 299 out of 90. Facing the leader for the 4th time, he just smirks. Back for more? Secula wishes him luck before the next round begins. System update. Level 5 Warrior. Combat Power, 95,800. Exp, 5,200 out of 90. Round 5 starts, and Secula mutters that he looks a bit overpowered. After the match, he is at level 5. Power, 5,800. Experience, 8,120 out of 90. By the 6th run, the Fox leader literally drops to his knees like he is begging for mercy. Chu Josi is drenched in sweat, but his eyes are burning. One more hit. Level 6 Warrior. Weapon, Black Cold Light Sword. Skill, Heavenly Quake. Power, 7,600 out of 8,800. Chu Josi pants, wiping away sweat. He has pushed through 6 recoveries today, but he has finally bagged the full Fox gear set. Totally worth the grind. The system warns that running on empty means he will not be able to move. Attack power plummets and you become an easy target, but Chu Josi just smiles. Level 6, baby. His eyes are locked on the prize. Trial time. Over at the academy gates, some guy is laughing his head off. A human claiming he will join after hitting level 6? What a joke. 2 beastmen sit by a fire. Gog snorts in disgust. A puny human trying to level up on our turf? Not a chance. Rivok nods. Even if he hits level 6, he is still not Academy material. Suddenly, a voice from behind makes Rivok whip his head around. Two figures emerge from the shadows. Chu Josi smirks. Tough break, fellas. I already hit level 6. Want to see the receipts? The beastmen freeze, totally stunned. They can barely get the words out. 2 levels? In a single day? Impossible. Yo, wake that inspector up right now. I'm not waiting until tomorrow, and I'm ready for that apology to Secula. System check. Level 6 warrior. Fox, kin gear, black frost blade. Power level is 8800. Dravuk kicks the boss awake, and he's super cranky. A human challenge? Waste my time in your dead meat. Meat got, a level 20 beastman warrior and the big boss of this academy. Chu Josi keeps it cool. I'm qualified, so let's get moving. I'm picking a new skill from the vault after this. The system explains the skill vault is packed with scrolls. Pass the test, grab a scroll. The scale changes, but the rules stay the same for everyone. Got just smirks. Being level 6 doesn't mean you won't get wrecked by this trial. Rock whispers something in his ear. Got's eyes nearly pop out. Level 4 to 6 in one day? No way. Chu Yosi's losing it. If I win, you apologize to C. You're a beastman, right? Don't go back on your word. Dravuk reluctantly sighs. Fine, but you're way too cocky. Got steps up and says, this is getting interesting. I don't get the hype, but let's play your game. A human taking on a beastman trial is a total joke. They head straight into the arena. Oxidian crosses his arms. You're level 6, so let's get it. For us beastmen, raw power is the only thing that matters. Win this, and the Academy skill vault is all yours. Everyone crowds around a massive stone slab. Oid says, it's easy. See that stone? One punch to smash it and you pass. Chu Josi and Sula are stunned. He whispers, that's it? Really? Dravok thinks, that's Star Jade. Even a level 10 warrior would struggle. Usually we just use regular old rocks for this. Keep acting tough, kid. The system explains that Star Jade is actually a fallen meteorite used to test raw power. It's super hard and packed with rare metals. Word is, ancient souls use this stuff to forge legendary weapons. Got rolls up his sleeves. Easy work for a beastman. One punch and done. I'll show you. He's laughing inside, knowing no one under level 10 can budge this rock. Normal rocks are one thing, but for a hated human, forget it. He puts everything into a massive punch. Watch and learn, kid. Even at level 20, he had to go all out. After the impact, the Star Jade only has a tiny little crack on it. He wipes his brow and glares at Chu Josi. See that? Cakewalk. Now let's see if you can even leave a scratch. Chu Josi clenches his fist and steps up, looking dead serious. All right then. Let's see what happens. Sula is right behind him, cheering him on. Master, give it everything you've got. Chu Josi takes a breath. Just leave a mark, huh? With this insane superhuman body, I'm already way past normal power levels, but I need to get the technique right. Focus the energy, maximize the force. Chu Josi winds up, clenching his fist tight. Static electricity starts dancing all around his arm. The system flags that Chu Josi is hitting 50% power. All that energy is surging into his right arm. It's about to get ugly. God is still talking trash, saying this is easy for a beastman, but a puny human doesn't stand a chance. Chu Josi puts his back into it and hammers the Star Jade. God is midway through saying a tiny scratch would be enough to pass. Instantly, Chu Yosi's punch shatters the entire stone slab. Tiny pieces go flying in every single direction. God and Dravok just stand there, totally stunned. Their jaws are literally hitting the floor. The shockwave sends a gust of wind screaming past, blowing God's hair back. Chu Josi just rubs his head, wondering if he maybe overdid it a little. That was way too easy. He was actually hoping for a real challenge this time. Sula is looking at Chu Josi with total admiration, telling him he can finally access the skill vault now. Meanwhile, Dravok and Got still haven't even processed what happened. They keep screaming at the supervisor that this is insane. He actually pulverized that Star Jade with one single punch. Chu Josi walks over to Got, dusting off his hands. So, does that count as a pass, or what? God is shaking like a leaf, pointing his finger and stuttering. No way! You failed, kid. I didn't actually see it, so it's not real. That crack was definitely there from my punch earlier. Breaking the stone now doesn't mean anything, so it absolutely does not count. That means you failed because you just piggybacked off my raw power. Chu Josi sees him being a hater and just looks confused. Okay, so what's the plan for the next test then? God starts sweating bullets at that question. He yells back, asking how the next trial is even supposed to go now. After a second, he announces a total do-over. The next test? You gotta bend this iron bar. God thinks to himself that this is a classic power check. You have to bend some crazy hard metal using nothing but your bare hands. Chu Josi doesn't even blink. He steps right up to the new challenge. The system says this is pure steel. Even a beastman warrior would need a massive power surge to bend this stuff. His superhuman body channels 50% power into both arms. The force is insane. In a heartbeat, Chu Josi snaps the iron bar like a toy. He locks eyes with Jout, totally chill, and asks, "What now?" Seeing him breeze through it, Jia just stays in denial. "Nope, you still failed. That wasn't the official exam, so there are no other options left for you." Jout suggests the most basic test. "If you last 10 seconds against our strongest warrior, you'll actually pass for real." He thinks to himself, "This time is different. Even I can't take that guy down in a fight." Chu Josi drops their strongest fighter instantly, acting casual. There. Happy now? The system shows his superhuman body channeled 70% power into his right arm, creating insane force. Seeing his top warrior get wrecked instantly, Zhao is literally speechless with rage. The dude didn't even last 1 second. Josi gives Zhao an icy stare. "I finished 3 trials. I'm through this time, right?" Both Dravok and Geo are shaking in their boots from his vibe, finally giving in. "Yeah, you passed. You're actually terrifying." Josi grabs Sola's hand, pulls her to Dravok, and snaps, "Apologize to Sola like you promised." Faced with that intense pressure, Dravok has nowhere to run. He just has to take it. Damn it. Fine. An orc warrior has to keep his word, I guess. He bows 90 degrees to Sola and apologizes for everything he said. Sola blushes, hiding behind Josi, whispering that she never expected to be treated with such respect. "I thought being mistreated was normal. Please, don't worry about it anymore." Seeing her reaction, Josi waves it off. "Kaikura, don't be so polite. He owes you this apology. Just take it and be proud of yourself." She shyly responds, "Yes, master." Then, lifting her head high, she looks Dravok in the eye and confidently says, "I accept your apology, for what it's worth." After crushing the test, Chu Josi finally gets the green light to enter the skill vault. Before going in, the orcs remind him that he can only take 1 skill scroll at a time. Josi rubs his chin. "Only 1? That's whack." Jout snaps back. "You think you can just grab whatever you want in there?" The Combat Academy has strict rules. He explains that once inside, Josi only has 3 minutes to find the right scroll. If you break the seal within that time, the skill belongs to you forever. Once time is up, you're kicked out and banned for a while. Josi doesn't really care, just complaining about the time limit and annoying seals. Zhao continues, "Listen, human, the Combat Academy is the most important place in this entire region. The system notes that these skill scrolls use mystical seals. You can't use them unless you break the seal first. The rule barrier is a high-level shield only the strongest mages or witches can ever hope to break. It enforces specific rules, basically deciding who gets in or gets tossed. High-level sorcerers place this seal to keep the vault totally secure." Jout sighs, admitting this is getting complicated. After soaking in the info, Josi just nods his head in agreement. Sakura adds that in the higher-level academies, the requirements are actually way more brutal than this. Jout opens the vault and warns him, "Go in, but don't try stealing anything, or the barrier will boot you out." As Josi walks up the steps, Jout yells after him, "Remember, you only have 3 minutes to pick a scroll and leave." Josi enters the vault. Katura follows quietly behind as the 3-minute countdown officially begins right now. Josi starts browsing the scrolls, totally hyped. He finally gets why this place needs so much magic to keep it safe. With this many skill scrolls lying around, anyone would be tempted to just grab a few extra for themselves. Skura walks to a shelf, picks up a scroll, and studies it. She mentions it's her first time inside the vault. Every scroll is sealed, so you can't see what's inside, but she feels she can break it with enough power. Josi checks them seriously too. He's thinking about using his copy ability, but finding a skill that actually fits him isn't going to be easy. Plus, using a copy skill might get awkward, and he's not even sure if Sakura could pull it off properly. The system says to copy a skill, you must touch them and feel their heart, then pick from their move set. Josi holds the scroll, thinking hard. He remembers the Firewolf gang chasing him, and his eyes light up. Time to start. He'll just use his own power. He tells himself he needs to pick a skill to handle those 3 guys. Suddenly, Josi pumps power into a scroll to reveal its contents. The info pops up, and he shouts, "It worked!" System shows Shield Strike, where you use your shield to smash the target with massive force. It deals physical damage and can stun enemies, perfect for defensive warriors. Josi isn't feeling it, so he puts it back on the shelf. Sigurd grabs another scroll and calls out, "Master, I don't need this, but you should check it out." That scroll is Wind Walk, letting you dash to a location to dodge attacks and boost your strike speed. Honestly, being an archer really isn't my style. It's great for fast fighters, but Josi just shakes his head. They move on to the next scroll, War Cry. That roar boosts attack and defense for both you and your squad, making it a perfect fit for a commander. Secula explains it is just a basic support skill for any warrior. Chu Josi skims it and says it is okay, but keeps looking. Only 2 minutes left. He gets desperate, grabs a random scroll, and starts complaining. Only 2 minutes? This sucks. Arrow Storm is not my vibe at all. Sura tries to cheer him up. Master, why not try a counterattack skill? Hearing that, he starts hunting for that specific scroll. System shows counter. For a limited time, it parries all physical attacks and has a chance to return status effects. It is a total dream for a counter warrior. Chu Josi rubs his chin, thinking it could be useful. He grins and says, okay, I will keep this one as a backup option for now. Secula brings more scrolls. Berserk? Pass? Flashy Charm? Next. None of these are hitting the spot for him. Totally useless. He snaps. Kika, we are running out of time. Move it or lose it. Seeing the passion scroll, Chu Josi frowns and asks, that name sounds pretty sketchy. What kind of skill is this anyway? Sakura stands there feeling a bit let down. Only 60 seconds left. Chu Josi thinks, this is going south fast. Browsing is too slow. If I break the seals, I can see everything at once. Time for some brute force. Decision made. Chu Josi tells Saula, you have stamina and mana potions in your bag, right? I am definitely going to need those in a second. Back up and hide behind something solid. Now, even though she is confused, Takura does what she is told and ducks behind a bookshelf to stay safe. Yes, master. Chu Josi starts charging his arm. Blue sparks begin to fly. All right, let's do this. Outside, Jiao looks up at the skill vault, stunned by the lightning bolts flashing from the top of the tower. Drav watches from afar, asking, what on earth is going on? Inside, Chu Josi keeps cranking up the power and says, I am breaking every single one of these seals. Sura peeks out, totally shocked by her master's intensity. Even she feels overwhelmed by the sheer pressure in the room. System alert. Because your level and conditions are too low, you cannot unleash the full power of the Thunder King hammer. Forcing this release will drain a massive amount of energy. Duration? Only 1 single second. Chu raises his electric fist high and screams, 1 second is all the time I need. Outside, the sparks turn into swirling purple lightning, turning the whole night sky into a dark, eerie mess. Witnessing the chaos, Jia gasps, is this really the power of a mere human? Inside the vault, Chu Josi grips the hammer, eyes glowing red while dust clouds fill the air. Secula watches from a distance, thinking, this is terrifying. If I didn't see it myself, I'd never believe it. System alert. The Thunder King hammer has been activated for a duration of 1 second. Without hesitating, Chu Josi slams the hammer into the floor, declaring he is going to shatter every single seal at the same time. At that moment, the lightning atop the tower vanishes, replaced by a blinding white light. After Chu Josi's massive strike, the ground inside the skill vault completely shatters into pieces. Massive shockwaves ripple through the room. Chu Josi has blown open every seal to finally see what is inside these scrolls. Sakura stares in shock, whispering, he actually broke every single skill seal in an instant. System alert. Thunder King hammer is finished and deactivated. Chu Josi sits down, clutching his injured arm, and sighs, I actually did it. 50 seconds left. All the secret scrolls are unlocking at the exact same time. Data from inside turns into ghosts of light, flashing before Chu Josi. He thinks, all this info is just pouring into my head. Satura stays hidden behind the shelf, watching as the invisible stream of data becomes so intense it literally starts warping the space around them. If he takes in all that info at once, his brain is going to fry. Panicked, she rushes out and screams, Master, please wait! But she is too late. Chu Josi has already absorbed a massive, crushing wave of information. He clutches his head in pain, muttering, I see it all. Just give me the strongest one, the skill that fits me perfectly. 40 seconds left. Realizing he is out of time, Chu Josi starts panicking. It is not enough. I need something even more powerful. Suddenly, he spots a scroll glowing with a faint light. Without a second thought, he lunges toward the shelf holding that secret book. 30 seconds on the clock. Tala yells out anxiously, Master, hurry! We are almost out of time! He is exhausted but keeps his eyes locked on the prize. Chu Josi whispers, that is it. Sura, grab the scroll on the bottom shelf, way in the back. Third one from the back. Sura leaps into the air and shouts, on it! She quickly finds the exact spot he mentioned on the very bottom shelf. Third, scroll from the back. With 20 seconds left, she grabs it and completely freezes in shock. It is just a ragged, torn-up piece of paper. The system immediately pulls up the info. A torn scroll is missing content for some reason. You need to collect fragments to finish it. Usually they are weak, so nobody picks them. No time to think. She zips back to Chu Josi and asks, Master, are you totally sure? This thing is completely trashed. She tucks it away and keeps moving. Time is up, gotta move. 10 seconds left. Chu Josi struggled to his feet, still clutching Sakura. I can make it out alone and kickstart the system. activating 50% of his superhuman strength into his legs for a massive speed burst. His body is going to feel that pressure. Watch out. Outside, Joust waited and muttered, "Way too quiet, 5 seconds left. Scroll or no scroll." He is getting booted when the timer hits 0. Joust kept counting until the skill vault door finally creaked open. At the last second, the door flew open in a cloud of dust and blue light. Chu Josi stumbled out, gasping. Made it just in time. Trike rushed over to bandage his arm. Seeing the scroll in his hand, Jews looked stunned. "You brought back another piece of junk?" They checked the system stats. It was Heaven's Descent, a high-tier combat magic. It summons electrical bolts for lightning damage, hitting up to 3 targets. Perfect for warriors or mages. Use it with a staff or weapon. Blast the main target with thunder, then call down lightning from above. It chains to nearby enemies, paralyzing them. It needs high stats though. Weaklings are banned, but you can upgrade it with more shards. Jiaos grabbed the scroll. For 1,000 years, nobody has dared touch this fragmented skill. It has 6 parts, but only 3 are found. Finding the rest is a pipe dream. Plus, the beastmen who tried could not handle the kickback. Their bodies could not take that raw power. They paid a heavy price. Chu Josi sighed. All that work just to self-destruct? Has nobody actually mastered this thing? Oidian, the academy supervisor, suddenly spoke up. Actually, one person did. He explained that 1,000 years ago, the strongest beast king, the god king, owned the sacred god hammer. This is the only skill he left behind, Chu Josi asked, acting all cool. Why is a god king skill treated like trash? Oidian snapped back. Are you kidding me? He caught his breath. Power is totally useless if no one can actually learn it. It is like giving a god-tier weapon to a total noob. For 1,000 years, it has been nothing but a myth. That just hyped Chu Josi up. He held the scroll high and grinned. Maybe it is perfect for me. Let's roll, Sakura, she quietly agreed. As they walked away, Oidian called out. This fragment is just the start. Finishing it depends on your strength and luck. He turned to Sakura with a suspicious look. Half-beastmen are supposed to be punished, right? Since she stayed quiet, he growled, "Why are you siding with the beastmen anyway? Does that human know what you are? You plan on dragging him down too?" Sakura's face went stone cold immediately. "None of your business." Oidian flinched and backed off. Watching them disappear, he muttered, "I will see just how far you two can actually get." Scene cuts to the inn. Chu Josi unwrapped his bandages and said, "Sakura, your medicine works like magic, but it tastes nasty." The system confirmed his body was fully healed thanks to the recovery meds. Applying the ointment, he wondered, how did she even make this? Sakura just stared into the distance, silent. Chu Josi asked, "You have been acting weird since we got back. You okay?" She turned and whispered, "Just tired." He watched her closely. "Sakura, I gotta ask, you are facing a penalty too, right? Just because of who you are?" Her mood immediately darkened. Chu Josi did not notice her face and kept pushing. "Are you the next one?" Sakura quickly played it cool. "Change of subject. Let's not talk about that. Master, have you checked the other scroll yet?" Chu Josi nodded, remembering what the old beastman said. This skill feels like it was made for me. He thought, Heaven's Descent needs a tanky build, and my beast spirit body is top tier. I cannot wait for the other shards. Sakura cut him off. "Great, let's move." She stretched by the window. "Weather is nice today. Seems like a perfect day for you to level up." Chu Josi mumbled, "Yeah, but I have got some business to handle first." Suddenly, his ring buzzed with a notification. The infinity countdown has officially ended. The infinite path is now ready to use and fully activated. Chu Josi flashed a mysterious smirk. Learning this skill gave me the perfect way to deal with those 3 jerks. As the path opened, his anger flared. He gritted his teeth. "I told them to remember my name. Time to teach them a lesson." System display, Chu Josi, level 6 warrior. Gear, Beast Set and Black Frost Ghost Sword. Skill, Heaven's Descent Earthshaker. Combat power 8,800. Back in reality, a massive lightning vortex swirled in the sky. Chu Josi plummeted down and hit the ground. "I am back. First, I gotta break his defense." Seeing the 3 thugs charging, he realized he needed a weapon for the new skill. Good thing for the inventory. He opened his storage and reached for an item. System alert. Storage open. Item deployed. An icy blade materialized in his hand as his eyes sparked with fire. "I am betting on you and my skills." System message. Black Frost sword equipped. 2 slots empty, 1 remaining. Kaj Lo gripped his weapon tight. Did he just pull that sword out of thin air? Nia stared greedily. He must have a pocket dimension. That sword looks top tier. "It is mine." "Listen up. Handle this guy first. Then we can worry about splitting the loot." Chu Josi grips his blade, eyes cold as ice. "You guys started this," he snaps. He lifts his sword, massive energy surges, and the ground starts cracking under his feet. Kaj freaks out. Is this kid really just a warrior? What is this crazy aura? Chu Josi points his sword at them. His power is surging, suffocating the whole area. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, flashing bright before slamming into the clouds. Those three lazy wolf thugs turn absolutely pale seeing that terrifying power. Frozen in fear, they cannot move. Chu Josi immediately unleashes his Heaven Strike ultimate. Massive bolts of electricity rain down, wrapping around all three of them. Panicking, they see a system prompt. It says Heaven Strike, when used with a staff or weapon, summons a violent storm from the high heavens. After hitting one target, it jumps to others, dealing damage and paralysis. It is even more lethal against enemies who are already poisoned. The trio is totally paralyzed. Constant electric shocks keep hammering them down. They cannot even fight back. Thao stammers, asking how this brat can use high-level magic. Next to him, the others collapse, twitching uncontrollably on the ground. Chu Josi watches from above, his body and blade covered in crackling electric sparks. Paralyzed, Kaj still tries to reach into his shirt for something. He curses himself for underestimating his opponent. Realizing this kid is different now, he starts planning a desperate escape. Thao struggles to reach out, whispering, "Please stop, we surrender." Before he can finish, Chu Josi swings his sword across him in one clean strike. He looks down coldly, eyes filled with murderous intent. "You really think I would spare someone who tried to kill me? Do not be delusional." Seeing Thao lying dead on the ground, the other guy screams about the Mad Wolf Guild, begging for mercy mid-sob. He drops too, silenced by one quick, sharp slash. Everything goes quiet. Only Kaj is left kneeling there, head spinning. He knows this kid shows no mercy. Being let go would be a miracle. After finishing the other two, Chu Josi turns toward Kaj, who is shaking like a leaf. He walks forward slowly for what comes next. Suddenly, Kaj jumps up, screaming that he is not going down that easily. He throws a sticky bomb at Chu Josi as a system notification pops up. It describes the sticky bomb as a device that clings to targets before exploding. It is small but packs a punch, causing massive damage. That is why they are extremely rare and expensive. You throw it, hit the mark, then detonate with magic. As the object flies, Chu Josi blocks with his sword, but it sticks right to the blade. Kaj screams, activating the spell. Veins pop out on his neck as he yells, "Blow up!" Immediately, a massive explosion rocks the area. The intense pressure completely levels everything in the surrounding environment. Leaning against a tree, Kaj struggles to his feet. He brags that these items cost a fortune enough to make a level 12 hero nervous. For a level 10 opponent, it is enough to tear them apart. Standing before the flames, he proudly declares they can never beat his guild. As the tremors fade and black smoke fills the air, Kaj searches through the ashes. Seeing Chu Josi still standing tall, he stammers in total disbelief. Standing in the fire, Chu Josi calmly asks, "What kind of power is this anyway?" The system warns that without his superhuman body, he would have never survived that. Chu Josi steps into the light, activating his dark goblin armor. The ground beneath him shatters, sending rocks and debris flying into the air. Chu Josi blurs forward with glowing red eyes. He confirms his dark goblin armor and superhuman physique are already operating at lightning speed. He closes the gap and takes Kaj down in an eye blink. After finishing him, dark red stains remain on his armor. Chu Josi thinks to himself that all three are down. He grabs his sword, which had been blown away, and says he could never feel safe letting a Mad Wolf member go free. Looking at the three bodies, he adds that all of this only happened because his current level is still too low. Suddenly, he spots a pouch on Cage. Curiously, he sits down to check it, muttering about how the weak always get bullied in this cruel world. He pulls a ring from the pouch and cheers. It is a spatial ring. The system explains spatial rings are forged from rare materials, providing storage based on level. Low-level rings are only the size of a small room. High-level ones can be as big as a mountain. Their value depends on rank and material, but even basic ones are incredibly precious. Chu Josi puts the ring on, happily noting what a great deal it is to finally have his own private storage space. The system instructs him to channel mana into the ring to store items. Only the linked owner can use it until they die or ownership is severed. Looking at the ring, Chu Josi tells himself that normal heroes could never afford such a rare treasure. He decides to test it out. He focuses on connecting with the ring and is shocked to find it was already set for activation. It is brand new. System confirms. You have activated the spatial ring for the first time. It is now synchronized with your personal mana. Chu Josi turns back with a bright smile, unable to hide his joy, and whispers a quick thanks. As he leaves, the battle zone is sealed off. From the distance, he spots the hero security squads arriving and thinks, "Man, good thing I bailed early." The system notes that Hero Security is a unit founded by top heroes under the association. He blends into the nearby crowd to stay hidden. Hands deep in his pockets, Chu Josi feels sure he wiped the scene clean and took every valuable. Nobody is going to track him down now. Feeling safe, he turns and leaves, realizing the phone he swiped from Gaia is actually going to be super useful for him. One quick code entry, and this tech is officially mine. Suddenly, the phone blares, making Chu Josi jump. Who the heck is calling right now? He taps the screen to pick up. On the other end, a familiar female voice starts talking. Hearing her call him Chu Josi-kun, he recognizes his high school teacher, Miss Lily, and asks what is going on. Back in her office, Miss Lily mentions he still hasn't returned even though winter break ended a week ago. She knows he is stressed about money and his sister, but she hates seeing him ditch his education. Chu Josi tells her he appreciates the concern, but the whole situation is about way more than just some cash. Remembering the constant bullying, he admits he totally hates the school vibe, and honestly, she already knows exactly why. She gently suggests that staying in school is the only way to change his future. Regarding the tuition, she promises to find a way to help ease that burden. Just show up tomorrow for your own sake and for your sister. She pauses for a second before adding one more thing. Chu Josi realizes she has no clue he is a hero now, yet she is still the only person who actually gives a damn. Finding her courage, she insists he is a strong kid. Do not run from the struggle, keep learning. She will do everything possible to help him succeed for himself and his sister. Sitting on a stone bench, Chu Josi holds his head, lost in thought. He originally planned to never return since he had zero good memories there, but Lily changed his mind. He is a powerful hero now, no longer some weak victim for the bullies to kick around. That realization makes him decide to thank her and promise he will show up for class first thing tomorrow morning. The system displays level 6, job class, warrior. Equipment, dark goblin armor and a light beam sword. Skills include Heaven's Thunder and the Heaven's Guard support ability. Combat power, 8,800. In a dark room, a man at a computer growls that 3 scouts were taken down by some unknown hero and all their loot was stolen. He taps the desk aggressively, mentioning the spatial ring he gave them has fallen into the wrong hands. He clenches his fist in rage, revealing a few grimy gold teeth as he snarls. He smirks, knowing the thief has no clue that the ring is actually rigged with a tracking spell. The system explains, a tracking spell is magic used to pinpoint an item's location through a specialized tracking device. Usually, tracks are hidden, but a high-level mage can wipe them. Looking at the tracker on the table, he mutters that he knows exactly where the target is hiding. He jumps up and slams the table, fists white-knuckled, revealing his true identity as the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang. Level 21 Warrior. Combat power, 11,200. Looking furious, he swears that thief will pay with his life for stealing from the Mad Wolf. Glaring at his men in black, he orders them to bring the brat back alive. His thugs shout in unison, "Yes, boss." Next morning, Chu Josi hits the school gates with his sister. Karina is now using leg braces and 2 crutches to help her get around. Adjusting his bag, he asks how the braces feel. Karina says she is fine as long as she goes slow. All Chu Josi can do is tell her not to rush. Deep down, the girl was determined to come because she is tired of feeling like a burden to her brother. Getting to school in a wheelchair was a nightmare, but these new crutches are a game changer. She still cannot stand for long, but at least she can walk now. Chu Josi can still picture Carolina's face, tears streaming down, when he finally gave her those leg braces he bought. The price was insane, though still cheaper than a high-end wheelchair. If she knew the cost, she would feel terrible about him spending so much. Plus, the cash he took from those 3 thugs is officially gone. He considers the ring. He tells himself he cannot sell that spatial ring. Once he makes it big as a hero, the real money will start rolling in. Watching his sister walk so happily, Chu Josi knows every sacrifice was worth it. Seeing Carolina smile like that is more than enough for him. He gently supports Carolina as they climb the stairs and tells her to be careful and not walk too much, promising to pick her up after school. Karina's sweet reply makes him vow to always protect her. Meanwhile, down the hallway, 2 girls are watching the whole scene unfold. Mina, a black-haired girl with a lollipop, asks her blonde friend Vivian who that girl is with all the crutches and leg gear. Vivian explains that it is Kuyina, a victim of a dark attack that killed her parents and left her legs completely messed up. Hearing that, Mina gives Karina a calculating look and sneers about how pathetic it is to end up disabled like that after a tragedy. Vivian adds that the story was all over the news and the teachers still gossip about it. Mina pulls the lollipop from her mouth. She scoffs, saying poor people belong in the slums and that helping them is just a total waste of resources. She looks annoyed by Karina's innocent vibe. Vivian covers her mouth and whispers, asking if Mina is really going to start bullying her again. Getting caught would be a nightmare, especially since the girl is disabled, but Mina just crosses her arms with a total lack of concern. She claims that Karina being crippled changes nothing because nobody dared to stop her before. To Mina, the girl is just a fun little toy. Mina and Vivin walk off, with Mina mentioning she's got to go meet her boyfriend. Inside the vice principal's office, he barks that Chu Josi better thank Miss Lily. Without her help, he would have been expelled for good. He is lounging in his chair like a king, rubbing his gut while whining about Chu Josi messing with the bulletin board. He claims it is totally unprofessional, but Miss Lily steps in immediately to defend him. She explains Josi has his reasons, his tuition is handled, and she will help him finish every necessary credit. Josi scratches his head, giving a low bow to thank the principal and especially Lily for her sincere support. Out in the hall, he whispers a quick sorry to his teacher for causing all this unnecessary drama. From the doorway, the principal creeps on them, staring at Miss Lily's short skirt with a totally disgusting look. Leaning back, he strokes his chin with a smirk, plotting something greasy. He cares way more about Lily than any student, actually thinking he is the right man for her. Lily tells him she covered Karina's fees, so he can breathe easy. She calls them both fighters, which hits Josi hard. He vows to pay her back every cent. He just smiles and waves off. She says money can wait and he should focus on senior finals. She also notices that lately, he looks way more fresh and confident than before. It makes her happy. Josi promises he is giving it his all and definitely won't let her down. Deep down, he is sorry he can't tell her he is actually a hero now. With the Mad Wolf gang still out there, he has to keep a low profile, but he wants her to know he is a new man. At the door, Lily reminds him to hustle since art class is about to start. Walking in, Josi sees the class doing their own thing, barely even noticing he exists anymore. From the back, Dial kicks his feet up and mocks Josi. Surprised the expelled kid actually showed his face again. Siryu chimes in, suggesting they chat in the bathroom like the old days. Da smirks while tossing a paper ball, complaining that Josi's sudden disappearance killed his easy protection money flow. With a nasty grin, Dial hurls a paper ball at Josi, trashing his family while Siryu laughs like a hyena. The ball flies straight toward the spot where Josi is sitting. Lo keeps talking trash from behind. The ball streaks toward him. Without even looking back, Josi reaches up and snags it out of the air. The bullies are completely stunned by his move. Siryu starts sweating, stumbling over his words in total disbelief. Josi just sits there, cool as ice. He slowly turns around and says coldly, "Dial, meet me in the bathroom." Dial's jaw drops. He clenches his fists, thinking Josi is asking for it. He is ready to break him. The final bell rings. Outside the restroom, a huge goon blocks the door, telling everyone to beat it because Dile is busy inside. Inside, they keep making fun of Josi's part-time trash job. Josi just stands there with his fists tight. Dial demands his protection cash while Siryu stands behind him with his hand out, making threats if they don't get paid. Josi's eyes turn stone cold as he calmly asks, "And if I don't?" The response shocks them. Dial's face turns red. He clenches his fists, ready to unleash total hell on Josi right now. Siryu and Kazama roll up their sleeves, itching for a fight. They lunge, but Josi grabs both of them with his bare hands. They are stuck, screaming in pain and total shock. While pinning them, Josi realizes he is on a whole new level. That old fear? It is completely gone. The system screen pops up. Level 6 warrior, dark goblin armor equipped. Frost light sword, sky thunder, and earthshake skills. Power, 8,800. Josi uses his Eye of God. These three are nobodies, no class, no power. They are zero threat to him. Siryu panics and screams for Josi to let go. He does it immediately, then he delivers a kick that sends them flying. Dial watches his goons hit the floor, paralyzed with fear. Sweating hard, he wonders what the hell is happening. He remembers all the times they bullied Josi, but this version of him is totally different. Looking at Josi, he feels like he is staring at a completely different person. Suddenly, the guard bursts in, panicking. He yells that the bosses have arrived. He tells Dial to move. With no choice, Dial hauls his two goons out of the room. Before he leaves, he shoots Josi one last look full of pure hate. Watching them leave, Chu Josi figured that little lesson wasn't nearly enough. He honestly felt lucky he held back. If he had actually gone all out, those guys would be in the hospital right now. Over in Karina's class, she was chatting with her friend Haru. She felt terrible and kept apologizing for causing so much trouble earlier today. Haru just smiled and told her to call anytime she needed backup. Then, Haru turned around, handed Carolina a notebook, and gave her some quiet advice. Out of nowhere, Mina shoved Haru out of the way. She stood there acting like a total boss, claiming she had some business with Carolina. Mina even slapped Haru across the head, leaving the poor girl clutching her scalp in total pain and shock. Vivian tried to speak up about Karina's disability, but Mina shut her down fast. She threatened to take her anger out on Vivian next if she did not butt out. Haru was forced to back off. Mina slammed her foot onto a chair, crossed her arms, and stared down at Karina like a predator eyeing its helpless prey. Mina drawled that Karina being gone so long made life way too boring. Now, she was demanding that Karina make up for all that lost time. Shaking, Karina stammered that she did not have any cash. Mina just laughed in her face, hinting that money was not the only thing Karina could use to pay her back. Karina clutched her leg braces tight. She explained they were a gift her brother worked his tail off to buy, so they meant the entire world to her. Those sincere words actually made Mina and Vivian freeze for a second. They honestly did not know how to react to something that real. After thinking it over, Mina rested her chin on her hand. She coldly pointed out that without those braces, Carolina would not even be able to walk. Carolina nodded, being totally honest. Big mistake. Mina snapped, slapped her across the face, and started throwing out some seriously nasty insults and challenges. The other students just stood there in silence. Nobody had the guts to say a single word against Mina or her psycho behavior. Right then, the teacher walked in with a stack of papers. She cut the drama short and reminded everyone that class was officially starting now. Everyone scrambled to their seats. Mina turned to leave, but not before dropping one last threatening warning right into Karina's ear. The teacher is here, and it is period 6, so don't think about ditching. Karina, trust me, you and I are far from finished. Up front, the teacher opened her book and started the lecture, telling everyone to turn to today's lesson. Down in her seat, Karina just looked down, terrified. She told herself she had to bolt as soon as the bell rang. She would use the back door so her brother would not run into Mina's crew. Meanwhile, in Chu Josi's class, Miss Lily closed her book and announced that school was over. She told everyone to head home and stay out of trouble. Immediately, the whole class stood up in perfect unison. They bowed and thanked the teacher in one loud, organized voice. As the kids started leaving, Miss Lily put her hands behind her back and called Chu Josi over. She asked if he had a minute to chat. He walked up to his homeroom teacher, acting like a total pro, and politely asked what was on her mind. Miss Lily smiled warmly and asked how he was settling back into the school routine after being away. She genuinely wanted to know if there was anything she could do to help. Chu Josi just squinted his eyes slightly, gave her a small smile, and told her he was doing just fine. He thanked her for checking in. Hearing that, Miss Lily looked relieved. She told him that if anyone started bullying him, he should come straight to her instead of just taking it like before. Chu Josi confidently promised her he was totally okay. He really appreciated that she was looking out for him this time around. Feeling better about things, the teacher waved goodbye. She told him she was honestly glad to have him back at school where he belonged. She reminded him to speak up if anything happened and then told him to get home. As she left, Chu Josi waved back and said his goodbyes. But as soon as the teacher was out of sight, a voice called out from the shadows, "Hey, Chu Josi!" He turned around to see Siryu standing there with his arms crossed. The guy looked stressed out, with sweat literally dripping down his forehead. Siryu apologized for that mess in the bathroom and asked Chu Josi to follow him somewhere else to talk it out. Josi just threw his bag over his shoulder and followed. While they walked, Josi asked where they were going. Siryu acted awkward and said it was just ahead, claiming he wanted to apologize somewhere more private. Siryu led the way with a super shady smile on his face, gesturing for Chu Josi to keep following him down the hall. Just as they hit a blind corner at the end of the hall, someone with a bat lunged out to ambush him. The whole gang swarmed Chu Josi, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Siryu ducked out of the way, laughing like a villain, and told Dia not to kill the guy just yet. Chu Josi reacted instantly, throwing up his arms to block the wave of strikes coming his way from the group. He immediately fired up his superhuman physical enhancement system, surging 30% of his total power straight into both of his arms. Siryu's jaw dropped when he saw the wooden clubs shatter against Chu Josi's skin. He stuttered, unable to believe the kid was actually blocking them. Chu Josi just wiped a smudge off his cheek and glared at Siryu. He said he had expected a trap, but did not think the guy would be this pathetic. His system status popped up, level 6, warrior, equipped with dark goblin armor and the frost blade. Skills included Heaven's Thunder and the Earthshaker technique. Combat power 8,800. Fueled by pure rage, Chu Josi delivered a massive kick that sent Siryu flying backward. Siryu screamed out in pain, his face twisted in absolute panic. Seeing their leader go down, the rest of the gang rushed Chu Josi at once. One of them yelled out for the others to move in. Chu Josi easily dodged and countered with a high-impact kick before the guy could even react. Kazumang hit the floor hard, twitching for a second before going cold. Chu Josi drops a cold one, telling them they clearly haven't learned their lesson. Total losers. Lo-Ai charges in swinging a stick and screaming like a maniac. Josi just stares him down. "If we weren't at school," he mutters, "you'd be flat on your back by now." Gali lunges, but his body suddenly locks up tight. His face turns ghost white. Total panic sets in because he can't move a muscle. He's shaking, realizing he's terrified of Chu Josi. Meanwhile, Josi casually raises a hand and says, "Time for a nap." Then, a lightning-fast strike connects right with his face, sending that stick flying to the dirt. Dale is out cold on the floor. Josi looks down with pure disgust. Great, now I'm late to pick up my sister. He's lucky hero laws exist. Real heroes aren't supposed to go around taking the lives of ordinary citizens. Cut to the hallway near the back gate. That's where we find little Karina. She's panting, legs heavy with fear. She tells herself to dodge Mina by slipping out the back gate. Suddenly, she's standing at the top of the stairs. She sighs, terrified of the steps, but tries to stay cool. Just go slow, she tells herself. Out of nowhere, a hand shoves her hard from behind, sending her tumbling down. Karina loses it, tumbling down the steps while her bag and crutches fly everywhere. She hits the floor hard, and her nose starts bleeding. Mina and her crew look down from the top, laughing their heads off. Did Karina really think she could sneak out the back? Mina saw that coming. Mina smirks down at her and gives the order, "Rip off that leg brace." Karina looks back, tears streaming down her face. She begs them not to take her crutches. Mina just steps on her, threatening that if they have to force it off, it's going to get real ugly. Josi is at the front gate, but his sister is nowhere in sight. He's confused because her classmates said she left already. Suddenly, a voice from behind pipes up, "Excuse me, sorry to bug you." Josi spins around to see a girl named Haru. She asks if he's Karina's big brother. He says yes and asks if she knows where Karina went. Haru nervously mentions that Karina might have headed out the back gate and tells him to go check it out. Chu Josi bolts down the hallway, already figuring out that Karina must be at the back entrance. He's wondering why she'd go that way. Something is definitely wrong. The look on Haru's face told him she was terrified of something. He needs to find her right now. He rushes through the long hallway toward the front stairs. To reach that back gate, you have to go down this way. Now he's certain she was here. Suddenly, he sees something that stops him dead. Karina is slumped on the ground, her body covered in wounds and her clothes soaked in blood. Without saying a single word, Chu Josi rushes straight to his sister's side. Seeing her brother, Karina brushes her hair back. She forces a weak smile and asks what he's doing there. Josi stays quiet while he activates his system eye to scan her injuries. Karina keeps trying to smile, lying that she just fell down the stairs. But his special vision sees the truth. Hits, slaps, pinches, and internal damage from being kicked. The system confirms multiple bruises. Josi clenches his fist tight, then softly asks if the fall hurt that bad. Knowing his sister was bullied makes his heart sink. Karina just laughs it off, blaming herself for being too clumsy to handle the stairs. Even her crutch is snapped in half. She tells him she's sorry. Without another word, Chu Josi quietly kneels down and starts picking up her school bag. Karina whispers, "I didn't want to worry you, brother. My legs just gave out. I can't even stand up on my own." Josi packs her bag and sets it aside with a gentle smile. "We're family, kid. You're never a burden. That fall must have been brutal." She quickly grabs his hand and shakes her head. "No, really, I'm totally fine. Don't worry about it." Karina touches her leg brace and asks quietly, "Big brother, is the brace okay? Did it break?" Josi gently tells her everything looks just fine. She lets out a small sigh of relief. Josi crouches down to give her a piggyback ride. "Come on, let's get you home." The sky is turning a deep crimson as the day ends. Long shadows stretch across the road while they walk in silence. While they walk, Josi asks, "Remember this, Karina? I used to carry you like this all the time. You've definitely gotten bigger." "That was a lifetime ago," Karina whispers, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "Yeah, but it feels like yesterday. We've been together ever since." Josi nods slowly. "You're the only family I've got. Ever since that day, I promised to get stronger to protect you. I used to be helpless, but I'm a hero now. I won't let it happen again." Karina stays quiet for a second, then says, "I know you do everything for me. That's exactly why I hate being a burden." Josi stops and sets her down gently. "There you go again with that talk. We're family, remember? Wait right here. I'll be back in a second." Karina looks confused and asks where he's going. Josi just shoulders the bag. "Forgot something. Be right back." Karina was about to ask more, but he just walked away. He straightened his tie and quickly took off. Laughter echoed outside a classroom. Inside, someone mocked how that girl tried to hide her gimpy leg but left an opening for them. That was Mina's crew. She sat perched on a desk with a smirk, saying that leg brace annoyed her. She figured it would sell for good money and planned to snatch it next time. The blonde guy sitting across was Mina's boyfriend, Billy, from class 36. He asked if that thing could actually be sold for cash. Mina said not to worry, he would grab it tomorrow. Vivian leaned back, swirling her lollipop, and asked if it was cool that her brother, Chu Josi, just returned to school. Word is he dropped out to work as a janitor. Mina brushed her hair and scoffed that a janitor is just low class. A cripple and a bottom dweller think they can go to school with me? They better get lost. Vivian popped her candy. Before her injury, Karina was a star. Everyone in class loved her because she was pretty smart and had great style. Billy listened with his chin in his hand, grinning. Pretty and stylish, huh? I want to see for myself. Mina frowned and snapped if he really just said that. Billy quickly jumped up and hugged her to apologize. Relax, I was just joking. Mina looked him dead in the eye. Fine. Tomorrow we steal that leg brace, sell it, and go have some fun. Billy nodded with a laugh. She is just a weakling anyway. They had no idea Chu Josi had been at the door for a while, hands in pockets, listening. Billy nodded with a laugh. She is just a weakling anyway. They had no idea Chu Josi had been at the door for a while, hands in pockets, listening. As soon as Billy finished, Chu Josi turned and walked in with his bag. All three of them jumped, staring at the door in surprise. Billy raised an eyebrow and barked, asking who let him in. Chu Josi stared them down. So you guys hurt Karina? She told me she just fell downstairs. Vivian glanced over and asked if he was Karina's brother. So what? Mina sneered. You here for some kind of revenge? Bad timing, buddy. Billy cracked his knuckles. You are that janitor Chu Josi, right? He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed. You are a junior and never heard of the great Billy? Mina was just messing with your sister. Chu Josi spoke with total calm. Messing around? By pushing an injured girl down the stairs? Billy walked up and pointed in his face. Hey janitor, you got a problem with that? Want an apology? Mina chimed in from the desk, saying they should teach him a lesson. Billy growled, asking why a floor sweeper was wasting their time. Before he could even react, Chu Josi grabbed his hand and twisted it backward. Billy stared at his twisted fingers and screamed in agony. My hand, you are dead. Mina and Vivian watched in total shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Josi stepped back, calmly closed the classroom door, and issued a warning. Not just you, nobody in here is walking away from this. Chu Yosi's eyes flashed red as he activated his level 6 hero mode. Warrior class engaged, equipped with dark armor and the black ice sword. Using Sky Thunder and World Shaker, combat power reached 8,800. Chu Josi used Divine Eye on the 3. Results: no class, no resistance, no threat. Mina started shaking and stuttered out, asking what he planned to do. Chu Josi set his bag down. I thought you were some hero with that big mouth, but you are just a bully looking for trouble. Billy clutched his hand, sweating from fear and rage. My hand, you know who my dad is? Mina knelt down, frantically asking if he was okay. Vivian tried to stay calm and asked if he really was Karina's brother. You have got guts coming here all by yourself. She frowned at him. We are not heroes, but we are not exactly easy targets for anyone to just mess with either. Before she finished, Chu Josi struck her, sending her flying. Her lollipop shattered. Chu Josi asked coldly if she really thought he would not hit her. Mina panicked watching that. Billy bit his lip and shook, realizing he was way too fast. Even the star athletes could not move like that. What the hell is happening? Mina screamed out. Vivian! Billy's face went pale, but he still tried to shout for her. Chu Josi closed in, forcing Mina back. He told her he did not care that they were girls. Before Billy could threaten him again, Chu Josi dropped him. Chu Josi said coldly that he would deal with his father next. Mina saw her boyfriend pass out and let out a terrified scream. Billy! Before she could say more, Chu Josi grabbed her by the collar. He lifted her off the ground, making her gasp for air. Chu Josi pinned her against the corner wall near the window. Mina trembled, clutching his arm, begging him to stop and let her go. Chu Josi put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. From what I heard, you are the one who masterminded the bullying against Karina. His eyes burned with rage. Listen close. I am her brother, and I am never going to forgive what you did to her. He tightened his grip, making it harder for her to breathe. Chu growled every word with pure, unadulterated fury. Stay away from Karina. I do not want an apology. Just stay gone. Mina stared with wide, terrified eyes as Chu gave one final warning. If you do it again, I will not be so gentle. Remember that. Mina managed a weak nod. Hearing that, Chu Josi let go with one word. Good. Leaving Mina gasping on the floor, Chu Josi turned his cold gaze toward Billy. You are that girl's boyfriend, aren't you? Bending down to pick up a ruler from the floor, Chu Josi asked if he still planned on messing with Karina again. He gripped the ruler tight and stepped toward Billy. A little thing like this is more than enough to handle a nuisance like you. Billy sat slumped on the floor, trembling and begging for him to wait. Chu Josi raised the ruler, looking down with icy eyes. Just thinking about the garbage you spew makes me sick. If you were actually a hero, I wouldn't have let you off so easy. Billy clutched his swollen red face and screamed. Do you have any idea who the hell I am? I am the son of the Blue Snake leader. My dad is a human rank hero. Chu Josi paused midair, frowning as he processed the threat. Blue Snake? You mean those predatory cutthroat loan sharks? Josi suddenly remembered the 3 punks he beat up at the hospital. Were they the ones shaking down Karina for medical bills? They acted the exact same way. Chu Josi gave Billy a cold, mocking stare. Funny how I keep running into the exact same lowlifes I hate the most. So you're Blue Snake? While speaking, Chu Josi gathered sparks of crackling electricity in his palm. Billy panicked at the sight of the lightning. Is that a skill? Are you a hero? Chu Josi didn't even bother to answer. He slammed his ruler weapon against Billy's body. The kid started twitching as the system suddenly flashed a warning. Warning: using an incompatible weapon reduces damage by 90% and prevents reaching maximum potential. Josi turned to leave, tossing the ruler aside. That pain should help you remember. He grabbed his school bag and threw it over his shoulder. Before walking out, he added one last thing. This is your first and final chance to keep your word. Leaving the 3 of them on the floor, he smirked. Sorry, you guys are going to have to clean this classroom yourselves. Billy was still smoking from the shock. He gasped for air and asked if he was gone. Mina rushed over to help him. Are you okay? We should go to the hospital. Billy opened his eyes and muttered, No need, I just didn't know he was a hero. Mina touched her bruised neck and trembled. What are you going to do now? This isn't over. Look at my neck. He needs to pay for this. You have to tell your father. Billy's eyes went red as he grabbed her. Don't tell me what to do. He's dead meat. I'm going to make sure my father handles this personally. Billy yanked his collar. Mina whispered in fear. Right. Tell your dad about that jerk who started this. Billy turned away, boiling with rage. I'll ask Dad to make him and his sister disappear from this world forever. Outside, Karina was waiting patiently on the bench. She stared at the sky, praying her big brother was doing okay. She felt guilty. If only she could handle things herself, she wouldn't be a burden. He already had enough stress from his new hero status. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Karina, look up. Chu Josi was finally back. He sat down with a smile. Sorry for the wait. Let's head home. Want a piggyback ride? I'll carry your bag then. As they walked, Josi thought about the Blue Snake leader, a level 10 hero and Billy's father. Billy will definitely snitch. They have the numbers, and Karina could be in danger. I must stay alert. Walking through the neighborhood, Josi realized it was finally time to return to that other world. Karina, I won't let anyone touch you. Back in the other world, Josi reappeared with Sura to continue their training journey. Master, we have arrived at the city. Here is what you need to know about this place. Sura explained the local rules. Once inside the town, you can take official quests, but you must register at the Adventurers Guild first. There's a tavern and a parts shop here too. Chu Josi clapped his hands with excitement. Exactly what I wanted. I'm ready for real combat. This game is amazing. Let's go, I can't wait. Before them stood the massive Beastman city of Not. System check. Level 6, warrior equipped with dark goblin gear and black ice blade. Thunder skills active. Strategy score 8,800. He entered. The bustling city left Josi speechless. This is incredible. There are so many different Beastman tribes here. Sura giggled behind her hand. Many rare tribes gather here, each with unique traits. Josi looked around curiously. He put his hands on his hips and spotted 2 figures. Wait, are those humans? Real human adventurers in this place? Sura followed his gaze with total interest. Do they look like the people from your world, Master? She explained that major city guilds attract many races, but there are laws against dangerous fighting outside of the designated battle arenas. Since this is a Beastman city, seeing them is perfectly normal. Sura looked around at the crowd and added a few more details. Noble Beastmen and the elf tribe rarely show up here. Josi nodded. I see. How interesting. Meeting my own kind in this world feels like a real connection. Suddenly, Josi was gone. He ran toward the 2 humans and gave a friendly greeting. Sura tried to stop him, but it was too late. Master, you can't be so reckless. The 2 adventurers immediately drew their weapons. Who the hell are you? The girl in red warned him to stay back. Josi froze in surprise. Is there a law against saying hello? Set God jumps in between, hands up to settle the beef. The pair jumps in surprise, whispering about the vibe. They storm off annoyed, the girl in red cursing under her breath. Once the coast is clear, Chu, Josi, and Sala keep moving forward. Sala explains that adventurers here are cold and defensive, especially the humans who stay on high alert. Chu Josi rubs his head and sighs. Man, lots of rules here. The locals keep staring and whispering about them. Sala keeps her head down, avoiding the hostile glares following their every move. She whispers an apology, saying they hate her mixed blood. Let's just register. Chu Josi hopes for no drama. Chu Josi smiles and grabs Sora's hand. Haters are everywhere, don't sweat it. Let's go. Feeling brave, Sora squeezes his hand back. The streets around them look like something out of a storybook. They stop at the guild house. Chu Josi geeks out. Whoa, it's just like a game quest board. Tick reminds him he can't take jobs without registering first. They head inside to the front desk. We're here to sign up, Sora says. The receptionist puffs her pipe. A mixed human and beastman party, huh? Interesting. The cat girl, Miko, asks who is signing up. Chu Josi scratches his head. That would be me. She's way cooler than the jerk staring at them outside. Miko slides a form over. I've seen it all, so don't worry. Just write your name in class here. Your info shares across branches. Chu Josi asks nervously, so this makes it official, right? Sala taps his shoulder. Just fill it out, or you won't get your adventurer badge. A badge? Chu Josi is hyped. Miko holds one up. Yeah, it's your official ID. This is bottom tier. Rank up from iron to bronze, silver, then gold for better perks. Gold ranks are legends. They only work for the filthy rich. Chu Josi looks at his rank 6 badge. So this is the bottom? Nothing special at all. Miko explains it tracks levels automatically and can even hide them. Chu Josi sees his floating level and asks how. That's sick! How do I toggle that? Set stands nearby with his hands behind his back. He explains that it's all about linking your mind to the badge. Just focus and hide it. Chu Josi grabs the badge and closes his eyes to sync up. He thinks, just focus? With his divine system, this is basically a walk in the park. His level disappears instantly. Miko is stunned. Newbies never get it on the first try. Suddenly, 2 huge beastmen shove Chu Josi aside. Move it, loser, the leader barks, acting like he owns the place. The other guy slams a heavy bag onto the counter, announcing their quest is finished. The big one, Blom, leans on the desk and asks for any new commissions available. He leans in close to Miko, offering to buy her drinks later on his dime. She stays chill, puffing her pipe. I'm busy. She shows them an urgent high-level 15 quest instead. Both beastmen instantly look super awkward. They stutter, asking for a level 10 job instead. They're curious about the details, though. Miko explains that a pack of shadow creatures is terrorizing local farmers. A team of 3 got wrecked. 1 is still missing. That team was stronger than you. Blom sweats. 10 monsters in a pack? They'll need a level 20 pro. Suddenly, Chu Josi grabs the paper. My team will take this job, he says calmly. The beastmen spin around. 1 curses while Blom looks at Chu Josi like he's crazy. Blom reaches for his blade, but his buddy stops him. Fighting in the guild carries heavy penalties. He warns Chu Josi not to play hero if he actually values his life. They mock the rookie for hunting monsters on day 1. Chu Josi just tells them to get lost. Want to test me in the arena or what? He challenges them directly. He clenches his fist as his veins pop. The system activates his superhuman body mode. Chu Josi thought to himself that with his OP system, he could totally flex on a level 9 beastman in a real fight. Fab just glared at him like he was trash. He warned that an iron badge means 0 experience, and any client would probably just ghost him immediately. Mi stepped in to chill the vibe, praising Chu Josi's guts while admitting his low rank would likely get him rejected. He laughed in his face, telling the kid to stick to finding lost puppies. Suddenly, Sakura turned and snapped that their squad would take the job. The whole room went dead, silent. Lam noticed Sakura was a half-beast and doubted if a mixed blood could even handle a real quest. Sakura flashed her badge instantly, asking if this gold rank was enough proof for their pathetic faces. The 2 beastmen choked, staring at the legendary badge in total disbelief. Chu Josi was floored by Sakura's rank, thinking this cat girl was a total beast. Mi leaned over the counter and said Sakura should have flexed that from the start. She puffed her pipe and smiled, handing over the contract since the client would be hyped. The losers walked away. While Chu Josi talked trash as they retreated, Sakura smiled at Chu Josi, saying this quest would make him level up fast. He nodded, feeling hyped. Mi watched them, wondering why a gold-tier pro would call a little kid her master. Weird squad. She tracked them as they left. Sakura scanned the quest, guessing the monster farm was right nearby. On the road, Chu Josi was still shook by her gold badge. She blushed, explaining she had been grinding since childhood. She explained how she earned the gold rank, but worried if being that strong was weird. Chu Josi smiled, saying she totally earned it. She blushed hard and whispered a thanks. They both stopped dead. The village was ahead, buried under thick black smoke. This was it. Sakura sensed a heavy threat. The sky was turning dark and nasty. Low-level monsters were everywhere. Chu, Josi, and Sakura watched the total carnage from behind the iron gates. Sakura realized people inside were toast if those dark monsters kept attacking. Chu Josi nodded, looking at the horror. Huddled by the gate, Sakura explained these dark freaks corrupt everything, making creatures like goblins and slimes go berserk. Chu Josi realized they were fighting corrupted slimes. Only elemental attacks would actually do any damage. Lightning was the play. Chu Josi grinned at Sakura, knowing exactly what to do. He shifted into battle mode, sparks flying everywhere. He told Sakura to just sit back and watch. He figured this was the perfect time to upgrade. System online, level 6 warrior, fox armor equipped, black ice sword ready, combat power 8,800. Suddenly, Sakura grabbed Chu Josi's shirt from behind, stopping him cold. She warned him not to solo this mess. This place was way beyond the starter zone. Fighting one is fine, but a whole pack is suicide. She wanted to fight right beside her master. After hearing her out, Chu Josi patted her head, saying he got it. He needed to level up for whatever the world threw next. She saw him hesitate for a second. Sakura tilted her head, promising to answer anything. Chu remembered his one-year deadline with the Beast King. He asked how insane the Beast King's power really was and what level he needed to survive. Sakura froze, not knowing how to break the news. She looked down, her voice getting heavy. Sakura admitted that at his current level, beating the king in 1 year was basically impossible. Chu was stunned. Just surviving for a single year would be a miracle. She started explaining the level system rules. Chu listened closely, needing the details. He realized both worlds were linked. The more he leveled here, the stronger his hero powers became back home. Sakura drops the news. Level 100 is the absolute ceiling for every adventurer. She adds the Beast King is level 92, hitting that rank through unmatched combat power. Sakura then mentions 3 kings, the beast, the human, and the demon. These 3 powerhouses represent the peak of their respective races. Chu Josi remembers their first meeting, thinking the Beast King didn't look scary enough to be a symbol of power. Sekula explains that power growth has its limits. Climbing higher gets incredibly brutal. After 20 years of adventuring, she is still stuck at level 72. She adds that while 72 is not low, it is clearly her own absolute final limit for this lifetime. To survive the Beast King's trial, Chu Josi needs to hit at least level 50. Skula says hitting that level in 1 year is impossible. Normal adventurers spend their entire lives just trying to reach a level like 50. Hearing this, Chu Josi stays quiet, then regains his composure. He smiles at Sakura, saying he totally gets why she is worried. Sula looks at him with teary eyes, vowing to stay by his side throughout next year, even if that promise to the king fails. Chu Josi tells her firmly, "You know I'm no average adventurer." He grips his ringed wrist, looking out into the distance as he continues to speak. "I walked away from a holy judgment," he says. "I've wielded the god hammer, so you have to know I'm not normal. Level 50 in 1 year is all I need, right? Even if others fail, I'll make it." With a confident look, Chu Josi thinks it's wild the ring brought him to this world and helped him rise after that holy judgment. With this miracle system, I'm definitely the chosen one. I'm not following some basic path or fate. With the system, nothing is impossible. Chakula blushes, whispering, "Master." She hesitates, then declares, "Yes, Master. You will definitely become a legend. I totally believe in you." After their talk, the two immediately dive into the assigned mission. Sigula gets ready. Chui grips his blade, electricity crackling around him. "Time to go. I still have a second question." Hearing him, Sakura replies in a flash, "Sorry for talking so much." Chu Josi pushes open the gate and asks seriously, "If I have to face a warrior and many minions, what level is the minimum?" Skura is caught off guard. She thinks saying level 12 is the bare minimum for an edge. Facing the dark monsters, Chu Josi says, "Level 12? Watch me hit that this week." System says he is level 6, a warrior with fox gear and a black ice sword, but still missing a primary skill. Heaven Shaker active, power 8,800. Second Law nods, trusting him. Seeing the intruders, a dark monster roars for the pack. Chu Josi watches the beast with its terrifying toothy mouth. Staring down the giant beast, Chuyosi tells Sola, "Leave this to me." Sword raised, he pushes the system to the max. Determination triggers a notification. God Eye activated. It's a level 10 dark monster, a shadow beast. It is actually a slime with 1,500 power. Lightning elemental, high recovery, and immune to all normal physical attacks. The system adds that the core is the main weakness. When the body breaks, the core glows to regenerate, revealing its position. Chu Josi grips his blade. Lightning and that core are the keys. A lightning strike to the core is his move. Chuosi charges straight at the monster, touching it while thinking he needs to find the core's location first. Ciola warns, "Careful, its touch will corrode you," Chu Josi shouts, "I found it!" He slashes down, fully trusting his superhuman body to take the hit. Activating superhuman mode, he dives from above, lunging while muttering that he just needs to get close enough. He strikes and looks. No core. Not in the chest? Chu Josi watches the beast instantly recover and shouts, "Man, your regeneration speed is absolutely insane. Health only dropped by 1/5. Suddenly, the beast lunges with its toothy mouth wide open, trying to swallow Chu Josi whole. The impact shatters the ground, sending rocks flying. Chu Josi blocks it just in time before those sharp teeth hit him. He laughs. You want to eat me? Wrong guy. Chu Josi hits his superpowered mode, and his arm strength instantly skyrockets. He grabs the beast's jaws with raw power and snarls. You're just a moth to a flame, buddy. I'm gonna rip your mouth wide open. Then, Chu Josi uses his insane strength to literally rip that monster's massive body in two. Sakura watches from the sidelines, totally stunned by his god-tier power. Just like he said, nothing is impossible for her master. The beast lets out a death rattle as its core starts glowing from deep inside its chest. Chu Josi grabs his sword off the ground and realizes the core was hidden right under its tongue. Sword in hand, he leaps with everything he's got, aiming for the core. He yells, "Feel the power of lightning." The blade pierces through as thunder crashes down, obliterating the creature completely. The monster's health hits 0, and its core starts fading away. Chu Josi lands and takes a breath as his experience points jump. He's looking confident, thinking this quest was actually a total breeze. System displays level 6, warrior class with fox set and black ice sword. Combat power 8,800, experience 315,000. 30 minutes later, he crushes the final dark monster's core. Looking at the wreckage, he announces that all those man-eating dark creatures outside are finally history. The system keeps showing Chu Josi's level 6 stats, warrior class, fox beast armor, and his black ice sword. Lightning strike skill, combat power 8,800, and 315,000 experience points. Chu Josi realizes the XP grind is getting real. These low-level mobs give almost nothing, way less than the mid-tier monsters do anyway. After tons of fights, his XP is stuck at 315,000. He thinks it through and realizes this quest won't cut it. He needs a better strategy to level up faster. Even if he's faster than in his old world, his goal is still miles away. He clenches his fist, determined to hit level 12 in a week and level 20 within a year. After thinking, Chu Josi turns to Sakura and shyly asks if she has any lightning grease. Sakura hands it over immediately and says, "You've worked so hard, master." System note, lightning grease is made from sap and thunder flowers to add lightning damage to your weapons. It's a common magic item for mages. After handing it over, Sakura checks her bag and says she's got 4 more bottles ready for both of them. Master can use them whenever you need. Chu Josi wipes his forehead and praises Sakura for being so prepared. He asks about the price and mentions they should stock up on more oils since they're super useful. Sakura awkwardly pulls out a receipt and admits they're totally broke. This stuff is pricey, and she spent every last cent buying it. She asks for forgiveness, but Chu Josi just scratches his head and tells her not to worry. Then he asks about the cost per bottle and the quest reward. He asks Sakura for a breakdown since he hasn't been paying attention to their cash. Deep down, he's kicking himself for focusing only on leveling up and forgetting about the money. Even though Sakura spent everything, she doesn't complain at all. Sakura explains that lightning grease costs about 30 silver coins per bottle because it's pretty rare. Low-level quest rewards usually don't even hit 1 gold coin, so people mostly make their own quests when they lose something valuable. Chu Josi nods and tells Sakura she's super smart. She sums up that this monster cleanup pays between 50 silver and 3 gold coins depending on the difficulty. This current quest might pay 3 gold, but it really depends on whoever's handing out the reward. She basically concludes that they are completely broke right now. Once the job is done, the guild calculates the reward. That money has to cover their living expenses and all the gear they need too. Hearing that, Chu Josi stays quiet for a second before telling her she's basically like a perfect, caring housewife. They keep hunting around the village until they stop at a stable. Chu Josi gets hyped, realizing the boss is in the food storage. He says, "Just 1 more to go. Let's finish this fast." Sakura cheers him on, wishing him luck. Suddenly, someone shouts from a distance, asking who the hell they are and why they're trespassing. The farm owner, a beastman, walks up with a few other guys, introducing himself and questioning the 2 adventurers, a human and a demi-human, on what they're doing here. A goat beastman in a cloak notices traces of lightning magic and guesses they wiped out the Dark Ones. Brad immediately snaps back that there is just no way. These 2 look way too weak and are probably just hunting for that item. A huge beastman in the back asks, "You guys are looking for the heart too, right? We took the quest, so whatever loot drops belongs to us and nobody else." Gravanet looks annoyed that rumors about the heart are spreading. Not getting it, Chu Josi asks what this heart thing is and explains they got the quest from the guild. Sakura suddenly realizes something and stops him. She blurts out that the heart must be the special item that drops from this boss. This makes Chu Josi look at the group in front of him with suspicion. The farmer scratches his head, admitting he posted the quest at the guild, but didn't expect anyone so soon. He realizes these 2 have no clue about the rare item. Red Big Dung aims his bow and snaps that they better beat it if they're clueless. Interfere with the heart mission, and they're dead. Chu Josi doesn't get the mission, but he sees their trash attitude, draws his steel, and looks to Secula for answers. She grips her blade, swearing they can't back down. This loot is worth a literal fortune. System says the heart is a legendary drop from dark bosses. Purify it, and you've got the key to the dark zones. Skura adds that loot drops and XP in those dark zones are 10 times higher than anywhere else. Raw, it's worth 100 gold coins. Purified, we're talking at least 150. Chu Josi's jaw drops. That's a massive, life-changing payday. He mutters they have to snag it no matter what. This thing is the key to finally reaching his goal. Both sides are ready to throw down when the farm owner rushes in, desperate to stop a bloodbath. Whoa, chill out. Stop the fighting. We can talk this out. Don't make this mess any worse. He looks at both squads and makes a deal. You're all guests here, so prove your worth. Whoever slays the boss gets the prize. May the best team win. Sura gets right in the old man's face, glaring hard. We're going in first, she snaps, her heart set on grabbing that legendary loot for her master. Loa Vonnet flexes his massive arms, drops a heavy hand on the owner's shoulder, and growls. Why should we back down? One shot each. You're the one who invited us, so we're taking the first crack at it. The owner nods slowly. You're right, I did ask you here. Go ahead, the first turn is yours. Devnit's squad of level 12s is acting totally stuck up. Before heading in, he talks some major trash about showing the weak human and the half-breed what real power looks like. Renette smirks, readying his bow. This dark boss is no joke, but the payout is insane. One shot. Give it everything. Set scans their lineup. They've got mages, archers, warriors, the whole works. If they don't mess up, they'll kill the boss and we're left with nothing. Chu Josi crosses his arms. Is that right? He steps up with a smirk. How about I just go in solo? He tosses his sword over his shoulder. He checks his stats and shrugs. Look, I'm just a level 6 adventurer. If I fail, we walk away. But if I slay the boss, the loot is mine. Deal? Dravanis' group just stand there, totally stunned. Dravanis loses it, laughing and pointing at the kid. Get real, loser. You need to be level 18 to solo that thing. Renette is wheezing. A level 6 trying to solo? This kid's blinded by the gold. Nihuet shrugs. Hey, we're not gonna stop you. They agree, and Chu Josi pumps his fist. Done. Sakura rushes over, worried. Master, for real? That boss is level 12 and corrupted. Your skills won't cut it. Before she can finish, Chu Josi just winks and thumps his chest like it's no big deal. Tora, trust me. Sayora smiles back. I do. Ronus just sneers. Go ahead, level 6. I can't wait to watch that boss turn you into a pancake. Chu Josi plays dumb, scratching his head. Turned into a pancake? All right then. But the second he turns around, his eyes go stone cold. Time to see who's really hunting whom. He fires up the hidden system and masks his real level. Neat sees his face and flinches. Did this guy's vibe just totally shift? Chu Josi heads deep into the lair, eyes glowing when he spots the beast. So you're the strong one Sayora warned me about. Too bad for you. I'm more interested in that heart. Standing there is this massive, slimy freak with one red eye in its forehead and way too many arms and tentacles. Draven's crew is losing it. Jiner yells that it's level 14, but Draven shouts it's corrupted, probably level 23. Sakura is at the entrance, screaming his name. Bladley just smirks with his arms crossed. Get the body bag ready, girl. He's dead in 10 seconds. Sakura turns around, her eyes like ice. Shut up. The whole group goes silent instantly. Inside, Chu Josi uses his god-tier vision to scan the beast. Normally, dark monsters have specific weaknesses, but this thing is on another level. The old tricks won't work. The beast spots him and leans in close. Rows of razor-sharp teeth drip with some nasty glowing slime. Chu Josi summons his black ice soul sword and sighs. I didn't want to go this hard, but I don't have all day. I get what those guys meant now. He summons lightning, eyes glowing. 1 second is all I need. The system warns him that the king's hammer is too high level, forcing this move is going to drain him completely. Activation time, 1 second. Let's go, lightning hammer combo. He knows lightning is the weakness. He buffs his body to the max, pouring everything into one final strike. He raises the hammer as the thunder starts screaming. If this misses, I'm toast. But I won't miss. That loot is going home with me. System check. Level 6, warrior. Gear. Black ice, soul sword, and the god's hammer. Combat power, 8,800. Chu Josi grips the hammer and slams it down, making the whole world shake. The beast roars, flexing its tentacles for a counterstrike. He swings again with everything he's got, leaping high and bringing the lightning down like a god. A blinding explosion of light rips through the roof. Outside, the team is panicking. What the hell is going on? Inside, there's nothing but lightning and flying debris. Sakura covers her ears, praying. He used that power again. He's gonna be exhausted. The whole farm is shaking. People are freaking out. What is that? The boss is staring at his wrecked warehouse. Sakura scans the rubble and yells, "Master, you in there!" People are already whispering that the big boss finally got smoked. Suddenly, a hand pops out of the trash. Chu Josi crawls out holding a glowing blue stone, asking if this thing is the heart. System shows level 6 warrior with fox gear, black ice sword, and some insane heavenly skills. Combat power is 8,800 and experience is 6,000 out of 15,000. Chu Josi and Sakura return to the guild. Mayo greets them, shocked they finished so fast. "Here is your loot," she says, dropping a coin bag. "That is some serious gold badge energy right there. Word is other teams failed hard." Sakura takes the cash and says, "Thanks. But my master handled the boss alone." Mayo just laughs. "A level 14 dark monster? No way, a level 6 rookie pulled that off." Mayo sees Chu Josi passed out on a chair. Is he totally wasted? Sakura says he is just drained from doing everything himself. Mayo doesn't believe it, but his status is recovering. Chu Josi stands up, muscles feeling fresh. Releasing that hammer for 1 second almost wrecked him. Good thing Sakura was there. He scratches his head and asks about the heartstone. Mayo looks shocked. "You actually managed to snag a heart?" "The auction house would pay a fortune," she says. Sakura just smiles. "Not for sale. Do we need a letter for the mages? I need them to purify this thing." Mayo asks if he is actually going to use it. "You need a mage for that." Mayo goes inside to write a letter. The Mages Guild is east, but they have exams soon, so they might be busy. "You are waiting for me?" Sakura says thanks. Chu Josi asks, "What is the deal with these exams? Mages have ranks too?" Sakura explains that mages earn titles through tests. There are 6 ranks, just like for doctors or the awakened ones. Only mages can craft special potions and gear. Higher rank means more power and a much bigger price tag on their stuff. Mages are not like adventurers. They do not really fight, but they stay high class. Their items can even break level caps. Chuozi is stunned. "Level caps?" Sakura says there is a saying. 1 high-level mage is scarier than 19 warriors. Their items change the whole game. They even help people level up, which is why everyone is always hunting for them. Chu Josi thinks that is pretty cool. Just then, she brings the recommendation letter out and hands it to Sakura. "With this, you can get that heart purified." Sakura takes the letter and gives Mayo a massive heartfelt thank you. She holds the envelope, which is sealed tight with the official Adventurers Guild stamp. Chu Josi and Sakura keep moving toward the Mages Guild. Outside the gates, the line is absolutely insane. It is a total zoo out there. Seeing the massive crowd, Chu Josi shouts that there are way too many mages here just for a simple test. Sakura nods, explaining that every fancy family and school in the area sends their best people on this specific day. These exams are legendary for being super brutal. As they walk up, every pair of eyes in the place snaps right to them. Sakura grabs Chu Josi's hand. "Just stay in line," she says. "We have the guild letter, so we are definitely getting in." Sakura finds a mage and politely asks if someone can help them perform a purification ritual for this heartstone. The guy standing in front of them is a white mage who works for the local guild. He looks them over and coldly says only mages enter today. It is exam day. Humans and half-beasts are not allowed. Sakura pulls out the letter and nicely explains they were sent by the Adventurers Guild, but the mage is not having it. The white mage shoves Sakura aside and yells that he does not care who wrote the letter. Exams are the top priority and he does not have time for them. He tells them to get lost right now. Seeing that, Chu Josi immediately steps in front of Sakura to block the guy. He stares the guy down and says, "We have a letter, so it is your job to let us inside." The mage laughs in his face and claims that at this guild, they are the ones who hold all the power. "You are not getting in until this exam is over, no matter how long it takes you." Chuosi balls his fist to swing, but Sakura pulls his sleeve. "Making him mad will just make things worse," she whispers. Just then, an old guy with a wooden staff walks out and asks what all the noise is about out here. This is Dak, the representative of the Northern Mage Association and the big boss of this entire area. He looks down at the mess. The white mage bows fast and apologizes for all the loud noise. He points at Chu, Josi, and Sakura, claiming they are troublemakers trying to force a purification during the busy exams. Before he can finish lying, Chu Josi asks if he is the boss and why they are being blocked. "We have the guild letter. Why are you keeping us out of the building?" The white mage starts yelling about respect, but Dak gently reminds him that mages should not act that way. He tells Chu Josi he will handle the ritual, but since they are swamped, please come back later. Chu Josi knew he was in a huge rush because leveling up was his main priority, so he awkwardly asked if there was any other way around this. The president replied that the only way forward was to join the mage exam and earn a grade A reward. If he did, the old man would personally handle all the paperwork. But as a warrior, Chu Josi was straight up disqualified from even entering the test. Chu Josi scratched his head and seriously asked about the rules for the exam. When they heard that, all the mages nearby started laughing and mocking him. They called him clueless and told him it was a disgrace. The old man stroked his long beard and explained that to become a real mage, a person must possess the power of a witch and pass 2 separate exams for crafting magical tools. Only then are you recognized as a white mage. Josi just nodded and asked to borrow the old man's staff to prove he could do it. The president of the Mage Association was stunned. This kid really wanted to flex by borrowing his personal staff? A white mage tried to stop him and started yelling, "You are a fool for asking that. Only a mage can use this. Keep it up and I will call the guards to kick you out." But Josi stood his ground and asked one more time, looking totally serious about his request. He promised to prove he was worthy. The old man stared at him for a moment before handing over the staff, saying this was getting very interesting. He wanted to see a warrior try to pull this off, especially since the staff had 0 level requirements. Sakura leaned in and whispered, asking what his plan was. Josi just smiled and told her to trust the process. Zura nodded instantly, her face turning red. Whenever her master said that, he always found a way to win. As Josi gripped the staff, the white mage looked at him with pure disgust. Josi just raised his hand, his eyes glowing as he began to cast magic. The mage turned around and was suddenly hit by a massive, invisible force. Suddenly, roses exploded everywhere around him. The mage turned bright red and grabbed his head in total shock at the spell. Josi thought that if his guess was right, copying a mage skill and using the staff as a bridge would finally let him cast real magic. Right then, the system confirmed that his absolute copy skill was fully activated. Looking at the spells, Josi realized he could basically do any job. Being a warrior was just a personal vibe. The system told him he could just touch an enemy's heart to steal and copy their best move. 0 cooldown time for this, but he could only hold 1 at a time. He swapped his Earthshake skill for the Flash spell. The system showed it was a support spell that cost 30 mana points to use. This bright light blinds targets for 3 seconds. The range depends on mana power, which the system noted is the most important stat for any serious mage. A moment later, the system announced that the Flash skill was fully copied. When the white mage woke up, he felt Yosi's insane power and started screaming about what was happening. Josi lifted the stolen staff high. He controlled the magic and told them that if a mage uses a staff to cast spells and he could do the same, then he definitely qualified for the exam. The president watched the mana waves Josi was creating and wondered if this kid was actually a secret mage. The system noted that mana waves only happen when a high-level mage casts magic with a deep connection. Josi turned to Sakura with a soft smile and told her to close her eyes tight. She did exactly what he said. A blinding light exploded from the staff, wrapping Josi in a wave of raw power. Feeling the massive energy surge, the mage quickly threw up an invisible shield to protect himself. The system explained that the Phantom Shield is support magic that can be used without any staff at all. It blocks physical hits and weak spells. Behind his shield, the mage felt safe, thinking a basic light spell could never break it. The system detected Josi casting and offered to boost his mana using his super body from 150. After thinking it over, he chose to accept, and the system notified him that his mana was boosted by his super body. Instantly, the magical power exploding from the staff hit a whole new level. The system showed the flash spell was now supercharged, with his mana hitting 3,500. The mage was paralyzed with fear as the intensity of the light went way beyond his expectations. Finally, the system warned that his Phantom Shield stood no chance against such a massive blast of light. Dak's sound shield shattered into pieces, and the entire Mage Guild courtyard was swamped by Chu Josi's massive mana. Eyes glowing, Chu Josi called out to the president. He asked straight up if he finally qualified for the mage exam. The system updated immediately. Chu Josi, level 6 mage class, now equipped with the full Fox Beastman set, armed with the Black Ice Flash Sword and a level-less staff. Skills, Heaven's Strike and Holy Light. Power, 8,800. Blocking the blinding light with his hand, the president squinted and finally growled that Chu was approved for the exam. He was in. Entering the room, the Beastman mages started gossiping. A human? No way. They thought he was lost and belonged in the pharmacy exam instead. One mage crossed his arms, noting that this was the first time anything like this had ever happened here. Surrounded by judgy glares and constant whispering, Chu Josi felt totally out of his element and quite annoyed. Scratching his head, he told Sakura that everyone was looking at him like he was their worst enemy. Sakura gently explained that since he was the first human at the mage exam, they were suspicious of his motives. The system pinged his stats again. Level 6 mage, Fox Beastman gear, Black Ice Flash Sword, plus those insane unlimited level skills. Combat power, 8,800. Hearing that, Chu turned and asked, "Am I really the first human here?" Sakura nodded. She explained that humans usually have their own pharmacists, which are similar to mages or beastmen. There are no specific rules banning humans from entering, but tradition has always kept things separate for a very long time. These three paths have their own factions. Stepping onto their turf is basically seen as a direct challenge to them. Chu finally got why they were staring. He covered his mouth and whispered, "I am just here to level up, not start a war." Sakura whispered back, "I know. As long as you follow the rules, just do what you think is right, master." Elsewhere, Dak was talking to a guy holding a staff with a giant glowing blue gem on top of it. "I am not against President Dak's choice," the man said. That was Yu Shi, vice president of the Northern Mage Association. He hesitated, then added, "But setting this precedent? Won't that hurt the honor of our Beastman Mage faction?" "As vice president, I seriously doubt if that human can even mix a basic potion," he scoffed with a grin. "He doesn't even have a basic staff." Dak replied calmly, "I already let him borrow one of my own staffs. The goal today is just to see if he can pull it off. I really want to see his true potential." He remembered the magic waves Chu created. That only happens when a genius mage links their mana into a strong resonance. Dak thought to himself, it was just a flash, and maybe nobody else even noticed it at the time. But I felt that surge of mana coming from him. He added slowly, "I once saw that same potential in Kevin." Yushi laughed. "You are joking, right? That kid is nowhere near the level of a young genius like Kevin. He isn't fit to tie the shoes of Kevin's newest student." Dak remembered something. "Speaking of, is Kevin's new disciple, Fu Ling, here?" Yusi nodded. "Yeah, she is gunning for the #1 spot, and she has actually got a real shot. Kevin even went on record saying her talent is way beyond what he had when he was her age. She is a nightcat named Fu Ling, a high-level mage. When she stepped into the exam hall, the crowd went wild. Is that Kevin's famous new student? She looks so young. I heard she could already make potions last year but was disqualified. She is definitely taking first place this time. For the rest of us, just passing the exam would be a miracle." Fu Ling heard the whispers. She snapped her book shut and sighed. "These low-level losers are way too noisy for me." Dak walked in and shouted, "The mage exam is starting now. If you are not testing, get out. Candidates, find your spots." Chu looked at Sakura. "I am number 15, heading in." Sakura smiled and waved. "Good luck, I will be waiting right here." He checked his ticket, matching the number with the floor markings as he walked, mumbling to confirm his exact spot. Chu found his spot and stood tall. "Found it." Fu Ling, standing right next to him, glanced over. "A human?" Chu smiled. "I am Chu Josi." He compared her to Sakura in his head, thinking this beastman girl was cute too. Fu Ling did not even bother answering. She just sneered. "A human mage? Sounds like someone is just thirsty for attention." Chu flinched. She was good, but her mouth was sharp as a blade. Up on stage, Dak cleared his throat loudly. "Ready, everyone? We are testing basic skills. You must brew your own potions. Since you chose this path, be prepared." Suddenly, a heavy table slammed down in front of Chu. He jumped back. "Whoa, what is going on now?" Fu Ling's table was already loaded with supplies. She scoffed, "You don't even know what a refining station is? Just go home." Chu ignored her trash talk and just kept his cool. "Whatever, lady, let's get this started." He eyes the refining kit, straightens the cloth, and sighs. "This tech is prehistoric compared to my old world. Back there, everything was automated, clean, fast, and way less of a headache." High above, Dak speaks up, saying the VP will drop the test details soon. Right after, Elo slams his staff down, and boom, a glowing magic circle erupts across the floor. All the mages look up as Chu Josi checks the prompt. Basic alchemy, level 3, 1 hour on the clock. He thinks, is that all? 3 bottles in an hour? He scans the room to see how the others handle the pressure. Dak continues. First big hurdle, picking your materials. The table is loaded with junk. You need a sharp eye to spot the real deal. 9 ingredients are required, 1 wrong move and the whole thing blows up in your face. This is the part where most of these rookies fail. Chu Josi watches the chaos. Half these beastmen look totally lost. He mutters, are they really struggling with this part? He looks at Fu Lin. Usually, mages have their supplies handed to them on a silver platter. Fu Lin is a blur, finished in seconds. She snickers, saying it is a total shame if you cannot memorize basic recipes like these. Seeing her fly through it, Chu Josi is stunned. Okay, she is actually legit. Her speed is insane. Grabbing her gear, she closes her eyes and focuses her staff. In her head, she knows failure is not an option. Master Kevin expects her to crush this opening round. High up, Eozette shouts, look, Kevin's star pupil is already moving. Dak nods, noting her precision and speed are basically flawless. This test is a total joke. She points her staff at the materials and commands them to crumble. The herbs melt into the solution instantly. She works with total focus. Chu Josi watches, thinking, she is a brat, but damn, she is good. Time to get to work. He decides to mirror her moves and boots up his system. Divine Eye starts scanning the target. Meanwhile, the big bosses are watching his every move from the balcony. Dak admits Kevin has a good eye. Her magic control is surgical. EOZ agrees, saying she is definitely going to be a top-tier mage someday. In no time, she finishes all 3 bottles and pours them into vials. Dak speaks up again. Now comes the most brutal part. She spins her staff, and a massive wave of emerald light wraps around her entire body. She hits the bottles with a refinement spell. Dak strokes his beard. Refining is where the real mages shine. Merging magic with matter is the ultimate test of raw strength. Fuin has nothing to worry about, though. If she stays on track, she will take the top spot easily. Suddenly, he spots Chujoy just standing there. Wait, has he even started yet? What is that kid doing? Fuin enters the final concentration phase. She sets the bottles down and dusts off her hands. Finished. Too easy, she thinks, grinning. I am definitely number 1 today. Seeing her finish, Dak nods. Nice work. Now, wait for the others to finish so we can check the results. She groans. I seriously have to wait for these losers? She catches Chu Josi staring at her. Got a problem, weirdo? Take a picture, it lasts longer. His system pings. Analysis complete. Divine Eye deactivated. Target data recorded. Chu Josi finally gets to work, tossing a casual. Nothing at all. Thanks for the show, though. She scoffed. Just get moving. Time is ticking, and even an extra hour wouldn't help a guy like you. Before she could finish her insult, she froze. High above, the guild leaders also stood up, eyes wide at what was happening. He grabs Dak's staff. System alert pings. Optimize analyzed actions? He clicks yes without a second thought. Instantly, the system grabs the perfect ingredients while the refining process hits autopilot. His mana begins to surge with terrifying, unstoppable power. Her jaw hits the floor. She thinks, no way. He is picking, crushing, and refining everything at the same time? She never imagined he had this kind of raw talent hiding under the surface. Io Shich gasps, realizing this kid has been keeping his true power in the shadows this whole time, handling thousands of items and refining them at once. That is the legendary technique Kevin used back when he was just a young prodigy in the magic exams. He called it process simplification. It is a move that requires a massive, almost impossible amount of mana to pull off. It makes you wonder, could this kid actually be on the same level as a genius like Kevin? Outside the guild, Treka stands with her arms crossed, looking stressed. She wonders how her master is holding up in there. She lets out a heavy, anxious sigh. She trusts him with her life, but she cannot help feeling nervous. She just hopes he does not run into any roadblocks during the brewing phase. Back inside, Chu Josi is cranking up his magic to finish the test in record time. As the process wraps up, the system interface flashes in front of him. The system reports that optimization is complete. This includes the selection and sorting of the highest quality materials, grinding them into a fine powder, and refining them into a potent liquid solution. As the magic flows, Chu Josi smiles with satisfaction. It feels like he has done this task a million times before. Total muscle memory. Realizing that crafting and refining meds isn't just work, it's a high-stakes rush for a mage with a system. The system keeps flashing that the final step is the big one, where the mage pumps in mana to fuse everything together, jump-starting the potion's magical kick. Chu Josi looks at the 3 vials in front of him, thinking that the strength and quality of the potion depends on his own magical juice. Fuin is stunned while watching from the start. Meanwhile, Josi carefully finishes the final step, feeling relieved now that the potion has finally thickened and settled. Fuin remembers her master's skills and swears she won't be outclassed by some random mortal dude. She's low-key terrified he's pulling off that legendary high-speed finish technique like the great Master Kevin. Watching this scene unfold, someone mentions how Kevin shocked the world using that speed tech to craft rank C meds. That stuff was way beyond a white mage's league. Even back when he was judging, he struggled to whip up rank C potions. The system notes that potions are ranked from 0 to 5 based on the maker's grind. It all comes down to skill. This rank decides the price and power get to level 3, and weird supernatural stuff starts happening. EOSPC says a human hitting rank C is a miracle. Even if the extraction was smooth, the final product is the only thing that actually matters here. Honestly, even he couldn't hit rank C without a perfectly quiet room. System says rank C potions are rare gems, usually made by blue mages in deep focus, making them super high demand. Since rank D stuff fills 80% of the market, everyone's just holding their breath while Chu Josi finishes the exam. Right then, the system pings Josi, saying the potion rank is predicted to be anywhere from D to S depending on his moves. Reading this, Chu Josi thinks this ranking is way different from the mass-produced junk back in his old world. As the vials finish up, the system predicts a basic rank D energy potion. Josi wonders if he's just a rookie. But hey, it should be enough to pass the test. His competitive side starts kicking in though. If Fuin hits rank C, he loses his lead. He has to nail at least a rank D. He realizes rank depends on mana attributes. If he can change his power, the whole result might change. He decides to boost his mana with his superhuman physique, adjusting the flow and closing his eyes to cast. System shows his mana capacity is now sitting at 150. The president and VP are getting twitchy since the process isn't done yet. They think his hesitation and lack of confidence might wreck the whole refinement. Meanwhile, EOS just laughs, saying he's going all in on those materials. Fuin is confused why Chu Josi is stalling when the condensing phase should have been finished by now. Other mages around them start heckling, asking why the refinement is taking forever. One guy tries to grab Josi, warning him that if he keeps this up, he'll run completely dry on mana. Fuin slaps his hand away instantly, telling him to back off and stop distracting Josi. Clearly, the guy knows nothing about mages. Meanwhile, Chu Josi realizes his current magic has no specific element. Changing his attribute seems impossible. System confirms his mana is currently element neutral. Then Josi remembers the lightning attribute from the God King's hammer and realizes he can tap into that same power. He decides to borrow power from the hammer to flip his mana attribute. It's a gamble, but he's ready. Watching from above, someone notes that Josi's mana waves are shaky and probably won't last. Even Yos X feels it, worried the refinement will fail. Then, Chu Josi summons the God King's hammer. Sparks fly as he focuses his mind, calling out for the avatar of the God King. His eyes glow as lightning wraps around him, his consciousness demanding the strength of the God King himself. This sight leaves the mages and Fuin completely speechless. Nobody can even find the words. Fuin thinks to herself that his mana just spiked like crazy. Josi feels the lightning take over. It is just a short burst, but it is enough. The system reports his mana capacity just jumped to 3,500 and his magic attribute is now pure lightning. Josi lifts his staff high, mixing his magic with that raw electrical power. He shouts that the final refinement and crystallization are done. Sweaty but relieved, Josi announces the basic energy potion is finally ready. He wipes his forehead. He admits that changing attributes took everything he had. Now he just wonders if the result is enough to finally beat Fuin. Teosit commented that even though his mana was unstable, Chu Josi actually nailed both the refining and the solidifying phases. Dak was totally shocked, wondering if that instability actually vanished once he felt another massive elemental wave. He couldn't help but wonder what Chu Josi did. Everyone around started whispering like crazy. Meanwhile, Chu Josi was totally lost and asked what was even going on with a surprised look. As the time for the exam ran out, a loud announcement echoed through the hall, telling everyone they had to stop right now. Anyone who breaks the rules is disqualified. Dak announced that Vice President Devada would judge the potions. He sniffed the first red bottle and said the scent was weak and faded fast. Super simple structure. It was ranked 0, but he congratulated the mage anyway, who bowed down feeling like it was a total honor to pass. Next, he checked a test with 3 bottles spewing black smoke. He noted the liquid was cloudy and smelled burnt from over-refining. A total failure. The mage heard the news and let out a desperate cry. Yosp added that this potion actually lowers your stats, too. As more mages were judged, some were crying tears of joy while others were totally crushed by being rejected. The vice president walked over to Fuin's station and called her name, while also asking her how Kevin was doing lately. Fuin stood with her hands behind her back and said her master was fine, which made Eospake smile. When he opened her bottle, a rich aroma filled the air. Eospake noted it was a very promising sign. Hearing the positive feedback, Fuin just gave a small nod and a humble little smile. EOS kept checking and confirmed the scent was bold and long-lasting. Final verdict: a solid rank C basic energy potion. Fuin thought to herself that she didn't let her master down and crushed the assignment perfectly. The surrounding mages went wild, claiming she was a genius just like Kevin. They were sure she'd take first place, making her feel proud of her master's brutal training. Chu Josi looked at her results and thought a rank C potion was actually pretty impressive. Then, the judge headed over and told Chu Josi it was his turn. Standing right in front of him, he asked how he felt about the result. And Chu Josi humbly replied that he just gave it his absolute best effort. Vice President Big Chen chimed in, saying that if he wasn't confident, he'd probably only hit rank D at the very best. Dak calmly told him that as long as he worked hard, there was nothing to worry about. Now, let's see those results. When he opened Chu Josi's 3 bottles, sparks started flying and a powerful aroma filled the air, getting the whole crowd buzzing. The space in front of him looked like a distant galaxy filled with glowing stars and magical bolts of electricity everywhere. Seeing that wild scene, Even Chu Josi couldn't help but gasp in total shock. A flash of lightning made him look up at the elder for a few seconds before asking if this was some kind of supernatural phenomenon. Even Vice President Bai was stunned by the sight, noting that any potion capable of causing a supernatural event had to be at least rank B. Vo Lin looked up in total disbelief, thinking that only someone as powerful as Master Kevin could ever pull off a rank B potion like that. The mages below went completely silent. Not a single one of them dared to say a word. Right then, a deep fragrance filled the room. Dak took a sniff and judged that the scent was incredibly rich. It showed the potion was pure and clearly supernatural. He turned to the vice president and said they might have totally misjudged things, because this kid might actually be a much scarier monster than even that genius Kevin. Chu Josi looked down at his bottle and sighed after all that exhausting refining. Once the grading was done, Dak declared there was no doubt about it. He was definitely going to take first place in the mage exam. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Sala was still waiting there, feeling totally anxious and stressed. She kept pacing back and forth impatiently. The beastmen outside couldn't help but stare as she walked, while Sakura was just mumbling that her master still hadn't shown up yet. Suddenly, Chu Josi stepped out from the crowd with a huge smile, waving and calling out Sakura's name. When she saw him, Hakura rushed over to welcome him back and told him how worried she was. Chu Josi apologized for making her nervous and said the exam was over. Hearing that, Kaikura quickly asked about the results. Chu Josi happily told her he took first place and was there to pick her up. Sakura cheered with excitement. Meanwhile, the beastmen in the back just looked at each other, totally blown away. He held the unpurified stone and wondered why someone with so much power only wanted to use it to purify a single piece of cardiolite. The system immediately pulled up the info. Cardiolite is a rare item that only drops from elite shadow bosses. After refining it, you can activate it with magic to open up a completely private shadow realm for training, which gives nearly 10 times more experience than usual. That makes it a top pick for adventurers. Chu Josi admitted he just wanted to use it to level up. Hearing his plan, he agreed to grant his wish since he had officially taken the top spot in the exam. The vice president took the chance to ask Chu Josi who taught him how to make potions, because there was no way he didn't have a master. Chu Josi acts smug, smoothing back his hair while saying he is totally self-taught. The guild masters just stand there stunned, admitting they cannot believe this kid has more talent than they do. Then the boss turns around to lead Chu Josi and Sala away. He promises white robes once the cardiolite is ready. Fuin just watches them walk past, her whole body shaking with some kind of crazy emotion. She whispers an apology to Master Kevin for losing to someone she thought was just weak. Taka snaps her head around the second she hears that name, Kevin. Her eyes are pure fire, guessing Fuin is Kevin's student. Chu Josi sees Sura freeze up and asks what is wrong. Sakura shakes it off with a fake smile, saying she just zoned out. Chu Josi grins and tells her to keep moving. They still have way more work to do today. Sekala just nods. Everyone clears out, leaving Fuin alone, white-knuckling her cloth and trembling. Chu Josi and Sakura follow the masters into the ritual chamber. A massive magic circle sits on the floor, surrounded by herbs and sacrifices. The leader raises his staff and begins the chant. Mother of Earth, Father of Fire, Water Spirits, and Wind. Listen up and purify this item in the mage name. Vice Master Bitch explains that dark hearts need a very specific kind of cleaning. He tells Josi he is lucky the big boss is doing it. Chu Josi is blown away, asking if this is how real mages do their thing. Sekula nods, explaining that the bigger the spell, the longer you have to talk. The leader slams his staff down, sending golden light through the entire room. He keeps chanting, calling on water and wind to blast away the dark shadows. He holds the staff high, flashing a cross symbol in the circle, then dumps all that energy into the stone to finish the ritual. He hands the clean stone back, telling Chu Josi to charge it since only he can use it. Chu Josi thanks him, saying that ritual was actually pretty cool. The master explains these hearts come in 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. Even low ones are lethal, but this is a mid-tier. Chu Josi is stoked to farm some massive experience points. The boss confirms higher risk means bigger loot, way different than any newbie zones. Stroking his beard, he gives some veteran advice. A perfect squad needs a tank, 2 warriors, 2 mages, and a healer too. He asks about the team plan. Chu Josi just laughs, saying he is a solo player for life. Sakura adds that she is sitting out so he gets all the experience. Both masters are totally floored when they realize he is hitting the dark zone all alone. He opens the portal, explaining Josi gets 2 resets for 3 total rounds. Fresh dark forces spawn each time, then the heart vanishes after you finish the 3rd round. He warns Josi that once he is in, he only leaves by winning or timing out. The Vice Master adds that dying just kicks your body out. Chu Josi just chuckles, telling him he is not planning on leaving as a corpse. Sakura groans, hating that they even brought that up. Sakura hands over a bag of potions she saved up from her previous quests. Chu Josi smiles, thanking her for being so prepared. Then tells her to wait for his big return. Suddenly, the master calls out, asking how he expects to use magic without a staff. He offers a loan, but Chu Josi just shows off some hand sparks. Thanks, but he is definitely not going to need a staff. He draws his sword, announcing he is actually a warrior. The system screen pops. Level 6, Chu Josi, warrior class, wearing fox gear and ice sword with lightning strike skills. Power hits 8,800. Heart usage is one of 3. Sura bows low and wishes him luck on his journey. The president and his right-hand man look like they just saw a ghost. Finding out the kid is actually a warrior blew their minds. It is a shame to waste that kind of insane magical talent. They cannot help but wonder how high his ceiling really is, and honestly, the hype is real. After crossing the threshold, Chu Josi steps into the shadows, an area of pure, pitch-black darkness. The system alerts him that 12 hours remain, and the cooldown for the entrance to reset and reopen is also 12 hours. He tells himself to hurry up and take out the monsters to make the most of every second. Before he even gets very far, Chu Josi spots a pack of wolves snarling and fighting over a fresh kill. Using his divine eye, the system identifies them as level 10 dark wolves, basic forest variants with a fire attribute. They attack fast with razor-sharp claws and use some pretty dirty pack tactics to take you down. Crouched in the brush, Chu Josi tracks every movement, thinking he needs to be smart to avoid getting swarmed while looking for a way to end this fight fast. Suddenly, Chu Josi drops from above like a bolt of lightning, catching all 7 wolves completely off guard. All he is thinking about right now is testing out his new superhuman physical limits. He pops his body enhancement skill, feeling his arms swell with power as he gives the pack a final warning before the massacre starts. Chu Josi follows up with a lightning strike and a heavy thunder crash, causing a massive explosion that cuts the wolves' health down to 1/3. Landing gracefully, he picks off the survivors one by one and watches his experience bar start to climb. Each wolf is worth 500 experience points. Chu Josi notes that this is like farming mini-bosses back in his homeworld, while the system shows him at 6,500 out of 15,000. He laughs, realizing the gains here are way better than the outside world. He keeps grinding, hyped that he might double his level in just 3 rounds. Facing the last 2 wolves, things are getting intense. The system warns that the paralysis effect has worn off, meaning the beasts are back up and lunging straight for Chu Josi. Dealing with the rush, he stays cool, blocks the hits, and gears up for the final counterattack. The paralysis wore off way too fast. Dark creatures are built different, their resistance levels are totally off the charts. A wolf snaps at him with its massive jaws, but he blocks it just in time. 1 second late and he would have been lunch. Chu Josi gasps at the insane speed. If he had been any slower, his throat would have been ripped wide open. He stops cold. He senses another dark wolf closing in from behind and his brain starts working overtime. Using your buddy to block my vision? Pretty clever for a mutt. Chu Josi puts everything into his arm, activating his superhuman body system to channel 60% of his total power. With a burst of speed and raw strength, his weapon becomes a total meat grinder. He swings and takes the dark wolf's head clean off. He yells, "Catch this!" as the wolf drops dead. More experience points incoming. Chu Josi goes into beast mode. He figures hitting level 7 on the first try is totally doable as the meter hits 700 out of 15. Outside, Taikora is still standing there looking super stressed. Seeing her silence, the president walks over and asks if she is worried about the guy. Staring at the portal, he tells Sakura that soloing a dark zone is basically unheard of. Only someone with godlike power could pull that off, right? Sakura grits her teeth, her eyes full of fire as she says she believes in her master. The vice president sighs with his hands behind his back. He has seen many young prodigies get wrecked by their own egos. This is the first time he has seen anyone go solo against a dark zone boss. He heads out, hoping the kid wakes up soon. Hearing the trash talk about Chu Josi, Taikora puffs her cheeks out in total annoyance. Deep in the dark forest, Chu Josi hits the dirt, soaked in sweat and gasping for air after non-stop combat. He staggers up through a pile of wolf corpses, his body is shaking and his energy is almost at 0. The system alerts him that health and willpower are down 50%. Overusing that superhuman body really took a toll on him. Remembering Sala's help, he pulls 2 recovery potions out of his inventory. Chu Josi chugs both bottles in one go, then immediately spits and makes a face. He forgot this stuff tastes like absolute garbage. After forcing it down, his stats start to climb back up. With his strength returning, he decides to head even deeper into the woods. Back at the entrance, Taikora and the president are still pulling a long shift waiting. Sola asks why the boss is still hanging around. He calmly admits he is worried about the kid making it back alive. Thinking about Chu Josi with that massive sword on his shoulder, he keeps talking. Imagine a warrior joining a mage exam just to purify his core. No staff, yet he still brews top-tier potions. Suddenly, the guild leader hears a noise from the gate. He mutters, "I just heard something moving around in there." Skula catches the sound too and cheers. "That is the master. I can hear his signature thunder." As long as that sound echoes, we know the master is alive. Cut to the dark zone where Chu Josi is straight up wrecking monsters. He dives from above, swinging his blade and screaming, "Eat this lightning!" One hit, and the whole pack is wiped out. The system pings. 12,400 out of 15,000 experience points earned. Staring at the massive pile of monster corpses, he mutters, "One down, now for your boss." He wipes the grime off his face and smiles despite being totally gassed. He has reached the deepest layer. He can practically taste level 7. It is right around the corner. Standing at a cave with glowing red and blue eyes, Chu Josi decides to take 5 before the big fight. The system shows he is a level 6 warrior. He is rocking Foxman gear and his signature Black Ice Tooth sword. Skyfall skill is ready, but copy is locked. Power level 8,800. Experience is almost at the cap. He sits down, drops his sword, and chugs a potion. Once it is empty, he lets out a massive burp as the bottle rolls away. Chu sighs. This tastes like absolute garbage. Back in my world, the potions were way more convenient and tasty, but this stuff is way more effective. Once he feels 100% recovered, Chu Josi jumps to his feet. Status fully recovered. He throws his sword over his shoulder and yells, "All right, I am ready. Let's do this." The heavy cave doors slowly creak open. He walks inside, dragging his blade along the ground, completely unaware of the threat behind him. There is a stalker in the shadows. A massive beast with glowing red eyes is following his every move from the deep darkness of this cave. He spins around to size it up. It is the same level as the last eater, but the vibe is way scarier. This is definitely the boss. Chu Josi triggers his superhuman body mode. He gets a 60% power boost using both hands. He faces a massive pig monster with a glowing purple blade, the legendary level 14 boss of this zone. Before he can even set his feet, the monster charges in like a freight train. Fear flashes in his eyes. He flinches as the beast slams its massive sword down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Luckily, his reflexes are on point. He brings his sword up just in time to block the strike. He pushes back with everything he has, veins popping on his forehead. This guy is way too fast and freakishly strong. The beast roars, blasting out purple sound waves. Chu Josi tries to use ice magic to block it, but it barely does anything. He is shaking all over. It is a fear skill. The system explains that this shock tactic is only used by high-level powerhouses. It is meant to crush your spirit, making you panic and slowing your body down to a complete crawl. "Move! Come on! Please just move!" He is frozen stiff while the monster keeps swinging that giant blade at him. He bites his lip, desperately trying to force his legs to move. "Move! Damn it! This is my body!" Suddenly, his system ring flashes a bright golden light. At that exact moment, the monster's sword slams down in a massive explosion. The monster's massive blade gets jammed right against Chu Josi's own sword, locking them together. The slow debuff has finally worn off. Sparking with electricity, he glares at the beast and says, "I am not going out that easily." Even though he is totally gassed, he feels a surge of pure energy through his veins. He wonders if this energy is the reason the fear wore off, or if it is all just an illusion. The monster looks totally annoyed that he actually broke free. Chu just smiles confidently and says, "I told you, you ugly pig, I am not that easy to kill." The beast finally yanks its sword back and retreats. Then, it actually starts to talk. "You are strong. Your aura is intense. I did not expect you to break my slow effect like that." Chu is shocked. It can actually talk. "You can speak? I honestly thought you dark creatures were just mindless monsters that could not communicate." The creature replies, "We are the darkness. We are the superior beings in this world." Chu is stunned. Looking at the monster, he thinks, "Oh no, he is using that technique again. If only he had his dark goblin armor, he could use those rage tentacles to hit its weak spot. Too bad that gear is still in his original world." The system screen pops up. Level 6 warrior with Foxman armor and the black ice blade. His copy skill is grayed out because he currently lacks the requirements to use it. The monster switches its stance and swings a massive red blast toward Chu, creating a shockwave that literally cracks the ground under his feet. He blocks with everything he has got. Damn, he thinks. His weapon is on a whole different level. This guy is a serious heavyweight. The system says every piece of gear has a durability limit once it drops. You get weak and need a blacksmith to fix it. Everything is a total blur for Chu Josi. He is shaking, trying to tell himself that last hit just messed with his vision. A blade whistles right past his hair. Chu Josi grits his teeth. It is too fast to block. The beast keeps coming, stacking up attacks. The sword tears through the air again, grazing Chu Josi's neck. Blood starts trickling out. He is backed into a corner with 0 options left. Chu Josi counters immediately, pouring every bit of his strength into the strike. He uses his speed to close the gap on Tan Kong, clutching his bleeding neck with one hand. His health bar is starting to tank. He forces a smirk. He is hit, bleeding out, and has 0 meds to stop it. At this rate, he is not making it out alive. System alert. Bleeding is a debuff. If you do not stop the leak, you will die from blood loss. You need a healing skill or magic to fix this. Chu Josi thinks, no meds means I will collapse soon. I have to kill this thing before I pass out. Looking at the giant beast, he wonders if he should burn his last chances to escape and heal. Damn it, if he stays, he will just bleed until he drops. Forget it, there is no going back now. Chu Josi lunges forward with a heavy slash, eyes glowing red as he screams to just kill it. The monster is caught off guard and forced to defend. Chu Josi pushes the advantage, yelling, "Taste my lightning, you overgrown freak." As the blade hits, a massive blue explosion rips through the air. Chu Josi jumps back, praying that the hit actually landed. Why didn't it move? The beast just stands there in the glowing light, sword in hand, looking like it did not feel a thing. System says the strike hit the dirt, 0 damage dealt. The monster looks at Chu Josi and laughs in his face. Now, the real panic starts setting in. Great, the lightning was a bust. Suddenly, the monster loses it, roaring that he will take Chu Josi's life without needing any kind of sacrifice. Chu Josi frowns. Sacrifice? What the hell is that? The beast flies high into the air and slams his sword down, making the entire ground explode into pieces. It mocks him. Is this your max level? Chu Josi crashes down, his health bar already sliced in half. The beast stares at him, talking trash. Lost your weapon already? Adventurers are so pathetic. With that, it throws its sword over its shoulder and starts walking away. It shouts that it will finish him next time, but then it stops dead. It mumbles, "What is this? Who the hell are you?" The questions keep coming. Is this your sacrifice? Why is this happening? What? Is that a special dark art skill? The monster is totally losing its cool. Chu Josi's voice rings out from the void. Hey, thanks for coming close enough for me to actually hit you. I just copied that sacrifice skill you mentioned using my absolute copy ability. Pretty neat, right? Chu Josi reappears looking like a total boss, covered in heavy armor. He tells the beast that a solid body is where the real power comes from. System says, sacrifice burns half your health to wipe all debuffs. You hit peak power, boost your best skills to the max, and undergo a full physical transformation. Chu Josi declares, I can handle this now. I am going to tear you apart with my bare hands. Notifications flood in. Superhuman body unlocked. Sacrifice aura active. Strength is tripled, but the pressure on his physical body is absolutely insane right now. Status check. Level 6 Fox Tribe Warrior. Weapon is trashed. Skills. Heaven's Thunder and Sacrifice copy. Everything is ready for a showdown. Experience 12,400. Combat power 8,800. The area turns deep red as Chu Josi stands ready with blood-red eyes. System reminder, 60 seconds left. Strength is tripled, but the physical strain is reaching its limit. Experience stands at 12,400 with a combat power of 8,800. The monster is stunned. How can a human use dark skills? Chu Josi just shrugs and says it is as easy as breathing for him. System reveals his special trait. He can copy any skill regardless of race or level. He is basically a walking cheat code. Power depends on the user's combat strength. The ground starts splitting open and rocks float up. The monster can only stand there and wait. Only then does it realize Chu Josi is already moving. It mutters about the insane speed, but by the time it sees him, it is already over. He lands a flurry of bare-handed strikes on the beast. Then, he puts everything into one final air-piercing thrust directly into its chest. Chu Josi keeps the pressure on with his fists until the thing finally collapses. The monster stumbles back up, admitting that the kid is actually strong. System warning. Your weapon is severely damaged. The monster mumbles that even with a copied sacrifice, he can only use raw, physical strength. System info. Weapons and armor break under certain conditions. Once durability hits 0, they are basically trash. Chu Josi is panting, health down to 1/4. He says he does not care how it happens. He just has to win before time runs out. Sacrifice does not allow for healing. This is my only shot. The system notes that while sacrifice is active, the risk is massive. Current health cannot be restored by any method right now. Huge power always comes with a lethal price tag. You are on your own. The beast swings its sword and laughs. Beat me? You forgot one thing. It triggers dark magic, red lightning striking the earth as it growls. I can use sacrifice too. After the sacrifice, the monster enters a state of absolute blind rage. Its body swells and eyes glow red as it screams, yours is just a cheap copy. System says, sacrifice half your HP for 60 seconds of max power. Sacrifice complete. The beast lunges. Josi raises his hands, calls down the thunder, and yells, "Think I'd forget? I remember exactly how you used that weapon to deflect my strikes, too." Realization hits the beast. It looks at its discarded blade. Did he trick me into dropping it? Josi raises a spiked hand, eyes glowing red. He says, I was just forcing you to burn half your HP. The monster freezes in shock, its mind spiraling with a million conflicting thoughts. How is this possible? Just a clone? A mere human? How does he have this much power? Josi flashes forward in an instant, whispering coldly, "You're unarmed now. Let's see how long you can actually survive against this next strike." Blurring with speed, Josi closes the gap and drives his hand straight through the beast's chest. He says, "Once you sacrificed half your life force, this superhuman body became my ultimate weapon." After that hit, the monster's health bar drops to 0. It stammers one last time before collapsing. How can a human do this? Its eyes stay locked on Josi until the end. He calmly replies, "I will show you who the real idiot is here. Fight over." Josi retracts his armor and breathes. System alert. You have defeated the Dark Forest Sweeper and successfully cleared the zone. Reset attempts remaining. 2. The sacrifice effect has officially ended. Josi clutches his shaking, exhausted body. Every inch of him feels like it's being ripped apart from the inside. Sacrifice is powerful, but combined with this superhuman form, the pressure is insane. He's about to leave when another alert pops up. "You received the Dark Forest Overlord's weapon," Josi mutters. No way. The boss actually drops some legendary gear. He limps to the corpse and grabs the loot. Perfect timing, since he needed a replacement. The system displays the stats for the new weapon. Red Mist Blade, once used by the Forest Wanderer. This blade is unnaturally sharp and causes wounds that refuse to heal. Passive effect. Bleed. Subskill. Blood Ritual. After reading the stats, Josi cheers. This is freaking awesome. If I use this blood ritual right, I'll be unstoppable. More alerts flash. Resetting costs 1 challenge attempt to re-enter the Dark Zone. Or, you can leave now with 2 attempts left. Continuing grants a 50% experience boost. Josi stares at that last line. 50% bonus XP? Can't pass that up. He hits the reset button immediately. Instantly, the system announces Josi hit level 7. Warrior class, equipped with the Fox Beastman set. Weapon destroyed. Skills, Heaven's Thunder and Sacrifice, copy, combat power, 10. XP, 3,400. He looks at his hands and curses under his breath. Sacrifice is a heavy price. Self-damage doesn't just vanish. I thought my stats would improve my condition, but it's just a burden. Even with the level up easing the pain, the superhuman strain is still killing me. Dark skills drain too much. Should I pull out and rest? Another round means using sacrifice against the boss again. My body might not handle the stress. Plus, Sakura warned me. Going into round 2 without restocking items is basically a suicide mission. But thinking of my plan to hit level 12 in a week, I hesitate. I need those levels to survive. I can't walk away from this bonus XP. Josi smirks at himself. To get stronger, you've got to make some sacrifices. Once you pick this path, there is no turning back. Hesitation just leads to failure. The system pings. You chose to continue. Please return to the entrance. Stepping back in, he mutters, "Sorry for making you wait, Tola." Outside, President Dak and Sakura are still waiting around, wondering why Josi hasn't appeared yet. Sakura paces back and forth, freaking out. They both think it's been way too long. He should have been out by now. The president tries to chill. Don't worry, maybe he's just grinding for extra XP. Even so, the old man is sweating bullets. He figures if Josi lost, he'd be kicked out, but trying again without any supplies? That's just asking for a straight-up death sentence, especially in the Dark Zone. Sakura frets. But Master promised he'd come out after round 1. Yet, I can still hear the thunder. Right then, Eyes strolls back with a cup of tea. Took a nap and he's still not done? Seriously? Round 1 is over and nobody's been booted. Maybe he's just hiding and shaking somewhere. Dak snaps at Eyes to watch his mouth. Eyes laughs. President Dak, you really think he can solo a mid-level Dark Zone? Putting your hope in him is just a recipe for disappointment. He keeps going. Like I said, the kid is all talk. If he actually cleared round 1, he would have been out ages ago. The fact he hasn't appeared means he's trying again without enough potions. This won't end well for him. Sakura turns cold. Master will return safely. Shut it. I can still hear the thunder, which proves he's still in the fight. Silence follows. She's incredibly determined. Eyes lets out a mocking laugh. So what if there's thunder? If he fails, it's on you for gassing him up too much. Sakura glares intensely. If you say one more word, her face shifts, and both the president and VP feel the murderous intent rising from her. Dak slams his cane on the floor. Quiet, both of you! Nobody speaks until he walks out. Eyes, leave now. Eyes walks off but keeps muttering garbage under his breath. Look, I am just spitting facts here. Get ready to face reality. I want to see your faces when his old, broken body gets tossed out. The guildmaster barked, Bitch, get out right now. He thought to himself that a soft life had blinded the man to the danger creeping up on him. This demi-human girl has some crazy potential. Suddenly, Saola froze up. Dak asked her, Hey, what is wrong? Her eyes went wide with panic. Master's thunder had stopped, she whispered. Eozit nearby just sneered. See? The thunder is gone. Give up on hope already. Some random human taking on the dark zone alone? Pure comedy. Suddenly, a massive noise from the heart chamber made everyone spin around. The Emperor asked, What on earth was that sound? Then, cracks started spreading all over the heart chamber door. Tricolala yelled, I know this feeling. Get your staffs ready. Is the darkness breaking the seal? No way. He frowned, bracing himself. The seal is actually breaking. Eozit dropped his tea in a panic. Impossible. The dark zone cannot just break its own seal. Sekula felt that familiar energy and screamed, Wait! Chu Josi stumbled out, looking absolutely trashed. He called to Tora, Sorry for making you wait, kid. I finished 3 whole runs and bagged some extra experience points. I jumped 3 levels. He forced a smile. I am level 9 now. As soon as he spoke, he collapsed. Tikura caught him, yelling for her master. Dak and Eozit were stunned. 3 times? 3 levels up? How much hidden power does this guy actually have? Dak barked an order to heal him immediately. Chu Josi passed out cold in Sakura's arms. The system popped up, level 9, Fox Tribe Warrior, weapon, blood-soaked mist, skills, heavenly thunderbolt and sacrificial mimicry. Combat power, 14,500. They rushed him to the medbay. Guildmaster Dak and Vice Master Bitch started casting heals together. They whispered while working, saying his muscles and nerves were shredded. It is a straight-up miracle he is even breathing right now. When he finally woke up, Chu Josi looked way better. He moved his hands and thanked them for the fix. I feel good, he said. Saola pouted, roasting her master for being reckless and breaking promises. Chu Josi rubbed her head. Sorry, I will be careful. But that experience gain? Too tempting. I hit level 9 and scored a huge reward this time. You know I am always hungry for that sweet experience. Sekula snapped back. Your safety comes first. Stop lying to me. The guildmaster leaned on his staff and spoke up. You said you finished 3 runs, right? Chu Josi nodded. Dak and Eozit just stared at each other in total silence after that answer. The guildmaster sighed. If I didn't see it myself, I would never believe one guy cleared the dark zone 3 times straight. Inside, he was shook. That kid's aura was heavier than the darkness itself. He almost thought the shadows had breached the barrier. This guy's power is off the charts in both healing and combat. If Kevin is a genius, then this kid is on a whole different planet. Eozit stood there frozen for a second, then cleared his throat a few times before he finally found his voice. I am truly sorry for what I said before. Please forgive me for underestimating what a human is capable of. Sakura kept her chin high. She didn't even bother looking at him, just tossed out, Oh, so you finally get it now? You actually helped patch me up, so don't even sweat it, okay? Chu Josi just waved it off from his bed with a light laugh, explaining that the reflection skill he used was basically a boss-level heal. Eozit added that they did their best, but the deep tissue damage was still there. The guy was still in a really sketchy state. Right then, the system description flashed. Reflection is a mid-tier recovery technique. It can fix various types of physical trauma to an extent and is a pretty common tool for most serious adventurers. Outside, the guildmaster kept breaking down Chu Josi's condition. His body was a wreck, full of internal bleeding and widespread nerve damage. If they had waited even a minute longer to start the treatment, he would have been a goner for sure. He figured the kid used some forbidden magic. He warned him to stop because the backlash could ruin his future leveling potential. Hearing that, Chu Josi totally panicked. He blurted out that all he ever wanted was to reach a higher level. He started thinking it over and realized that the sacrificial power was starting to mess with his head. The urge to fight was drowning everything else out. He was losing himself. That thought scared the absolute life out of him. Suddenly, a vision of those creepy eyes he saw in his subconscious flashed right in front of him. Chu Josi flinched, wondering if that was actually the same set of eyes. He stared wide-eyed, his breathing getting heavy and fast. Noticing something was off, Tora immediately asked if he was okay. Chu Josi wiped his forehead and lied, saying he was just tired. But deep down, he knew the dark sacrifice skill wasn't just wrecking his body, it was eating his soul. He had to stop. Guildmaster Dak handed him a big bag of meds and told him to take one every single day. He told him that resting after taking the dose would help his body soak up the medicine properly. Aosit saw the bag and lost it. He yelled that it was a special grade medicine and asked if the boss was serious. Chu Josi happily grabbed the meds and gave them a sincere thanks for everything. Sakura's over there getting all nosy about the meds. The guildmaster breaks it down, saying it's Kevin's favorite stuff and it works wonders for getting back on your feet. He tells Chu Josi he should go see the guy face to face. Show some real spark, and Kevin might take you under his wing to teach you those top-tier medical secrets. Kevin is one of the rare legends rocking the wind-slaying law. Sala practically chokes, fists clenching, as she demands to know which number he's actually holding. Chu Josi is totally lost, wondering what the big deal is with these laws. Eosik narrows his eyes, thinking it's pretty sus that an adventurer like Chu Josi doesn't know the basics. He explains that the world is run by laws that control nature's mana. Magic built on these is straight up terrifying, known as the forbidden wind-slaying curses. For Maj, making potions stronger is the goal, but these laws are brutal. They basically have a mind of their own. 12 laws are hidden out in the wild. You need the right training just to get close to them. The wind-slaying memorial is the relic that keeps this power alive, passing it down to the most elite mages. The original laws go way back to ancient times and carry enough juice to wipe out everything. Kevin is a straight-up prodigy for mastering the 12th law, the law of the great wind. 10 years ago, his magic hit the ceiling. It's perfect for cooking up meds, boosting their kick, and even blending in the power of the laws. With Kevin's skills, those deep internal injuries Chu Josi has might actually heal. Chu Josi's hyped, double-checking if he heard that right. Saula's eyes go wide, praying that her master's body can finally make a total comeback. The boss hands over a recommendation letter. It's not the perfect time to meet Kevin, but with this note, you're getting in for sure. Chu Josi bows his thanks, and the master adds a tip. Bring some rare loot and high-end medical supplies as a bribe. Once they're recovered, Chu Josi and Sakura ditch the guild to start their next mission. The boss and his second-in-command walk them right to the door. As Chu Josi fades into the distance, Ellis asks if that kid actually caught the chairman's interest. Elisabeth points out that the gift was a Type B blood potion, something they traded Kevin a ton of rare materials for. The boss just smirks. He wants to see how far this human kid can push it. Supporting him is just an investment in the future. Elis frowns, calling it a high-stakes gamble. Not many geniuses can survive the dark zone alone, and a human? That's even more unlikely. The boss is still confident. He says it's rare, but history has seen it before. Now Eos is curious, asking about those crazy legends. He starts the tale from 1,000 years ago, when a legendary being gave birth to the Beastkin race. That was Gassiet, the ancient god king. Cut to Chu Josi and Sala hacking their way through thick forest bushes. He asks if Sakura knows where Kevin lives. She's following behind, saying the chairman gave her the full rundown on the location. It's a long haul, but they can grind some levels on the way since this path lines up perfectly with what they're hunting. There's still one catch, though. Chu Josi looks back, wondering what kind of condition she's talking about. As they keep moving, Saora explains that to finish this mission, her master is going to need a party. A huge crowd is hanging out in the forest ahead. Chu Josi's shocked, asking why everyone's huddled up like that. Secula explains it's a quest hub. Adventurers swarm here to grab limited-time missions before they vanish or move to a new spot. The system pop-up explains everything. Quest hubs feature random tasks on a timer. They usually limit how many people can join, but offer some insane rewards. Chu Josi is totally hyped. He cracks his knuckles, saying it's like a quest counter, and tells her they should give it a shot. System stats show Chu Josi at level 9. Class, Warrior, Gear, Fox, Man Armor and a Damage, Absorbing Mist Shield. Skills, Heavenly Thunder and Sacrifice, Copy, Combat Power, 14,500. Chu Josi is pumped because the dungeons here are way more intense. He's already thinking about testing his main skills in there. Chu Josi steps up and tells her he's heading in first. Sura shouts from behind, telling him to stay sharp while she waits back here. Up ahead, a guy is shouting for teammates. He's looking for a level 15 warrior or saint with a power level over 6,000. The leader's name is Vo, and most of his crew is already level 15. He's promising fair loot splits once they get a full squad. The crowd starts whispering. JF mentions that this group has been waiting around for 2 days straight. The loot looks sweet, but this mission is basically a suicide run. Venkus adds that finding level 15 players with 6,000 combat power is rare, but the captain is stubborn as hell. Yugi, part of Team V, begs the captain to reconsider since they have wasted 2 days waiting around for someone to join the party. It is not worth blowing their entire shot at this quest hub. Victor snaps back, reminding them that the pricey intel from the tavern says this level 12 quest is the only way to get blood roses. This loot is worth 500 silver and he will not settle for less. The system notes that blood roses are a very rare medical ingredient. Adding them to potions massively boosts the healing power. That is why mages and alchemists always hunt for them at high prices. Yui sighs, saying maybe someone will join next time since they cannot leave without a full team. Right then, Chu Josi walks up with a friendly grin and gives a casual wave. He asks to join as a warrior. Even though his level is low, the kid is super confident in his own skills. Seeing a volunteer walk up, the eyes of every member in Team 5 light up with a sudden burst of hope. Victor rushes over, calling Chu Josi their savior, assuming he is level 14, or maybe even level 13, which they would still totally accept. If he is level 12, they can carry him. Chu Josi scratches his head awkwardly, admitting he is only level 9 but down to tank. Hearing that, Victor's face turns dark and moody immediately. He lunges forward to scream, but his team holds him back. He cannot believe a level 9 warrior has the balls to act that confident. Meanwhile, Chu Josi stays chill, insisting he is dead serious. Just then, the quest gate announces only 10 minutes until it closes for the day. Yugi grabs Victor, reminding him that if they miss this golden opportunity right now, they will waste another whole day. The captain needs to make a call, and he needs to make it fast. Another guy in the back suggests taking the level 9 warrior because the most important thing is just having a full party. Tagu agrees, saying if they keep waiting, they will never make back the money they spent on that expensive intel. Facing all the pressure, Victor finally caves and agrees to a deal. Admitting they are out of options, he yells at Chu Josi that he will give him one single chance. But inside the quest, you follow my orders exactly, because the four of them are the real pros, while he is just a warm body. Chu Josi claps Victor on the shoulder, saying he is stoked to join his first party, forcing the captain to give a half-hearted wave back. Joining a real team has Josi feeling totally hyped. He takes the lead and starts shouting for everyone to move up, leaving Victor's crew shocked that this is his first time. As the squad reaches the quest gate, the system announces that the level 16 mission has officially begun for them. Entering the woods, they run into a level 16 forest rhino with 7,600 combat power and a massive body. It hates intruders and is super tanky against physical attacks. One teammate screams in terror that this is actually a level 16 quest, not level 12. Victor grinds his teeth, cursing the guy who sold them fake info. Yugi panics in the back, worrying they will not survive this difficulty, especially since the very first enemy is already this terrifying. Victor quickly orders everyone to stay low, and whispers that they are level 15 pros who have cleared many hard quests before. If they just work together like usual, they will win. If things go south, they will have to use a return bone to bail. The system notes that return bones are crazy expensive items that, when used, allow the player to escape from a mission instantly. However, they do not work in special quests, and usually only show up at auctions because they are so incredibly rare. Suddenly, Victor remembers something and looks up to ask, "Wait a minute, we forgot about that level 9 kid. Where exactly did he go?" When Victor asks, Takolu realizes that by the time he arrived, the kid was already there and busy. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light explodes from the bushes right up ahead, mixed with sparks of electricity crackling everywhere. Victor's crew just stares, totally paralyzed. On the other side of the clearing, Chu Josi has already finished off the rhino. He takes a deep breath and laughs, saying, "Man, this feels so good. Way easier than those mobs back in the dark zone." Watching this unfold, Victor's group yells in total shock. Did he seriously just take that monster down all by himself? Shouldering his sword, Chu Josi gives a thumbs up and tells them to keep up, saying he is used to speedrunning lately and cannot wait to grab the rewards at the end. System stats. Level 9 Earth Warrior in Fox Beast armor with bloodthirsty weapons, owning Thunderstrike skills and Sacrifice Mimicry, combat power hits 14,500. Right then, the level 16 quest continues deep in the woods. After seeing Chu Josi's power, Victor's squad starts working together way more smoothly than before. Victor yells out a warning. "There is still another one behind that tree. That one over there is weak. Finish it off right now." Level 15 Wind Archer Thu draws back her bow, totally blown away. She is wondering if this level 9 kid actually pulled off this entire mission all by himself. That is seriously insane. The whole squad is buzzing. They are saying he just charged in and wiped every single mob. Meanwhile, Chu Jose is out front leading the pack and clearing the way. He is just deleting everything in his path. One guy says he knows every monster's weak point. Seriously, how is he doing this while only being at level 9? Level 15 Priest now adds that the guy does not even need healing. He makes this whole fight look like a walk in the park. Level 15 Rogue Yugi is just hanging off a tree branch, hiding in the shadows with 620 power. He asks the captain if they are boys. Like, who is this guy? With skills like that, he has got to be famous in the community, right? Victor, a level 15 mage with 6,300 power, says he knows a ton of people and cannot keep track of them all. Maybe some broker at the pub mentioned him before. He looks like a top-tier guild elite, but for some reason, the name is just not clicking yet. Up ahead, Chu Jose is still going ham, wrecking every monster in his path. He is thinking this mission is a joke compared to the Black Realm. Sure, the experience is okay, but it is nothing special. These level 16 mobs are weaker than level 11 ones back there, not even half as tough. Chu Jose spots a tree monster and uses his special eye to scan for info immediately. Its fatal weakness is fire, but watch out for those poisonous spiked vines it uses to whip people. Chu Jose slides around the vines like a pro. He thinks as long as he stays sharp, those poison spikes are basically nothing. His blue eye found the weak spot, but he is wondering if there is an even better way to totally crush this thing. The quest wants some blood roses. He wonders if he should grab a few as a weird souvenir for Kevin. Chu Jose swings his blade and shreds those incoming vines into pieces. The system says blood roses are super rare herbs that boost healing like crazy. Alchemists pay a fortune for this stuff, so the market price is sky high. Chu Jose yells back to the squad that the boss is coming and more mobs are swarming. They are terrified of fire, so mages start blasting them with flame spells. Victor shouts, "All right, let's do this!" Deep down, he is thinking it is finally his turn to show everyone what he can do. Chu Jose reminds everyone to watch out for those poison spikes. One scratch and you are going down. The tree monster closes in with its toxic vines. Victor and the crew have to lock in and stay on high alert. Victor is confused. How does a level 9 kid know so much? This kind of experience is wild. He is definitely hiding his true power. Shaking it off, the team gets in sync and unleashes a massive sea of fire to torch all the tree monsters around them. Night falls and they light a fire to stay warm. Yugi, Nao, and Takalu are just chilling around the flames. Takolu says things are going great because that warrior is a beast. Yugi teases him, asking if he is calling the kid Sir Warrior now. Nao stares at the fire with blushing cheeks. She whispers that he is different from everyone else. He must have a very special background. Over in the corner, Victor and Chu Jose finally shake hands and introduce themselves properly. Victor says he knows talent when he sees it and wants the real story. Chu Jose just laughs and says he is just a rookie. Victor laughs and says, "A rookie? Sure, let's go with that." But Chu Jose keeps insisting he is telling the dead honest truth. He hands Chu Jose some water and casually asks if he knows how the mission rankings work in these different areas. Chu Jose takes a sip and says he has no clue. Victor just rolls his eyes and tells him to stop acting like a dummy. Victor explains that every region has fixed mission points and a leaderboard that tracks how well every single team is actually performing. It tracks the first clear and the best performance. It does not just give rewards, it makes your name famous across every guild branch. Chu Jose gets the gist of it, but still asks what Victor is actually getting at with all this talk. He is thinking to himself that his old world had a similar system. Turns out this place is not that different after all. Victor crosses his arms and brags that they are not just some random group. They are actually the elite level 15 vanguard for the Great Goat Guild, led by Harvey. Chu Jose still does not see the point and asks him to just get to the bottom line already. Victor clears his throat and says a tough level 18 swamp mission from the Black Realm just appeared. Nobody understands the monsters, so he wants Jose to be their key. Hearing about Black Realm monsters, Chu Jose gets hyped. He pumps his fist and asks if the payout is going to be massive. Victor nods. If they win, they get the first clear record and the highest score. The rewards are huge, so everyone is fighting for it. If you are interested, you should come and talk to our team captain. Chu Jose thinks it is a good way to kill time while waiting for upgrade items. He asks if a level 9 can even join a level 18 mission. Victor waves him off and says not to sweat it. The mission has different tiers, but this one is strictly for level 18 adventurers. Chu Jose agrees, but says he has 2 conditions. Victor tells him as long as they are fair, he will make it happen and pay extra. Victor figured if he joined and shared info on those shadow monsters, the squad would snag that first record. It was the perfect play to level up their guild status. Chu Josi laid out his terms for when they finished the job. Hand over every single drop of base experience to me. Plus, I get first dibs on the loot. You guys can split whatever's left over. Victor's jaw dropped. He actually started stuttering, saying, "That is totally insane. Look, even if I'm down, the captain and the rest won't just say yes. We have to ask." Victor headed back to the squad and told them to put it on ice until the mission was done. Enough resting, let's move out. The whole team immediately hit the trail again. Everyone just stood there watching while Chu Josi finished the job. Yugi admitted the captain's fire spin move was pretty sick. Now gripped his staff, noting the boss was weak to fire. No wonder it went smooth. Victor dialed in his fire magic, torching the vines. Once that tree monster was toast, Victor admitted it was all Chu Josi. It took 10 seconds just to lock that weak spot. You called every play and kept the team safe. Seriously, you were total fire out there. When the loot dropped, Chu Josi grabbed the blood rose and said he was good. The rest of them could split the remaining gear. Victor pulled the crew together to say goodbye, promising to split the loot later. The other three thanked him. After the others split, Victor asked Chu Josi if he was free. He wanted to thank Captain Javi and introduce him to the squad. Chu Josi told him to hold on so he could tell the crew. He met Sakura, who wiped his face and said getting invited that fast was impressive. She didn't get that chance until level 30. Sakura said everything looked solid for now. She told him to stay safe because this was going to be one hell of a ride. She was going to scout the nearby town for intel and report back. Chu Josi just grinned, telling her if he wasn't around, just wait at the local guild hall. Sakura handed him a bag with some potions and enough cash for 3 days, just to be safe. Chu Josi grabbed the gear and hit the road. He even turned back to wave one last thank you. Sakura wished him a safe trip and watched him disappear into the distance. Suddenly, her face went totally cold and serious. She needed to dig deeper into this Kevin genius if he really mastered wind and earth fusion. The plan to take him out definitely needed an update. Cut to a guy lifting a beer. He barked out, a level 9 warrior with 2 conditions? Victor, are you for real right now? That was Captain Javi, a level 18 hero with a shield and a massive combat power of 7,600. He glared at them and snapped, some level 9 kid wants to lead an elite level 16 squad? Give me a break. Victor rushed to explain that the guy was actually a beast. Without him, there was no way they would have snagged that blood rose so easily. A guy in red armor stood nearby, beer in hand. He sneered, saying a level 9 wasn't even worthy of breathing the same air as them. This was Luke, a guy known for his trash talk. He was the level 17 vice captain with dual swords and 6,930 power. He kept laughing. Did hanging out with those losers rot your brain? Can't keep up with the big horn squad anymore, Victor? Stop wasting our time. Even with everyone in the room laughing at him, Victor still tried to make them listen. I'm dead serious. If you don't believe me, just meet him. Javi looked up and asked, is he here? Seeing his chance, Victor quickly said, yeah, I brought him. He's waiting right outside. Luke just smirked. You're actually naive enough to bring that kid here? After getting mocked nonstop, Victor's face went red. He finally snapped and yelled, that's enough. Inside, he was fuming. This time, he was going to make them eat their words. Seeing how sure Victor was, Javi finally gave in. Fine, I'll see him. Victor bowed his thanks and rushed outside. He grabbed Chu Josi, leading him back in with a hand on his shoulder to show the way. Walking into the crowded room, Chu Josi looked a bit shy. He rubbed his head and said, hey, I'm Chu Josi, a level 9 warrior. It's an honor to meet you all. Every eye in the place locked on to him. Luke immediately pointed and started laughing, mocking how weak and pathetic the kid looked. Victor patted his shoulder to calm him down. Just speak up, Chu. Captain Javi took a sniff of his beer and spoke up. According to Victor, you're the reason we finished that new mission, right? If that's true, how confident are you really? Chu Josi didn't blink. 100%. But I've got one condition. 100%? Javi asked. So what's the deal? Chu Josi just pointed at himself and said calmly, I want to be your captain. The whole room went dead silent. Javi just stared, his eyes wide with total shock. You really think you're going to lead this elite squad? Luke slammed his fist down, screaming, are you insane? This is Captain Javi's crew. Don't make a fool of yourself. Victor leaned in and whispered to Chu Josi, you as the leader? That's just crazy talk. Chu Josi just glanced over and whispered back, it's part of the mission. Don't sweat it. Javi set his beer down and said, plenty of teams have failed right here. We've already tanked this 6 times and blown through a mountain of resources. We've lost 2 gold in total. Chu Josi replied, if it's about the money, I'll cover it. Just give me command and the job gets done. Luke's face turned bright red as he screamed, you really have the nerve to say that? Another teammate joined in the shouting. Cap, teach this punk a lesson. But Javi turned around and surprisingly gave the green light. Fine. I accept your terms, he said. He raised his mug and gave a cold warning. If you fail or lie to us, I, Javi, won't let you off easy. Luke was stunned and asked if he was serious. Chu Josi just stayed chill, saying that if they worked together, the mission would be cake. Luke pointed right at the leader. You really trust this guy? What can a weak level 9 scrub even do? Javi stayed cool. Do we even have another choice? Even without him, we'd still have to try. Luke wouldn't budge. Letting him lead is just insane. This is a total scam. The Big Eye team is desperate, and even Victor got played. This kid doesn't fit. Just kick him out. Javi gave Luke a dead serious look. Do you have any idea how much the guild has been mocking us lately? Our stats are trash, and every other squad is lapping us. If we crush this mission, we finally get our street cred back. We are out of options. Even if it's just a tiny sliver of hope, we have to grab it. Javi balled his fists at Chu Josi. If this is a prank, you're dead. Cut to the mission site, where other squads were already gathered. Seeing Big Eye show up, the crowd started trash talking. Is that them? Another mission? Bet they failed just like every other time. Wait, Javi isn't the one leading, they whispered as they watched Chu Josi walk in front. Who the heck is that guy? Anubis crossed his arms and laughed at his fit. Is that the Big Eye crew? Did you guys actually get a new captain? All show and no go. You're gonna end up broke, so maybe spend your cash more wisely. Victor leaned in and whispered to Chu Josi. That captain always targets us, but he's not wrong. Our losing streak has left us completely drained and totally broke. The boss and the whole crew are under massive pressure. The vibe in this group is beyond tense right now. After hearing Victor's explanation, Chu Josi just gave a simple nod. Yeah, I get the picture. Chu Josi walked up and slapped Anubis on the shoulder, startling him. My bad for blocking the way. Anubis sneered. Javi, your new captain sure is cocky. He shouted so everyone could hear. I wonder if you'll still be acting this arrogant when you come back after another fail. Chu Josi just looked back with a smirk. Want the results? Just watch. The quest gate appeared, and Chu Josi spoke up. All right, squad, let's move. Chu Josi calculated his plan. The marsh had dangerous monsters, but with his divine eye skill, it wouldn't be an issue at all. He was confident the team would crush expectations as they stepped through the teleportation portal. System notification. Welcome to the Dark Quest in the Swamp region. Level 18 Dark Swamp requires a group of 12 to 17 players, max level 18 allowed. The squad began to move. Javi walked behind him and asked for the plan. Chu Josi put his hands on his hips. I've got it covered. He then opened his system to confirm. I'm taking all the experience points. That the deal? Javi nodded. Our reputation matters way more than some XP. As long as we actually clear this first quest, it's fine. Just don't let us down, kid. We're desperate for a win. Putting you in charge is on me, but if you blow this, you'd better be ready for the consequences. Chu Josi looked at the confirmed screen and said, Got it. Javi turned to the squad. Gear up and follow Chu's orders, everyone. He gave a short reply. Luke was still annoyed, his mind filled with doubt about the whole thing. Can't believe we're letting him leech all the experience. Whatever. Chu Josi watched his screen, deciding it was time to activate that hard mode Victor mentioned. The system explained. Every quest has two settings, normal and hard mode. In hard mode, all rewards and the difficulty are tripled, including the experience points. Seeing the triple rewards, Chu Josi smirked. He figured with this much XP, he'd jump up at least 1 or 2 levels. The system notified the whole team that Chu Josi had triggered hard mode. Everyone stood there, completely stunned by the choice. Javi turned around, panicking. Hard mode? Seriously? The crew started buzzing. Why would you even do that? Did you mess up? Hard mode is basically suicide. Victor ran over, looking terrified. Are you playing us? I told you hard mode is only for people who've mastered the quest. You clicked the wrong thing, right? Luke took the chance to talk trash. You idiot. No one even clears normal mode, and hard is way worse. You trying to kill us? This is a total setup. When we get out of here, we're gonna be the laughingstock of the guild. Luke turned away, grinning. He finally had an excuse to kick the kid out. He sneered, what a moron. Good thing I actually brought a retreat horn. Because of this guy, we have to waste a rare item to escape. Let's get out of here. We got scammed. Chu Josi stepped up with a cold glare. If I brought you in here, I'm going to get you out safely too. Follow me. Deep down, he knew hard mode wasn't going to be a problem. With my divine eye and this massive squad, we are going to finish this mission without anyone getting a single scratch. Luke yells, You really think we can clear this after failing on normal? Stop the capping. You played us, man. This ain't a game, and if you want to die, go do it alone. After popping the divine eye, Josi figures it out. Just like he thought the swamp's dampness makes these monsters super weak against lightning, Josi cranks up the divine eye, and all the monster intel floods in instantly. Level 18, Fang Crocs. Water type. Weak against lightning and fire. Their thick hides and high defense mean normal attacks won't do much damage. When they swarm in a pack, their coordinated strikes hit like a freight train. Analysis says fire or lightning works best. Using the water's conductivity gives a huge edge. A lightning strike will definitely shock them. Divine Eye locks in the perfect strategy. Josi realizes if he concentrates harder, he can boost the eye's power even more. Seeing Josi charge the pack, Luke totally freaks out. Hey, you moron! Those are hard mode crocs, and there are tons of them. We are in deep trouble now. Javi is holding her shield, but her confidence is shaking. She mutters, Is this guy actually just playing us? Seeing Javi's crew trembling, Chu Josi shoots them a look. He's dead set on leading them through this nightmare run. Josi enters his combat stance, draws his blade, and barks out orders. Fire mages, get ready. Victor knows there is no turning back now. He grips his staff tight. Screw it. Fine. Let's move. I am with you. Victor commands his fire mages to stay close. If we bail now, we will be a laughingstock. The royal mages hear the order and charge in together. One guy yells, "Let's get it!" Victor growls that he is done being treated like a joke. Meanwhile, Josie is already head-to-head with the Crocs. Harry sees the madness and screams, "Kid, move! 6 at once is too much. You are going to get crushed." Zero hesitation, Josie swings his sparking sword, tagging a Croc, then shouts to the fire mages, "Drop your magic exactly 1 meter ahead of me." The fire squad shouts back in total sync. Josie mashes lightning and fire together to wreck the pack of swamp Crocs while keeping them pinned with stun skills. A split second later, the whole pack is swallowed by flames, letting out some seriously nasty death rattles. Victor's jaw drops. 6 at once? How did that happen? In the blink of an eye, the entire pack was gone. Josie explains his strike, skill, debuffs, enemies, and doubles the damage if they focus their magic on a single point. Like that, taking them down is a breeze. As the system confirms the Divine Eye scan is done, the crew is totally blown away by his fast analysis. They finally believe they might finish this. Victor cheers, saying Josie pulled it off again. He never doubted him for a single second. Javi watches him, thinking, how is a level 9 this cracked? Who is this guy? She still can't believe it. The old man flops down, whining that it was just dumb luck. Nobody analyzes that fast under this kind of pressure. Another member snaps back. That is why Josie is the GOAT. We all saw what happened. Victor stands tall and tells him to shut it. You are embarrassing yourself, he barks at the guy. He glares at Victor, stuttering. What did you just say? Josie cuts through the drama before it gets ugly. Stop. We are burning daylight. He calls for everyone to follow him into the hard mode zone. Havai grabs her shield and sprints after him, rallying the rest of the squad to move out. The team pushes forward, leaving the whiner behind. Havai and the crew vow to follow Captain Josie and crush this run. 30 minutes later, deep in the Shadow Swamp mission, they hit a marsh where the green water is bubbling like crazy. The crew hides while Josie scans the area. Victor whispers nervously, Tons of squads failed right here. What is the move, Captain? The salty vice captain warns that these shadow monsters are on another level. If we fail, the Sun Goat team makes us pay. Victor shoots back, pointing out that Josie's intel has kept everyone breathing so far. That never happened before, so try being grateful instead of talking trash. The vice captain snaps back that he is still in charge and only looking out for the squad's interest. Javi sees the heat rising and tells everyone to pipe down so Josie can focus. With the Divine Eye, Chu Josi gets the results. There is no way around this nasty swamp. The only path is straight through, but someone has to bait the monsters so the rest of the team can move safely. Chu Josi clocks the situation. Honestly, this looks easier than he first thought. The system keeps feeding him stats. A 300-meter area, depths from 24 centimeters to 126, and an average of 86 decimeters. The optimal path is locked in depths under 40 centimeters. It is the fastest route and completely bypasses the most dangerous zones. Drawing a map on the ground with a dry branch, Chu Josi figures his god-eye accuracy scales with his combat power. He starts plotting their move through the muck. System alert. 15 shadow creeps are patrolling the path. He has to lure them out to clear a way for the squad. Plus, with his cracked superhuman stats, trekking through the mud is a breeze. The plan is to use the swamp conductivity to fry those shadow monsters with a massive lightning strike. Chu Josi needs to juice up his legs, ditch the crew, and lead those monsters into the trap zone. During the fight, he will adjust the plan live, focusing every strike on their weak spots. Observation over. Chu Josi tells them he is just the temp lead. If you hate it, leave. He won't stop you. But right now, his eyes turn sharp. Everyone follows the captain's orders. The vice lead clenches his fist, but Javi instantly shuts him down. Javi tells him to stay mad until they finish. The guy just snarls, muttering about level 9 rookies. Chu Josi watches silently. The old him would have been totally rattled by this hostility. He gets it now. Some people just love bullying the weak or seeing others as threats. Only way out is getting stronger, and he is definitely not the old Chu Josi anymore. He stands up fast and announces they have to cross the swamp to reach the next area. Javi nods, mentioning the entrance, but warns about shadow monster ambushes. The risk of failing is massive. Chu Josi tells them it is dangerous, but he has a plan. Javi immediately wants the details. He suggests staying behind to lure the monsters away. While Javi leads the rest of the squad toward the next area, he will finish the job and catch up fast. Hearing the plan, Harry and Vitor are totally stunned. Vitor worries about the risk while Javi calls it reckless. The vice captain mocks the basic strategy. Anyone could think of that, he sneers. If Chu Josi dies, do not blame us. Chu Josi understands Vitor is worried, so he tells him to memorize the best path to avoid the danger zones. A shocked Vitor asks how he could possibly know that. He draws his sword. Leading them is just the start. He will wipe them out and catch up. No time to waste. He asks the squad if he has ever been truly reckless before. After hearing that, The team just shoulders their blades in silence. Chu Josi moves out, telling them to hold formation. He steps into the swamp, feeling the thick mud grip his boots. This terrain is brutal, but perfect for unleashing some serious lightning damage. The crew watches him go, stunned. The vice lead doubts it, but Javi respects his guts. Vor steps in, showing total faith. Rank doesn't matter as long as the plan works. Standing in the muck, Chu Josi scans the water. 15 enemies, right on schedule. This is enough to make anyone lose their cool. A monster suddenly lunges from the water, and Chu Josi uses his god eye to scan it. It is a level 18 Dark Soul Eater, a shadow beast hiding in the mud. Weaknesses, lightning and piercing strikes. They are fast but fragile, specializing in ambush attacks. Chu Josi instantly slashes the monster. The system analysis adds that its body is soaked, making it highly resistant to fire but incredibly sensitive to lightning damage. Its body structure makes piercing hits absolutely lethal. Gripping his blade, Chu Josi dares them to come. Suddenly, he is fighting 7 of them. His body is pulsing with blinding white electricity. He realizes they hide in the mud after attacking. Chu Josi slams his sword down. Electricity surges out. Without his analysis, finding their weak points would be impossible. Jolted by the shock, the monsters surface. System message: lure successful. Watching the 7 muddy creeps, Chu Josi smirks. Everything is going exactly as planned. No hesitation. He moves out instantly. To a normal person, this swamp is a total nightmare. But with his superhuman stats, this mud is nothing but a playground. Once the system kicks in, his leg power hits a new level. Now, walking across the swamp feels like strolling on solid ground. Fully powered up, Chu Josi bolts forward, baiting the monster mob behind him. He shouts back over his shoulder, "Harvey, follow the markers I left." The squad just stares, totally stunned. Is he actually pulling every single shadow monster alone? This guy is insane. Look at that agility. How is he sprinting across the mud without sinking an inch? With Captain Chu Josi leading, every quest feels winnable. Is he really just a temporary leader? Vito crosses his arms and smirks at the guy next to him. See? Told you so. Believe me now? After a tense beat of silence, the other guy finally gives a slow nod. I will admit, I totally underestimated him. Harvey immediately rallies the squad. Stop standing around like statues. Move out now. While the captain keeps those mobs distracted, follow me. Vito gives a sharp nod. Roger that, sir. We are right behind you. The team rushes through the muck, pushing forward. A system alert pops up. Monster aggro successful. The path ahead is finally clear. Reaching the kill zone with the pack on his heels, Chu Josi roars. End of the line. I am taking you all down right here. Gripping his blade with both hands, he whispers, that piercing strike is going to do some work. Add a little lightning splash and these things are toast. A monster lunges, jaws wide, but Chu Josi's blade shuts it down mid-air. Seeing their buddy get wrecked, the rest of the pack freezes. They are too scared to charge. Electricity crackles around Chu Josi. He coolly tells them, relax, we have all day. Meanwhile, Harvey's squad clears the swamp safely. Someone cheers. We actually made it. Finally, out of that hellhole. The group is hyped. They have never made it this deep into the zone before. Every other team failed halfway through. We owe this entire run to Captain Chu Josi. Harvey smiles. Yeah, we really pulled it off. Vito sprints back with an update, pointing ahead. Yo, the boss trigger is right there. We reached the lair. Harvey and the others exchange shocked looks. For real? Vito confirms with a grin. Yeah, this boss looks like a cakewalk. The swamp was definitely the hardest part. The squad starts buzzing, everyone itching to jump into the fight. Should we just go in? The captain said, wait. But the win is right there. We cannot keep losing forever, right? Let us show the captain what we are made of, Harvey mutters. I want to, but this is hard mode. Luke jumps in. Hold up, everyone chill. We need to wait for Captain Chu Josi. The squad looks confused. Someone blurts out a question. Wait for the captain? Why? What is going on? Luke rubs the back of his neck, sounding guilty. Look, I doubted his skills before, but he is the reason we are even here. His talent is undeniable. Since we are at the boss room, waiting for the captain is just the safer play. Harvey and Vito lock eyes and nod. Harvey laughs. Looks like you are finally a believer too. Fine by me. Better safe than sorry. Let us wait for Captain Chu Josi. Vito gives a thumbs up in agreement. Smart move, Vice Captain. It is the best way to stay alive. While they are talking, Chu Josi suddenly reappears. He asks, waiting for me. I finished clearing out those shadow monsters. The boss is just up ahead, right? Let us regroup here. His gear is shredded, but his aura is radiating pure, raw power. Chu Josi continues. Time to finish this hard mode quest. The system screen flashes. Level 9, Warrior, Beast Soul Gear Set, Heaven Thunder Weapon, Sacrifice Skill, Combat Power, 14,500. Seeing him back, the entire squad is totally blown away. He really soloed all those mobs? Godly. Who even is Captain Chu Josi? I keep forgetting he is only level 9. Vito adds, to be honest, I do not know much about his background either. Harvey watches Chu Josi thoughtfully. Once this quest is wrapped up, we should nominate him for guild leader. The team enters the boss arena. System alert. Swamp Shadow's quest activated. Before them stands a beast dripping with dark energy, its face like a jagged human skull. That is the boss. Chu Josi scans it. Swamp Guardian, level 18. Fire-resistant but weak to high-tier magic damage. Skills include temporary slow zones, massive health pool, and in hard mode, that HP is doubled. Analysis shows the slow skill has a long wind-up and can be interrupted by heavy magic. Crouched in the bushes, Chu Josi asks, "Wait, no portal?" "This is hard mode," Luke explains. Portals are not always guaranteed at this difficulty level. He adds that whether a portal or trigger point appears depends on the boss's actual power level, not just difficulty. Even on easy quests, a strong boss means a portal. Chu Josi realizes boss power is the real key. Remembering the black-eyed portal back at the Shadow Realm gives him chills. Special case, maybe? Luke tosses his sword over his shoulder. "Let us hit the trigger. Victory is calling our names." Suddenly, Chu Josi holds up a hand. "Wait." Luke blinks. "What is up, Captain?" He does not answer immediately. Instead, he calls for Harvey and a few high-speed mages. Harvey steps up fast. Mages huddle up. Victor rushes over. "What is the play?" "I'm itching for a fight." Chu Josi nods. "Focus up." Harvey leads as usual. "Mages, pair off and drop your biggest nukes. On my mark, spam debuff items like poison and bleed. Pass them to the high agility players." Victor's shocked. "Debuffs? For real?" Chu Josi nods. "Yeah, this boss has a weird health pool that doubles. Weakness effects make the fight way smoother. Fast units, surround it and distract. We need to control that health bar. Mages near me, be ready to interrupt. Rotate groups to keep those cooldowns and casting times covered constantly." "Ha, V's impressed. How do you know all this?" "Seriously impressive." The rest of the squad chimes in. "See? Told you Chu Josi would carry this raid. Just trust him." Chu Josi stands, flexing his arm. "All right, time for the finishing blow. Let's move." Outside the portal, players are talking trash. Bighorn sheep leading newbies into a hard mode dungeon? The portal is glowing a bright, ominous red. Activating this mode shows real power, but failing means losing both your honor and your life. Anubis laughs. "Is the leader of Bighorn sheep even human? They just popped hard mode. Must be that human's fault. They can't even handle normal difficulty yet. Truly pathetic. When those guys come running out in a total panic, I am going to roast them publicly." Back inside, Chu Josi's squad closes in. Victor asks if they need backup for the boss fight. Chu Josi watches closely. "No way. I have its patterns memorized. Just wait." Suddenly, the monster bloats up. It let out a massive roar at Javi's team. Its body expanded to the absolute limit. Chu Josi shouts, "Group 2 mages, attack!" Right away, the mages step up and blast the boss. The monster doesn't even flinch. The team starts shaking. Is this happening again? But the leader knew. Chu Josi whispers, "This is just how hard mode works." 15 minutes of pure chaos pass. The boss health hits 0. The Marsh Guardian is down. We actually won. Unbelievable clear, and we are the very first team to ever finish it. Harry's jaw drops. First try? Who the hell is this Chu Josi guy? We have to introduce him to the guildmaster. If he joins us, our rankings will hit the roof. No doubt. He's not just strong. He predicted every single objective. With him, we can handle anything. The system alerts. Chu Josi reached level 10. Combat power hit 45-0. He gives a satisfied smirk. I soaked up all that boss experience. Finally, level 10. Just 2 more steps until my goal is reached. I did it. Chu Josi looks up as the system rewards the Master of Infinity with black camo armor. Seeing that notification, his eyes light up with pure, unadulterated excitement. He checks the menu and mutters, "Leveling up comes with perks? Let's see what we got here." Without wasting time, he equips the armor. His whole vibe shifts instantly, oozing pure power. This rare black camo gear is incredibly durable and flexible. Only the Master of Infinity can wear this. No trading, no selling, and absolutely no transfers allowed. It changes shape based on his thoughts. Even the cloak can be styled with other battle gear. When other equipment is hidden, players will only see this specific set on his character. Warriors can equip this with the Fox Cloak, Blood Mist Weapon, Heaven Strike skill, and Clone Sacrifice once power hits 150,000. Chu Josi looks at his hands in the new gear and goes into deep thought. When the fox cloak is hidden, this armor shows. My body feels different. It must adjust to my needs. Victor spots the new fit and walks over. Who is this handsome devil? New look, who dis? Chu Josi just grins at him. Relax. I just swapped out some of my equipment. Someone blurted out. If you looked like this at the start, nobody would have talked smack. Javi speaks up. Chu, I need your help with something. Chu Josi glaces at Javi and asks, My help? What are you talking about? As they walk toward the exit, Anubis puts his hands on his hips. They're out. Look at these arrogant sheep. Suddenly, the system announces Bighorn sheep cleared marsh shadows on hard mode. New record, 150 minutes, 36 seconds. The first clear for marsh shadows on hard mode belongs to the Bighorn Sheep Guild. Anubis is paralyzed, mouth wide open. A record of 150 minutes and 36 seconds? No way. Chu Josi's crew walks out looking like absolute legends. The crowd is whispering, how did they beat hard mode? You're telling me that kid in the black armor cleared the gate already? Just made leader and he's that cracked? No way. Which guild is he repping? Javi looks stoked. That kid is a beast. He's honestly making the rest of us look like total trash. Victor tapped him and grinned, saying we haven't been this famous in years. This is all on you, Chu Josi. I gave him my word I'd bring him back and intro him to the boss. Chu Josi leaned in and whispered to Vor. Since I landed in this world, this is only the second time I've seen a crowd like this. It's still weird. Victor spotted in base, looking lost and smirked. Still here? My bad. Looks like we just nuked your record too. Pissed off, Anubis barked. You're just riding his coattails because he's strong. Chu Josi stepped up with a stone-cold stare. Oh, I'm strong now? What was that trash you were talking earlier? Crushed by the pressure, Anubis folded instantly. He started groveling, apologized for being a jerk, and begged the kid to join his elite guild. He started sucking up, asking for a name and talking business. He knew this kid was no joke. If that power was real, he'd be the ultimate secret weapon for taking down high-level missions in the future. Hearing that desperate offer, the other adventurers swarmed him, begging for his contact info. Join our squad instead, we've got better perks and the payout is absolutely insane. Looking for a guild? Try Bien Nam. Seeing everyone fight over him, Anubis barked, Yo, get in line, I'm the one who scouted him first. Chu Josi watched them bicker and thought to himself, I guess top-tier talent gets scouted no matter which world you're in. Back home or here, the big guilds are always thirsty. They'll do anything to recruit the heavy hitters. If you've got the skills, you're always in demand. Seeing the chaos, Javi shouted that the kid was already on our team. Step aside. The Beastman city of Nautan loomed ahead, packed with skyscrapers that made the whole place feel super claustrophobic. Several beastmen stopped their work, looking at him with nothing but pure shock. Chu Josi and his squad strolled down the main street while everyone started whispering behind their backs. Isn't that the big shot from the Queenie Guild? Why is a human leading instead of Javi? Who's that kid? His level's hidden, but it's at least 19. No way. Javi is 18, so he's definitely 20 plus. He stopped and turned. Wait for me a second. His mind was on Sakura. I told her I'd meet her at the Explorers Guild. Wonder if she's there yet? I'll swing by later and hopefully we can roll together. I seriously need to see her. Somewhere else, a girl was whining about her diet and refusing to eat. Stop being weird. Just have a few drinks since you're here. We've asked you a million times. Why the cold shoulder? Suddenly, a deep, serious voice cut in. A huge guy stepped up and told them to clear out. He spun around and barked, Beat it, kid. We're busy here. Long piped up. Ever heard of a line? Wait, you look familiar. Have I seen your face somewhere? Miko squinted at him and realized who it was. You've changed. Did you seriously hijack our quest, you little brat? Where'd you score those materials? He mocked. Probably spent his entire life savings just to look cool. He sat down and asked if Sakura was around. We were supposed to meet up right here. Miko crossed her arms. Haven't seen her. Nobody hangs out here except these two loudmouths. You hear that? Just us. Long nodded along. True. Then it hit them. Hold up. Are we the loudmouths you're talking about? Miko gave them a look. Obviously. Lung Ario slammed the table, pissed that she was mocking them. Chu Josi used a pro move and grabbed his arm. Can't you see she's annoyed? Lung Ario rubbed his wrist, stunned by the kid's strength, but he still talked trash. His buddy whispered to chill because of the guards. We'll settle this outside, he said. Then he dared the human to a duel. He yelled while walking away. Don't think having cash makes you tough. I'll end you in one shot. Chu Josi just followed, apologizing for the mess. Miko tried to stop him. Don't go. They'll actually kill you out there. At least the guards can protect you here. He looked back and sighed. It's fine. If you don't want to get wrecked in here, come out and face me like a man. Javi saw the drama and asked Captain Chu Josi what was up. Hearing the word Captain made, both thugs freeze instantly. Miko watched from behind the door. Who is this guy? Really? Chu Josi shrugged. Nothing. Just some punks acting tough. The rest of the crew stepped up. You guys got a problem with our captain? Say it. The two thugs immediately backed down, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. Victor asked what was up. Chu Josi replied, no big deal. My friend's not here. Let's go. And stop calling me Captain, mission's over. Harry shrugged with a grin. Call it whatever you want. Back at the guild hall, the big boss was hyping us up for crushing that mission on the first try. New record, baby. He kept droning on about how human warriors need background checks. Harry jumped in, arguing that Chu Josi is an elite talent. The chief is only a level 24 mage. He is the only reason we even finished this mission. We want him on the squad for the heavy-duty raids. He is worth every cent, even if the payout is massive. Anyone got a problem with that? Your crew is all human, but the boss is a beastman. A human running a beastman guild, that is just straight up wrong. Plus, you just met the guy. What if he is a secret spy from another rival guild? Right then, Chu Josi walks in, frowning. A spy from another guild? Fiadong backed them up, saying Captain Javi and the chief are founders, so their word is law. Victor snapped, saying he always treats us like outsiders just because the boss is a beastman and our captain is human. Maybe the chief lets it slide because Rigum is kin. If Captain Javi had not been so cool to us, we would have been kicked out ages ago. Suddenly, someone jumped in to shut him up. Zip it. Javi pointed out that other guilds are snatching up high-paying contracts. With Chu Josi helping us out, our efficiency would hit the roof. We will vouch for him. The guy has insane observation skills and his tactical analysis is top tier. Fuin scoffed. You losers might need a new leader, but we definitely do not need someone like him. You are the ones tanking this guild. Of course you trust him, you are all humans. Only humans look out for their own, right? Javi slammed the table. What did you just say? You questioning my loyalty to this guild? My squad has been working our tails off to bring in results. We might not be as fast as your team, but we always fight for the common good. Fiadong looked at the chief. People are already talking trash because Javi runs an all-human squad. If other guilds find out we made a human our captain, they are going to laugh us out of town. The guild is going to fall apart. Think about our future. Javi stood up and demanded to know what the chief thought about all this. Look, maybe we should listen to the suggestion. I appreciate Javi's passion, but we need to solve our own problems without any outside help from humans. He cleared his throat. We will send our human friend on his way with nothing but total hospitality. Javi was not having it. He kept arguing, trying to hold on to one last scrap of hope. Chief, he started, then looked down. His voice went low as he finally gave in. I get it, I understand. Chu Josi finally spoke up. I only came here for Captain Javi. Since it is like this, I am out of here. Before walking out, he tapped the captain's chest. Hey, do not sweat it. You still have a crew you can actually trust. Those loyal teammates were already standing in a perfect line right there in front of him. Javi looked at them, stunned for a second, then felt a weight lift. I am heading out. It was a real honor fighting beside you guys. Chu Josi sounded a bit sad. Hope we cross paths again. By then, I will definitely be at a higher level. The leader leaned back, crossing his legs like he did not care. Do not let the door hit you, human, Javi snapped. Seriously? You do not get it. That guy could have changed the entire future of this guild. With him, we could have been legendary. But now, that chance is gone. The other guy just laughed. This is so stupid. What is a human warrior even good for? Finishing that last mission was nothing but a lucky break. He led the group forward and barked, Enough, let's move. Do not give me any reason to regret this. Leaving the guild, he wondered where to grind for levels or if he should find Sakura first. He needed to apologize for ruining that shirt she made. While he was lost in thought, Anubis suddenly popped up. Finally. I have been looking everywhere for you, sir. He looked annoyed. You keep pestering me. What do you want now? The guy sounded desperate. Please, help us. Our guild is facing a total nightmare mission right now. The boss sent me to track down a high-level powerhouse, and you are the perfect fit. The dog beastman bowed with respect. Our guild is always going to have its doors wide open for you. I cannot forget seeing your raw power. The rewards or conditions, you name them. Whatever you want. Just please, help us out. He looked like he was weighing his options. I get to pick the rewards and conditions? What is the actual mission? He thought to himself, if I can handle this solo and make some serious bank, this could be a sweet opportunity. He lit up. Great, this is super urgent. We need to rescue a rich merchant's daughter. She has been kidnapped. Follow me. The guildmaster is waiting. As they walked, every beastman on the street was staring right at the two of them. A kidnapping rescue mission? The guild actually agreed to take a job like that? Anubis lays it out for him. Look, a guild needs cold, hard cash, not just a big reputation. We take odd jobs to stay afloat and avoid beefing with the big-time guilds over the fat payouts. Our pet guild is actually kind of a big deal in Nottingham, so we snagged this rescue gig. He wondered, so you guys actually have to fight for jobs? The pay must be crazy. 5 gold coins? He thought back to that Dark Demon farm mission. 3 gold pieces was a massive haul back then. He kept going. This job is more than 5 gold. It depends on who is paying the bill. This time, a famous rich guy's daughter is the victim. The payout is insane, nearly 100 times the usual rate. We are talking 500 gold coins. That is enough to pay for the entire guild for a whole year. Seriously, if a pro like you helps us pull this off, you get half the cut? Chu Josi's jaw dropped. Wait, what? 500 gold? That is 250 gold for me? He smirked, thinking the guy would totally flip out. Over at the BS Guild, Anubis led the way in and welcomed the pro inside. Our guild leader is losing it. Everyone started whispering about us. Is this puny human the expert the captain was hyping up? Nottingham's biggest rich guy sounded super annoyed. It has been 3 days. Does your guild even have the skills to pull this off? The kidnappers set the deadline for tomorrow. Listen up. If you fail, you owe me 10 times the reward. If you do not pay, I will erase you from Nottingham. Cash is not an issue. The BS Guild leader, a level 28 hammer warrior, stood right there. Hey, do not worry. Our squad has a plan and we are heading out to save your girl right now. We will make it. The level 26 vice president was low-key shaking, thinking about that massive 10 times penalty, which is 5,000 gold coins. That is an insane amount of money. Quentin was fuming. You have been saying you have a plan since day 1. Are you still planning? Word on the street says you already failed a bunch of times. Do I look like a moron to you? Anubis walked in and was shocked to see the client right there. He asked, wait, is this the guy who put out the hit? Chu Josi could tell just by looking the guy was loaded. Did the guild not even try a rescue yet? Anubis answered, after we took the job, we sent a 15-man squad. Their average level was 20, and they hit the mountains, where the terrain is a nightmare, so we had to be sneaky. The vice president stepped in too. Everyone was hyped at first, but then he hesitated. Forget the rescue, we could not even get close to their base. We did not know the land, and walking into their turf meant getting hit with non-stop traps and ambushes. The kidnappers have about 20 people at an average level of 19. Their leader is a level 25 berserker warrior. In a fair fight, we would crush them. But we got wrecked before we even reached their front door. We tried 3 more rescue missions after that, but they were all total disasters. He sighed. Walking into their house puts you at a disadvantage. Sending a crowd just turns you into a massive target. Plus, that first fail put them on high alert. Every attempt after that was just walking into a trap. Anubis agreed. Yeah, we figured. Going loud failed, so we tried to be smart about it, but we wasted too much time already. That is why the boss sent me to find a pro for backup. Without saying a word, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm tight. Anubis was literally tearing up. Look, we only have 1 shot left to save her. This is it. If we fail this time, that girl is in serious danger. Plus, our guild is finished. The reputation hit, and that massive fine will destroy us. Please, save us. Chu Josi was a little caught off guard by the drama and tried to chill him out. Take it easy. He started doing the math. The target was in the mountains, surrounded by traps. Enemies are level 19 with a level 25 berserker boss. No big deal. It is time to let my heavenly eye and copy skills do the heavy lifting. He was level 10 and rocking the warrior class. His gear included the shape-shifting black armor and the fox costume. Weapon, the blood mist, greatsword. Skills, electric chain, alchemy, copying, and the blood sacrifice technique. Total power, 150,000. That blood sacrifice move wrecks his body too much. Time to swap it for something better. Meanwhile, Quentin was still screaming his head off. I will say it again. If you fail, you pay 10 times the gold or this guild is dead. You hear me? 5,000 gold coins. Watching the guy, it was wild. From start to finish, he never even mentioned his own daughter. He only cared about the cash. The old man barked. You better answer me right now. Are you finishing this job or not? If not, have 5,000 gold coins ready. Bet stammered, chill out, Mr. Quentin. We have a solid plan to save your daughter, I promise. Suddenly, a confident voice cut through the room. Consider it done. Chu Josi stepped forward and repeated it. Your daughter will be rescued and home by tomorrow. I guarantee it. You have my word. Quentin spun around and pointed right at his face. President Bet, is this your guy? This human sure talks a big game. Anubis stepped up to explain. President, this is the elite expert I mentioned. It looks like he is officially agreeing to help our guild finish the job. Bet nodded with confidence. Exactly. He is one of us. Quentin scoffed. A Beastmen guild using a human? That is a new one. Quentin cleared his throat. Whatever. Since you are so sure you can save her, I will wait for the results tomorrow. Just do not forget. If you fail, you owe me 5,000 gold coins. Chu Josi stepped up. Mr. Quentin, let's make a bet. If we rescue your daughter, you double the pay to 1,000 gold coins. The old man lost it. What? Are you crazy? Why on earth would I agree to that? The kid quickly replied, do not say no yet. If we fail, the whole quest is a bust. He confidently declared, we will pay you 50,000 gold coins instead, 10 times the penalty. Do we have a deal? Everyone froze after that daring offer. The room went dead silent. Even Quentin was completely caught off guard by the move. 50,000? You said it. Fine. I am in. If you save her, I pay double. If you fail, you owe me 50,000 gold coins. He quickly scribbled the contract and shoved it over to Bet. Sign this agreement right now. Bet gritted his teeth and signed his name. Whether it is 5,000 or 50,000, we have no other choice. Quentin left calmly with his men, leaving one final message. Good. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Hu walked over looking totally stressed out and asked why they signed that deal. He yelled at Chu Josi, kid, you just threw our whole guild under the bus. I led the last raid myself. That mission is a nightmare. Where do you get this kind of confidence? Chu Josi stayed cool. I just know we will win. Hu exploded. You just know? You are betting everything on a feeling? That is 50,000 gold coins. Look! Suddenly, a servant outside shouted that President Sam had finally arrived. Bet rushed out. Bring him in, Chu wondered. The Sam Association president? She felt like the heavy lifting had finally arrived. Sam walked in from outside. President Bet, Vice President Hu, been a long time. He was the boss of the Sam Association branch in Noton, a high-ranking master with a massive reputation. Bet welcomed him. You have no idea how rough things have been lately. Please, come in and take a seat. Hu spoke up. I asked you here today to help heal these injuries of mine. Normal priests can't fix this mess, so I had to bother you. Sam replied, I came all this way to help you recover. Vice President Hu is dedicated. I heard you got wrecked while leading that last rescue mission. Hu gave a weak laugh. Yeah, do not make fun of me, President, Sam asked. Was it for that rich guy Quentin? His daughter got snatched, right? That quest must be brutal. Exactly. It is impossible. I can feel the healing magic working already. Thanks, President. You are a lifesaver. Chu Josi chimed in. It is a tough quest, but I know I can finish the job. Sam froze when he saw him. Wait, we meet again? Chu Josi, what on earth are you doing here? Hu was confused. Wait, you two are bros? After hearing the story, Sam understood and nodded his head. So Chu Josi is the specialist for this impossible job? Honestly, I know he will crush this mission easily. The kid smiled. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Bet looked totally suspicious. They seemed tight. Sam is the big boss of the Noton branch. Normal people do not get to hang with him. Even getting him here today took a lot of favors and connections. Seriously, who is this Chu Josi guy and where did he come from? Anubis replied. I have no clue. But it proves he is the real deal, does it not? Hu stood up. Fine, Chu Josi. I am coming with you. I have the experience you need to survive this. As the vice president, I have a responsibility to see this through to the end. Chu Josi set his tea down and stayed cool. No problem. He stood up, his wounds basically healed. Let's get moving. We are heading out to the mission right now. Let's roll. Sama's voice echoed from behind. Good luck to both of you on your way back. Hu gasped in shock. So sudden? We're leaving right now? That's when B and Man walked over to ask. Chairman Sama, do you and Chu Josi actually know each other? Sama replied, Truth is, we don't know him personally. We just heard he's a beast and reached out when we ran out of options. We were honestly worried if he had the skills. Sama watched Chu Josi walk away and said calmly, Yeah, we definitely know each other. Not long ago, he passed the White Border Sama test at my place. He's the youngest White Border Sama in Noton City and the most brilliant magic genius I've ever seen. Plus, he's an incredibly powerful human warrior, which is just insane on its own. The only person I know who soloed the Heartstone domain, B shouted in horror. He's really a White Border Samo? And Bai stuttered in total shock. Soloed the Heartstone domain? Old Vought stroked his beard. So, you think he's actually got what it takes? On the road, she kept grilling him. Hey, you even got a plan yet? The sun's going down. Spill the plan. Our guild bet everything on this, and you went and hiked the fee to 50,000 gold. Don't blame me for being skeptical. Just thinking about it makes me mad. Where do you get all this confidence? Chu Josi tried to calm her down. Relax, I get it. I just need to prep. You know your way around Noton City, right? Then take me somewhere, she asked, surprised. Where to? You need to stock up on gear or something? I've already packed enough potions and items for both of us. Don't buy more. It's expensive, and the guild isn't covering your shopping spree. Chu Yosi's eyes turned sharp. He said firmly, No. Take me to the battle arena. Hu shouted, The arena? Now? Look at the clock. Why are you thinking about watching a fight right now? Are you serious right now? She thought to herself. A warrior class is totally wrong for this mission. Vu grumbled under her breath. Seriously, what's wrong with you? They arrived at the arena, and she warned him sternly, "Tomorrow is the absolute deadline. If we fail, I'm coming for you." He walked up, handed some cash to the manager, and asked, "What's on the schedule for today?" From behind, Chu Josi spoke up. "We aren't here to watch. I'm here to fight. Sign me up." Who gasped, "What? You're entering? Hold on, am I crazy or are you? I seriously don't get what's going on in your head." The manager bowed. "If you want to compete, please step inside. Fill out your info here and pay the registration fee." An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Exactly. Using the divine selection system, I can swap my stats to the assassin class. For this specific quest, an assassin is the best play. I'll find the perfect assassin skill to copy while I fight. Inside the massive stadium, thousands of cheering fans had already packed every single seat. Leto, a level 21 shadow assassin from the Mu tribe, stood mid-arena and drew his razor-sharp, gleaming blade. Jap muttered in frustration. So annoying. He thought, even with one arm missing, that guy is still lightning fast. Fighting him is a nightmare. The level 21 beast warrior let out a furious roar. Leto spun around, acting all smug. "Come at me!" Jap charged forward with a terrifying roar, his massive body making the ground shake. He screamed, "Let's go! We warriors hate these slow, dragged-out fights more than anything. A battle roar can boost your morale and power, along with everyone on your team. Your heavy attacks carry serious weight, making enemies second-guess themselves and crushing their spirit." Beneath that thick black fur, his eyes gleamed with pure killing intent. Leto dodged the attack with ease and quickly backed off to a safe distance. Jap was stunned when his hit missed. He couldn't even touch the guy. Then, Shadow Strike was activated, and light flashed everywhere. Shadow Strike is a secret move from the Assassin's Guild, supposedly passed down by a legendary killer. It's a close combat skill that lets you vanish into the shadows, get in close, and slip behind enemies for a fatal blow. The effect changes based on your weapon, but daggers offer the most lethal assassination potential of them all. Leto sheathed his blade and sighed. Attacking from the dark is seriously unpredictable. The announcement rang out, the match was over, and Leto won again. "Healers on standby. Please get in here and treat the injured immediately." The crowd went wild as fireworks lit up the whole arena. People were cheering and gossiping. Naruto's famous Shadow Strike had made another appearance. "He's from the East, right?" "Yeah, that's what I heard. No wonder his skills are so terrifyingly top tier." Chu Josi watched the fight and whispered to himself, "Assassin skills really are on another level." Who spoke up, "Look, if you're looking for a thief or assassin to spar with, don't pick him. That's Naruto, a shadow assassin from the East. He's a total celebrity here. His record is 21 wins and only 6 losses," she added. "He has also held the Arena Lightweight Championship for 3 straight months. The guy is a total beast, and every local guild is dying to recruit him." Chu Josi asked what makes these Eastern shadow assassins so special. Hu sighed, "Seriously? How can you not know something basic like this? How have you even survived on this continent?" "I am starting to think you are just some kind of professional scammer," he explained further. "Only a few mysterious guilds on this continent hold that kind of power, and the Assassin's Guild is one of them. Nalado came from that guild. Word is he was exiled and lost an arm, but nobody knows the real story behind it. Anyway, the guy is totally ruthless," Chu Josi said. "An underground assassin society acting in the shadows? Now that actually sounds pretty cool." Hu nodded. "Exactly. Information on them is top secret unless you are actually a member. Otherwise, people only ever find out that they actually exist." Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed throughout the hall. "Our next match features a brand new challenger. Let's see. It is a human with absolutely zero actual combat experience. Chu Josi requested a fight against an assassin, and by some crazy coincidence, he is facing Nalado. What a poor little rookie. How long can he even last, or will he get knocked out in a single hit? Let's find out!" The stands erupted in mocking laughter. "An inexperienced human actually thinks he can challenge someone like that? Go train for another few years, kid. This is a total joke. Not even the Beast Warriors could take down Nalado. Does this idiot have a death wish or something? They let anyone in these days. Throw him in the ring so we can watch the carnage." Nalado looked stunned. "Never been in a single match? Are you actually being serious right now?" As Chu Josi stepped up, Hu warned him nervously. "You are really unlucky to face Nalado. Maybe you should just forfeit now. You have never even fought before. Did you see what happened to that Beast Warrior just a minute ago? Sure, the healers will keep you alive, but why sign up for the pain?" Chu Josi replied confidently. "So what if I have never fought? The outcome is not decided yet." Hu was speechless. Being handsome is not going to help in there. Where is this kid even getting all this confidence from? The two stood face to face in the arena, with tension thick in the air. Nalado asked, "You have never even been in a real skill-based battle?" He continued, "Look, I feel bad for you. Just surrender now so you do not get hurt." If you still want to fight, I am not holding back. Chuosi's eyes flashed as he folded his hands with a polite nod. Thanks, but let's see what you've got. The starting signal rang out. The solo match between the newcomer Chuosi and one-armed Nalato officially began. Nalato charged, yelling, "I do not like bullying newbies, so let's end this fast." The crowd roared. "Go get him, Nalato. Show this kid how brutal the arena really is. Knock him out so we can see the next fight. Do not waste any more time on this amateur." Lights flashed around him at incredible speed, but to be safe, he had to play it by the book. The system alert started chiming repeatedly. Ultimate body activated. Physical stats boosted, defense increased, and the Eye of Heaven is now online, scanning and analyzing the opponent. Nalato exploded with power, rushing in for a finishing blow, but then he suddenly stopped. A majestic aura radiated from Chuosi, making Nalato hesitate and take a step back. Chuosi looked surprised and asked, "What is the matter?" The audience started whispering. What was going on? Why did he just stop like that? Was he just playing with the rookie? Nalato was suspicious. Something was wrong with this kid. He looked like a total amateur just a second ago, but everything changed. Chuosi's imposing figure loomed over him, leaving Nalato feeling completely shaken and confused. Why did he suddenly radiate such intense pressure and a gaze that made everyone want to back away? Chuosi spoke up. "What is wrong? Not going to attack? Well, if you will not make a move, then I will go first." Nalato thought to himself, I cannot read this guy at all. He is definitely not just some amateur. With his years of experience as an assassin, he knew this human was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the system chimed, detecting the host's combat habit skills. Absolute copy has been upgraded. Now, you can directly duplicate any of your opponent's skills simply by fighting them. Engage in more battles to fully unlock and exploit this power. Chuosi smiled to himself. So, absolute copy has finally been upgraded? Being able to snag skills right in the middle of a fight is actually incredible. Before, I had to activate it and literally touch their heart. That was honestly pretty awkward to explain. Chuosi rushed in to attack. I am looking forward to this. Let's see what you have got. Nalato, the night assassin, stayed on high alert. Why is this guy acting so excited all of a sudden? I really need to be careful here. New skill activated, Z-step. It is a common movement technique for thieves and assassins that provides a massive agility boost for a short time. The fluid footwork allows for easy dodging and greatly increases evasion rates. Chuosi was impressed. This Z-step skill is actually pretty decent. Chuosi charged straight ahead, raining down a flurry of strikes right where Nalato was standing his ground. Nato lunged forward, shouting, "Night Strike? Man, you are all talk and zero game. Amateur hour ends right now." Chu Josi spun, parrying every move with a grin. This is exactly what I was waiting for. He pressed in with a flurry of strikes. Lights flashed, and Narato's blade grazed his neck, but not a single scratch appeared. He touched his throat to check. The system announced the strongest body activated. Energy surged to his neck, cranking up his defense and making him hard as nails. Narato froze in disbelief. No way. Is your head made of solid rock? The cheering crowd suddenly went dead silent. He stared back, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Is this guy actually a hidden pro? The skill list is popping up everywhere, but I already know my target. System scan complete for absolute copy. Please select the skill you want. Chusi's eyes gleamed as the notification flashed again. Absolute copy successful. Night Strike acquired. Based on your current gear and stats, things are about to change. Skill evolved into Shadow Thunder Kill. Nato panicked, stammering. What the hell did you just do to me? Why can't my blade touch you? Is that some stone skin skill? He stepped forward calmly. Long story, pal. Now it is my turn to swing back. Chu Josi mimicked the exact same move and lunged forward to test his new power. Nato stood there petrified, eyes bulging. How is your move exactly like my own? Shadow Thunder Kill erupted. In the dim light, he was a bolt of lightning. Nato could not even blink before his own ultimate move hit him. After taking Nato down, Chu Josi walked out, head high. Not bad. Now, let us go save that poor girl. The crowd went wild as the announcement blared. The winner is Chu Josi. Backstage, Hu's eyes were practically glowing. Man, is that some high-tier legendary gear? He stretched, feeling good. The god selection system was really coming through. This assassin build makes me feel way more agile. System alert. Stats successfully allocated to the assassin class. Enjoy the ride, Hu asked. It is pitch black out. Why are we doing a rescue mission tonight? Is it not too dark to see anything? He replied confidently. Not for me. I see everything. Guide path level 10, current class, assassin, wearing fox skin armor and wielding the blood mist saw. Skills include lightning chain, copy, and shadow thunder kill. Total power level, 150. The two finally reached the territory where the kidnappers were hiding out. The full moon cast long shadows through the trees as Hu cautiously led the way. The girl is kept here. They hid behind a tree. Hu, vice president of the BP Guild, level 26 archer. Chu Josi, level 10 assassin. Battle power, 150. He whispered nervously. I hope she is all right after being held for so long. Chu Josi scanned the area. No wonder you guys kept failing before. Hu nodded. The guild tried multiple times, but this place is a fortress. Traps are everywhere. Even the front gate is a total death trap. I bet nobody has ever even gotten close. You were great in the arena, but this is guild business. How are just two of us supposed to storm this place? Before he could even finish his sentence, the kid had already vanished. Hu panicked, looking everywhere. At the gate, the guards were laughing. 2 level 21 beastmen warriors and a level 22 healer. They did not have a clue what was coming. One guard laughed out loud. That guild fails every single time. By tomorrow, we are done. We know this place and still struggle with the traps. How could some random outsider ever break in? Impossible. Even a pro would have to retreat from these camp traps. Chu Josi watched the whole base from a treetop. Heaven's Eye opened, scanning the entire battlefield. It flagged 9 large-scale traps and 6 active ones right on the path to the gate. Every trigger point was marked clearly. Chu Josi smirked. Heaven's Eye is like a high-end butler. The detail on these markers is insane. Active traps are deep in the entrance behind those 3 guards. I will need the best route to reach them. He whispered to himself, then dropped from the branch to start the mission. His eyes flashed, his silhouette melting into the darkness. System alert. Stealth mode detected from your shape-shifting armor. The cloak retracted into a mask to help him move. Take it off when you are done, he landed softly, though the leaves still rustled. Chu Josi muttered. So convenient. The god selection system thought of everything. He vaulted through the trees. He dodged every trap with ease, his slim shadow cutting through their lines. He cleared the hidden mines and zone traps safely. Chu Josi hid behind a trunk, planning his takedowns. He whistled softly to lure them in. Of course they heard it. What was that? Go check it out. Someone here? A warrior stepped out. Relax, probably just a small animal. They show up sometimes. Better deal with it so it does not trip a trap. I will go look. You guys chill. We will talk when I am back. The other warned him not to make a scene. The priest nods and grumbles. Must be that deer from last time messing with the traps. High time I taught that thing a lesson. Chu Josi grabs a disposable blade from the stash. His system pings. 1 dagger used, 29 remaining in the inventory. He rounds the tree, totally clueless that I am lurking right on the other side. Josi pounces, grabbing his head before the guy can even blink. The soldier gets dragged behind the trunk, thrashing around like a fish. I squeeze tight, cranking my stats up. 120% strength boost plus stealth damage? Yeah, he is done for. Game over. 1 down. I scan the area for the next victim and swing across the vines like a ghost to a new spot. System confirms. Hidden traps cleared. That massive boulder? Still sitting pretty, not triggered. I drop down, melting into the bushes. The priest squints, looking for his guy. The guard barks. Quit slacking. Sleeping on the job again? He stomps off to find his buddy. The priest warns him that if the big boss catches them napping, there will be hell to pay. In the creepy, foggy silence, when neither of them shows up, the old man starts getting real twitchy. The priest yells, Hey, where are you guys? Quit messing around. Little does he know, Josi already scrapped the guard. Only 1 guy left. He snaps, Get out here. You think this is funny? The priest's patience is officially gone. Come out or I trip the traps. Suddenly, he shudders. This heavy vibe, is someone actually here? I lunge from the shadows, cannot let him hit that trigger or things get messy. The priest lets out a pathetic shriek. My sneak attack catches him totally off guard. He does not even have time to blink. Cold steel slides across the priest's throat like a whisper. 1 strike, and he is down for the count. System notification. Optimal body mode activated. Left arm damage up 130%, plus a 30% backstab bonus for hitting a weak point. Talk about overkill. 1 shot, 1 kill. The path is clear. I calmly fix my sleeve like I am just out for a stroll. Alright, the entrance is secure. Man, I did not expect this place to be crawling with so many manual traps. System update. Sky Eye found 7 manual traps along 20 main paths. Pro tip, breaking the railings will shut them down. Hu is just standing there, totally shocked by my power. Oh right, I forgot about him. Fivu, hang tight. I am coming to get you. I lead the way, giving him the lowdown. Don't step there. Watch that tripwire. Keep your head down, man. Fu is skeptical. You really mapped out every trap? And took out the guards like it was nothing? System ping. Sky Eye has flagged every trigger point. As he climbs up behind me, he brags about disarming a few himself. I grab his arm. Hold up. Leave them as they are. We are going to need those later. Ow, easy on the grip, man, he yelps. I ignore him and push forward. Follow me, let's get that girl out. He just stammers, right behind you, pro. We reach a massive drop-off. Looking down, the bottom is nothing but jagged ice spikes glowing in the dark. I move out, and Vu fires a few arrows into a guard's corpse. Suddenly, a massive wall slams up, nearly crushing his face. He barely dodges it. Level 24 beast soldier, heavy armor. I whisper, this is it. We are at the end of the line. Wong Tong's kid is definitely in there. These guys look like seasoned pros, though. If they surround us, we are toast. He gives me a respectful nod. This path was brutal without me. He would be dead 10 times over. All right, pro, my life is in your hands. I shrug it off. Don't mention it. Just doing my job. Now, help me bait these guys out. His face drops when he hears the plan. Hu sighs and stands up. Master, we really are a perfect team, are we not? I am heading out. I look at him, confused. Relax, I am not sending you on a suicide mission. Remember the traps? Hu's eyes light up. Oh, you saved those traps for the heavy-armored beastmen, right? Genius. I remember all the markings. I just nod. You got it. These camps always have big squads. System reports 24 hostiles, 4 archers, 5 mages, 8 soldiers, 6 heavy-armored tanks, and 1 boss. More updates coming soon. I figure it is all being processed and crunched by the Sky Eye system. Josi says, their own traps are nasty. Even their own guys will not see them coming. Just lure them into the kill zone while we stay in the safe spots. They will be shredded. Leave the boss to me. Sun is coming up. Faivu nods, impressed. The guild thanks you. Meanwhile, the guards mutter about how quiet it is right before a hail of arrows hits them. Caught totally off guard, they take a bunch of arrows right in the back. Yu pops out and screams, "Hey, you 6 big losers, I am wrecking this camp, come and get me." The lead soldier roars and charges. You calling us noobs? You are dead meat, kid, you are not getting away. Hu is sweating, seeing how many there are. He bolts, shouting over his shoulder, better catch me, or you really are just a bunch of scrubs. Hiding behind a tree, I whisper, don't get caught, Faivu. While he leads the goons away, I slip quietly into the main hall. He pulls back the curtain to see if she is there, but the place looks surprisingly cozy inside. That level 25 leopard leader is basically doing story time. The kid even asks, hey uncle, do princesses eat apples from random strangers? He asks softly if she thinks that is a good idea. The kid says no because she will get sick. It is the total opposite of what our guy expected. The leopard senses someone is there and pulls the kid back to hide her. Stay back, honey. Do not look. The innocent kid asks if they are playing a game right before the big guy lunges at the door to attack. Chu Josi is impressed by those cat-like reflexes. Then a heavy kick sends him flying back a few steps. He demands to know who the kid is before they keep fighting. Chu asks, are you seriously telling her stories? I thought this was a kidnapping. Chu Josi stands tall. Level 10 Shadow Assassin, black armor, and a bone saw blade. His skills are lightning chains, shadow dash, and clones. Total power, 1500. He thinks those soft eyes look too real for a fake act. Then the leopard lets out a massive roar. An assassin? You did not just wreck my traps, you took out my whole crew without making a sound. Chu Josi says, I am here for the girl on behalf of the guild. Just hand her over and we can both walk away without a fight. No words, just a charge. Chu Josi moves like water to dodge the first strike. Warriors really do not talk much. He knows he has to end this fast before backup arrives. He watches every move, analyzing the rhythm while dodging. His eyes glow as his special vision kicks in. Now, every single one of the leopard's strikes misses by an inch. Chu Josi is a blur. The big guy admits he is fast. Chu circles for a backstab, but the leopard reacts just in time, forcing him back. Chu thinks he had the perfect opening, but the guy still managed to react. Those cat instincts are the real deal. The leopard feels a sting on his arm. This assassin is fast, strong, and knows exactly when to strike. Chu says, let us wrap this up. His system boosts his stats, powering up his arm as the leopard charges with raw fury. It is a total showdown. Suddenly, the little girl walks out and asks, hey, what are you guys doing? Seeing her, the leopard flinches and hides his bloody hand behind his back. I told you to stay inside, sweetie. Go back in. Chu Josi is stunned. This kidnapper is actually being gentle? The girl grabs the guy's hand, looking all worried about his cut. He stammers that it is just a scratch. Then she glares at Chu Josi, asking why he hit him. He is a good person. The leopard is speechless. Chu Josi waves his hands, trying to explain that he is the one here to rescue her, not the bad guy. She stares at him, thinking. That look on his face reminds her of someone who used to make her heart melt. She shouts that she does not need saving. She is actually happy here because the big guy treats her so well. She is not leaving. He gently pats her head, promising her that she can stay as long as she wants. Chu lowers his guard, looking totally lost. He asks the guy to explain what is really going on, because his vibe with the kid feels suspicious. Or should they keep fighting? The leopard picks her up, saying they should talk inside. He needs to tuck her in, because without his bedtime stories, the poor kid gets terrified. Inside the cozy room, candlelight flickers on the table, making everything feel peaceful. The leopard sighs in relief now that the little girl is finally asleep. Chu Josi leans against the wall, noting how much she likes him. He figures there is no way this guy is just some random kidnapper. Watching her sleep, he whispers that he is actually one of Quentin's men, or more like a secret bandit working right under the guy's orders. Chu is shocked. You are really working for that rich guy? Why would he order a hit on his own daughter like that? He keeps his voice low, explaining it is all about the money. Quentin wants to scam the guilds for a massive compensation payout. It all clicks now. The whole thing is just an elaborate play that was set up from the very beginning. The leopard adds that his crew are secret bandits that Quentin basically raised to do his dirty work. He handles the kidnapping while Quentin posts the high-reward missions to bring in the cash. They count on the guilds failing to break into this hideout, which is packed with traps Quentin paid professionals to install. Chu realizes the plan relies on those traps and knowing the guild's limits. It stalls for time until Quentin can swoop in and demand his money. But after that, the girl cannot just go home. She would have to live in the shadows to avoid any suspicion. Something dark hits him. He whispers that the truth might actually be way more messed up than that. The leopard sadly admits that Quentin secretly steals babies and raises them like his own children just to use them. When they lose value, they are disposed of. Hearing that sick truth, fury burns in Chu Josi's eyes. He finally sees how tragic the fate of these children really is under a man like that. He growls that there are not enough words to describe how disgusting that is. Then he asks why this girl's fate is any different. He admitted he had snatched the kid back himself and raised her in secret, keeping her way off Quentin's radar. Hung Bao sadly admitted that watching her grow made the guilt inside him get deeper every single day. The kid then asked sternly if Quentin actually managed to pull off his endgame, would the girl's fate even change? He added that with a guy of his elite skills, slipping her out of this dump should have been a cakewalk. He explained that back when he was homeless and starving to death, Quentin was the one who actually saved his life. Quentin gave him food, clothes, and the training to become a beast of a warrior. So betraying the guy never even crossed his mind until now. Chu Josi argued that everyone needs a purpose, but Quentin doesn't give a damn about that girl, even though she looks at him like he is her own flesh and blood father. So he needs to get her away from that monster and start over fresh. Hung Bao hesitated, admitting that without Quentin's help back then, he definitely wouldn't be standing here alive today. But the love he felt for the kid was tearing him apart. Chu Josi turned to leave, saying he had already paid Quentin back with years of service. Now, it was time to take the girl and give them both a shot at a real life. Hung Bao worried that if he flipped, Quentin would never let them get away clean. But Chu Josi said he totally got the struggle. He offered some comfort, reflecting on his own past, and noted that depending on others just to survive is never an easy road to walk. Still, he pushed the idea that they shouldn't lose hope because good things can still happen. After pausing for a second, Hung Bao slowly asked what they were supposed to do about Quentin. Chu Josi insisted that whatever he could not handle, the kid would take care of, and Quentin would not be a threat to them ever again. Hugh was waiting outside and bolted over the second he saw Chu Josi. He bragged about how he had those guards running around in circles like total idiots. Just like Chu Josi figured, those losers could not even handle their own traps without tripping over themselves. Since he followed the signs, he cleared it all easily. Hugh let out a huge laugh just thinking about the confused looks on their pathetic, clueless faces. Chu Josi just gave a short nod and said everything was handled. Sensing something was off, Hugh asked about Quentin's daughter, worried that the whole mission might have gone south. But Chu Josi just put a hand on his shoulder and promised the girl was already safe and sound. Chu Josi told Faivu to head back and give the guild leader the good news. He would go deal with Quentin personally to collect their pay before returning, which made Hugh jump for joy. Hugh took off immediately, knowing his big brother would be hyped to hear this after being stressed out for so many days. Inside the massive, flashy palace, bright lights filled every corner of the room, making the whole place look insanely expensive. Hugh happily yelled that he would wait at the guild to say thanks. Meanwhile, Chu Josi's eyes went dark as he thought about the coming face-off with Quentin. Quentin was chilling in his room when he heard a weird noise, spun around, and demanded to know who was sneaking around. Chu Josi was already kicked back in a chair, sword resting on the floor, coldly announcing he was there to end their beef for good. Quentin freaked out and backed away, screaming for his goons to come help him. Chu Josi stepped forward with total authority and coldly told him not to bother. All his guards were already neutralized while the old man was busy counting his piles of cash. Out at Quentin's Valley mansion, the lights were still burning bright against the quiet night sky. Guards were sprawled out cold on the floor. Quentin's shaky voice echoed through the halls once he realized his entire security team had been completely wiped out. Inside, he sat trembling on the floor, stuttering about how his high-level elite warriors could possibly be defeated by Chu Josi all by himself. Chu Josi shrugged and explained they had grown soft from too much peace and quiet. That made it easy for him to sneak in and drop them before they even realized what hit them. Chu Josi is a level 10 assassin, decked out in black stealth armor with skills like lightning chain strike, copy, and thunder ambush, with a combat power hitting 15,000. Quentin cursed his useless men, then quickly tried to cut a deal, promising to pay up if Chu Josi just walked away and forgot the whole thing. Chu Josi sat across from him and demanded the 5,000 gold coins he owed the Flying Guild. He reminded him the mission was a success since his daughter was safe. With ice-cold stare, Chu Josi then started asking about all those other kids Quentin was secretly keeping. Chu Josi pulled a blade to Quentin's throat, freezing him solid, and coldly asked if those kids were just another way for him to turn a profit. Threatened and terrified, Quentin panicked. He confessed to the fake kidnappings and his illegal trafficking scams, even offering to split the cash and give up half his entire fortune just to keep his life. When the topic of harvesting kids' organs came up, Chu Josi questioned him sharply, and Quentin actually admitted it was just faster and less risky. Hearing that, Chu Josi just gave a short, chilling reply that he understood exactly how things work now. Seeing Chu Josi stay silent, Quentin kept begging, promising his entire fortune for a quiet life. Chu Josi narrowed his eyes and smirked, saying money was cool, but he had one more specific thing he wanted to collect tonight. Quentin frantically asked what it was, swearing he would make it happen if it was in his power. Suddenly, Chu Josi dropped a thunder ambush for the final kill, cold-bloodedly telling him that the only thing he really wanted was Quentin's own life. Next morning at Quentin's massive mansion gates, beastmen gathered and gossiped, noting zero signs of a struggle, which meant the guards got blitzed and wiped out in a single night. They found Quentin's body in the master bedroom looking absolutely horrific. It was a bloodbath that made everyone shiver. The autopsy showed a fatal backstab, proving the killer had a deep-seated grudge. It was not just business, it was personal, man. Cops found a confession letter listing Quentin's crimes, like kidnapping and other shady illegal activities. Basically, with his laundry list of sins, his sudden death was not much of a shocker to anyone. In the crowd, a cat beastman named Narado, a level 21 shadow assassin, he watched quietly, recognizing the familiar signature of that specific fatal wound. He figured the strike came from his old guild's secret playbook, a high-level ambush move, even though Quentin was never on their official hit list. Connecting the dots, Narado remembered that human warrior from the arena who used a similar move. Since the guy was not from the guild, it was weird seeing a warrior use signature assassin moves, making him wonder about his true identity and secret background in this world. Narado guessed the skill was copied, and reporting this to the branch boss might be his ticket back into the guild's good graces. Having made his choice, Narado slipped away from the crowd to go report. Over at the guild office, B could not hide his shock and joy after Chu Josi recovered 5,000 gold. Chu Josi slammed the gold chest down and popped the lid. The blinding glow overwhelmed Boss B and VP Hugh, a level 26 archer, leaving them both totally speechless. A dog beastman in the room bragged that he knew Chu Josi would crush the mission from day one. B mentioned hearing about Quentin's assassination right after Chu Josi had left the old man's place. Luckily, the gold was back, and Hu agreed that Quentin's death was not even enough to pay for his past sins. Ignoring the gossip, Chu Josi just shrugged it off. Mission accomplished, and he managed to level up his character. Chu Josi calculated the bonus points the system dropped after he wiped out Quentin and his goon squad. Total elimination gave more experience points, and his leveling speed was really taking off after finishing Quentin off at home. The screen showed level 11, black armor, fox beastman, and his specialized warrior class. Bloody daggers, flash strikes, lightning ambush, and 1,500 combat power. B clapped in celebration and gave him a cheers. You leveled up already? Nice. You saved our rep and earned us 5,000 gold. Let's split this 50-50. Chu Josi pulled off his mask and said he would only take 250, give the rest to orphans and families in need. The three in the room were absolutely stunned. Donating it, Chu Josi just held a small coin bag in his hand. He tossed the bag and smiled, saying this was enough for him, but meant everything to others. I am only keeping the 250 gold we agreed on. Chu Josi turned and waved goodbye as he left. Hu was amazed. Crazy guy. He is not just strong, he has a huge heart. B agreed. It is rare to see that. He told everyone to donate the rest of the gold. Walking the streets, Chu Josi realized he was at level 11 and almost at level 12 already. Sakura is nearby. She will be shocked by the new black armor. He decided to wait for her at the Adventurers Guild entrance. Seeing a crowd gathered at the door, Chu Josi walked over, curious about what exactly was going down. Inside, a fat beastman screamed, "Know who I am? I am the wife of the beastman trade chairman." A half-breed like you hit my kid. Apologize now. Sakura explained calmly the kid hit her while she was just waiting. Silat got even madder, calling her a liar and saying she would never touch a half-breed. Her son lied as well, saying he never bumped into her. The guard nearby spoke up, telling Sakura to just apologize to keep the peace. It is for your own good. Just say sorry, beast girl. Sakura stood her ground and looked up. If you doubt me, I am not holding back. People here saw it, but the crowd just looked away, nobody helping. Sakura sighed, asking if anyone would speak for her. The mob avoided her gaze, and nobody stepped up to defend her. Sakura sighed as Silat started getting even louder and more aggressive with her threats. She backhands Sakura hard across the face and screams, "Apologize right now, or I will make sure you rot in a jail cell." The guard sighs. "Stop being difficult and just know your place." Sakura hits the ground but stares her down. "I am not apologizing to you." Silas loses it completely. "You dare defy me? I can make sure you do not live to see the sun come up tomorrow." Her kid sneers along. "Yeah, my dad is the chairman of the city trade guild, you know." Sakura reaches for her sword hilt. The guard barks, "Hands off the blade! Even high-rank adventurers have to follow the law." Sakura's eyes burn with rage, but she holds back to avoid ruining the master's plans. She grips the hilt tight, telling herself to just endure it for now. Suddenly, Chu Josi shoves through the crowd and marches right up. Before the brat can even blink, Yoshi lands a heavy punch right on his face. The kid screams for his mommy. Chu Josi stands over him, radiating an aura so terrifying it shuts the boy up instantly. He gives him another shove, sending the brat tumbling. Both the guards and Sakura just stand there, completely shocked by the scene. Yoshi rolls his wrist and says coldly, "You insulted Sakura and started this. I do not care who you are. Face the consequences." He stands in front of Sakura as the system displays level 11, disguised black armor warrior, a true force to be reckoned with. Blood Mist Beastkin with lightning chain strike copy and thunder ambush. Total combat power is 15,500. Elsewhere, Naruto walks down a damp, dark hallway. 3 days and this place is still creepy. Suddenly, knives press against his throat. A voice growls, "Take another step and you are done." The shadow asks what he wants. Naruto throws his hands up. "It is me, Naruto. I was in the guild. I have intel for you." Ginker lowers his blade and says coldly, "You were kicked out. You are not one of us anymore. Unless you have a contract, do not show your face." System displays Ginker, human level 30, branch leader of the Northern Assassins. A long-haired man drops down from above. "This is Video, human level 27, another Northern branch leader." He smirks. "You are the guy who stole from clients, lost a hand, and got exiled. Do not dream of coming back." Naruto denies it immediately. "I found a warrior in the city stealing guild techniques. I figured you guys would be very interested in that." Jin Kang snaps. "Stealing guild moves? Are you sure about this?" Video is intrigued. "Someone like that in the north? And we did not even know?" Naruto insists. "I fought him myself. Trust me, this guy is using our secret techniques. If this helps you take him down, I want back in the guild." Jin Kang replies coldly, "Bold of you to set conditions. But if it is true, I will tell the bosses. Now, spill everything you know." Back at the scene, Sakura recognizes Chu Josi and calls out to her master. She looks up at the man standing tall right in front of her. Level 11, disguised black armor warrior. Blood Mist Beastkin with lightning chain strike copy and thunder ambush. Combat power 15,500. The guard trembles. "Are you crazy? Do you know who they are? You just assaulted the trade chairman's family." Silas hugs her kid on the ground, screaming that they will pay for this. The boy rolls around, crying like a total baby. She screams for the guards to arrest them, threatening to cut the city's funding. The guard salutes and orders his men to seize the two of them. "Surrender quietly and we will be lenient." Chu Josi sits by Sakura and calmly says, "They were the ones looking for trouble. We just defended ourselves." The guard stammers, unsure what to do. Silas stands up and lies through her teeth. "I never even touched that girl. Who would testify for you? I would never lower myself to touch your kind." Chu Josi warns her. "Say one more word, and I will shut you up for good. Plenty of witnesses here," Sakura whispers. "Nobody will help us. I am sorry for causing trouble, master." Chu Josi just looks at her and gently tells her not to give up. She chokes up. "I hoped for a witness too, but I am just a demi-human. She has all the power. Nobody will cross her for me." Silas crosses her arms and sneers. "Who would ever speak up for a beast and a peasant like you?" Just then, Javi walks by, recognizes Chu Josi, and comes over to say hello. "Captain Chu Josi, right?" Bo says excitedly. "We heard you just did some big favors for the guild." Yoshi scratches his head and grins. "Oh, hey guys, I just did what I had to." Silas watches this, stunned, whispering that she has no idea what is going on. More Guild P members show up. Who sees him and asks warmly, "Hey, are you still hanging around here?" They just finished the charity donation he asked for. Yoshi helps Sakura up and explains he was about to head out, but his team hit a little snag. Sakura asks softly if he knows these people, because they seem to really respect him. The squad asks what is up. One rolls up her sleeves and declares that anyone messing with Chu Josi is messing with Guild P. The kid is still sobbing nearby. Finally, the lady pipes up and asks who the hell these people are. The guard steps in to explain there is a dispute with the chairman's wife, and they need a witness to testify. If they cannot prove she struck first, the law says they have to be detained for a hearing. The crowd behind them explodes. You cannot arrest Captain Yoshi. They shout about his big charity donation for the poor and all volunteer to be witnesses. The witness crossed his arms and stared down the guard, asking if that was enough proof for everyone. May stepped up too, confirming the lady swung first while backing Saola since she is a gold rank adventurer. Seeing the tide turn, the lady threw a tantrum on the floor, screaming about being a big CEO's wife. A demi-human in the back shouted that she started it, and then the whole crowd began chiming in too. The guard looked super awkward and told the lady she needed to come with them to settle this mess. Chu Josi wasn't having it and told her she had to apologize to his friend before going anywhere. The crowd backed him up, shouting for an apology and proving that being a CEO's wife didn't mean squat to them. Faced with the angry mob, she finally stood up and apologized to Sola. Her kid mumbled an apology too. After that, the guard politely showed the lady the way out of there. Chu Josi thanked everyone, and they just said helping Captain Chu Josi was their job anyway. Who added that if he ever got into trouble again, he should just mention the P Guild. After saying thanks, Chu Josi called out to Sakura and the two of them finally headed out. Sakura answered quickly and gave everyone a deep bow of gratitude before they disappeared from sight. Walking down the road, Sara mentioned that Chu Josi looked so different she almost didn't recognize him at first. He laughed and explained he found some gear to mask his identity, then apologized for the clothes she made getting trashed during a quest. Sakura was totally chill about it, noticing he didn't just look different. His whole vibe seemed way more mature and high level. He told her about breaking up a fight between a squad and a guild to rank up, then handed her 250 gold coins for safekeeping. Sakura peeked inside the bag and gasped, thinking they could score some serious gear at the next big auction. Chu Josi wanted to buy Sula some new stuff anyway and suggested they test their luck in the next town. Sula acted all shy but agreed to go along. She mentioned the next town has a massive auction house and is home to that genius wizard, Kevin. Hearing his name, Chu Josi remembered his mission. He figured his body was acting weird from those tough battles and sacrifices, so maybe Kevin could fix whatever was broken. The two kept moving, chatting, and having a great time as they traveled along. They hadn't been in the woods for long before Chu Josi felt something was seriously off nearby. Leaves started flying like daggers, making him shout a warning while Sakura instantly drew her sword to defend them. She sliced through the leaves and yelled for whoever was hiding to show themselves. Some creep in the shadows was casting a spell and noted there was someone else there. Both of them were stunned by who appeared. A black crow landed on a branch nearby as Ginger accused Chu Josi of stealing the Assassin Guild's secret techniques for himself. Ginger licked his fingers with a psycho look. He called the girl interesting and guessed their levels based on what Nato said. He stared at Sala, looking pretty hyped to find out she was a demi-human. Knowing these guys were bad news, Chu Josi and Sura got ready for a fight. Chu Josi watched Sakura closely and realized he had never seen her give off such intense killing intent before. Sula glanced at Chu Josi and warned him that these two were tougher than anyone they had fought. She could feel the murderous vibes of professional killers. If they were really from the guild, they were in for a world of hurt. Sakura explained the guild's history. It was a shady eastern group of cold-blooded killers who took trophies from their targets. Even the biggest guilds were terrified of crossing them. Chu Josi stood by her, saying he once met an exile from that group, but he had zero ties to the organization himself. Suddenly, it hit him. He realized the move he copied was probably one of their secret skills, and that was why they were hunting him. Seeing him lost in thought, Tura gave him a really confused look. Up above, Ginger told Zhao he could handle Sura, but warned him that she was actually pretty strong. He started casting a spell, bragging that he would kill Chu Josi and take a trophy back to the guild. Jia Zhao got his own magic ready, acting all confident that no matter how strong they were, he would win. Both of them fired off a combo move called Infinite Darkness, making black streaks surround the whole area. Chu Josi used his special eye, and the system explained this move traps enemies and kills their vision to make them easy targets. Sakura recognized the skill and told Chu Josi to stay close, but he was busy mumbling about getting split up. He suggested they actually should split up to take on one creep each and test out their true power. Ginger and Gaza drop from the shadows, mocking the duo for not even bothering to run. Sura grips her hilt and warns Chu Josi to stay sharp. Ginger circles Chu Josi, snarling that he is dead meat for stealing guild secrets. He brags that it is time for the kid to witness the true, terrifying power of a real ambush. Ginger strikes from the shadows, lunging at his back. Before the blade even touches him, Chu Josi draws his weapon and blocks it without even turning around. He calmly notes that his opponent is a level 30 assassin. Chu Josi glares at Ginger. You want to win? Go back to training. Ginger is absolutely stunned when his strike gets stonewalled. How did this kid predict his moves and even know his level? Ginger lands softly on the ground, scowling. He demands to know what Chu Josi's actual level is, because level 11 just is not cutting it. Chu Josi just hangs his sword on his shoulder. I am level 11. System scan. Chu Josi. Level 11. Warrior class wearing black fox beast armor. Between the blood fog weapon and a combat power of 15,500, Ginger is fuming. He cannot believe a level 11 has these reflexes. This kid has to be some kind of rare genius. Chu Josi shrugs. Believe it or not, then he bolts forward, mocking Ginger's massive ego. Ginger summons 3 giant snakes with deadly fangs. Go ahead, try and block this. Chu Josi uses his divine eye and immediately reads the fake movement.
Snake-like movement from weird angles, plus a 30% speed boost. Tricky. Chu Josi watches. That footwork is actually pretty fire. Without the divine eye, he would have been toast. This technique blends speed, perfect body control, and high-level strategy. Noticing Chu Josi is momentarily distracted, Ginger lunges in for the kill without wasting a single second. He thrusts his blade down. Can you handle this? It is a shadow clone ambush. Multiple phantoms swarm from the dark to tear him apart. The clones vanish after every strike. Chu Josi aims his sword forward and hits the system switch. Ultimate physique activated. Ginger's blade hits, but it just sends sparks flying. 0 damage. Seeing that insane defense, Ginger literally screams in frustration. Is it the gear? Who are you? Chu Josi just lets the system show his level. With a stone-cold look, Chu Josi repeats, I am level 11. Chu Josi swings his blade, forcing Ginger to scramble back in a panic. 1 second slower and his throat would have been sliced open. Ginger is spiraling, unable to process how a level 11 can be this strong. Ginger gets blasted back into the dirt. Clutching his chest, he calls for a timeout. You are a freaking genius, kid. As a leader in the Northern Assassin Guild, Ginger offers him a spot. Special training, elite status, you could be our star. Chu Josi just ignores him, not interested. Ginger snaps and preps a new spell. Blue flames erupt as his eye glows red. I am not losing this. His knife turns into a double-bladed weapon of pure power. It has been a while, kid. Chu Josi feels it. He is pouring raw bloodlust into that blade.
Ginger yells as he swings. Try and block this system analysis strike. It is the Bloodlust Crystal, a massive, unblockable energy strike. Chu Josi tanks it with ultimate physique, but the blade shreds his armor anyway. Damn. Even with a buff, a direct hit would be game over. Ginger ties his hair back and declares this his ultimate level 30 skill. He laughs, claiming no level 11 can compete, and that anyone below level 30 is basically helpless against a move of this magnitude. Join us or die. No other way out. Ginger lunges again, convinced this is the end for Chu Josi. Normal steel won't cut it. Chu Josi puts his sword away and goes for the nuclear option. A massive hammer appears, crackling with blue lightning. Ginger freezes. What is this third aura? Chu Josi is now covered in blinding electricity. The system announces the Heavenly King hammer is out. Since his level is too low, he can only use it for 1 second, and it will drain every last bit of his energy reserves. Chu Josi glares at Ginger. Go ahead, try and block this one. System report. Chu Josi, level 11 warrior, geared up in black camo armor and wielding the Heavenly King hammer. Lightning skills active, total combat power hitting 15,500 in the sky. Bolts of lightning swarm above Chu Josi while he hangs there, suspended in midair. That heavy pressure pouring off his body has the enemy second-guessing everything. Chu Josi is doing the math. To drop a boss this big, he needs the perfect opening for one final strike. It is all about speed, because that hammer only lasts 1 second. But trust me, 1 second is plenty. Down below, Ginger is bugging out, asking where that overpowered weapon even came from. Looking down from above, Chu Josi grips his hammer and tells him he is just here for the kill. So let us see if you can actually handle the heat from this next hit. Ginger just laughs it off, trash-talking a level 11 warrior for thinking they can hang. He says he is not falling for these cheap tricks. Before Ginger finishes his sentence, Chu Josi drops the hammer. He tells him to get ready for the end. The impact triggers a massive, earth-shattering explosion. System reveals the Demon Spirit Crystal skill, an upgraded version of his basic killing intent. It merges the weapon with the assassin's body to unleash a fatal, unstoppable strike. Chu Josi holds that hammer tight, realizing the window is open. This is it. The 1 second that decides everything. Somewhere else, hidden deep in the shadows, Chala is watching the whole thing. She knows once her master taps into this power, the fight is basically over. She does not even care about the drama anymore, looking down at Gio without a shred of pity. Back at the fight, Ginger flies up to take Chu Josi head on. Chu Josi immediately triggers the Heavenly King hammer for that tiny 1 second window. Ginger gets blasted straight into the dirt. When he hits the ground, it causes a massive explosion. Ginger is gritting his teeth, shaking as he mutters that this power is insane. No way it belongs to a level 11. He still tries to cast a spell, looking totally desperate now. He summons a blue-eyed bat and sends it flying as a desperate signal for help. Still on his knees, Ginger warns him that if he dies, the Assassin's Guild is coming for Chu Josi. The activation time for the Heavenly King hammer runs out. The weapon's energy is officially spent. Chu Josi lands feeling totally drained, gasping for air. He realizes the hammer gets even stronger as he levels up. Before passing out, he is already thinking about a recovery potion. Sakura shows up just in time, catching him and saying she will take it from here. She lets him lean on her while handing over the meds. Taking down a one-eyed assassin in one shot really wrecked his body. While gulping it down, Chu Josi complains about that familiar, nasty taste. Sakura just smirks, saying that is why she hates taking the stuff. She lets him rest his head on her lap and warns him not to use that dangerous move without her around. Chu Josi agrees, but points out the guy was way too strong. He had to go all out. Sakura adds that Ginger was a high-ranking guild member, so ending the fight fast was the right call. She brings up that level 10 warrior story he once told her, just to give him a little boost. Chu Josi jumps up, shocked she remembered that old story. She just gives him a soft look and says, "Of course I do." He realizes he has been in this world for a while. He is almost level 12, and it is finally time to head home for Carolina. He thinks back to dealing with Mina's group and the bullies messing with Karina. When he gets back, he is definitely making the first move. Sakura grabs 2 bottles of meds from the fallen assassins. She hands them to Chu Josi, saying this high-grade stuff might come in handy. The system identifies it as Grade A experience potion. It boosts experience gains by 45%. This is a rare, expensive item in the adventurer world. Chu Josi is stoked. With this, he can definitely hit level 12 before they even reach Kevin's town. He is determined to hit 12 and see Carolina right away. Grabbing the 2 bottles with a grin, he announces they are back on the road. Sakura happily agrees. On their way, they run into a pack of small monsters and even a big boss. Chu, Josi, and Sakura make quick work of the monsters before continuing their journey forward. They stumble onto another party that just failed their quest. Chu Josi joins them and basically carries the whole team through the mission. Helping that party pays off. Chu Josi racks up experience fast and finally triggers a level up. Level 12 unlocked. Warrior class equipped with black camo gear and Fox Beastman traits. New skills include Chain Lightning Strike and Thunder Ambush Mimicry. Combat power hits 16,000. They keep moving. Sakura mentions they are finally getting close to the town where Kevin lives. Once they pull into town, Sakura suggests that they should probably find a place to crash for the night. A friendly beastman walks out to greet them. He says he owns the inn and has 1 premium room left for them. Chu Josi steps up and asks if they have 2 regular rooms instead. He makes it clear they do not need anything fancy. The innkeeper looks a bit awkward, saying there is only 1 room left. He asks if they are adventurers here for Kevin's refining tournament. See, this place is crawling with adventurers. Naturally, Chu Josi wonders what this Kevin refining tournament is all about. The innkeeper looks at them like they have 2 heads, wondering how real adventurers have never heard of this. Sura just smiles and explains it is this massive alchemy event Kevin puts on every year. It is all about contests and rare potions that every adventurer wants, and they plan to grab some cool gear once they arrive. Chu Josi is totally down, and the host asks again if they are actually going to book the room. Chu Josi scratches his head and asks Sakula to share a room. Surprisingly, she is cool with it if he is. They both tell the host they are in. Right then, this flashy couple struts into the lobby like they own it. The guy announces he is a level 15 junior blue mage and demands the best suite in the house. The host starts sucking up immediately, promising to prepare their absolute best luxury room. Vincent just gives him a cold look and tells him to lead the way right now. Chu Josi is not having it. He grabs Vincent by the shoulder and tells him to get to the back. Vincent turns around acting all smug, saying the VIP room is his and asking the host to back him up. The host agrees, but Sura speaks up because they were there first and already asked for a room. The host is shocked they do not know Vincent, who is basically the star student of that genius named Kevin. He is a big deal blue mage that even high ranks respect, so they really should not be looking for trouble. Mila, the girl with him, scoffs and says just hearing Kevin's name should be enough to make them back down. Chu Josi just cracks his knuckles and says the room is theirs regardless of who his teacher is. Now, lead the way. Vincent and the host are both completely stunned by how stubborn Chu D is being right now. Vincent laughs like a villain, warning Chu Josi that he will be banned from every single node for this disrespect. Unfazed, Chu Josi grabs Vincent by the collar and tosses him like trash, making his final decision very clear. The host freaks out while Mila rushes over to help Vincent up, screaming his name in a total panic. Vincent snaps back up, screaming that Chu Josi will pay for this and he will never step foot in a node. Ignoring the noise, Chu Josi tells the host to show them upstairs, and the old man finally gives in. Vianjan just sits there fuming, muttering that Chu Josi has no idea who he is messing with. Walking up the stairs, Chara nervously asks if he is sure about this, but he just says he treats people exactly how they treat him. Whether he is Kevin's student or not does not matter. He is done taking crap from anyone starting right now. Hearing him say he is done taking crap, Sakura wonders what he actually went through in the past. Night falls and Takula is out cold. Chu Josi stares at his glowing ring on his hand and whispers, "Karina, I am coming home soon." He pulls up his system and starts the infinite gateway skill right away. Chu Josi hits the portal and warps back to his original home world. Touching the ground, he whispers, "Okay, I am finally back where I belong." Sitting on the bed, he looks at his sleeping sister and feels relieved that he did not end up waking her. As he fixes her blanket, he hears Taulina talking in her sleep about her legs not having any feeling anymore. She keeps talking in her sleep, saying it is okay if she cannot stand, as long as he is not sad. She will not let her disability break her because she refuses to be a burden on his life anymore. He notices that her old crutch has been fixed up. He wonders if Carolina actually fixed the crutch herself, seeing how she takes such good care of all her important things. He lets out a soft sigh. Tucking her in, he whispers that she is so strong, he will not let anyone hurt her ever again. No more pain. He pats her head and promises to heal her legs and bring back that beautiful smile she used to have. Instead of sleeping, Chu Josi pulls up his system to check out his current stats. Messing with the UI, he is glad he can store gear in the inventory and plans to upgrade it all soon. Now that he is home, he is going to handle things properly. Next morning, Karina feels something is off with her brother. She looks worried and asks him if something happened. She says he looks like a totally different person overnight. He just grins and says he got a haircut and worked out. System shows level 12, Black Fox camouflage armor, and the Blood Rain weapon is ready for the next fight. Equipped with lightning skills and 16,000 combat power, he stands there while Karina says he looks way taller and more grown up than before. He just laughs and tells her to stay safe and wait for him in class after school is over. Remembering the bullies, Karina nods and heads off. At school, Mila and Vincent give them a nasty look. Karina ducked her head in terrified silence. While Chu Josi shot them a cold stare, Vivian realized Karina's brother looked way tougher now, but Mina snapped at her to just shut her mouth already. Josi promised his sister no one would ever mess with her again. Karina nodded along, wondering if becoming a hero was why he had changed into this totally different guy. Passing by Mina and Vivian as they looked away, Karina felt a weird vibe. She thought to herself that their attitude today was honestly just super bizarre. Mina simmered with rage, swearing she would use Billy's family connections to crush those two siblings. Meanwhile, Josi and his sister disappeared into the crowd and headed for class. In class, the group was gossiping. Kajimai warned everyone not to start beef with Josi, while Siru looked genuinely rattled after their last intense confrontation. Lily screamed that they only lost because they underestimated Josi. She swore she would never fear a guy who used to serve her and started plotting her revenge. Siryu tried to claim their sneak attack just failed, but Hilly shut him down, saying it was purely their own fault for being so careless. Suddenly, Kama pointed toward the door and announced that Chu Josi had finally arrived. The whole group peeked out to see Josi chatting with Lian Lin in the hallway. Sweating bullets, Siryu muttered that Josi looked like a completely different person, which left him totally shaken. Rail just watched him and decided to keep his mouth shut. Miss Lily stepped up to the podium, announcing the Future Star Tournament was starting soon and asked if anyone was brave enough to sign up. She looked at the class and explained that plenty of neighboring schools would be competing too. The school really wanted students to give it a shot because it was a chance for everyone to shine bright. Slumping in his seat, Le groaned that this competition was only for the hero class. For regular students, entering was basically a waste of time. Every year, the regular class gets smoked while the hero class takes all the top spots. Entering just means losing face and wasting time. Siru agreed, adding that with so many other schools competing, winning was practically impossible for them. Like last year's marathon, our guys didn't even hit the halfway mark before the other school's hero students crossed the finish line. The class started buzzing. Everyone complained about not wanting to lose, saying the hero class should just represent the school and be done with it. The teacher chimed in that the prize pool this year was massive, even the faculty was pumped. Since the Hero Academy Union is hosting, big-name guilds and top leaders will all be watching. Plus, the winner gets 10 million yen. Once they heard 10 million yen, the room went wild, not to mention the heavy hitters from the Hero Academy Union showing up. If you catch their eye, you could get scouted or even fast-tracked straight into the Hero League with a bright future. Down in his seat, Josi heard the prize money and started doing the math on winning it all. He could pay back the 600,000 yen he owed the Blue Snake gang, clear his debt, and move Karina into a nicer place. Plus, getting noticed by the union meant extra support. His eyes sharpened this cash was way more real than anything he dealt with in his previous world. He and Karina needed that money for a better life. He had to snag that 10 million yen and that opportunity. Lili leaned back with his arms behind his head, killing the vibe by shouting that none of them would ever see that prize. The hero class geniuses would dominate anyway. Siri agreed normal students couldn't compete. The mood in the classroom took a total nosedive once again. People shook their heads, saying hope was useless since they stood zero chance. The teacher just tried to encourage them, saying that showing up was what mattered. Someone else added that if hero students from other schools showed up, they'd be completely cooked with no way to win. Suddenly, a hand shot up in the middle of the class. Josi straightened his tie and said calmly, "Sign me up for this." La slammed the desk and laughed, mocking him for thinking one lucky win meant he was actually some kind of big shot now. Who knew he was still such a dreamer? Did he really think he could hang with the hero class? The whole room mocked him for thinking he could win. From the front of the room, the teacher looked down and asked Josi if he was absolutely sure about entering. He stood his ground, while some guy twirling a pen sneered, telling him not to come crying later. Josi turned and glared right at him. He said coldly, "If I lose, you can have whatever you want. But if I win, you better drop that trashy attitude toward me." Hearing that, the group froze, having no idea how to even respond to him. Lee stood up fuming, slammed the table to accept the bet, and told the class to witness it. He couldn't wait to see Josi fail. Josi just shrugged it off. The teacher called the room to order immediately. She said she'd submit Josi's name and announced a pre-tournament test that afternoon for all contestants. Josi asked a quick question about the test and nodded once he finally understood. Outside Karina's classroom, Josi dropped the news that he was entering. She cheered him on, wishing him the best of luck. He patted her head, warning her he might be home late and to never walk alone. In the hall, students whispered that he was Karina's brother. They never noticed before. But he's actually pretty hot now and looks totally different. He probably doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Chu Josi finished his talk, gave his sister a quick wave, and dipped. Suddenly, everyone started swarming Carolina's desk. Vivian and Mina watched from the corner, and Vivian looked totally annoyed by the crowd. Mina scrolled through her phone and mentioned that her brother actually signed up. She immediately texted her boyfriend Bai to tell him the news. Bai replied that his dad knows some heavy hitters from other schools who are going to wreck Chu Josi's day. She read the text and smirked, already counting down the minutes until that day finally arrives. Seeing Carolina getting all that attention, she hissed that once they crushed her brother, Carolina's life would be a nightmare. Up in the principal's office, the big guy stared out the window, calling this tournament a massive deal. It is not just a school event. It is a secret power check by the Hero Association and the top guilds. Because how these hero kids perform determines the school's rank and how much funding they get. He got serious and barked that they need at least one kid in the top 5 to secure funding. Someone replied that the hero class is all in, but the regular class kids can choose to skip. The vice principal wiped some sweat and reported that, predictably, almost no regular students signed up for this at all. The principal sighed. He figured those regular kids knew they didn't stand a chance against that massive power gap. He crossed his arms and confirmed it would just be the hero class students competing today. He warned everyone to be ready for the Hero Association rep's visit this afternoon. The vice principal looked pale and wiped his forehead, but insisted that the preparations were all set. But there was one exception. A regular student named Sukir Chu Josi actually signed up to join. The principal whipped around, totally shocked, asking if a regular class student really had the guts to join. By that afternoon, the testing area was buzzing as the elite fighters started their warm-ups for the tournament. Word started spreading through the crowd that some random kid from the regular class was actually showing up. Everyone was legit shocked that he actually volunteered for this suicide mission. A pink-haired girl scoffed, calling him an idiot for thinking he could hang. She said he is just going to embarrass the whole school. One guy, stretching, said the kid won't survive a test built for semi-heroes. These are elite young talents born with natural power who were destined for combat. These hero-class elites get all the perks just for being the face of the school's reputation. Someone pointed him out, making the pink-haired girl blush. She admitted the guy was actually kinda hot. The guy kept watching Chu Josi and mumbled that Compared to them, the kid looked like a total nobody. Kazuo checked the list and looked totally disgusted to see a regular student's name on the roster. He complained it was just a waste of time. This guy was the teacher in charge of the whole test. Hearing that, another student smirked, noting that even the teachers know the regular class has zero hope. It basically proves they don't have a prayer of passing this. Up in the second floor booth, a group was watching. Someone thanked the VIP guest for stopping by the school. A shaky principal introduced the hero class to Chairman Suzuki, practically begging for some expert feedback on them. Suzuki kept it cool, saying the organization expects big things, but he is just here for the show. This guy was Suzuki, the absolute boss and chairman of the entire hero school organization. The principal beamed, saying it is an honor to meet those expectations while showing off the giant scoreboard. Then the principal gave his deputy the look. It was time. The vice principal grabbed his phone and nodded. Down on the floor, Kazuo got the text. He knew the signal meant it was time to get moving. He tucked his phone away, raised his hand, and yelled that the official testing was finally starting. He barked at the students to squat up and head into the simulators like they were told. Kazuo pointed at the glowing screens, explaining that these 3 machines run test programs for levels D, E, and F. However, things were different today. Since they were mostly elite students, they were expected to hit rank S today. They needed at least 60 points in their teams to actually pass. Chu Josi raised his hand, confused. He said he didn't know about teams since he just signed up today. Kazuo scratched his head. A regular student was annoying, but he figured the kid would fail instantly anyway. He told Chu Josi he would just have to go solo at the very end of the line. Chu Josi didn't mind. Fighting alone was nothing new to him. It was basically just another Tuesday. He quietly agreed. Nearby, a student noticed that the teacher did not give 2 craps about the kid's fate. Sure, the test isn't lethal, but that dark energy and difficulty level? Totally brutal. She adds that even semi-hero squads have a hard time, so a lonely regular class student? They'll get crushed in seconds. Up in the observation deck, Suzuki and the school bigwigs are watching everything go down. One by one, groups of students head into the simulators to start their evaluation. Suzuki stands there with his arms crossed, silently watching the chaos. The real goal here? Find those hidden gems and recruit them fast before the other big guilds try to snatch them up. Because if you're even a second too late, the best recruits are already gone. Once the squads head inside, the system pings with a notification. The students have officially started their simulator trials. Stepping into the digital forest, Toshio is totally blown away. He'd heard the hype, but seeing this place in person is a whole different level of cool. The crew pulls up their system menus, and TIO realizes they can actually pick out some basic starter gear right out of the gate. With their armor and weapons all set, Toshio looks at the team and asks if they're ready to roll. He reminds them they need 60 points to pass, so they better stay sharp. Cut to later, and outside the test zone, more groups are still lined up, waiting for their shot. When the group finally steps out, the system confirms it. The 5-man squad cleared the rank F test in just 24 minutes. All 5 of them made the cut. Toshio lets out a huge sigh of relief, admitting that trial was definitely no walk in the park. Watching from the top, Suzuki realizes most teams are stuck in the 70 to 80 range. Nobody is even touching that 90 mark. It's pretty clear that this school's hero class hasn't produced any real superstar talent just yet. He figures these kids are still pretty green. Over the last few years, the highest score anyone's hit was a 93 on the rank E trial, and that was for a duo. Even though it's only 1 rank up, the skill gap between rank E and rank F is freaking massive. Anyone who crushes rank E with a high score is basically guaranteed to get scouted by the top hero academies and guilds. But finding that kind of genius? Rare as hell. Flashing a friendly smile, Suzuki tells the principal that with some solid training, these kids have a bright future ahead. Then he asks if the test is finally wrapped up. The vice principal gets all awkward and stammers that there's still 1 more kid from the regular class getting ready to go. The principal looks totally annoyed and lets out a little cough to remind everyone who's in charge. Suzuki just smiles, clasps his hands behind his back, and says, "A regular class student with enough guts to actually sign up? That's impressive. Since he's the final one, we might as well stay and see how he does. I mean, if he fails, he's still just some nobody from the regular class anyway." Down below, Kazugo is staring at his clipboard, not even looking up as he announces that everyone so far has passed. Now it's the regular class student's turn. Get in there quickly. And hey, if the pressure gets to be too much, you can bail whenever. Hearing his teacher, Chu Josi just gives a quiet nod without saying a single word. Meanwhile, the crowd of students behind him starts gossiping like crazy. Some kid crosses his arms and mocks him, saying the dark energy in the simulator will make him freak out. Another guy jumps in to agree. They're all wondering how long it'll take before he comes crawling back out. Chu Josi steps into the simulator. The system immediately pops up a notification. Test difficulty is set to rank F dungeon. It prompts the participant to select their class and starting gear. Seeing the alert, Chu Josi mumbles that he's already got everything he needs, so he can just start this thing right now. The system keeps displaying info. Level 12, class, Black Armored Warrior with Fox Beastman camo. Weapon of choice, Blood Rain. Skills include Lightning Chain, Strike, and Thunder Ambush copy. Combat power hits 16,000. Chu Josi starts shredding monsters as a pack of level 1 black rabbits with glowing red eyes suddenly jumps out and charges straight at him. He just casually says they're only level 1. Since this is a semi-hero test, the easy difficulty makes total sense. Without breaking a sweat, Chu Josi finishes off the monsters and keeps moving forward while saying Karina is waiting, so he needs to wrap this up fast. Inside the simulator, a sudden flash of light makes Chu Josi look up. The next monster goes down just as fast. It's just lying there, totally motionless on the ground. Chu Josi swings his sword, muttering that this is way too easy. 6 minutes in and he's already this far, and these are only level 3 black rabbits. Right after that, the system shows a completion notice. But then, it suddenly throws a red warning data error. His abilities are way beyond the current difficulty level. Because of that, the rank D test is being activated. Reading the alert, Chu Josi is shocked to find out there's even a rank D dungeon test. He honestly thought just passing rank F was the goal. The system notifies him that the rank D dungeon is ready and tells the student to start the challenge. Without hesitating for a second, Chu Josi heads in. At his current level, he figures there isn't really much difference between rank D and rank F. Since Chu Josi still hasn't come out, the crowd outside starts talking even more. Tosi starts bugging the teacher to crack that machine open, thinking the poor kid is paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Kazugo is staring at the timer, sweating because 12 whole minutes have already ticked away. For a regular class student, that is an eternity. Something definitely went sideways in there. Suzuki just hangs back, watching everything unfold. He notes that a normal student lasting this long is actually insane. He tells the principal to hype up the kid for his guts when he comes out, regardless of the results. Suddenly, the simulator starts rattling like crazy. The doors hiss open, dumping out white smoke and a mission complete notification. Chu Josi steps out of the fog, and the system screams a massive congrats for hitting a perfect score. The logs show a solo run that broke the scale. He cleared rank D in just 12 minutes with a clean 100 points. Everyone watching is losing their minds, jaws hitting the floor. Stepping out, Chu Josi just mumbles that the job is finally done. Up in the observation deck, the trio is speechless. Suzuki is wondering if this kid is actually just a normal student, staring at those crazy numbers. Kazuo is drenched in sweat, staring at that rank D clear and perfect score. He is convinced the system just glitched out hard. The other guy turns beet red, yelling that the math is wrong. No way a regular kid finishes 2 exams in 12 minutes flat. Chu Josi walks up to Kazuo and tells him the points do not really matter. He just needs to qualify so he can go pick up his little sister. Kugo can only stand there and nod. Just as Chu Josi turns to bounce, a voice calls out for him to wait. Suzuki blocks his path, asking if he really just crushed both the rank S and D tests. Chu Josi confirms it. The vice principal is totally confused, insisting a 12-minute clear for a regular kid is basically a fairy tale and makes no sense. Ignoring the haters as usual, Suzuki asks if his name is Suki Chu Josi and tells him to describe the final boss from the exam. Chu Josi starts walking away, casually mentioning it was a level 6 black wolf. Fast, sure, but weak enough to drop in a few hits. He waves goodbye to the teachers. Suzuki stays silent, processing the answer. The principal confirms the kid is telling the truth. Suzuki cuts him off and tells Chu Josi to go get his sister. Chu Josi looks back and gives a quick thanks to the man. The principal is still trying to argue that the results are a mistake. Suzuki shuts him down, demanding the kid join the upcoming tournament. He tells them to keep these scores top secret for now. Suzuki stands there thinking, realizing the boss description was dead on. This kid is the real deal. Chu Josi is a hidden genius, a total monster who just shattered every record with a flawless run. He decides to keep a very close eye on him. He is definitely recruiting this genius for the Hero Union. Chu Josi walks down the hall as the evening sun glows. The system pops up his stats one more time. Level 12, Armored Warrior class with a fox disguise, blood fog weapon, and 16,000 combat power. Like that, the future star tournament arrives. Red banners are everywhere, and students are flooding the arena entrance. One student marches through the crowd with his bag, making everyone start whispering and pointing. People spot the top dogs from Lozu and Saahila schools arriving on site. Everyone assumes these hero-class elites will sweep the board and take all the top spots in the rankings. A megaphone blasts, telling everyone to finish their registration before gathering at the main combat arena. Chuozi hits the desk. The clerk asks if he is hero class and wants his name. He stays cool and introduces himself as Tsukiyoshi, just a regular student from school. His system flashes his level 12 stats and armored warrior job again. Blood fog weapon equipped and combat power now sitting at 160,000. The clerk watches him go, noting his insane willpower, but warns him not to push too hard since the hero class kids are actual beasts. Inside the massive stadium, the opening ceremony is officially kicking off. The vice principal rushes over to tell the boss that Chairman Suzuki has finally arrived. The principal starts apologizing for the lack of a proper welcome, but Suzuki just asks if the regular class kids finished their registration. The VP confirms everyone is checked in and ready to go, and Suzuki gives a satisfied nod. Watching the kids warm up outside, Suzuki thinks Chu Josi is finally getting serious now. If that power is real, this kid is a total legend who needs protection before the big guilds start fighting. In the corner, the VP whispers that all the guild reps are here for the grand opening. The principal agrees and tells everyone to be on their best behavior. The VP mentions Suzuki probably knows Lozu and Sahira sent their absolute best students this year, which gets the principal's attention. Looking stressed, the VP says both schools are playing for keeps. Meanwhile, their own rank is slipping, and things look pretty bleak. The principal just sighs and says he gets it. No matter what, the school will try. Inside the student locker room, an announcement blares that the combat power test starts in 5 minutes. Everyone needs to hustle to the arena. Students start scrambling. Chu Josi gets ready, wondering if this test is just the warm-up for everything. Screens flash the rules you need. Minimal movement while unleashing your absolute maximum power output. Physical and power stats are capped at a maximum of 100 points. Chu Josi realizes it is showtime. Leaner moves mean way more power, according to the rules. The machine tracks real talent, so there is zero room for any fake stats. A student steps out front. People start whispering that he is from Saahila, wondering what his score will be. Standing before the sensor, the guy locks in and prepares to strike. He winds up and hammers the device hard. Immediately, the screen shows 72 physical and 74 power. He smirks, feeling himself, while the crowd behind him starts buzzing with all the gossip. People say 70 plus is decent, but 80 plus is the ticket to the top 3. Someone asks about last year's stats. The answer is 76 and 66, with some advice to work on his control next time. Chu Josi catches the chatter and figures that getting over 70 is a solid start. Wondering how he will rank, students line up for their turn. The system keeps tallying the results. 62, 69, 73, 65, 76, 72, 78, 68, 56, 62. When the Seisen student score pops up, the haters start laughing. Is this really Seisen's best? 56 points is totally mid, honestly. The laughing continues. A guy mocks the fact that Seisen sent regular students, saying he can't wait to see their cute scores. People whisper that Seisen is pathetic for using normies to fill space. On the stands, the guilds are plotting. Lozu is currently winning. With the right training, these kids could be top-tier heroes. Put them on recruitment. Saahila looks good, but Seisen is basically stuck in the mud. In the booth, the principal hides his face, whispering how embarrassing. Suzuki thinks they are getting dusted by the other schools and puts all his chips on Chu Josi. Chu's crew is watching too. Seri-Hu snaps that everyone knows their business. Rai asks where Chu is. Karina watches, whispering to herself. Mina smirks, asking Karina if her brother plans to humiliate the whole school. The others agree, saying if he was actually tough, he'd be out there fighting instead of just talking big. Karina snaps back that she believes him. Mina yells that she's blind, and she'll be laughing when he fails. Back at the arena, Suzuki is still watching intently. He frowns, noticing that nobody has managed to break 80 in both categories. But the heavy hitters always show up late. Where is he? Can this kid really hang with the elites from Kudu and Saahela? Suddenly, the crowd gets rowdy. Some random guy accidentally bumps a shoulder, and the other dude totally loses his cool, screaming like a maniac in the middle of everyone. Hey, watch where you're going. That student spins around, instantly grabbing everyone's attention in the hallway. That is Vin Love, the Saahila legend who crushed the Rank D Level 4 hero exam with a combat power of 580. Someone recognizes him instantly. Look, it is Vin, the absolute ace of the Sa Academy squad. He is already a certified hero and the top seed for the championship. The guy who bumped him is now bowing his head, totally regretting his big mouth. Vin steps up to the testing machine and reaches for the target. Channeling every bit of his strength, he hammers a massive punch into the device. The screen flashes. Physique 86, power 90. The crowd goes wild because moving that smoothly while packing such insane power is just straight up impressive. Suzuki watches closely, realizing that the Saahela team is the real deal. Maybe Vince is the top student this year. He plans to have a little chat with the kid after the event wraps up. Down below, another student enters the arena. The crowd starts chanting, "The ace from Kudu has finally arrived." He starts trash-talking immediately. Any losers who cannot even hit 80 points should shut up and watch how a real Kudu ace does it. That is Bonforce, a hero-class student from Kudu who cleared the Rank D Level 4 test with 620 power. Bonforce walks up and gives the target a light tap. It spins like crazy, and the screen immediately reads, Physique 89, Power 92. Everyone starts buzzing. He almost hit 90 on both stats. That is some serious high-tier hero potential right there. He barely even tried. Kudu is on a whole different level. It looks like we already found our winner for this year. Suzuki is impressed by Bonforce and wants to talk later. Seeing those stats, even Vince starts feeling a little bit of serious pressure. Bonforce walks past Vince with a smirk. You are the only one worthy of being my rival, but the title is mine. Suddenly, some guy cuts in. Excuse me, but it is my turn. The crowd realizes it is Chu Josi and starts mocking him. Chu Josi from the regular class? I cannot believe he actually entered. Man, do not go embarrassing our school out there. How does he even have the nerve to stand behind Bonforce? Chu Josi approaches the machine, thinking he just needs minimal movement for maximum impact power. Seeing him hesitate, the crowd starts laughing and shouting at him. Hurry it up already, kid! We have a schedule! Mina smirks from the stands. Finally showed up, huh? You are just going to embarrass yourself. Do not get so scared that you freeze up. Karina cheers nervously. Big brother, you can do it! Suzuki is excited as Chu Josi steps out. Scoring 70 or 80 would be truly legendary. The principal covers his eyes, unable to watch. He is totally worried about this regular class student failing miserably. Chu Josi takes a deep breath. Using a tiny fraction of his ultimate physique and the heavenly system should be plenty. He activates the system and barely touches the target with one finger. His ultimate physique gets an insane power boost instantly. In a flash, his defense and shock resistance skyrocket. Massive energy pools in his finger, and the system starts displaying his crazy stats. The system focuses 60% of his body strength into his middle finger. Other parts drop, boosting his finger power by 600%. The second Chu Josi touches that ball, a massive explosion of bright energy erupts everywhere. Nearby students are blown back, forced to shield their eyes. Everyone watching is frozen in total shock. The screen starts flickering like crazy. Physique 100, Power 100. Then it switches to unknown because the numbers just broke the entire scale. Looking at the result, Chu Josi figures he overdid it. The testing ball rips off the machine and rockets into the sky. Chu Josi sighs, worried he will have to pay for the damage. After a while, the ball falls back down, totally mangled and smoking on the ground. The crowd goes into a total frenzy. Everyone is yelling. Did he just launch that ball into orbit? No way. Is he really that strong? No way. The machine must be broken or he is cheating. Even the guild reps are buzzing. Who is this kid? If that machine is right, his power is light years ahead of everyone. Or maybe it is just some high-tech cheating? No high school kid could possibly be this strong. Near the machine, teachers start inspecting the gear and calling it in to the school office for confirmation. Please wait a moment, Chu Josi says calmly. Look, as long as I do not get a 0, I am fine with whatever. I have no complaints. Bonforce still cannot believe it, claiming the machine is broken or Chu Josi is using some illegal cheat gear. Vin crosses his arms. Let us just wait for the principal to make the final call. The principal pushes through the crowd. Make way, everyone. We need to inspect the machine. Suzuki is on the scene in a heartbeat too. He asks, Chu Josi, show me your hands. Chu Josi reaches out. Suzuki looks closely and sees no gear, just a hand covered in thick, rough calluses. He thinks to himself, this kid is so young, yet he has clearly been through some absolute hell. Suzuki frowns and asks why his hands are so scarred and calloused. Chu Josi answers honestly, I have been working part-time jobs for nearly 10 years. Hearing that, he can only gasp in shock. What? The tech team finishes their check and reports that the machine is working perfectly fine. After pulling the data and double-checking the impact force, he scored a perfect 100 points. The principal can't believe his ears and asks, a perfect 100 in both of his categories? The crowd goes ballistic. You're telling me he's so strong he broke the machine? Rigged. Sane totally faked it. The tech guy asks if something is wrong. Principal looks at Suzuki and says, Chairman, I can't change the score. Suzuki shuts everyone up with a sudden announcement. As the hero organization rep, I'm calling it valid. I checked everything myself, no cheats, no hacks, nothing. So, I'm officially awarding Chu Josi of Sane 100 points in both rounds. Bonnie and Vince are floored. No way. Perfect hundreds across the board? Bonnie is absolutely seething with jealousy. He realizes he totally underestimated Chu Josi. No wonder Billy wants this kid taken out of the picture. Bonford is dead set on finishing the job. He's planning to drop him in the next match. The elite students are tripping, unable to believe the chairman's call. One guy finally speaks up. If the boss said it, it's legit. So, regular class 0 Chu Josi is officially number 1 now. The official rankings drop on the big screen. Chu Josi from Sane, 100 points, holding first place. The stadium explodes. Team V is sweating bullets, screaming that being rank 1 is straight up crazy. CU is jaw-dropped. Perfect scores, that's a historical record. Who even is this guy anyway? Karina is losing it on the bleachers. My big brother is a legend. Vivian just stares, totally stunned. See that? Those scores are absolute fire. Karina smirks and says, duh, obviously my brother is a beast. Mina is grinding her teeth. Why is he winning so easily? This is totally messed up. She pulls out her phone to vent to her boyfriend Billy. Suzuki announces Chu Josi is the only sane student in the top 10. Top seeds get 10 points. Everyone else gets a single point. He knows Sane needs Chu Josi, but the next round is going to be hell. A few moments later, the speakers blast, time to squad up. Round 2 is a team battle in a simulated monster dungeon. Whoever slaughters the most shadow beasts in 10 minutes wins the whole thing. The kids on the field get hyped. We can still win this if we play as a team. The teacher looks at his tablet and tells Chu Josi, you need 3 people to form a squad, so you're sitting this out. He just nods. Sane's leading. In the corner, Bonnie is fuming. I didn't do a single thing this round. My chance to wreck him is gone. Whatever, focus on round 2. Bonnie tells his crew, let's go. Kolazu is the top dog and we've trained for this. We're taking that number 1 spot. The squad shouts back. Beans gathers his team, saying the competition is tough, but they've got this. The whole team screams their support. We're going all out for Sa Ahila. The Sane team knows Lozu and Sa Ahila are monsters. They're just aiming for the top 10. Someone sighs, we're outclassed, our team is kind of trash. The buzzer rings and the match starts. Teams head into the pods one by one. As they enter, Vale laughs at Chu Josi standing there solo. Guess nobody wants a loser teammate. Chu Josi just chills while kids mock him. No way a regular class kid is that strong. Mina and Vivian tease Karina about her brother being a loner. Karina mumbles. They always underestimate him. While waiting, Chu Josi figures the MVP star depends on the total final score. Whoever dominates this round gets the glory. I just need to lock in that MVP title. If I grab these points, that 10 million yen is mine. Every team starts sweating in the sim. The other schools are trying their best. The system logs 18 Shadow Beast kills already. Team Ahoven is leading with 48. Then Bonnie's screen updates. 60, 2 kills and counting. The crowd watches the big screen. Halfway through and Lozu is crushing it just like everyone predicted. People are buzzing about how Kazu and Sa Ahila have that perfect team flow. Suzuki stroked his chin, thinking Chu Josi might pull a surprise. But in this team fight, it's tough because the regular kids are totally sidelined from the hero class. That's the cold hard truth. Sin's squad staggered out of the simulator, looking completely wiped out. They tapped out at 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Too exhausted to go on, the leader helped a limping Thosy out. Why is everyone trashed? Only the vice captain and I are still standing. At this rate, we're never hitting top 10. Someone groaned from the back. Even if it's just a simulation, the physical strain feels way too real to handle. The captain broke a sweat checking the leaderboard. Kuzu hit 86, and with time left, they'll definitely climb higher. Ahela is at 63, just 8 points behind us. This is seriously stressing me out right now. They rushed the support desk, begging to keep playing since the vice captain and one other guy were still good to go. The teacher shook his head. You need at least 3 people. Plus, even with a full squad, there's barely any time left. The captain snapped, saying they just needed one more body. Suddenly, Thosy yanked his arm and pointed at Chu Josi standing alone. Oh, it's Tsukio from the regular class. The captain dragged Chu Josi over to the teacher, insisting they finally had their 3. Come on, join us. Don't let these points go to waste. Josi shrugged and said no problem. They signed up and dove in. The captain slapped Chu Josi's shoulder. We're set, let's move. The teacher just watched, doubting 3 minutes could change anything now. Inside the sim, the captain barked at Thosy. Only 3 minutes left. Let's go. Thosy gripped his sword, doing the math. We've downed 33 enemies. If we get 10 more, we might actually crack the top 10. Without looking back, he told Josi to just do whatever he could to help out. A swarm of one-eyed monsters appeared. Chu Josi stepped forward and casually told the other 2 to just close their eyes. Thosy looked confused and asked why. Chu Josi started powering up, saying it was for the good of their own eyesight. Just close them and I'll handle the rest. The system pinged, summoning his 4th weapon, the Nether Cold Light Sword, level 12. He donned his black stealth armor and fox beast gear, prepping his chain lightning strike skill for a total tactical ambush. With his combat power hitting 16, the 2 guys behind him covered their eyes, shouting that they still needed 10 more kills to reach the top 10. Chu Josi just said, Leave it to me. Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in blinding, crackling bolts of electricity. One strike to the ground made the earth tremble. He lunged forward, slicing through the mob, focused on tearing through every last one. System triggered his ultimate physique, boosting his power to the absolute max. A lightning trail followed his blade as the kill counter exploded. 43, 73, 103, 180, 240, and finally 330. A lightning trail followed his blade as the kill counter exploded. 43, 73, 103, 180, 240, and finally 330. Josi rested the sword on his shoulder. That should do it. The others were speechless. Over 300 kills in one single move? Right then, the alarm blared outside. Time was officially up. The screen flashed the results. First place, Jason, 330. The crowd went absolutely wild as the three of them stepped out of the machine. Suzuki sprinted over to Thosi, eyes wide. Is it true? Did he really take down over 300 monsters before the buzzer? Thosi was shaking. We honestly don't know what happened. Chu Josi just told us to keep our eyes shut. The captain described seeing blinding lights and feeling the ground shake before Josi wiped the entire map with one move. Thosi confirmed they didn't do anything wrong. Suzuki stared at Chu Josi with brand new eyes. He realized the entire victory was single-handedly carried by that one kid, a hidden genius with insane power, a total monster who could reshape the entire hero community. He knew he had to keep hold of this talent once the tournament wrapped up. The stands erupted like a disturbed beehive. People were already whispering that those results had to be fake or rigged. It's that Chu Josi kid again. They must have hacked the data. If they're cheating this openly, they're bound to get caught. Yukata approached the principal, identifying his group as external judges. He claimed the results looked suspicious and demanded to see the data. The principal just shrugged. We were shocked too, but go ahead and check. I promise you won't find anything shady here. Up in the stands, Ryle crossed his arms with a smirk. The judges are investigating now. This is getting interesting. It's definitely fraud. Nobody's that strong. Nearby students looked worried, thinking a cheating scandal would be a total disaster for the school. Mina poked at Karina, asking if her brother was a cheater. Karina snapped back, insisting he'd never do something like that. Down on the field, Suzuki walked over to Yukata and asked him what the verdict was. Yukata sighed. The data spiked like crazy at the end, but there's zero sign of outside interference. It looks legit. Relieved, the principal declared Chu Josi clean and praised their fair play. But another skeptic stood up to loudly protest the decision. I've never heard of a three-man squad pulling those numbers. Just then, Chu Josi and his teammates walked right up to them. He made a simple proposal. If we don't take first place in every remaining match, you can call us cheaters. But if we keep winning, you won't have any reason to doubt us. The principal panicked, telling Chu Josi to chill out, since winning every match was basically impossible. But Josi just cut him off. Don't worry about it, teach. Bonford smirked, looking way too cocky. From here on, it is all individual events, so let us see you walk the talk. Beside him, Vin squeezed his fists tight. I figured the finals would be a showdown between us, but you actually got passed up. I honestly live for crushing arrogant punks like that. Yukta spoke up. If you are going to talk that big, then just do it. Nobody is forcing your hand. If you do not take first place in every single match from here on, we are calling it cheating. Chu Josi raised his hand. Fine, I accept. They hit the first individual event, the long jump, and Bonnie went first. He nailed a clean landing. The system flashed. Bonif, Hero Class Kalu, Level 4, Combat 620. Chu Josi stepped up, activating his ultimate physique system to supercharge his legs for a massive explosive burst. With just a light hop, he cleared the jump, leaving even Bonnie 4 standing there completely stunned. The system called it, first place long jump goes to Seisenhai's Chu Josi. Next up, the sprint. Right at the start, Chu Josi dusted Bon Force and Vin. The screen updated again. Sprint first place, Seisenhai, Chu Josi Tsukisilo. For the discus throw, Chu Josi triggered the system again, buffing his arms for insane power. He put everything he had into that throw. The disc went screaming through the air. System alert. Discuss first place, Seisenhai, Chuosiyuki. The judges were floored. Did he just break the record? On the stands, Karina cheered while Mina and Vivian looked miserable. Mina muttered, Is Karina's guy really this cracked? Vivian added, If he sweeps everything, he is setting a massive record. Sally and Siryu were losing it too. Siryu stammered, What is wrong with G? G blurted out, He is a literal beast. Meanwhile, a shadow watched from the hallway. It was Billy, pale with rage and eyes full of hate. He figured, cheater or not, he could not let this streak continue. What the hell is Bon 4 doing? Billy texted, breathing down his neck. On the field, Bonf and Vince were drenched in sweat and gasping. Bonf hissed a curse. Where did Seisen find this freak? Even Vince had to admit the guy was untouchable. Bonnie Ford checked his phone and saw Billy's text. He thought to himself, I know Billy, I want to take him down, but I am tapped out. Vince said, it is the final round. I am going to do something. Just watch. All that training is about to pay off. I want a fair fight with Suki C. Bonnie. For suddenly remembered the P2P mind invasion device from Billy's dad, it was down to 10% power. If he did not use it now, he would never win, even by cheating. The speakers blared. Next up, the final rope lift challenge. It was the crowd favorite finale. The system explained. Players use ropes and willpower to pull a female student up to the top. Reach the top, ring the bell, and have the girl grab the name tag to win. The announcer added, 3 students per school, get ready. A man in a suit told Chu Josi that the principal expects him to stay in first place. Chu Josi scratched his head. He didn't have a partner, and Karina's leg was messed up. His teacher said he would find someone and announce it. Chu Josi from Saisen is set for the rope lift, but he needs a partner. Any volunteers want to come down to the field? Girls in the stands started whispering. They wanted to help but were hesitant. One said he was a total stud, but she hated the spotlight. Karina raised her hand to volunteer, but her friend stopped her, reminding her about her bad leg. Vi munched on candy, saying anyone would do. Mina suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. She smirked wickedly, thinking she would join just to sabotage him. If he failed, it would be on him. Vi gasped. You are actually going? Mina headed down, thinking she could not rely on Vi forever. Her friend couldn't stop her, so she just told her to be careful. On the field, Chu Josi was warming up when the teacher brought the volunteer. Meet your partner. Chu turned and said, Hey, I am Chu Josi. He was stunned to see who it was. Mina smiled and offered to help. The teacher left them to talk strategy before the match started. Chu Josi stared at Mina. What are you doing here? I know you are up to no good. Mina flipped her hair, saying nobody else would do it, so he should check his attitude. The speakers announced the rope lift was about to start. Everyone got into position. Mina climbed onto the lift and told him it was her first time, so he better pull her to the top. Chu Josi ignored her, staying focused. Mina fumed at the disrespect, thinking, just you wait. Vince flexed for his teammate, promising to get them to the top. His partner cheered. Bonnie Ford's teammate promised to give it their all. Bonnie, gritted his teeth, determined not to let Chu Josi win. The announcer called for positions as the assistants double-checked the gear. Each player had an assistant on standby for emergencies or if someone completely gassed out. Everything was ready. The announcer shouted for them to pull. The signal went off and everyone started hauling with everything they had. Chu Josi gripped the rope, finding it easy thanks to his system, but he paced himself so he didn't look too suspicious. The crowd went wild. Fans cheered for Koro. Bonnie's eyes went red. He didn't need first place, he just needed to crush Suki Silo. With that device active, nobody could handle the massive migraine it caused. He let go with one hand and reached into his pocket, imagining victory. The cheering was deafening as they reached the halfway point. Keep going! On the field, 2 contestants were already starting to fade fast. Sweat is flying everywhere. These guys are gassed. Vin just laughs at their pathetic struggle and gives one massive yank, hoisting his teammate high in the air. The girl cheers, yelling they're in the lead. That's when Chu Josi finally decides to kick it into high gear. He fires up the system, boosting his arms while keeping a steady pace. The plan is to build momentum and then go full beast mode at the peak. Mina stands in the lift, glaring down with pure hate, her hands white-knuckling the railing. Her face is stone cold, no expression. This is so trash. There's no way she's letting herself be the one who quits. Suddenly, she turns around and starts freaking out, screaming her head off. Chu Josi tightens the rope, wondering if he needs to add more power. While she's up there losing it and thrashing around, Chu Josi feels the rope vibrating like crazy from down below. He keeps his cool, gripping the rope even tighter. It's obvious this girl has zero intention of actually helping him out. Seeing Mina acting like a total maniac, Leanne the assistant yells, "Hey, stop moving, it's dangerous." Meanwhile, Mina's boyfriend, B, shows up in the stands. Watching the chaos, he sports a shady grin, thinking his girl is actually pretty savage for pulling this off. No matter how sketch it gets, he can't let Chu Josi win. Mina cuối cùng cũng dừng lại, bám vào lan can nhìn xuống và thầm nghĩ đúng là đáng đời anh. But then she freezes. Seeing Chu Josi standing there perfectly calm sends a cold, terrifying shiver right down her spine. Chu Josi shoots her a look that's basically a final warning. An icy vibe spreads as he snaps, asking if she's done being a total brat. Looking into those eyes, Mina's legs start shaking. Pure fear washes over her because she knows he's a real threat. The intercom blares that the match is almost over, calling on every student to give it their all for the school's pride and honor. Hearing the words "the end," Bonnie Ford flashes a wicked smirk. The moment he's been waiting for is finally about to go down. Watching Chu Josi's back, he snickers. If this guy loses even one match, everyone will call him a total fraud. What a cocky idiot. He thinks back to before the match when he secretly tagged Chu Josi as his main target. All he has to do is hit one button to see that smug look turn into pure agony and stop him from ever taking first place. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out the activation chip, and slams the start button immediately. Just a heads up, the B2P system is a high-level mind invasion device. When it fires, it sends a neural shockwave that leaves the target with a massive, soul-crushing headache. It is dangerous gear, completely banned on the black market. The moment he clicks the button, an invisible wave ripples across the whole arena. Every single student in the area feels the impact instantly as the signal hits their brains. Headaches slam into everyone, leaving them clutching their skulls in pure, agonizing pain. Even Blyford gets hit. With bloodshot eyes, he realizes the device Billy's dad gave him is totally glitching out. Chu Josi looks around, confused by the sudden chaos. Then the pain hits him too. He realizes he's not safe from the blast either. His system screams a warning, detects a neural shock, and flips on his brain's defense mode instantly. Meanwhile, most of the other students are just blacking out from the shockwaves. With no one holding the ropes, the platforms start free-falling. It is absolute pandemonium. The crowd is losing it. They're watching people drop like flies while the girls are inches from a total disaster. The principal sees the mess and calls for backup, but they're way too far away to help in time, making rescue nearly impossible. One girl is screaming, falling toward the ground in total despair. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grips the rope tight. Mina's eyes snap open. She's shocked the fall stopped and bolts to the railing to see who saved her. Who did that? She wonders. Then she sees him. It's Chu Josi holding the line. Down below, his eyes burn with grit. He can't let these girls die. He commands the system to activate his ultimate physique right now. No questions asked. It boosts his leg power, and the system executes the order in a heartbeat. The girls are still free-falling in a total death trap. Chu Josi doesn't hesitate. He sprints around the arena, snatching up every single loose rope that's dangling without a holder, determined not to let a single soul hit the floor. Someone in the crowd sees him and screams out Chu Josi's name in total shock. He single-handedly halted every single platform before they hit the ground. After a frantic lap, he gathers all the ropes into one massive bundle. His only thought? Don't let a single person fall. Even with that insane weight crushing his body, he channels every ounce of power into his arms. The system confirms his ultimate status, but the pressure on his legs is way beyond human limits. The girls cheer for him, begging him to hold on. Mina's jaw drops as she watches the impossible. Chu Josi is holding up every single lift by himself without breaking. The fans are stunned, realizing how many tons he's actually pulling, and they start chanting for him. Chu Josi goes all in, teeth gritting hard as he strains against the weight. He kept pushing despite the crushing weight. Even his gloves started shredding from the insane tension. Suzuki witnessed the madness and screamed for Chu Josi. He knew this kid was a future legend and needed him on his squad immediately. The principal and the crew finally showed up, frantically calling for backup to help Chu out. Once help arrived, Chu finally loosened his grip. Everyone held the platforms up while hyping up his crazy effort. The team grabbed the lines to steady the situation. Chu Josi refused to let go, claiming he would finish the job himself. The crew asked if he needed a break after that insane stunt he just pulled. Chu snapped back that it was not over yet. He was dead set on taking first place in every event. Mina watched him from above, realizing he was still pushing even though he was clearly running on empty. Her face flushed red. She could not help but respect his insane drive and absolute refusal to quit. Chu Josi forced himself up, body trembling and arms feeling like lead. He was not letting go of that #1 spot. System warnings flashed, muscle endurance was at 0. The crowd held their breath, screaming their hearts out for the kid. Karina folded her hands, praying he would make it. The whole stadium erupted, chanting for Chu to take the crown. Chu heard every single cheer. He caught his second wind and started hauling on that rope once more. The finish was right there. Someone yelled that if the girl just pulled the school sign down, it was over. Seeing that, Bai lost it, screaming at Mina not to drop the sign or they would lose everything. Mina stood there frozen, totally unsure what to do. From up high, she spotted Chu putting every ounce of strength into holding that massive rope. Mina made her move, spun around, and yanked the bell rope. Bill screamed in pure agony from the stands, seeing her choice. Chu Josi watched from below, seeing the whole thing play out, and cracked a small, relieved smile. The banner finally dropped, signaling the win. The words "Sei Shin Hai" were loud and clear. The entire stadium absolutely lost its mind. Roars echoed through the air as Seishin and Chu Josi grabbed that #1 trophy. The speakers blasted across the field, officially announcing the new champions Chu Josi and the Sa Shin squad. Raleigh and Siryu stared in shock, whispering about first place. Even Vivian was impressed, calling it straight-up unbelievable. Karina's eyes welled up with happy tears. Her big brother actually pulled it off. Inside the guild monitoring rooms, the hype was explosive. A talent like this was rare. They were not about to let another team snatch him up. I need everything on Chu Josi right now. Do whatever it takes to get him on our roster. Over at the Blue Snake Guild, Miss Y whispered to the boss that Suzuki was making way too much noise lately. The chaos earlier was caused by that item the young master handed out. The boss frowned. The young master did what? He rubbed his temples, looking stressed out. Dealing with a literal genius was the last thing he wanted on his plate. He stood up, grabbing his coat. Let's move. Chu Josi is way beyond our level right now. I need to speak with your young master. Down at the arena, a suit walked up to congratulate the school on their new champion. The principal beamed, thanking him. He was incredibly proud their future star scholarship had produced such a massive winner. Suddenly, a guy rushed over. Principal, President Suzuki, we have got an urgent situation. The principal asked what was going on. The guy who just arrived was from the EOCO. He reported finding a PE2P device on a contestant. That thing probably caused the entire disaster. It is on the extreme danger list. How do we handle this? Suzuki froze. You are telling me it was a banned item? The principal turned pale, asking if it was his student. The official said it was Bonnie Force, Kazu's top ace. We thought it was a fluke, but Bon is in custody. Mr. President, are you taking over this investigation? Suzuki's voice went cold. I did not expect that from their school. Let the staff dig deeper. I will call them myself. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God it was not his kid, or the whole win might have been voided. Chu Josi walked up, still dripping sweat, and asked what was up. Suzuki smiled. You are just in time, kid. The principal gripped his hand, calling him the pride of Seisen. He promised the school would have his back from now on. Anything you need, just ask. For starters, tuition for you and your sister is officially on the house. Chu Josi gently pulled his hand back, saying he did not need special treatment. That is when Suzuki cut in. On behalf of the heroes, I am officially inviting you to the elite squad. No middle schooler has ever made it, but you are ready. Think it over. Besides that future star title, you're getting a luxury apartment in Hero Mansion number 1, prime real estate, kid. Chu Josi and the principal just stood there, totally stunned. You're serious about the mansion? The principal's face went stone cold as he realized the chairman was dead set on recruiting this absolute prodigy, no matter the price. In the stands, a girl quietly heads up the stairs when a rough hand suddenly yanks her collar back. A furious voice barks at her to come here, and she groans in pain. Ouch! You! Billy drags her by her shirt, demanding why she took her name tag off and threw the fight to Chu Josi. He slams her against the wall, screaming if she's forgotten the humiliation. She promised to help him take Chu Josi down for good. Mina's trembling, her back soaked in sweat. He saved my life, she stammers. Without him, I'd be dead, along with everyone else out there. He doesn't give a damn. So what? He yells. That jerk hogged all the spotlight and attention. He's just a total waste of space. Mina stays quiet, looking at Billy with nothing but pure disappointment in her eyes. She shoves his hand away. Billy, we're done, she says firmly. Don't ever come near me again. His face turns bright red with rage. Veins pop out on his neck as he loses it, raising a hand and screaming right in her face. Mina flinches but stays brave. Go ahead, hit me, she says. But if you do, I'm gone for good. Never look for me again. Just then, a hand in a black sleeve locks onto his wrist like a vice. It's Chu Josi. He looks at Billy. Oh, it's just you. Billy pales. Let go, Chu Josi. What are you doing? Mina's face turns red as she gasps out his name in shock. Chu Josi's eyes turn ice cold. I wasn't going to get involved, he says, but if you're behind this, I can't look away. With one move, he slams Billy onto the floor, effortless as flicking a pebble out of the way. He sits down slowly, eyes freezing. Do you have any idea how many people would be dead right now if I hadn't stepped in? This isn't some petty schoolyard drama anymore. People's lives were on the line. Billy breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering that he's a Blue Snake elite. If you don't let go, I'll end you. Chu Josi shuts him up with a solid punch. Guess you really are beyond saving, he mutters. Billy goes flying, blood staining his shirt. Mina watches the whole thing, her heart racing as she stands there frozen. He scrambles up, terrified. You hit me? He screams. I'll make you regret this. I'll make you pay double. Then he bolts. Whatever, Chu Josi sighs. Just then, Vivian rushes over to check on Mina. Billy's losing his mind looking for you, she warns. Is everything okay? She stops dead when she sees him. Chu Josi? What on earth are you doing here? He gives her a cold look. Don't expect a thank you for losing on purpose. We still haven't settled the score for you bullying my sister. Vivian panics and pretends she didn't hear, quickly calling out to Mina. As he turns to leave, she shouts his name again. He glances back, asking what else she wants. Before Vivian can react, Mina suddenly drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness for everything she did to his sister. She's dead serious. Vivian just stands there, totally baffled by what Mina's doing. Mina bows her head low, swearing she'll never bully anyone again and begging for a second chance. Vivian follows her lead and bows down too. "I'm sorry," Vivian whispers. "Please, just let it go." Chu Josi answers slowly. "Sorry doesn't erase what you did to Karina. Just because you apologize doesn't mean she or I have to forgive you." His face is a total mask. "If I hurt you and then said sorry, would the wounds just vanish?" The three of them stand in dead silence. Neither girl has any idea what to say. Finally, he says he's heard the apology. "You two can get up now," he adds, turning away. In the locker room, he changes his shirt. "I'll head home to Karina soon," he thinks. "Can't wait to see that prize money and the new mansion tomorrow." Suddenly, someone starts pounding on the locker room door like they're trying to break it down. The door flies open, revealing Billy's whole crew. "You want to start something?" Chu Josi asks calmly. "I'm gonna," but before he finishes, the whole group drops to their knees, begging for forgiveness for everything they've done. This is getting annoying, he thinks. Why is everyone kneeling today? Outside the school gates, a massive crowd is cheering his name. One guy shouts that he was incredible, while another screams that the final match was legendary. "I almost fell for you," someone yells from the back of the crowd. Chu Josi just wants some peace, but Sirius is hyped. "That jump was insane," he yells. Even Bonif turned white as a sheet. Karina watches the crowd swarm her brother. "You're actually famous," she smiles. Her friends all rush over to say hello to him. Mina and Vivian run up, looking panicked. "Get out of here," Mina screams. Billy's bringing his whole gang back. Before she can finish, a rough hand grabs her collar and tosses her aside. A brutal voice barks out. "Move it!" Vivian screams for Mina. Billy arrives with a massive pack of thugs, his eyes burning with pure hatred. He snarls that he's not to be messed with. "Even without my old man, I've still got plenty of backup to finish you. Broke loser acting like a big shot. Today, I am gonna school you." Lola shivered, stuttering in fear. "That is Billy, the Blue Snake Gang rich kid, right? You seriously picked a fight with him? He is no pushover, man." Even though G was shaking, he stayed loyal. "I respect you, man, so I am staying. If they want smoke, let us give it to them." Chu Josi stayed stone cold and replied, "Nah, do not get mixed up in this. Just make sure you protect my sister for me." He cracked his neck and added, "No more hiding after today. It is finally time to go public with my hero status." His eyes glowed purple as his aura exploded. Chu Josi glared at Billy. "I am about to show you that we are in different leagues." Suddenly, battle armor materialized around him. His stats popped up. Level 12 warrior, fully equipped with blacked-out stealth gear, fox beast set, and a massive blood axe. Skills: copied chain, lightning strike, and thunder ambush. His combat power was absolutely insane. 16,000! Billy Goons panicked instantly, and Billy was shaking too, but he tried to play it cool. "Do not run. Double pay for everyone. We outnumber him," one thug whispered. "Is he really a hero?" Across from them, Chu Josi stomped hard, shattering the ground under pure pressure. He looked up coldly and said, "Let us get started." Some big guy did not even have time to blink before he was dropped instantly by a lightning-fast punch. Chu Josi tore through them like they were not even there. He was a ghost, taking down anyone who stood in his path. Billy panicked like a lost lamb, screaming at his crew, "Do not just stand there! Everyone, attack him at once!" Yisao found some guts and charged in, yelling, "Do not you dare look down on us, you little punk." Chu Josi did not even bother looking back. He just checked his armor display as his ultimate physique mode was fully activated. Yisao swung an iron pipe down with a face full of rage. His eyes locked dead on Chu Josi. Seeing the hit land, he cheered out loud, yelling, "I actually did it." But a second later, he froze as that iron pipe was twisted into scrap metal right in his hands. He was speechless. Chu Josi, cold voice, whispered in his ear like a final judgment. He clenched his fist tight and slammed a punch into Yisao, saying slowly, "You are just too weak." The fifth punch carried unstoppable power. With a cold stare, he yelled out, "Take this," as he landed the massive blow. Yisao was sent flying like a bullet, slamming hard into Billy. Chu Josi did not slow down, moving like a god of war as he wiped out every thug. Lai cheered in awe. "That is incredible. Chu Josi is a total beast." Siru was stunned, saying, "With power like that, he could easily lead every gang and every school around here." Karina watched her brother with emotion, thinking he had truly become a completely different person. Her friend asked curiously, "Karina, your brother is so cool. What kind of girls does he like?" Meanwhile, the fight raged on as Billy Goons were getting absolutely wrecked. Looking around, Chu Josi realized many enemies were left. "Half of you are still standing? Fine then. I will end this with just one blow." He raised his iron bar toward the sky. Thick purple lightning surged around him, making all the thugs break into a nervous cold sweat. In another spot, two figures stood on a rooftop, silently watching the entire conflict play out down below. One of them remarked, "It is incredible. His precision and power are way beyond what is considered normal." Chu Josi power is in a different league. The leader of the Glory Guild, one of the big three, finally smiled and said, "It is rare for an S-rank hero like me to be this impressed." The president of the Dragon Fury, the Dragon Guardian, and another S-rank hero leaned on his cane and gave his thoughts. "He might be the best D-rank hero I have ever seen. We absolutely have to recruit him for our guild." The other guy snorted and replied, "Dream on. Dragon Fury is not letting any talent slip away this time." During his awakening test, the other added, there was some weird data that caused a temporary blackout in the whole area. "I suspect he was the cause. He is an incredibly promising talent," the old man slowly concluded. He already made a huge name for himself this year by winning the Future Star title and stopping a serious disaster. Not many people can pull that off. The Supernova tournament is coming up soon, and Chu Josi is definitely the top target for every major power out there. This year, tournament is expected to be even more brutal because rankings directly decide the amount of resources for next year. Even the Hero Alliance is bringing out their top rookies. It looks like they do not want to share with anyone. In other words, every guild qualified to enter is aggressively hunting for fresh new faces with serious potential. The old man smiled and said, "Chu Josi power has been fully revealed, so our goal for today is complete." As he spoke, the shadow vanished, leaving nothing but a faint trail of blue smoke in the air. Watching him leave, Sanda crossed his arms and remarked, "That old man is deep and totally unpredictable. I absolutely have to meet Chu Josi in private." After saying that, massive dragon wings sprouted from his back, and he took off into the sky. Below, massive columns of energy appeared. Chu Josi yelled, "Chain lightning strike! Everyone, get your heads down now!" Billy Goons were totally swept away by the attack. They were completely defenseless, only able to scream out in pain. Outside, Billy June is straight up shaking on the dirt, thinking, is this really the massive gap between a zero and a hero? Chu Josi strolls over, staring down this former tough guy who is now too terrified to even breathe a single word. He flicks his wrist, sending that iron bar whistling forward. The dude's face goes ghost white, totally losing it. He just stares as the metal flies past. The insane force hammers the bar deep into the dirt. He gulps. If that thing was an inch closer, he would be total history. Chu Josi snaps, "Beat it. Don't let me see your face again." The guy just stammers out a weak, "Yes, sir," while trembling. Mina watches Billy bolt, then rushes over to ask Chu Josi if he is all right or if he caught any scratches. He thanks her for the heads up. She blushes, acting all shy. Suddenly, Rayleigh and Siryu roll up with a crowd, shouting for Josi to start a crew with them. "We will be unstoppable. Let me be the lieutenant." Man, Chu Josi is seriously on a whole different level right now. He sighs, "A gang? Forget that. Just go home, guys." As the sun dips below the horizon, it is just him and Karina. She is beaming, saying he has gotten way stronger lately. Even his classmates are jealous. He gently explains that power is a double-edged sword. It draws a lot of attention, and trust me, not everyone is looking at you with good intentions. He remembers and tells her, "Since I won, the Hero School chairman gave us 10 million yen in a new house." Karina gasps, "Wait, 10 million yen in a whole house? For real, brother?" He nods, "I am not kidding. The chairman himself handed it over to us. If the place has an elevator, you won't have to struggle with stairs anymore." Karina looks at him, totally happy. "You are always looking out for me, big brother." "Thanks so much." Chu Josi just gives her a gentle smile, looking at his sister without saying a single word. He flicks her forehead, saying, "You are my sister. Taking care of you is just what I do, no thanks needed." Suddenly, a voice calls for Suzuki. He looks at Josi and asks, "Got a minute? I want to talk to you about the upcoming Supernova tournament." Back at the house, Josi pours some tea for Chairman Suzuki. He takes the cup and thanks him, then asks, "Have you and your sister lived here for a long time?" He explains that since their parents passed, they have been leaning on each other here. But those stairs? They are a nightmare for her legs. "Does that villa you mentioned actually have an elevator?" Suzuki replies, "Absolutely. I am here to set the move-in date. Why not tomorrow? Actually, you could move tonight. It is already fully loaded with everything you need." Josi hesitates. "I appreciate it, but can we wait until we are better prepared?" Suzuki goes quiet, then looks at Karina and asks, "What exactly happened to your sister's legs?" He answers that the darkness injured her a long time ago. His parents were actually killed in that same tragic event. Her legs were trashed. 98% of her nerve cells were destroyed. Back then, the doctors said she would never be able to walk again. But Karina is a fighter. She still lives life to the absolute fullest. Suzuki's voice drops. "I am so sorry." The darkness has brought way too much pain to families. But I heard the rebirth pill is being auctioned next month. If we can actually snag that, there is a real chance her legs could finally heal. Josie bolts upright, eyes wide in total shock. Wait, the rebirth pill? Are you for real? Suzuki confirms that is the intel he has managed to dig up lately. But you have got to meet two major conditions to even enter that auction. See, the rebirth pill is this legendary golden liquid that can restore lost body functions. It only drops when elite heroes take down special shadow monsters in A-rank dungeons. That is why it is incredibly rare and worth a massive, insane fortune. Suzuki rubs his chin, thinking hard for a moment, then speaks up. First, you need to hit C-rank status. He immediately pushes. Okay, and what is the second thing? Tell me now. Suzuki's face suddenly turns serious. He slowly drops the bomb. You also need at least 1 billion yen in cold, hard cash. Josie just stands there, totally frozen in shock. He stammers, "Oh, 1 billion? Are you serious?" It is true. Every high-end auction has super strict rules about your hero rank and overall power level. You can grab that C-rank title if you finish in the top 3 of the Supernova tournament and apply for a promotion right after. But regarding the money? Even as the chairman of the hero school, I cannot just hand over a massive amount of cash like that. That number is way beyond the usual prize money of 10 million yen. Staring at the suitcase of cash, he thinks that money is not everything, but it is definitely essential. How on earth is he supposed to make 1 billion yen in just 1 month? Suddenly, he flashes back to a conversation he had with Sakura a while ago. This medicine works, but the taste is total trash. We should put it in capsules. Sakura looks confused. What is a capsule? Josie thinks to himself for a second. Right. This world uses convenient capsules, but the juice from the other world is way more powerful. If I can actually recreate those powerful other-world remedies here, I will definitely be able to rake in 1 billion yen in just 30 days. Seeing him zone out, Suzuki asks worriedly, Josie, you okay? He snaps out of it. Yeah, I am fine. So if I land in the top 3 at the Supernova tournament, I can apply for that C-rank title, right? The man nods. The Supernova tournament is a massive deal for new C and D rank heroes, and it draws tons of attention from everyone. All the big guilds and alliances are sending their best rookies. Dominating here means major clout when it's time to split up those dungeon resources. You get how high the stakes are, right? Suzuki put a hand on his shoulder, looking dead serious. I get it, put me in. I am heading out right now. Suzuki was totally floored. Wait, you're making a move that fast? Are you really deciding this just like that? This isn't some high school game. The danger level is off the charts. Ignoring the warning, he stayed firm. No matter how dangerous it gets, I'm ready. Where do I sign up? He dragged her along while she blinked in shock. Keeping her cool, she said, at the Hero Alliance headquarters, I'll call a car. Hey, just take it easy. Karina looked up from her homework, totally lost. She had zero clue what kind of drama was even going down right now. She stared at the empty room, totally baffled. Like, what on earth just happened? Everyone just vanished into thin air. Standing outside the Hero Alliance headquarters, Chu Josi's jaw dropped. Man, this place is absolutely massive. By the way, President, why pick me for this job anyway? The guy scratched his head. Look, it is a win-win for both of us. As the president of the Hero Academy, the pressure is on. It's been a whole year and we haven't found a single standout talent yet. The outside guilds are dangling massive paychecks and perks everywhere. Most young heroes today hate our boring rules anyway. They really crave the total freedom those guilds offer instead. Hearing that, he nodded. Got it. That explains everything. I am going to give it my all so I don't let you down. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut in. It was Milo. She told Chu Josi that he actually wasn't eligible for the rookie tournament yet. Wait, hold on, officer, Suzuki asked, stunned. Why? I thought there was still one reserve spot open. What are we missing here, she replied. There is a backup spot, sure, but Chu Josi doesn't have the official track record in our system to pass the review. To enter this tournament, you need a top 3 finish in at least 2 public dungeons. I already ran the search. Aside from that one trial run, Chu Josi had 0 stats, making him totally ineligible. Suzuki clenched his fists, feeling like a complete failure. I totally dropped the ball. The tournament starts in a week, and the competition in the public dungeons is absolutely brutal right now. Hitting top 3 in 2 dungeons in just a few days is basically impossible. Chu Josi spoke up. Chill out, President. Just stay calm. Tell me more about these 2 public dungeons and that top 3 rank you mentioned. Suzuki sighed deeply. It's all on me. Your shot is basically dead. Right now, there are 6 public dungeons total, including 3 rank C ones, 2 rank D, and 1 rank B, which is the absolute hardest. To qualify, you and your entire squad have to hit a top 3 finish in any 2 of these public dungeons. But every rival out there is fighting for a spot, so the competition is going to be absolutely insane. We have less than a week left. Building a powerhouse squad isn't exactly something you can just do overnight. Hearing that, he grinned confidently. No sweat. I'll lock down a top 3 spot in at least 2 public dungeons before the opening bell. Suzuki gasped. Are you for real? She looked totally skeptical, thinking he was just talking big. Like, how could he actually pull that off? So stupid, he muttered, turning to leave. He said calmly, I am heading out to get started right now. Just make sure you save that last spot for me. You'll see who the real idiot is soon enough. Suddenly, a notification flashed. The infinite corridor has been activated. Perfect timing, he thought. I need to hit that other world right now. I'll grab the recipe and grind to level 15 before I even head back. A blinding flash of light erupted, and a spatial vortex sucked him in, dragging him off to some distant, unknown location. In the alternate world of Kevin's cities, Chu Josi had one goal. Once I hit level 15, I'm going to solo every single one of those 6 dungeons. Then, he saw a critical alert. Due to system instability, you cannot stay in this other world for more than 3 days. If you go over this time limit, you will be permanently blocked from returning to your original world. He groaned. Why now of all times? That meant he only had 72 hours. Jumping from level 12 to 15 that fast would be tough, but he could handle it. Sitting on the bed, staring out the window, he let out a heavy sigh. Things were about to get a whole lot harder. The next morning, Tora showed up with a sweet voice. Good morning, Master. He smiled back. Morning. It's been a while. She looked surprised and asked, Wait, has it really been that long? He didn't explain and just kept going. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. Secula chirped energetically. On it! I'll get us ready to leave immediately. Walking through the bustling streets, Chu Josi noted that the place was just as lively as it always was. Classic Kevin City, he remarked. Secula nodded and agreed. You've got that right. Lately, Kevin has been hosting a major refining tournament with some insane prizes. It's pulling in tons of young wizards and adventurers looking for rare meds. He blinked. Wait, a refining tournament? The adventurers must be after some top-tier potions. So, what are the actual prizes? Segula answered. I actually checked into that. Since Kevin is running it, the rewards are legendary. Third place walks away with a basic potion recipe. Second place gets an internship, a standard potion recipe, and one of those fancy upgraded potion recipes. Winner becomes Kevin's personal apprentice plus 1 basic and 2 upgraded formulas. For a wizard, those recipes alone are basically a gold mine. Just 1 basic formula can fetch 300 gold coins. Chudoi's jaw drops. Wait, formulas are the actual prize? He's hyped. Man, if I score these, I can easily pull in 1 billion yen back in my own world. Seth nods. It's the real deal. First place lands 1 starter recipe and 2 high-tier upgrades. You interested, boss? A smirk creeps onto his face. Damn right. I'm hitting that tournament and taking the top spot. Sakura looks confused. I thought we were just meeting Kevin. He shrugs. Can't just show up and beg for handouts. That's just weak. I'll win this fair and square. Come on, let's go get signed up. Zai watches them go. Looks like the original plan is on ice since the boss decided to go pro-refiner. At the desk, some girl named Fuin pipes up. What's a puny human like you doing here? You really think you're entering my master's contest? Chu Josi plays dumb. Wait, do I know you? She's fuming. I sat right next to you at the wizard exam. You're the reason I lost. He just laughs it off. Relax, I'm joking. I remember now. So, how do I sign up? Fuin scoffs at how clueless he is. This isn't like the last exam. Even blue wizards are competing. My senior brother, a total prodigy, is in the mix. If you don't want to get absolutely wrecked, you should probably just walk away now. He ignores her, which makes her see red. Don't you dare ignore me. He's already turning to lead Sula away. Is this the registration desk? Try, let's move. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Good work, Fuin. The guy walks up, finding Chu Josi standing there with a totally chill smile. It's Vincent, a level 15 blue wizard. He snaps. You again? You've got some nerve showing your face here. Fuin ducks behind Vincent. Wait, you know my brother? Is he only this arrogant because he's the master's star pupil? Chu Josi shrugs. So he's your brother. Figures. Vincent glares. I told you to clear out, yet here you are, looking for trouble. He turns and yells for his squad. Where are you guys? Shadowy figures pop out instantly. Yeah, Vaughn, what's the plan? Fuin starts panicking. Brother, stop. He's weak, but he's not bad. He just wants to compete. Vincent roars. Shut up, Fuin. You failed the master at the exam, and now you're siding with this loser? I'll crush you both. Seeing the goons charge, Chu Josi stays cool. Well then, I guess this counts as self-defense. He steps in front of Sakura. Stay back. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Fu Lin's terrified he's going solo. You're really taking them all on by yourself? The battle stats screen flickers to life. Level 12 warrior. Gear includes a camo suit and some rugged prisoner threads. Weapon, blood mist. Skills, flash strike and thunder ambush copy. Combat power is sitting at 16,000. Chi-Han draws a shiny dagger, looking disgusted. Don't sleep on us. Trying to act tough? You're pathetic. Another guy shoves through from the back. Move! Vincent's enemy is my enemy. Let's show him what happens when you cross us. Jet, the level 18 boar warrior, arrives. The crowd is buzzing. Is he really going to fight? Vincent slaps Jet's back. Nice. This idiot's all yours. Thinking a low-life human could enter this tournament? What a joke. As for that demi-human girl, do whatever you want with her. Chuozi and Sala just stare them down. Chu Josi's eyes turn ice cold. Gel looks at the girls and scoffs. I don't care about the demi-human, but Fu Lin over here? She looks like fun to mess with. Fu Lin explodes. You're disgusting! I'm telling the master exactly what you're doing. Vincent stands his ground, staring her down. Relax. I'll explain it to him myself. She's fuming. He's always bullying her. Lai Len smirks, hoisting a spiked mace. Is that so? Okay then, little girl. After I wreck this human tonight, I'm gonna make sure you belong to me. Chu Josi stands before her like a solid brick wall. Don't be scared, he whispers. His eyes are full of rage. Between the pig face and your psycho brother, nobody's leaving here in one piece. He lunges like a bullet. Jet's eyes go wide. Is this guy seriously charging us alone? Before anyone can react, a massive wave of energy explodes, and a blinding light fills the room. The shockwave from his blade slamming into Giles' spiked mace sent the guy into a cold sweat. Chu Josi locked eyes with him and growled, "Back off." A system notification popped up. Ultimate physique activated, and his arms surged with raw, overwhelming power. Pure energy exploded around him, forcing the thug back step by step. Giles' crew could only watch in total shock. "No way!" the assistant gasped, completely stunned. Beside her, Kala whispered, "The master's true strength is just off the charts." Vincent was drenched in sweat, stumbling backward. He couldn't believe a mere mortal was making high-level fighters look like amateurs. Who is this guy? On the other side, Get was struggling to hold on, refusing to lose face. He had to flip the script. He let out a roar, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Chu. Thunder cracked through the battlefield. A blinding light erupted, terrifying everyone as he launched a massive, lightning-fueled counterattack. Seeing the opening, Vincent yelled, "Gel, take him down now. I will handle everything else." Get smirked while attacking and replied, "If you say so, boss." Chu Josi stayed stone-faced, taking a few steps back to watch. Suddenly, dark purple energy started oozing from his body like a living thing. It swarmed over G. He realized too late this was that high-level isolation field skill he had only heard rumors about. The walls closed in, and the creepy, dark atmosphere sent a massive chill down G's spine. A bolt of lightning flashed the signal for Chu to go all out. A barrage of electric strikes swarmed G like ghosts, leaving him with zero room to move. Death was everywhere. He panicked, realizing he had no way to block or strike back. Was this really the end of the line for him? Just then, a streak of bright blue fire tore through the air at a crazy blinding speed. That flaming energy slammed hard into the barrier Chu Josi had just built. He froze, watching his barrier shatter. A massive crater smoked on the ground, flames still flickering. Chu wondered how that blue fire could just cancel out his skills like that. It was terrifying. A voice rang out. "The tournament is starting. Stop the drama. Vincent, tell your little assistant to quit making a scene at the gate." They both jumped and turned around. A beastman was standing there, a small blue flame dancing on the tip of his finger. It was Kevin, the genius mage of Earth and Wind, one of the elite 36 red wizards. He snapped, "You are embarrassing the whole craft." Vincent started shaking, barely able to speak. "Master Kevin? What are you doing here?" Kevin cut him off. "Why are you here instead of getting ready?" Seeing a savior, the assistant ran over crying, claiming Vincent was always bullying her. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Kevin was finally here. From a distance, Chu Josi wondered if this guy was the one who fired that blue flame. Vincent stammered out an excuse, saying he was just teaching a lesson to a disrespectful mortal and his friend. Kevin looked down his nose at him with cold eyes. "You really think you are qualified to handle my business for me?" Vincent panicked and begged for mercy, swearing he meant no disrespect. Kevin ignored him and turned to the blue thugs. "You two, get lost, now." The crew broke into a cold sweat, apologized, and scrambled away as fast as possible. Kevin looked at the assistant and asked why she was still hanging around after the exams. She stammered, "I am just escorting the mortal mage who beat me to the refining tournament." He glanced at Chu Josi and asked, "The guy who beat you is actually entering this competition?" Chu Josi stayed cool. "Did not expect to run into you here, Kevin. I have a recommendation letter from Chairman Dax. I want to test my skills in the refining tournament." Kevin looked surprised. "A letter from Dax? I see. If you have a letter from Master Dax, I will not treat you like a stranger. Follow me. Vincent, get the materials ready and do not dare embarrass me." Vincent promised to do his best. Chu Josi looked around for Sakura, wondering where she had disappeared to in all the chaos. Kevin added, "According to Dax's letter, you are suffering from the darkness and using forbidden pills to cope. You want to refine a special medicine to save your mind and body, right?" Chu Josi replied, "Just call me Chu. My strong build and some luck kept me from being totally consumed. I even ventured into the dark zone all by myself once." Kevin stopped in his tracks, totally shocked. "You went in there alone? By yourself?" He scratched his head and grinned. "I am a warrior, so I had to try. Plus, I needed Dax's help, so I just took the magic exam too." Kevin was floored. "You just stumbled in and beat Fuin? How much do you actually know about refining? Who is your teacher?" Chu Josi felt a bit awkward. "I never had a real teacher or formal training. I just go with my gut feeling." Kevin looked at him, wondering if this mortal was actually a genius who outclassed him. He finally said, "I get it. That is pretty impressive. Follow me, Chu." Kevin secretly vowed to see the truth for himself. He could not accept the idea of a genius being better than him. Walking along, Kevin asked, "Did Chairman Dax send you because I have mastered the laws of earth and wind? The medicine I refine carries that law power. It can completely wipe the darkness out of your system." Chu Josi nodded, trusting the guy. They stopped in front of a massive door pulsing with waves of mysterious magic. Kevin kicks open the door and flexes his personal lab. The place is massive, squeaky, clean, and stacked floor to ceiling with insanely rare medicinal herbs. He brags about his herbal obsession, claiming he knows these plants better than anyone else alive. Chu Josi scans the room and admits this refining setup is top tier. Kevin just shrugs like it is whatever. He smirks at the kid, thinking he is overthinking things since this rookie probably cannot even tell trash from treasure. Kevin snaps, "Look, I have never once felt second best at refining anything, especially with the law of earth and wind. Give me some blood to check your status." Chu Josi agrees, letting a few drops fall into the bowl. He turns. A blue wind rises, and his eyes start glowing with power. His scepter floats nearby. Chu Josi wonders if those blue flames and winds are straight from the law itself. A green magic circle appears behind Kevin, sucking in the blue wind like a vortex. Blood hits the floor and splashes. Kevin freezes, realizing the darkness has left a massive mark inside him. Kevin looks at the guy and cannot believe it. Darkness is deep, yet he is totally unfazed. If that creepy aura hit a normal adventurer, their mind would have snapped long ago. Kevin stays silent, so Chu Josi asks if things are looking bad. He glares and says normal medicine is not going to cut it anymore. He has to use the law to purge the darkness. He tells the kid to turn around. Chu Josi thanks him. Kevin opens his palm as blue light condenses into a ball of energy. He reaches out and a magic circle forms around his wrist. He shoves the power into Chu Josi. Burning pain spreads through his body like fire. Kevin frowns. This dark aura is harder to handle than expected. He needs more juice. He warns him the dark energy is being super stubborn. He is going to crank up the power, but it will hurt. Chu Josi says he is ready. Kevin slams the energy into the kid's back. The circle spins, pulling the black smoke out. Chu Josi sweats, knowing he has seen worse. Kevin thinks to himself, without the meds, even he could not handle this. "Tell me if you are at your limit," he warns. His body breaks. He activates his ultimate physique to tank the pain. Defense kicks in. Once active, Chu Josi feels a lot better. Kevin is shocked. Some weird power is fighting back against his law. This seriously bugs him. He thinks this guy might be a total pain later and needs watching. He generates a dark blue flame. It is high-level secret magic. This spell leaves a permanent mark. If it explodes, the victim is totally cooked. Flame dies out. He claims the dark energy is gone for good. Kevin asks how he feels. The kid feels totally light and refreshed. He is impressed. Kevin really is a top-tier doctor using the law of earth and wind, especially that 12th law. Now he is curious about the power of number 1. He says he feels great and offers some gold. Kevin says no way. Helping you out is just what I do. He asks if he still wants to join the tournament. Chu Josi is hyped. Since you ranked first, you are qualified. It starts now. Just jump in. He warns there are no favors, not even for his student, Blue Mage Vision. The kid says just being there is enough. Kevin smiles. That is the confidence you get from beating Fuin. He tells him to go show off and leads him to the arena. The arena is packed with thousands of people, all screaming and cheering. In the middle stands a guy in a robe. surrounded by books and vials. Fuin leads Chu Josi outside, making it clear her master put her in charge, so he better follow every single instruction she gives. Registration is all finished. She asks where that lady friend of his went. Did she finally realize he was a loser and bail? He plays it cool, saying Sokola has business and would never ditch him. Fuin turns red, snapping at him for being way too casual. He puts his hands up, grinning like I get it. She keeps walking, warning him that these young mages are super cocky, and this test is going to be way harder than anything he has ever seen before. Even the Blue Mage seniors she works with are top tier, but hey, this will be a good learning experience for him. Then he asks if she is actually entering the competition herself. She admits she is also Kevin's student and a white mage. Her master demanded she take first place, or she is basically kicked out of the school. Plus, her senior brother is competing too. She does not want people gossiping about Kevin's disciples hogging every single top spot on the leaderboard. He apologizes for speaking out of turn, but she shrugs it off. A loser is a loser, she says, though she admits he is actually interesting. Chu Josi just stares at her with a tiny smirk. The arena is ready now, featuring 5 massive stone pillars and 5 testing tables for the event. 3 contestants are already in position. Fuin taps the refinement platform and tells him she set up all these specialized tools just for him. Keep the gear clean and don't break anything, she warns. He nods, promising to be super careful with it. This is the qualifier where half these guys get cut immediately. She thinks he is weak, but since he is using her gear, he better not embarrass her. He promises he will give it everything. The crowd is whispering about a human entering this high-class event. They think he is either a tourist or cheated his way into the registration list. Chu Josi glares at the crowd, but Fuin tells him to ignore the haters. Seeing a human here is just plain weird to them. She pulls his collar down, whispering that most of the heavy hitters are blue mages. Watching how they work will definitely help him stay alive. Chu Josi just smiles, says he understands, and thanks her for the heads up. The crowd roars as the announcer signals the start of the tournament. Everyone is getting ready for the first round, the herb test. A couple of guys holding test tubes are gossiping while waiting to see if they can even handle the basics of brewing potions. Nearby, a level 17 Beastman Blue Mage is staring at the vials, wondering if anyone here is actually dumb enough to mess up picking ingredients. He squints, thinking this is more than just a grocery run. It is a real test of a mage's ability to spot the core essence of the materials. He scans the competition and realizes only a few other blue mages are even worth his time or energy today. He thinks of Vincent, Kevin's genius student, who is a pro at refining and probably knows a bunch of top-secret high-level techniques. He gives the other white mages a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. None of them are in his league. Suddenly, someone slams into his back with enough force to knock the wind out of him. The guy apologizes fast, but Ross yells at him, asking how he managed to hit someone in such a massive open arena. Chu Josi is all awkward, saying he was just looking for his spot and totally spaced out for a second there. The big screen displays a level 12 warrior in black camo armor, rocking a custom weapon and lightning skills with 16,000 combat power total. Low crosses his arms, looking down his nose. He asks if this is the human everyone is talking about, mocking his interesting warrior gear. Vincent jumps in, saying the guy only got in because he knows the master. He should be out hunting monsters instead of trying to chase clout here. Ross stares at Vincent, his eyes going wide with total shock. He sneers that the guy is just here on a favor, while Vincent adds that brewing potions takes real brain power, not just big dumb muscles. Chu Josi goes cold, saying if they weren't in a public arena, he would show them his real skills. Vincent just points and yells at him. G warns that a bad attitude will get him disqualified, but Chu Josi just walks away, clenching his fists and feeling pretty damn confident. They should be grateful the rules are protecting them right now. The speakers kick on, and Venti smiles as she announces the herb test is starting and explains the rules. She holds up a fancy gold-trimmed board, explaining that she is about to announce the name of the potion. Candidates have to find all the ingredients before the clock runs out. If you miss one, you are out. Points are based on the quality of the herbs. 2 rows of beautiful girls walk out, each of them carrying baskets filled with all sorts of magical herbs. The crowd is buzzing, saying any test designed by Kevin is going to be intense. You need speed and insane accuracy to win. Everyone is wondering who will take the lead. Fuin leans against the wall, arms crossed, wondering if that weak guy is actually going to be okay. He was impressive before, sure, but going up against veteran blue mages is a whole different level of difficult. Conte turns to chat, calling Kevin a young genius. He says this tournament is great because his student D is finally getting some real-world experience. Kevin says it is all about giving young mages a chance to shine. The master strokes his chin, asking Kevin who he is watching, since Vincent is the top dog. Conte, a level 33 Red Beast mage, sips his wine. He says Vincent is talented, but he wants to see how he actually performs under pressure. He is definitely a promising new face in the ranks of the Blue Mages. A profile pops up. Kevin, a level 36 genius mage, dual-wielding earth and wind magic. Coat says thanks, then asks about the human contestant. Never seen one before. Kevin knows he means Chu Josi, the boss's favorite. His eyes light up with interest. Some raw warrior kid with zero mage training crushed my top student for the title? He asks, sounding super skeptical now. No training and he takes first place? Did the boss lose it? Coat rubs his chin, looking pretty hyped. If that's true, I'm watching this kid. Down on the arena floor, Chu Josi stands tall in the contestant area. He eyes the herb baskets. Are these for the actual big test? Half these guys are getting cut. Baskets are scarce, so it's going to be a total brawl. Chuosi imagines the chaos. Every potion needs a specific mix. You gotta choose right. Rush it or take forever. You're done either way. Mess up and you're out. He grins. This is getting fun. Way harder than the last exam. It's all about speed now. Time for God's Eye. Venti announces the first potion they gotta brew. She reveals the goal. A basic cooling potion. Everyone charges like a hurricane. Chu Josi can't believe how fast they are. Pros already have these basic recipes memorized. He activates his skill. God's Eye begins the analysis. Recipe, firegrass, heartwood, and some withered vine. That is it. Chu Josi dives into the mosh pit. 3 items. Still a chance. It's a total zoo. He's way too late. Vin grabs his stuff easily. Vin talks smack, saying he could do this asleep. D's yelling for space. He sees the glowing herbs and realizes these mages are the real deal. He clenches his fist, determined. No way he's failing here. Time to show some warrior strength. Chu Josi launches a thunder ambush right at a front row mage's stash. The guy's stunned, probably just a bluff from a loser. Code is shocked. Is that really a warrior move? Kevin's annoyed. What is this kid doing? The sky turns pitch black. Suddenly, Chu Josi is there like a ghost. The guy jumps out of his skin. What the hell, man? He's shaking. Chu Josi cancels the attack. System confirms. Skill deactivated. He's pale as a sheet. That's enough scaring for now. He grabs the herb. Firegrass. Score. System pings. God's Eye found the best firegrass. Chu Josi pats the guy's shoulder and gives a genuine thanks. That was bold. Using a warrior move then canceling? I like him. Kevin is speechless. He didn't just get the herb, he got the best one. Pure skill or just dumb luck? He grabs the heartwood. Everyone else is totally sweating near him. He snags the withered vine. Venti winks. Time's up, folks. Judges, move in. Check the accuracy and quality of these. Reminder, you needed firegrass, heartwood, and withered vine. Meanwhile, the expert judges start flooding onto the arena floor. A judge walks past a desk and coldly snaps that picking the wrong ingredients means an automatic disqualification. The other judges just keep moving down the line, repeating the same harsh verdict for every failure. A crushed student slams the table, helpless over his own stupid mistake. At the next table, the judge confirms the right gear and starts the quality grading process. Venti shouts 84 out of 100 total elite quality. Ras just stands there with his arms crossed, looking smug as hell like he already won the whole thing. Like the result was obvious. Kevin says he is definitely Conte's kid because his speed and accuracy are honestly insane. Conte just shrugs and says it was only okay, honestly. Down below, Venti reveals another score, 94. That is top-tier, absolute peak quality. Vincent stares at the sky. Sure, nobody is ever beating his rank for the top spot. This time Conte is actually wide-eyed, finally admitting the dude is a straight-up genius disciple. Vincent grins, knowing he is practically guaranteed that first-place spot for the opening round. Fuin grinds her teeth, telling that weak human to try and keep up. Judges hit Chu Josi's desk as Venti gets ready to drop the hammer on his score. Muchihan quietly watches, wondering if this guy is actually a human wizard since his materials are spot on, but the final quality is still a complete mystery to everyone in the stadium. Suddenly, the crystal on his staff starts shaking like crazy. Muchihan stares with wide eyes, wondering if the testing machine just broke or if something is seriously wrong with the device. Kevin jumps up and demands the results right now. Huchian starts shaking like a leaf as he makes the announcement. He confirms Chu Josi picked the right materials, then gears up to drop the final quality score for everyone to hear. It is a huge moment for the human. Muchihan lifts his staff to show 100. He shouts that Chu Josi got a perfect 100 out of 100. Truly flawless work. Kevin and Conte are both totally stunned by these insane results. The crowd goes wild. No way a human just hit a perfect score, even beating out Vincent. Fuin is totally stunned, staring at the screen in pure denial. She literally cannot believe what she is seeing right now. Chu Josi just smiles down at his hand, satisfied. He felt the divine eye analyze everything perfectly, and he is ready for the next round. Meanwhile, the other students are losing their minds, clutching their heads as the final announcement echoes. Getting a perfect score means every single ingredient has to be flawless. That is almost impossible when everything is this chaotic and crazy in the arena. The judge holds the staff high, showing the 100 to prove the score is legit. The analytical tech measured everything perfectly, and there are absolutely zero mistakes in the final count. Conte finally accepts the truth. This Yosi kid is a natural at ingredients, but what about his other wizard skills in the next round? Kevin mutters two deep words. His gaze turns cold, clearly obsessed with this mysterious boy. Venti holds up the board and yells that round 2 of the refining tournament is officially starting now. Everyone head back to your spots to brew a mid-tier invisibility potion. The judges are excited to see what kind of magic you guys can actually pull off today. A young voice shouts, "Hey, rookie." Fuin crosses her arms and glares at Chu Josi. She admits he did fine in the first round, but warns him that round 2 is all about refining skills, the real test of a mage talent. Chu Josi nods along, knowing this is where the real work starts. Fuin looks suspicious and asks where his staff is. "You need one to refine." Chu Josi freezes, realizing he forgot the thing. He is sweating now. He remembers the guild leader gave him a staff out of pity before, but his current stats are mostly built for a warrior, not a mage. Refining takes a huge amount of mana he probably lacks. Looking at his face, Fuin starts to figure out that something is seriously wrong with him. She realizes the truth and starts yelling at him for forgetting his gear. She wonders how he even calls himself a mage when he is this disorganized and messy. Chu Josi just stammers that it was an accident. Fuin blushes and quickly looks away, muttering a shy little complaint. She reluctantly hands over her own staff to Chu Josi and tells him he better put it to use. Lucky for him, she is there. Chu Josi takes it and thanks her. Feeling bold, Chu Josi says that with her staff and his own refining skills, he is definitely going to crush the competition. He is totally going to win this thing. She just turns her back and walks away coldly, acting like she does not care, which is probably for the best. Venti booms over the speakers, "Check your materials and start refining. You only get one shot at this with a 30-minute time limit. Do not mess it up." The crowd is buzzing. One shot? 30 minutes? Impossible. This challenge is brutal since only high-level wizards are actually able to brew mid-grade invisibility potions. Conte rubs his chin, realizing that the slim odds, limited materials, and ticking clock are a total nightmare. Karen is not surprised at all, since you have to reach this level just to stand a chance in this tournament. With a dead serious look, he calculates that they absolutely have to nail it on the first try. He is curious if Chu Josi has real talent or just got lucky before. Meanwhile, the girls bring the herbs to the arena as the contestants gear up for the official showdown. The first name called out is a Beastman Blue Mage who is level 17. Next up is Vinan, a level 15 mage. Chu Josi politely accepts his herbs and gives a quiet thanks. Alai blushes and shyly replies that it is just her job and really no big deal. Venti shouts that the 30-minute timer has started and demands the contestants get to refining immediately. One impatient contestant starts shouting, clearly getting restless about the whole delay. Kin watches with cold eyes, judging that this test is all about staying totally calm and precise under extreme pressure. Another guy turns pale and shakes because he accidentally dumped too much mana, ruining all his materials. Someone angrily throws their tools at the delivery girl, blaming her for the mess, while she panics and swears she is innocent. Rest lifts the glowing herb jar, treating the refining process like a sacred and mesmerizing ritual for any mage. On the other side, Vincent is locked in, skillfully controlling the flow of medicinal energy. Chu Josi watches them and realizes the refining has officially begun. He analyzes D, noting that grinding materials requires perfect mana control to create high-quality powder. Then Chu Josi looks over at Vincent and decides that the combination phase is the most critical part. The system screen shows Vincent has 1060 mana, leading Chu Josi to conclude that capacity is the key factor. Someone glances at Vincent and whispers that he is definitely Kevin's top student. His mana pool has probably already crossed the 1000 mark. Conte is also shocked by the massive mana wave, thinking Kevin has been hiding his student's true power. His face turns calculating as he realizes that with these stats, Vincent will be a red mage in just a few years. Kevin smiles with pride, believing Vincent's talent is a natural gift, even if his mental toughness still needs some work. Conte suddenly wonders where Chu is since he cannot see him or even feel his presence anywhere. He finally spots him, but gets suspicious when he sees Chu Josi just standing there without making a move. Conte narrows his eyes, judging that if he does not start now, Chu Josi will never finish in time. Kevin is also suspicious of the delay since he cannot feel any mana fluctuations coming from Chu Josi at all. While everyone expects Doctor or Vincent to win, Chu Josi quietly activates his divine eye to analyze his rivals. The results show Vincent is refining a mid-grade invisibility potion with grade C and B quality and solid progress. Chu Josi calculates that with only 510 mana, he is falling behind Vincent and others who craft potions easily. She turns red with anger and reminds Chu Josi there are only 20 minutes left, telling him to focus up. Venti breaks a sweat while stopping her, arguing they should not interrupt Chu Josi's process right now. Finally, Chu Josi grabs his staff and starts refining. He admits that as a warrior, his mana capacity is pretty limited. Both R and Vincent are shocked to see Chu Josi finally get to work. Someone laughs with total contempt, claiming Chu Josi's mana is no better than some low-level white mage. Others mock him, saying his last impressive show was just luck and it is about to run out. In the stands, Conte frowns and thinks to himself that Chu Josi's mana capacity is probably under 600. Such a waste for someone so good at picking materials. Kevin sneers, thinking if that is all he has, he is not worth worrying about. He respects the kid's guts for even entering, but is still very skeptical. He remembers that Chu Josi was not this weak in the last mage exam and wonders what kind of scheme he is actually plotting. He confidently thinks it is time to use the special skills his master taught him specifically for this big tournament. A blast of glowing red energy shoots from his mouth that is the high-level mana fortification skill. Thanks to this skill, the mana of Das jumps by 300, reaching 1,180. High-level mana fortification massively boosts temporary capacity, but it costs the user half of their total health points. He smugly thinks his mana now crushes Vincent's, and this time he is definitely brewing a much higher grade potion. He holds his staff high and commands the final combination phase to begin. An audience member gasps and wonders if that is actually a grade B mid-grade invisibility potion. Golden light blasts from the tube in D's hand. Dude is feeling himself, flexing this near-perfect win to the whole crowd. Wang Te is grinning, betting his student takes the crown and smokes Kevin on the leaderboard. Kevin just keeps it cool, totally unbothered. He respects that high-tier mana buff, but he knows your average mage can't handle a power trip like that. It's just too much. From the shadows, he sneers. A basic B-rank potion? Please. That's not even close to enough to take the win. Kevin narrows his eyes. He is locked in, prepared, and definitely not underestimating the competition today. No way. He is betting big on his student, Vincent, to crush it. Vincent holds the potion with total chill, then his eyes flash with a sneaky grin. Suddenly, that blue potion just vanishes right out of Vincent's hand. In its place, the Earthfire Phoenix flame erupts in his palm. Conte literally jumps out of his seat. He cannot believe his eyes. He's sweating, realizing that's the ultra-rare blue flame. It's refined from pure wind and earth elements. That is insane. Kevin smirks. He's the one who handed Vincent that flame, betting it would keep his own reputation from going down in flames. Down in the arena, Vincent follows the plan. He uses that special fire to crank his mana capacity and seal the deal. Raw power surges through Vincent, boosting his mana capacity all the way up to 1530. The blue fire swirls into a massive glowing orb. The crowd is losing it over this supernatural flex, wondering if he brewed a higher rank potion. Vincent talks big, claiming he made an A-rank mid-tier invisibility potion. He dares anyone to try and beat him. Chu Josi nods. He gets it. If he doesn't go all out right now, he can't touch that A-rank stuff. The system screams a low mana warning. It suggests flipping the switch on his optimal form to max out his mana capacity fast. Chu Josi's current mana capacity is sitting at 510. He weighs his options and decides to go for it. Time to push his mana to the absolute limit. His scepter glows white and purple as the system confirms the activation. His mana spikes. The system reports his capacity just hit 9660. At the same time, the system confirms he's landed a rank S potion. A supernatural event is literally forming. System alert. Everyone needs to get in a defensive stance. Now, the sky goes wild with omens from Chu Josi's power. The crowd is gossiping like crazy. They are calling this the third and strongest phenomenon yet. Fuin is floored watching Chu Josi's mana wave explode. He's wondering just how high that capacity actually goes. Vincent freezes as lightning coils around the guy. His mind is spinning with a million questions. His mana was totally average. How did it just skyrocket like that? Is it a secret technique? There shouldn't be a skill that buffs mana this much. He's breaking out in a cold sweat. This defies every natural law he's ever known. He has never even heard of anything like this before. Right next to him, Last is shaking. Can a freak event like this even be real? A massive thunder dragon takes shape in the air, roaring with pure malice. Vincent stumbles back, eyes wide, totally speechless. How is this happening? He can barely believe his eyes. This feels exactly like a rank S omen. The system confirms it is a rank S event. This level of chaos shakes the world, but it brings a brutal punishment. It happens when brewing rank S meds. Chu Josi takes control of the lightning to refine the herbs himself. Sustain reminder, please adjust your mana to observe the finished materials. Now, release your energy. As the herbs are crushed, the system confirms the research is done. 100% completion. He yells the command to start the fusion. Vincent's eyes shrink in pure terror. That is heavenly lightning. If you aren't ready for that, you are toast. Kevin stares at the Thunder Dragon. He knows the rank S mid-tier meds are defined by this exact trial. Only alchemists with insane skills and deep mana can survive God's punishment. Usually, you need a pre-buff for this. Is this kid suicidal? A prompt pops up for Chu Josi. Use the Heavenly King hammer to tank the damage? He doesn't rush. He is busy crunching numbers. He planned to tank it in his optimal form, but if the hammer can eat the damage, the brewing will go way smoother. He makes his choice. The Heavenly King hammer is already packed with lightning. This punishment is basically a snack. Show yourself. A massive golden hammer suddenly appears in the sky. Kevin is stunned, and even Conte is paralyzed by the pressure. The Thunder Dragon dives from the clouds, but the Heavenly King hammer just swallows all that power whole. System update. The hammer absorbed the lightning. Chu Josi quietly commands the weapon to return to him. Tell the system to keep merging. Suddenly, golden light explodes everywhere. Lightning turns into pure energy, flowing into the vial. A golden halo wraps the arena like a glowing nest. Chu Josi plants his staff, standing tall and flexed. Process finished. He just scored a mid-level E invisibility potion. System confirms success. It is an S-rank quality. Cry is sweating bullets. He cannot handle it. Cry barely hit the limit to make his, so how is this guy outclassing him so easily? This is a tough pill to swallow. The disciple snaps, Master Kevin, forgive me, but that human definitely cheated. He is calling Cap. He jumps into the ring, demanding the kid get checked out. The guy is bugging. A white mage making an E-rank potion? Kevin follows him out there. System check. Flight is a mage skill that lets them hover by wrapping themselves in pure mana. Vincent is not buying it either. No way the kid is legit. Even his own master struggles to brew S-rank potions. Crowd starts wilding. They say cheating at alchemy is straight up trashy. One guy says humans should be banned or paralyzed, so they stop showing up. Fuin steps in. Stop. He did not cheat at all. I saw what he could do during the mage exam myself. Venti just fakes a smile, saying they should let Master Kevin decide. Chu Josi stays chill. You guys think I cheated? I am just using my own raw power. If you want to check, go ahead. I am used to this treatment. The disciple steps up. Chu Josi, how did you trick us? Master Kevin and I were watching your mana waves the whole time. Your max mana is only 600. That is way too low for an E-rank potion. He raises his staff. If this is really your power, then prove it. The disciple is dead serious and demands an answer. System note. A mana gauge checks capacity. The more power you have, the brighter the light will shine out. Chu Josi is thinking. If he cannot control his boosted mana, they will definitely think he is a fraud. Even though his starting capacity was actually pretty low, he smirks. No point in hiding it now anyway. Chu Josi slams his staff down. Measure away. If it finally shuts you up, I am totally down. He wants to see the truth. The disciple shoves the mana staff right in Chu Josi's face. He yells to release his mana and show his real level. System reports optimal form active. Mana capacity has hit the peak. He grins. Watch closely then. The gauge starts glowing bright blue, and the light spreads across the whole arena. The power spikes so hard the guy has to cover his eyes. This is not normal. How deep is this kid's mana pool? Chu Josi says confidently, I just released 100%. The staff starts shaking violently. The gauge cannot handle the pressure and begins to crack under the insane mana. Blue light leaks out as the orb shatters. The disciple is stunned. My staff? Chu Josi asks if he is satisfied. He looks at the guy. Is that enough proof for you? Kevin speaks up. Wow, that is actually impressive. He apologizes for doubting him. He says it is his first time seeing a genius like this in the flesh. Please understand why we were skeptical. Kevin pats his shoulder. A talent like yours makes even me look like an amateur. Kevin takes the S-rank vial. He tells the disciple's master there is no need to question the performance anymore. Looking at the golden liquid, he says this S-rank potion is more than enough to crown him the champion. The disciple just nods. There is nothing left to argue. Kevin turns to the crowd. Anyone else have a problem? If you are not convinced, come down and challenge him yourself. Chu Josi bows slightly. Vinon admits defeat right there. Kevin grips the vial tight. It is over. He holds the potion high, declaring Chu Josi the new champion. Fuin is blushing hard from pure excitement. He actually did it. He catches her eye and gives her a cool, gentle signal. Thanks, Fuin. Her face turns bright red, and she covers her mouth because she is totally embarrassed. You can clearly see the admiration in her eyes. She waves back, sticking her tongue out like she helped him win it all. Kevin quietly watches Chu Josi's every move, his sharp eyes narrowing with a look of cold intensity. A teenager with this kind of insane talent? He has to admit, the kid is seriously impressive. Kevin stares at the vial. This potion is unbelievable. Is it possible that I have actually been beaten by a kid? That is a real S-rank invisibility potion. He walks away, wondering just how far this kid is actually going to go. Dark thoughts swirl around Kevin. He is already planning his next move. This guy is pulling every string and using all his clout to keep Chu Josi trapped here. Fuin hands over the chest the grand prize. For a mage, this is worth dying for. Chu Josi cracks it open. Rare loot everywhere. Finally, he secured the bag. Potion recipes for circulation, healing, and high-level mana. He checks his spoils with a smirk. These recipes are a gold mine, enough to hit that 1 billion yen auction. You sure? Fuin asks, skipping out on being Master Kivi's student? With your insane talent and mana, you could be a legendary mage. Chu Josi just pats her head. I am a warrior, it is fine. I prefer carving my own path. It just fits me better. She looks away, biting her lip. So, you are actually leaving? Where to? He thinks it over. Body's healed, no reason to stay. Quick stop at Sakura is, then gone. Bank the recipes, grab 1 billion yen, then back. Fuin pouts. Why is it always about Sakura? Chu Josi blinks. Who is she? She is my teammate. Probably busy, but she will be back soon. Fuin chills out but still avoids eye contact. See me before you go. I have a gift. Why not now? He asks. She snaps. You will know when you leave. He will get it eventually. See ya, dummy. Chu Josi watches her leave, confused by the sudden mood swing. Back at the inn, he realizes he never really scoped out that infinite ring. No downtime until now. System alert. Debugging is glitchy. You have got 3 days max in this world. Overstay and you are stuck. Endless corridor is locked until 3 days pass in your old world. 3 days on, 3 days off. He needs a tight plan. But what even is debugging? System pings. A wooden box is in his stash. He smirks. Things are getting spicy. Corridor activated. Chu Josi says these 3 recipes are plenty. Into the corridor. 1 billion yen is waiting. Later, Suzuki shows off the new house. Not quite a hero villa, but the master suite is all yours. Karina is absolutely starstruck. Chu Josi is floored. Nicest place I have ever seen. The girl is nearly in tears. We live here? Suzuki nods. The Hero Union knows you are worth every penny. Your sister will love it. Anything else? He asks for a lab to cook some potions. Suzuki is stunned. Meds are tricky. You sure? He agrees anyway. Plenty of space. I will get the gear. By afternoon it is set. Chu Josi is grateful. Eyes full of hope tonight we start. Ants crawl past as sneakers step by the gang sign. Yupio talks trash. Kid, know where you are? Get lost before you get hurt. I know the spot. I am here to settle up with the blue ice snake. Boss around? Trash talking while paying? If you got the guts, get in here. What is the name? Heavy steps. Akaji shoves Yukio aside. Chu-san is here. Get out of the way. Chu-san, we have been waiting. Boss said to bring you in. The guys he thrashed are now treating him like royalty. He is led into the office. Boss, Chu Josi is here. Blue Snake greets him. Level 24, power 1400. Briefcase hits the table. 600 million yen, principal and interest. Count it. Snake waves it off. No need for that. We are friends. Let me introduce the crew. Meet Vice Leader Lam Nang and the gold-toothed Mad Wolf. He's Danlung's heavy hitter. System scan. Chu Josi eyes the stats. 2,300, 11,000, and 14,000. Not bad. What is the catch? The others jump. Snake sweats, realizing the kid read them instantly. He leans in, speaking straight. Blue Snake puts his hands on the table. We both owe you big time. Let us bury the drama and team up. Chu Josi is shocked. Lamangan apologizes for his son. Sent him away for training. Can you forgive him? Mad Wolf owns his goon's mistakes. That tracking magic on your ring? It is gone now. Chu Josi's eyes lit up at the mention of the ring. He remembered the group that jumped him were those wild wolves. Turns out that Mage's ring had a tracking spell. He coolly mentioned he already handled Billy and those 3 wolf thugs. Everything is settled now. Blue Snake slid the suitcase over and grinned. Then it is all yours. Keep it for yourself. Tuosi stood firm. I do not like owing favors. Paying debts is standard, but why the sudden change? I want no gang ties. Blue Snake explained his victory went viral. Everyone wants a piece of you now. Even President Suzuki called. They think you are a genius. The Mad Wolf said we are too small to start beef. Blue Silver nodded. Let us just call ourselves allies for now. Chu Josi pointed to himself, asking if he was really that famous. He hoped rumors stayed local. Later, Blue Snake waved. Visit soon. Blue Silver said their door is always open. Chu Josi was speechless. This VIP treatment felt totally extra. He grabbed his case and left. Job's done, so now it is back to the mission. He needed to stop and grab supplies to start brewing a fresh batch. The system sent a notification confirming that you have pulled a mysterious box out of your inventory storage space right now. Inside a tiny shop with no sign outside, Sato was busy double-checking his business ledgers for the day. These herbs are getting rare, he thought. Better stock up while I still can. Other supplies too. Chu Josi walked up and spoke politely. Hey there, I am looking to buy some specific ingredients to brew some medicine. He waved him off, checked the back, feeling annoyed by this little brat. Chu Josi calmly replied that the current stock was not nearly enough, especially since he heard this was the biggest supplier in the whole area. Uncle EC slid a long list of ingredients through the window slot and said, I will take all 15 items on here. The old man grabbed the paper and gasped in total shock. He adjusted his glasses, staring at the list. 15 types? You are really buying all of them? Do you even have the cash? Chu Josi confirmed he was dead serious about the deal. He gently set his heavy suitcase right on the table in front of them. Popping the lid, Chu Josi asked if this was enough. Inside sat 9 million yen in cash. He also wanted a long-term contract. Sando could not hide his shock. He almost screamed when he heard the kid wanted all 15 items. Looking at that suitcase full of money, the guy started drooling. If this was legit, this kid was a true VIP customer. All those materials would cost at least 6 million yen. Easy. After paying Sato, Chu Josi smiled and shut the case. He calculated that after paying back Blue Snake with interest, he was good. He still had about 9 million yen left, plenty for the basics, and he had some other big plans in mind too. Thrilled, he patted the kid's arm and offered him a seat, promising to get all the necessary ingredients ready right away. He wanted to hear the full details of the deal. Salo handed the list to Miko, telling her to grab everything and pack carefully. Miko was stunned. Wait, you want me to pull all of this? Prepping all that would take some serious time. His hands shook slightly over his tea as he asked if the kid planned to order another 15 items for the next month. Salo sat up straight and explained the warehouse restocks weekly. He was pretty curious about how the kid planned to pay him. Chu Josi just asked him what the total damage for today's supply run would be. Sato pointed at the list. Market price was 6.6 million yen, but since it was a bulk order, he would round it. Chu Josi slid the cash over. Out of the 9 million yen, 2.4 million was a deposit. He would settle the rest of the bill by the end of the month. Chu Josi looked over the paperwork and suggested signing right now. He already had all the documents ready for their monthly agreement. Based on the contract terms, the shop must supply materials at the set price and not sell them to anyone else. Sato agreed easily, thinking that the deposit was more than enough security for the deal. He promised the prices for these 15 items were always stable. His shop was famous for being honest, and they never jacked up the rates on their customers for no reason. Chu Josi nodded, totally satisfied. He hoped for a smooth partnership. He was hyped because with these supplies, he could start his experiments as soon as tonight. Plus, the contract protected him from any future price hikes. Outside, the sky was already fading into a warm and golden afternoon glow. Chu Josi opened the door to his brand new lab and couldn't help but marvel. The place looked professional and not bad. Arena mentioned that President Suzuki actually paid for most of the costs out of his own pocket. He really deserved some thanks. She was also surprised he could brew medicine and was super curious about what this lab was for. Chu Josi knelt down in front of the little girl and softly replied, I just want to pay President Suzuki back even more. He kept explaining to Karina the real reason why he went through the trouble of building this laboratory. Chu Josi looked down, because this was all about keeping a promise from the past. He stared at her injured legs with an expression full of deep sadness and heartbreak. Tenderly, he promised to bring back her smile, just like the good old days. Karina's like, say what? But Josi just smirks, telling her to just hang tight and wait for the big reveal once the work is finally finished. He gets to work and tells her to beat it, leaving the poor girl totally clueless about what's going down. Karina tries to stop him, calling his name with a voice full of total worry. Josi slams the lab door shut, demanding total silence for his grind. He flashes a grin, saying everything's gonna be Gucci. He snaps his fingers with that main character energy and kicks off the research. The system pings as he pulls a wooden chest from the void. Then, a bunch of pre-packed herbs start popping out of nowhere. A test tube of yellow liquid starts bubbling over a tiny flickering flame. Josi notes that basic circulation meds need 3 main herbs, but the other 2? Those need 6 unique ingredients each. Josi locks in, getting dead serious with his research. He realizes the divine eye is cracked, automatically picking the best ingredients and giving him a step-by-step guide to refining. System notifications start blowing up with the eye's deep dive analysis. He squints and mutters, all right, let's see what we got. Josi scans the files and sees the final play, mixing antgrass extract with green vines at a 1:3 ratio. Feeling himself, he mixes the blue and yellow liquids together, hitting the math perfectly. Josi slides the tube into the heater, thinking that even though this gear is low budget, it gets the job done. But his eyes show a little saltiness because this world is just so far behind. Usually, refining stops here, and the whole thing can blow up or fail. He narrows his eyes, already plotting his next big move. Josi decides to go full mage, using ancient techniques to force the fusion and pump mana into the mix. This sends the success rate through the roof. The system confirms he just pulled a basic staff right out of the void. He checks out the fancy wrapped ends of the staff, glad he finally gets to use this gear he bought earlier. He remembers the king's hammer is still back at that other world's inn, but since time is frozen there, it's whatever. Josi hoists the staff high, casting some high-level magic to start the fusion process. This is his secret sauce, a refining style nobody else in this world has. The system keeps pinging the progress, 30%, 40, then 60, until it suddenly hits the 90% mark like a rocket. Josi is low-key shocked. When science and magic hold hands, the fusion speed is absolutely insane. The system pings that the fusion is a wrap. Josi yells out that the first batch is a win and can't wait to test it. He gives the test tube a little swirl, thinks the circulation juice looks legit, and decides to chug it right then and there. Josi tips his head back and drains the whole tube in one go. Suddenly, his entire body starts glowing with this wild, golden light. The system reports a 100% refining rate, boosting his health and stamina by 45% while cutting incoming damage by 12% for 10 full minutes. Josi squeezes his fist, knowing no other pill in this entire world is on this level. Another world's recipe is just built different compared to the local junk. He looks at the tube and gags, though. The taste is trash, so he decides to pack the liquid into capsules instead. His eyes light up with pure hype. Suddenly, a bunch of perfect little medicinal capsules are sitting right there on the table. 2 worlds, infinite possibilities. It's time to see how far this road goes. Feeling the hype, Josi starts juggling 10 tubes at once, going full factory mode on these circulation pills. He hopes the market goes crazy for his new product. Fast forward to the next morning, a bunch of guys are outside a cave entrance, whining about their lives. They're moaning about how much the Goat Valley dungeon totally drains them. Loot is great, but the place is huge. They're broke and weak, so they're stuck buying cheap potions and playing it way too safe. Josi rolls up in a stealth cloak, hiding his face so nobody can tell who he actually is. It's a common item used to hide secrets from the gods. He pushes a big box into place, thinking this spot is perfect since all the high-level pros hang out here. Some guy spots Josi and starts talking smack, saying he's just some weirdo merchant trying a lame gimmick. What a joke. The other guys join in the roast, claiming the big 3 corporations own the market anyway, so buying official is just safer. This stuff is probably just a total scam. Chu Josi pulled out a pill and announced that if anyone was unhappy with their current meds, they should try his new energy booster. Each box has 6 pills. First come, first served. The adventurers stared at the pill, skeptical if this was actually some high-end product from one of the big 3 corporations. But someone yelled out that they hit the pharmacy daily and would have heard about any new drop. Fuin stepped up with a smirk and grabbed a box. He barked that meds are life or death for adventurers, so nobody buys mystery junk. He asked if it really beat the big 3's stuff, and exactly how much this trash was going to cost. Unfazed by him, Chu Josi calmly explained it was a circulation capsule for HP and stamina recovery, plus it cuts incoming damage. All the details are right inside the box. The price is 24,000 yen for 6 pills, with a limit of 10 boxes per person every day. The guy scowled, shouting that 24,000 yen for a tiny 6-pack was a total ripoff. He called it fake limited stock, noting the big 3 only charged 20,000 yen for a 10-pack. Kasiomi slammed his hand on the table and yelled. He called it a joke and told Chu Josi to beat it with his useless garbage. The adventurers started cracking their knuckles, ready to pounce and teach Chu Josi a lesson. A blatant scam like this makes people's blood boil. This shady gear is pricier than the big 3's top meds. What a joke. Some hot-headed hero is bound to wreck his stall soon. He didn't even argue. He just flashed a very mysterious, knowing smirk. Chu Josi pointed at a few capsules and said, "I have free samples. If you're not happy with the results, feel free to trash my stand." He held one up, voice low and calculating. "But if it works, you better buy the whole box." Kumi rolled his eyes and growled, "Fine, I will give it a shot. If this is junk, you are dead meat." He snatched the pill right out of Chu's hand. "Give me that." The crowd mocked his move. Seriously? He is actually trying it? Hilarious. Let's watch this guy fall flat on his face. 24,000 yen is pocket change for a hero. Kasumi tossed the pill into his mouth to test the hype. The pill slid down his throat. Within seconds, the effects of the medication started kicking in hard. System alert. HP and stamina recovery up 45%. Damage taken down 12%. Duration, 10 minutes. Seumi froze. Shocked, he gasped. What is this? Chu Josi smirked. Recovery up 45%. Damage down 12%. Lasting 10 minutes. See the value now? The price is totally fair. Another adventurer grabbed Kumi's shoulder. No way. Is he for real? Is it actually that good? Whispers filled the air. If that is true, it is way stronger than anything from the big three. Standard circulation meds on the market only boost HP by 10% and stamina by 12%. This stuff blows them away and even reduces damage. He grabbed a box and lowered his voice to Chu Josi. Sell me the whole stock. I can take 10 boxes, right? Here is my hero card. Scan it. I am taking all 10 boxes. Chu Josi scanned the card. 240,000 yen cleared. Here are your 10 boxes. Thanks for the business. The hero-only payment system lets users load cash onto cards for quick and easy transactions. Kasumi shoved the boxes into his bag like a thief. Thanks. You going to be here tomorrow? What time? He turned around to find dozens of eyes locked on him. The crowd immediately swarmed. Give me a sample. Any samples left? I want in. He probably hired a fake actor. Let me try it for myself. If this is a scam, you're toast, Chu Josi coolly replied. 5 samples left. One guy hesitated, holding the pill nervously. The guy next to him gulped it down. A third followed reluctantly, then a fourth used it while making a face. The last one was snatched up. Suddenly, a bright golden light enveloped all 5 of their bodies. Kasi yelled, "Well, do you believe me now?" Seeing the results, everyone started throwing their cards at him. I want 10 boxes. Me too, scan mine first. I need 10 boxes. The mob pushed and shoved for the rest. This stuff is the real deal. Sell me a box. No, make it 10. I am buying 2. Chu Josi gave a wicked grin. Single file, please. 10 boxes max. Adventurers started calling their friends about the drop. These will sell even at double the price. Hurry up, limited stock, we will make a killing. Get the whole squad down here. His eyes gleamed. Everything was going perfectly. Pills alone wouldn't hit that 1 billion yen goal yet, but it is a start. Still, this specific medication was the perfect way to kick things off. With insane stats and zero supply, a massive market frenzy was brewing. Watching the huge line grow, Chu Josi knew once this spread, the big three would come knocking. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Via Pharmaceuticals, a top-tier industry giant, inside the conference room, a market report was underway. Fumeo pointed at the screen. Prices for our top 3 products are tanking hard this week. They are currently selling for less than half of what they used to. He wipes his brow, sweating bullets. This is all because of those black market meds with the same effects. Nabzu confirmed these products definitely do not belong to the other 2 big pharma companies. He pops open a suitcase holding 3 capsule boxes. These include circulation boosters and mana recovery pills. We dumped a massive fortune into research and development. It is insane that top heroes are actually ditching us just to buy these bootleg products instead. He lays out the reports and lab tests. After putting them through strict pharmacological testing, we discovered these pills can only be produced by a group using some incredibly advanced technology. With quality this high, it is wild they are called black market meds. The system says that term just means they are made by individuals or small shops rather than big professional corporations. The shareholders are buzzing. It is pretty obvious that all 3 types are coming from the exact same source. They use a similar process and they are highly effective. Luckily, these are not coming from our direct competitors. If they were, they would have owned the market years ago. Even with our high-tech gear, we cannot identify the exact ingredients. No clue what genius is behind this or why they are hiding. Then the boardroom door swings open and a sharp female voice cuts through. If these are just black market meds, then our products are total failures. Everyone in the room immediately stands up and bows. Madam President, she walks in looking like royalty. Have we tracked down the producers yet? I bet the other 2 companies are already making a move. That is the president of Vestia Pharmaceuticals herself, standing right next to her butler, Tommy. Lisa crosses her arms and says we cannot get left behind. Fio sighs because nobody knows the maker's identity, and they move locations daily, making them nearly impossible to track down. Nabzu adds that a full investigation is currently underway and a detailed report will be ready very soon. Sand's sharp eyes narrow. That is too slow. The company's situation is becoming extremely critical right now. She stands up to leave and orders the car ready. Tommy says, "Yes, President." Meanwhile, at a dungeon entrance, people are fighting to buy. I will pay 10 times the price. Give me the last 3 boxes. Move it. I will pay 20 times, 30 times. Kiro is shocked by the insane competition. Bids are skyrocketing, with people paying 30 times the original price. Just who is this mystery drug dealer? Samu studies the pill, noting the maker must be a pharmacology expert. The superior effects are why everyone is fighting over them. I am so lucky I scored some today. Chu Josi watches the chaos and thinks, it has been a week, and everything is going exactly as planned. He smirks, the bait is set, and now he is just waiting for the big fish to bite. Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out. I will pay 100 times the original price. Just sell them to me. The surrounding adventurers are absolutely stunned. Nisa puts her hands in her pockets. If you agree, I will pay 100 times the price just for 10 minutes of your time. Deal? Chu Josi is thrilled. He finally hooked the big fish. The supercar door closes, guards stand watch, and Nisa swirls her glass of wine. Thanks for giving me 10 minutes. Let us do introductions. I am Nisa, president of Vestia Pharmaceuticals. Chu Josi replies politely, it is a pleasure to meet you. He thinks to himself, he never expected the president of one of the top 3 pharma giants to be such a young woman. Nisa is also taken aback by how young he sounds, even though he is hiding his true identity. She assumed he would be middle-aged. She gets straight to the point. I want to buy the formulas for the 3 capsules you are selling. Chu Josi holds up 5 fingers. 10 billion yen. She freezes, puts her wine down, and gets serious. 10 billion yen is way too high. That is way beyond our budget. Do you really not want to negotiate? Vestia came here with nothing but goodwill for this partnership. Our best offer is 3 billion yen. Even for formulas this incredible, that is still a massive amount of money. She narrows her eyes, calculating. He is definitely high-balling me. With 10 billion yen, I could buy dozens of other formulas. Is he the leader of some research team? Chu Josi calmly replies, no. 10 billion yen, take it or leave it, and I work alone. I developed all 3 types of capsules myself. He looks her straight in the eyes. You already know what they are worth. These capsules could easily help your company regain its market dominance. After all, is not Vestia currently facing its most severe crisis in years? Nisa is caught off guard by that. If he is right, then he is a seriously formidable pharmaceutical genius. She asks suspiciously, what crisis are you talking about? Chu Josi pulls out his phone, showing her a chart for analysis. Dell and Matsui used to control almost the entire market for these capsules. But according to the data I gathered, Vestia's market share crashed from 26% down to 12% in just 3 years. This is because your products lost their competitive edge compared to Ozama or Tasuni. Those brands are absolutely crushing it right now in both quality and pricing. Nisa is stunned by how prepared Chu Josi is. Was her even showing up here part of his master plan all along? You are right. Vestia is in a dangerous spot and our market share keeps tanking. She asks him, is there anything else? Nisa smiles, her voice still sounding incredibly powerful. Tommy stops the car. She hops into the supercar and says, we have the formula. Now, we strike back. Get back to headquarters. Summon the board immediately. We need to launch a massive marketing blitz right now. Right away, boss, Tommy answers. Meanwhile, at a local cafe, a shocked voice rings out in pure disbelief. How did you pull that off? 10 billion yen for the entrance fee in just 1 week, Suzuki shouts, nearly spilling his coffee everywhere in total shock. Chuosi sighs. Chairman Suzuki, please, lower the volume. You're making a scene. Everyone in the shop stares and starts whispering like crazy. Did he really just say 10 billion yen? How could some random kid manage to scrape together that much cash so easily? Is it legit? He slides over a card, explaining he cashed in on a secret recipe he found. It was just a quick business deal. The card holds 10 billion yen. He just needs Suzuki to lock his auction spot. Suzuki's impressed. He asks to join the next gig because this kid is becoming a total mystery. He remembers that moment. Chuosi radiated power, confidently stating his energy pills had already flipped the market upside down. If these hit mass production, they are going to rule the entire industry for good. Besides, Owana and Thaumi are eyeing it too, so 10 billion yen is actually a steal. Nisa sips her drink, eyes sharp. She knows this isn't just a business pitch, it's a calculated, high-stakes warning. If he's really as young as his voice suggests, the kid is a once-in-a-generation genius. She finally caves to the price. 10 billion yen is a go, but she demands to know his true identity in a face-to-face, transparent transaction. Chuosi thinks it over. Hiding his identity was just a way to avoid drama, but if she's the only one who knows, it's fine. He agrees to the deal as long as she keeps it a secret. He drops the cloak, extends a hand, and introduces himself. The reveal leaves her completely stunned. Nisa freezes. She can't believe how young and incredibly handsome he actually is. She recovers and shakes his hand politely. A pleasure, she says. He tips his hat and steps out of the car like a boss. Tommy bows low, handing over the linked card with both hands. Everything is set, sir. Please, take it. Chuosi takes the bank card and offers a polite thanks. Tommy watches him walk away, still feeling a bit skeptical about whether handing over 10 billion yen to a kid was actually a safe move. Nisa crosses her arms. It's a massive gamble, but she says it's worth it because Chuosi's pharmaceutical talent is legendary. He can take them to the top, and he is officially their only hope. Tommy pledges his absolute loyalty. If the chairman believes in him, then so does he. Cold, calculating eyes. Behind his glasses, he remembers her brilliance. She's been a sharp leader since she was a kid. No wonder her father handed her the keys. Back in the now, Suzuki tucks the 10 billion yen card into his coat pocket. Chuosi holds up 2 fingers, confirming the first auction condition is finished. Now he's asking about the second requirement, hitting C-rank hero by placing in the top 3 at the Supernova tournament. He explains the rules. To qualify for the Supernova, you need 2 top 3 finishes in the public dungeons. But the deadline is tomorrow, he warns. It's literally impossible to clear them both in time. Chuosi just sips his coffee, cool as ice. He's confident he only needs 1 day. He asks for a ride to the public dungeon tomorrow morning while the quiet night settles over his villa. Karina hugs her pillow tight. Good night, big brother. It's so quiet tonight, I'm going to sleep early. He watches her with a soft smile. Chuosi gently closes the door. Good night, little one. Get some rest. Back in his room, he preps. Tomorrow's the dungeon. If he's going to win, he needs to get a lot stronger. He stares at his gold ring. Level 11 has held him back for way too long, and he is determined to finally break through. Suddenly, the system announces the infinite corridor has been activated. He makes a vow. Once he's back, he'll win that rebirth pill and get Karina walking again. Warning. Dimension unstable. You've only got 3 days max in this other world before things get messy. Chuosi steps into the infinite corridor, his eyes blazing with resolve. He won't stop until Karina is healed. He's back in the magic realm, back in his warrior gear. Sakula's still missing, so he decides to spend the next 3 days grinding out a plan to power level his stats. Status: Level 12 Warrior. Black stealth armor is equipped and ready for action. Fox Spirit set, Blood Rain Blade, and Lightning skills are all active. His total combat power has reached 16,000. He frowns. Acting alone in this world without Sakula's help is going to be a total grind. He cracks the window wide. Sakula probably heard about his victory and will likely show up tomorrow morning. Still, he can't help but wonder where she went or if she has friends nearby. Swarms of dark spheres buzz through the air, making some seriously skin-crawling sounds. The leader sphere suddenly whips around and locks eyes with Chuosi. It lunges with a deadly screech. He's totally caught off guard. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending a shockwave through the entire zone. He's reeling from the shock. Was that a magic ambush, and who could be behind it? A mysterious voice sneers from the darkness, mocking him and claiming 1 hit was all it took to finish him. Out steps, a level 32 bird tribe mage with 51,000 combat power. He admits he underestimated Chuosi and realizes that capturing him is going to be way more work than he originally planned. Chu Josi pulls his weapon from thin air and wonders what the hell is actually going on. He suspects this is the work of that assassin guild. Norio likes his sharp eyes but still feels some regret. Chuosi goes on high alert when he senses an ambush coming from directly behind him. The second attacker is Segi, a human assassin. Level 30 with 30,500 combat power. Chu Josi is totally shocked. That sneak attack gets shut down instantly by Chu Josi's blade. The system triggers ultimate physique, cranking up his muscle speed and reaction time for a short burst. Chu Josi knows without this skill, he would be dead meat against that level 30 pro. Sahi stares at Norio. Norio flinches for a split second. Suddenly, Chu Josi gets blasted straight out of the room. Facing 2 heavy hitters in a tight space is a nightmare. Luckily, the system helps him land on his feet. Ultimate physique keeps pumping power directly into his legs. Mario and Sahi are perched on the roof, watching Chu Josi from above. Chu Josi grips his blade tight, figuring these 2 are just hired hitmen sent to end him. He points his sword and swears he never did anything to deserve this. Norio just laughs and says they are on a mission and he is just having a bad day. Sai narrows his eyes in a dangerous way, demanding to know how a level 12 warrior managed to dodge his near-perfect strike. Narelle admits he dodged her magic too. They just need to bring him in alive to finish the job. Both vanish instantly. Segi lunges at his right side while Norio strikes from the left. Chu Josi moves like a ghost, dodging every single move they throw. Norio is losing it because her attack failed. Sai cannot believe the kid is still dodging. Chu Josi locks in, grips his blade, and summons a massive bolt of lightning from the sky to strike them down. The 2 assassins back off immediately, totally caught off guard by the counterattack. Lightning crashes down, but Norio throws up a shield. Segi growls that the kid got lucky because of his level. He unleashes more power, charging with daggers and mocking the level 12 for even trying to fight back against them. Sparks fly as Sagi's attacks pour in, but Chuosi parries every single one of them. Norio jumps in from the side to remind Chu Josi she is still there. He takes a hit and winces in pain. Chu Josi grits his teeth in rage. Is taking on 2 high levels at once actually impossible for him? Sei is actually impressed. Finding a level 12 this tough is basically unheard of. Norio tells him to just drop the weapon and surrender. He snaps back, like I would ever listen to you losers. He wonders if it is time to risk everything and call out the Heavenly King Hammer. Suddenly, the system warns him as a blinding light fills the area. Where is all this energy coming from? Panic sets in as the pressure around him skyrocketing. Chu Josi steps forward with a massive guardian shadow behind him until a very familiar voice rings out. Chu Joji, what are you hiding? He looks up, completely caught off guard. Recognizing the voice, Kevin points at him and triggers a secret exploding technique. A spear lunges forward, piercing his chest as Chu Josi coughs up a mouthful of blood. He stares in total disbelief at what just happened. Chu Josi squeezes his fists and lets out a scream of pure rage. Master Kevin floats high above the chaos while the battle rages in the dust below. Kevin floats there calmly, saying that removing the darkness and branding the secret into him was a smart move. He asks if that weird energy is the true source of the kid's talent. Clutching his wound, he asks if everything Kevin ever said was just a big lie. Kevin sneers at him. This world is not for the soft. You are way too naive. I thought you were playing nice, but you are just stupid. Norio realizes that Master Kevin had to step in personally. Seg brags that with those injuries, the kid cannot run. Kevin nods and thanks the two of them. He promises them a special level-up pill tomorrow if they provide the ingredients. They agree instantly. The system explains it is a rare pill that breaks level limits. Kevin smirks. One high-end promise is all it takes to make people obey his every command. Kevin looks down coldly and tells Chuozi to stop resisting. Since the secret is branded on his chest, he will keep the kid alive while he is completely helpless. Chu Josi chokes out a question, asking why he is being treated like this when he never did anything wrong. Kevin just stares into his eyes. He spat out every word. Your refining talent is a threat to me, so you have to go. Blame your own weakness, kid. Chu Josi just flashed a twisted, bitter grin. So that is how it is. He mocked him. Master Kevin, the big genius, is actually scared of me? Pathetic. Kevin lost it, veins popping as his eyes burned with pure rage. He charged up a beam of light and screamed, "Get lost! I am ending your ability to think forever." Chu Joy-D gritted his teeth, clutching his bloody wound. Fuin rushed in to stop the madness, begging her master to show some mercy. Kevin shot her a nasty look. Fuin, you followed me here? She trembled, stammering that this whole fight with Chu Josi was just a misunderstanding. I will apologize for him. Please, just stop. Kevin just stared back with ice in his eyes. You are too green to get this. It is none of your business. Leave now or get punished. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she hesitated. Kevin did not hesitate, blasting her back. Then, he unleashed his ultimate trump card. The move was called Destruction. Chu Josi, today is officially your last day on Earth. The system says destruction magic is brutal, pumping massive energy into the target mind to rot them from the inside. Fuin sobbed, screaming for Chu Dio. Seiji stood by with arms crossed. Destruction? What did he do to make Master that mad? Narilo shrugged. Poking a bear like Kevin only leads to a funeral. Chu Josi just stood his ground, unfazed. Is that it? Kevin dropped low, ready to deliver the killing blow. System alert. Divine Choice update is 10% complete. Absorbing surrounding energy now to repair the user mangled body. A purple glow swallowed him whole. A violent gale ripped through the area, sending dust and jagged rocks flying everywhere. Kevin shielded his eyes, stunned as his own power was drained in a heartbeat. Narilo rushed over, shocked that the kid was still breathing. Fuin stared in awe, whispering his name. His gruesome wounds were literally stitching themselves back together. He realized Fuin had bought him enough time to actually stay in the fight. Chu Di knew that secret item in his chest saved him. The system threw a red alert for lethal damage, then triggered an emergency upgrade to rebuild his body. He exhaled, finally healing up. But this system update needs constant energy. If anyone breaks his concentration, his body will just snap back to its broken state. A bolt of lightning charred his skin. His voice went ice cold. Looks like I am fresh out of options. System. Summon the Heavenly King Hammer. It is either you or me. A massive thunder dragon manifested right above his head. Even if my body shatters from the pain, I am ending this. Golden light surged from his palms. This is where it all stops. The Heavenly King Hammer appeared. Chu Josi gripped it tight, ignoring the system warnings that his level was too low to handle this much power. Forcing this move will drain massive amounts of energy. His body took a beating while the update ran. The hammer kept repairing him, shredding his muscles and regrowing them instantly in a cycle of pure agony. Kevin glared. The kid, mind and body were being ripped apart by that power. yet he just kept regenerating over and over. That aura is unstable and terrifying. How the hell is he pulling this off? We cannot sleep on that hammer. Seiji scrambled over to stand right by Kevin's side. Master, this kid is a freak. We have to team up and kill him now, Narilo added, his voice shaking. That the magic wave patterns were failing. No more waiting. The system blared a warning. 10% of the hammer power is loose. The body damage levels are fluctuating like crazy right now. Chu Josi looked like a god of war with that hammer. This disaster became his chance. As the weapon shredded him, the system rebuilt him even stronger. Clinging to life, the system warned him. The duration of this power surge was a total mystery. He lunged forward like a maniac. If I am going down, I am crushing everything first. Seeing the danger, Kevin threw up a defensive spell. Luckily, he deployed an energy shield just in time to stop Chu Josi's assault. Safe behind the barrier, Seiji just smirked. What an idiot. You are not breaking through this double energy shield, no matter what. But before he finished, Chu Josi shattered Kevin's defense like glass. The three of them froze in horror as their supposedly invincible defense was torn apart like paper. Chu Josi glared down at them like they were bugs. I told you already, I am going to rip you all apart. Bon stumbled through the dark woods, his body a mess of scars and blood. A cold wind whipped the dead leaves, creating an eerie rustle. Sakura trailed behind him, totally relaxed. His vibe was pure confidence and calm. Bon panicked and begged, "Please have mercy. I am so sorry. Let me go." Sakura pulled his hood down and asked, "Mercy for you? Did you show my father mercy back then?" He frantically denied it. "I was not the mastermind behind it all. I was just following orders." Behind Sakura, red-eyed spirits emerged, whispering that he was about to join the old Beast King in the afterlife. "Look, miss." Sola's face went dark, but her eyes stayed razor-sharp. "You weren't the boss, but you're still an accomplice. Every single name is written down. I'm hunting down everyone who shamed and hurt my father." Bun waved his hands, begging, "Miss, I was forced. I had zero choice. Your father's enemy is the current King Beast's dad. He threatened to end me if I didn't obey." Skira smirked, gripping her sword hilt. "Don't sweat it. Your buddies will be joining you in the afterlife soon." He pulled his blade to defend himself. "If you really want my head, get ready to fight." Clutching an old chest wound, he realized there was no escape left. Sura got into a stance, cold as ice. "Stop calling me miss." Suddenly, she lunged like a gale, unleashing her ultimate saturated storm skill. Sakura glared at him with pure disgust, her voice chilling him to the bone. Totally crushed, Bai's eyes rolled back as he gasped, "You actually mastered your father's flower storm technique." Secula pulled out a notebook and said calmly, "You losers, just sit tight and wait for the end." She stepped closer to check Bison's body. Who knew she would find him while plotting Kevin's assassination? That gatekeeper secretly let the enemy inside back then. Looted 6 gold coins, 4 mid-grade mana potions, 8 mid-grade healing pots, and 1 mid-grade item. He was a weakling, but fast. It took me a minute to hunt him down, but no one who betrayed my dad gets away. Suddenly, Taola's eyes widened as a cold shiver shot straight down her spine. She stared toward the capital, totally confused. What was this awful, sinking feeling? Without a second of hesitation, she blasted off, flying straight ahead. Master is in trouble. The night sky turned chaotic as thunder roared over and over. Cut to Chu Josi writhing in agony, groaning that he can't take the pain. His whole body shook violently, bones crushing while his soul burned like fire. Just how strong is the Heavenly King hammer? Can the Divine Choice system even fix this much damage? Warning. Body damage has reached 60%. If it hits 100%, your physical form will be destroyed. Seeing Chu Josi's power, Norio and Saihi panicked and asked Kevin, "Master, who the hell is this guy? This pressure is way beyond level 12. "What is his actual level?" Kevin answered casually. "You guys are morons. That is just a special skill. Can't you see he is constantly taking heavy damage? It is likely a move that sacrifices his own life. Nothing surprising at all. On me." Both of them obeyed and charged at Chu Josi, who was holding the dragon hammer. Saihi yelled a threat. "Kid, I am ending you in one hit. Do not go blaming me." Chu Josi didn't say a word. He just smirked, making Saihi freeze. His eyes bugged out, his body completely paralyzed. System warning. The Heavenly King hammer is a supreme lightning relic. Owners emit high voltage around their bodies. Enemies without shock resistance will be paralyzed instantly. Chu Josi mocked Sai. "Hi, you want to get close? Got a death wish?" Then he landed a direct hit on his enemy. Lightning bolts instantly covered the entire area. In the blink of an eye, Chu Josi had taken down the assassin. Enemy neutralized. Target, human. Class, level 30 assassin. Combat power, 30,500. The system asked if he wanted to absorb enemy energy to upgrade. Chu Josi agreed, but things were getting worse. Warning. Energy absorbed. Upgrade progress at 48%. Warning. Body damage is nearing the collapse limit of 66%. Kevin watched the battle and warned his students to stay away from close combat. He got wary as Chu Josi approached. Norio also freaked out, sensing something weird about the energy around the kid. An assassin taken out in one shot? No way, he is just level 12. Master Kevin, I don't want the drugs. I surrender. Chu Josi smirked with interest. Surrendering already? The system flashed red alerts as his body damage hit 70%. Even so, he stayed cool. Aren't you guys gonna try and kill me again? A golden pillar of light tore through the night sky. Even though the enemy gave up, Chu Josi moved with speed. By the time he faced Norio, it was already too late. Norio's eyes caught a glimpse of him as he screamed in terror. This speed is fast as lightning. Chu Josi swung the dragon hammer, sending Norio flying back several meters. With too much power used, the upgrade progress reached 63%. Veins popped in Chu Josi's arm from the strain. Warning. Body damage is nearing the collapse limit of 76%. Kevin wasn't happy watching this. Useless trash. I wanted them to distract Chu Josi while I waited for my opening. That jerk is trying to drag me down with that weird power. Suddenly, Kevin flashed a creepy grin, like he had a backup plan. Kevin floated into the air, a magic circle appearing behind him. You really think you can take down a genius like me? Not a chance. You know the power of the laws. Chu Josi looked up at his opponent. The laws of earth, wind, and lightning from ancient legends possess absolutely terrifying destructive power. Kevin pulls his staff, smirking. Didn't think you would push me to use the power of law. Not bad, kid. He immediately unleashes his ultimate. Lightning, earth, and ice roar through the air as a blinding neon green light swallows every inch of the space. Chu Josi stands his ground, gasping for air. Should I use it? Show me what you have really got, then. But his body is cooked. System warning. Sky King Hammer is forcing a power release. Physical damage at 86%. Chu Josi scans the field. This is it. This is the true power of law. Giving it everything, he hoists the hammer and screams, I will trade my life for more power. The system is literally melting down. Warning. 30% of the Sky King Hammer's power has been forced open. System alert. Body damage at 93%. Only 30 seconds left. Warning. 30% of the Sky King Hammer's power has been forced open. System alert. Body damage at 93%. Only 30 seconds left. Alert. System upgrade progress is now at 63% complete. Right in the village center, a massive cyclone rips through, tearing everything to pieces in its path. Taino panics and yells, Grandpa, get inside now. But Onigobu just stands there, looking creepy and calm as hell. My great-grandpa told me about this lightning. It is the sign of the Beast King's arrival. Kevin swings his staff, summoning dark skeletal magic into the air. He reads my mind. That fighting spirit, thinking you can take me at level 12? I will crush you and steal your skills. Kevin sneers. You think that trick can stop the law of destruction? Look at you. You are broken. It is over. Stupid human, consider it an honor to fall under my law. Chu Josi silently gathers energy. Warning. 30% of the Sky King Hammer's power is being released. Warning. Body damage at 93%. Total failure in 30 seconds. System notification. The update process is now officially complete. At the same time, Fuin is getting sucked into the vortex. The system screams about the dangers of this massive power overload. Alert. Body damage at 94%. Only 26 seconds until the end. He never lost sight of his real goal. No matter what, Fuin, this mess is your fault, but I have to kill him. Even with you here, I can't use my transformation spell. Getting angrier, Kevin dumps even more mana into his attack, obsessed with erasing Chu Josi from existence. Chu Josi is wrapped in a mysterious aura, his eyes burning with a wild, rebellious fire. A speed boost finally kicks in. He grabs the girl and bolts. Fuin is completely dizzy from the impact, crying out for Chu Josi behind her. Warning. Body damage at 95%, 21 seconds remaining. Constant magic explosions make the whole ground shake. Kevin is cocky. With his near-infinite body, he thinks he can tank any hit they throw. This is the end. Chu Josi shields her through the quakes. She looks up, relieved she is alive. A magic vortex flies like an arrow at his back. Chu Josi stays put, shielding Fuin. Warning. Damage at 95%, 18 seconds. He is shocked by that insane grit. His resistance to the law is spiking. They dive back into the chaos, clashing in massive waves of raw energy. Chu Josi stands tall in the storm. His power is massive, and it is making Kevin panic. No way, this is impossible. You broke the law? At level 12? This weird power is actually pushing him back. Chu Josi's magic is starting to take over the fight, flooding every single corner of the sky. The magic vortex is stopped cold. My law is shattered? How did he break through my rule? Seeing him fading, she asks if he is okay, but Kevin isn't done. He is still coming at them. Warning. Critical condition. Body damage at 96%. Only 16 seconds remaining until total system death. He sneaks in a new surge of energy while the kid is exhausted. Kevin is still in total shock. How is he moving? His body should have hit its absolute limit by now. Exhausted but not done, Chu Josi strikes back with everything, aiming to disable his opponent's weapon for good. Enemy weapons can be neutralized or totally destroyed. This forced effect depends entirely on the adventurer's power level at that exact moment. He smirks. That is one annoying spell. Kevin is reeling from the speed. Damn it, too fast. My turn now. Chu Josi lands a brutal combo, leaving Kevin no room to even breathe. Those hits are so heavy he is practically pinned to the dirt. Spitting blood, Kevin wonders, how did he shut me down? How is he so calm under this pressure? Who is this guy? Standing tall, he gives a warning. Mage or wizard, it really doesn't matter. You can't beat a fighter in a close-up brawl. If you want me to fall, I will take you down with me, even if it costs my life. Warning, 30% of the Sky King hammer released. Body damage at 98%. Only 1 second until total collapse. Update progress is 72% complete. Chu Josi's face begins to shift. How can the power of the law be like this? He is in total denial. You think you can drag a genius like me down? Even without the staff, the law continues. Kevin rages, dropping his ultimate twin ice dragon move. A massive, ferocious magic dragon roars as it confronts that toxic snake. Body damage has hit 99% and will reach 106 seconds. System update is currently 75% complete. Intense battle as the giant viper clashes with the mighty thunder dragon. He slams his axe down with pure, raw power. Don't think that's enough to face the thunder dragon. In a heartbeat, the viper is split in two, totally crushed. He's speechless. Is this really defeat? The impact hits like a meteor strike, obliterating everything nearby. Fuin covers her face, absolutely terrified by the scene. Master Light flashes like a jewel about to explode in the town square. Dragon scales drift away, leaving Chu Josi standing there, totally spent. At his limit, he collapses. Frozen by critical damage, the alert screams that body failure has passed 100%. Update at 80%. Enemy eliminated. Now, harvesting the opponent's power to push the system to the next level, Chu Josi lies on the ground, opening his eyes to realize he is still breathing. Mission accomplished, even with these brutal wounds. Suddenly, he is warped away to a different space. Warning. Player is currently knocking on death's door. Divine Selection System update finished. Rebooting now to unlock the enhancement feature. Detecting and absorbing the primal power of the Ice Wind Earth laws. Power source used. Version update 100% complete. Reconstructing body after the level up. Power surging from level 12 all the way to level 18. Current class, Warrior. Gear includes black camo armor and fox beast clothing. Weapon is the black light blade. Skills, chain lightning plus copied Icewind Earth laws. Combat power, 25,000. Next morning, the sky is hauntingly clear. Sunlight streams through the window, warming Fuin as she slowly starts to stir. Fuin wakes up, groggily calling out for Chu Josi. Master? But only Sakura is there. You're awake? Fuin bolts upright, panicking. Who the hell are you? Where's Josi? Where am I? What about my master? Sakura looks confused. Wait, you mean that guy Kevin? Her face drops, eyes turning cold. He is dead. Fuin freezes, unable to process what she just heard. Sakura explains slowly. When I arrived, his body was already completely broken by my young master. Perhaps Kevin was jealous of his raw potential and tried to steal the power inside. Just goes to show what a disgusting, low-life scumbag he is. Fuin hangs her head, body trembling. Master is gone. He is really gone, she chokes out. Suddenly, her eyes fly open as tears begin to flood her face. But what about Chu Josi? I saw his body vanish into thin air. Sakura stands up with a cold expression. That is none of your business. If you had not helped my master last night, I would have sent you to the grave too. You are not trustworthy. Now that you are awake, get out. Suddenly, the door swings open and a voice rings out. Sakura, she did not do anything wrong. Fuin stares at the door with desperate hope. The person appearing is Chu Josi. He leans against the doorframe and says softly, I am doing just fine. But the sight leaves Fuin absolutely speechless. Chu Josi looks like a total stranger, nothing like the guy she used to know. Level 18, class, warrior, gear, black camo armor and fox beast outfit, weapon, blood axe, skills, chain lightning and copied Icewind Earth laws. Combat power, 25,000. Fu Lin realizes that is her master's ice wind earth power he is wielding. How did you get that power? Chu Josi gives her a vague, dismissive answer. When I woke up, I was already like this. It seems tragedy became a blessing as the system upgraded and pulled me back from death's door. He stares at his hand. The extra energy was enough to boost me up 6 levels instantly. Classic Kevin. My skills have swapped to ice wind earth laws, and I can feel the power surging through me. He looks up with a curious look. Fu Lin, where were you last night? She clutches her chest, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. You do not trust me because of what happened to Master, do you? Sakura remains stern. My intel says the Master never ordered anyone to that area last night. It was likely a trap set up to ambush my Master. You were his student. You should have known his true nature. Hearing those suspicious words, Fu Lin decides to finally walk out of the room. Her eyes go dark as she takes several steps toward Chu Josi. He remains calm, facing her head-on without blinking. Before things get out of hand, Sakura steps in to block her. What exactly do you think you are doing? Fu Lin pulls a small handkerchief from her item bag and gently hands it over to Josi. I planned to give you this last night. Sakura gasps in shock. A scarf? Chu Josi takes it quietly, remembering the words she said to him once before. Fu Lin blushes, confessing. I was afraid you would leave without saying goodbye, so I came to see you. I am not great with my hands, so I used magic to help. If you hate it, just toss it. Chu Josi calls her name to stop her. Fu Lin, that is enough. But she is already breaking down, tears falling fast. I do not know if Master truly understood you, but he raised me and taught me magic since I was a kid. I cannot just forget that. Even if you go after my master, I refuse to just sit here and be helpless. Let us just act like we are strangers from now on. Seeing her breakdown, Sakura looks at Chu Josi with concern. Chu Josi looks at the sky, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He watches her small figure disappear into the woods and whispers a quiet thank you. Ciola is still deep in thought. Kevin really tried to take out the boss, but when she found him, his body had already healed at high speed. How does a level 12 rookie take down Kevin? Suddenly, Chu Josi calls her name, snapping Ciola right back to reality. Yeah. Chu Josi lowers his voice. Last night, Kevin came at me with total hate. I almost died. But you saved me. I thought we were actually friends. Hard lesson learned. Never just trust anyone out here. Ciola looks at him, totally confused but curious. Boss, go on, she says. I have no clue what your plans are. But when I was drowning in despair, you were the one who kept me going. Chu Josi looks at her more gently now. Maybe your past is still a secret, but when you are ready, I am here. Ciola freezes up. Her hands are shaking and her face turns bright red as she gives him a quick nod. Chu Josi turns around and gives a quiet order. All right, let's move out. He holds the scarf like it is some legendary treasure. He can almost see Phil's face, glowing with pride while making it. He cherishes the gift and wraps it around his neck. Ciola follows behind without a word. She starts digging through her bag. Pulling out an old notebook, she crosses off a line and whispers a thank you. They walk side by side into the deep forest with danger everywhere. Cut to the gate nearby, and it is absolutely packed with people. Suzuki rushes after Chu Josi. You are seriously going in there all alone? Once you sign up, there is no backing out, and it is dangerous. Look around. Everyone else has a full squad. He uses his energy to pull the files right from the man's hands. I will be fine, he says. Suzuki just stares, totally shocked, while Chu Josi looks back with total confidence. I am way stronger than I was before. Levon, level 18, warrior, black camo armor, beastman fox gear, skills, lightning chain, ice and earth mimicry, battle power, 250, Sanda says in a low voice. He calls to ask if President Suzuki recruited Chu Josi. Then he slowly leaves the center of the battle formation. One of the main guild bosses, S-rank hero Levon, is on the field, but his actual power is still unknown. Somewhere else, the leader of the Glory Guild smiles. Another S-rank hero, Levon, with power levels that are off the charts. The person on the other line laughs. These days, everyone is fighting to recruit the best young talent. Sanda, why are you talking so quietly? Surrounded by the wreckage of the battlefield, Sanda puts up a barrier and says it is just some minor work. If he actually joins the alliance, we will see what he is really made of in the next tournament. Yuger, the heavy hitter of Wrath Dragon and an S-rank hero, he approaches to report that the team is finished. Sanda stays on the phone. We need to dig deeper. He looks back coldly and says the rest can wait until the tournament starts. I am hanging up now. On the other end, the man puffs his cigar and asks if he really thinks this is just a minor issue. You are really moving fast. Yuger holds the dying man to keep him awake. Sanda looks at him. It has been a while. If you had just agreed to the deal back then, things would be different. Lut shakes, but his voice is still steady. We are not changing our minds. I have been doing this for years, and I am ready for the end. Sanda grunts, annoyed, and delivers the final blow. Then let it end. After finishing him off, he tells Luger to handle the rest and turns to walk away. Luger nods, saying he has got it. Amidst the ruins, the man slowly makes his exit from the area. Outside, the desk clerk looks shocked. You going in solo? A level 18 in a dungeon alone is not going to make it out alive. You think I am worried? Chu Josi says there is no rule against going solo. I am in a rush, so just sign me up. The form says, level 18 warrior, skills, lightning chain, ice and earth mimicry. Combat power, 250. Mamoru yells, asking if he has a death wish. Ikari hears the noise and walks over, saying if he wants to go, we can't stop him. She takes the paperwork and scans every single page. The name on the file is Chu Josi. He is registered for 6 dungeons, 3 rank C, 2 rank D, and a brutal rank B. The record shows that solo players get 0 medical support. Chu Josi ignores Hikari's little games, grabs his files, and says he understands. Mamoru is shocked that the guy is totally unfazed by how hot his sister is. Hikari realizes her charm did not work. She hides her frustration behind a fake smile and wishes him luck anyway. He looks at the missions, doing the math. 6 dungeons, but only 1 day left. Suddenly, he sees a noisy group by the entrance. The master blames her for losing the staff. Getting a new one from another guild is going to cost a fortune. Han sits on the ground crying, saying she did not mean to. The monster appeared so fast that she just panicked. That staff sold for 21 million yen and we needed it. The master sighs. We are exhausted and out of potions. Going back in is suicide. We should try to negotiate with another guild and see if they have a similar staff available. Chu Josi speaks up. Excuse me, can you guys clear a path? Thao moves aside, looking totally confused. Wait, are you seriously going into the dungeon alone? Video taps his shoulder, noting how out of place the guy looks. Total rookie. He then asks Thao if he really plans on trusting a stranger like that. Thao gestures for him to keep it down, saying he gets it, but they shouldn't be so quick to judge people they don't know. While they're busy whispering, Hannah steps up all sweet and asks Chu Josi to fetch her lost staff from the dungeon. The guys behind her are completely floored by how bold she's being. Thao immediately pulls her back. He gives her a quick scolding, then apologizes to Chu Josi, explaining that their team dropped a staff near the exit during their own run. If he manages to find it, they will give him a rare item as a thank you. Chu Josi stays stone-faced and cold, replying that he flies solo and doesn't do teams. That simple answer leaves the whole group absolutely stunned. Thao stammers, asking if he's actually going in alone, while Hid starts digging to find out what level this guy really is. He suspects this kid might be a rank B hero, even though he looks way too young for that kind of title. Before stepping through the gate, Chu Josi calmly mentions he is only at level 18 and holds a rank D title. Su freaks out, warning him that entering a dungeon alone at that level is basically just a suicide mission. Thao chimes in, insisting this isn't some playground to test your luck, and Yu adds that he will be dead in minutes. Thao awkwardly introduces their 5-man squad, starting with their mage. They have got a priest, a rogue, a tank, and a warrior. All of them are around level 10. He honestly warns him that one tiny mistake in a rank C dungeon means game over. Chu Josi really needs to watch his step in there. Not even waiting for the lecture to finish, Chu Josi walks through the gate. He just tosses a quick thanks and says he is on a tight schedule. He is officially inside the rank C dungeon now, locked and loaded for the fight ahead. Yasu lets out a frustrated sigh, calling the move reckless. Now they just have to hope another team shows up to help them out. Meanwhile, Hid just watches him go, convinced the kid is just a lucky rookie who is way too overconfident after some high test scores. But Thao senses something is off. Chu Josi is way too calm for this. He doesn't look like an inexperienced amateur at all. Current status, Chu Josi has officially entered the rank C dungeon. Beyond the gate, he finds himself standing in a desolate pitch-black cavern. He quickly gears up for combat. Scanning the area, he realizes this is his very first time in a stalactite cave. Suddenly, his system kicks in, activating his Divine Eye passive skill for a full analysis. The data shows it is a limestone cave filled with dark energy attributes. There is rock and water everywhere. Monsters here range from level 20 to 25. With a 30% darkness rate, the system suggests using fire, light, or holy skills. Chu Josi finishes checking his gear and is finally ready to start his mission. He notices the divine selection system has been upgraded, though there are not many obvious changes yet. Next, he summons his lightning sword. His stats pop up level 18 warrior, rocking black camouflage armor. He is wearing Fox Beastman gear, wielding the Blood Mist sword, with copied lightning chain skills and a total combat power of 25,000. The system panel also confirms that compatible items from any world can be used here without any annoying restrictions. He has not gone far before spotting a massive, muscular beast lurking deep in the shadows. When the monster turns, its glowing red eyes pierce the dark, waking up the other creatures nearby. It is a level 22 Chivumo. Chu Josi looks at these weaklings and just gives a cold smirk. He notes this dungeon feels way more peaceful than the hellholes he is used to. It is perfect for testing his new elemental laws. He swings his blade, channeling the law's energy directly into the blood mist sword. The weapon surges with an unusual wind attribute, ready to unleash massive power through the edge. A crazed Suigumo charges straight at Chu Josi. He triggers his law ability called Storm. With just one swing, a violent vortex erupts, causing the monster's body to vanish into thin air instantly. Seeing that raw power, Chu Josi coldly realizes that with this kind of strength, he could easily reach the top of the dungeon rankings. Even with just his legendary destruction law, gathering more would let him crush much higher-level enemies with ease. 15 minutes later, outside the dungeon entrance. They are worried that no other teams are coming today. Thao clicks his tongue, knowing that if nobody finds that staff, their mission is a total bust. Hearing that, Hannah just bows her head, looking completely guilty as she apologizes. Suru stares at the dungeon gate, noting that 15 minutes have already passed. Chu Josi probably isn't coming back alive. Yu nods, agreeing with the grim thought. He says that with all his experience as an adventurer, seeing rookies vanish like this isn't exactly rare. Just as he says that, the dungeon gate suddenly flashes back to life. The whole group freezes when the speakers blast an announcement a new record has been set. Mamu stares at the files, totally blown away. How did this dungeon break a record in just 3 months? Hikari is like, which squad pulled this off? He tosses her the folder and says it wasn't a team at all, it was a solo run by that same kid. Notifications are popping off everywhere. Hirosuke Chu Josi cleared the pit in 1533, smashing the old 1954 record. He is officially the first person to ever solo this absolute nightmare. Everyone's jaw drops as Chu Josi strolls out the gate looking chill, like he didn't even break a sweat. Thasugo is straight up fanboying. Hannah is eyeing that staff on his back with a cold stare, while Chu Josi scans the crowd. He asks quiet but with a voice that demands respect if this stick belongs to them. Plus, he is kind of annoyed about breaking a record and getting 0 loot. The second he appears, Mamoru and Hikari rush over to see if it is really him. They are asking if he is really the level 18 legend who just smashed the record, while telling everyone to clear the way. Thao can't believe they got the staff back, and Hugh is losing it over the record time. Hannah, being Hannah, just asks if he wants to join their party. Chu Josi is like, yeah, it is yours. Found it while wrecking the level 3 boss Tsuchigumo, so I figured I would just grab it. Hearing him play it off so cool just breaks Thuo's brain. He is skeptical that a level 18 could be this beastly, but honestly, this kid is the most impressive low ranker he has ever seen. Mamoru starts to speak up. Mamoru politely asks who this record-breaking Chu Josi is, while Hikari steps in to double-check his ID. Totally annoyed, Chu Josi tells them to hurry the hell up. He has got places to be and things to do. Hikari is still tripping that this kid is the real deal. Meanwhile, Mamoru is busy logging the new 15-minute 33-second solo record. Once the paperwork is done, Mamoru invites him to the Hero Alliance headquarters to pick up a special prize for that insane personal record. Chu Josi could not care less. He just waves them off and heads for the next dungeon, saying he is too busy to join and he will deal with it later. This move leaves everyone standing there with their mouths open. Thaugo shouts after him, asking if he ever sleeps. Even Hannah is worried, pointing out that he does not even have a priest tagging along to heal his wounds. Chu Josi just touches a scratch on his face and shrugs. He does not need healing, that last run was just a warm-up. That flex absolutely rattles the whole squad. Thu's jaw is on the floor. A warm-up? You are saying that world record was just a warm-up? 20 minutes later, he is in a C-rank dungeon. The system shows a ruined wasteland with earth and spirit vibes. Monsters are level 22 to 28. 36% darkness recommending water skills, along with ice and earth. Chu Josi tells himself he has got to move faster if he is going to clear every dungeon today. He realizes that with the new system update, he is going to need some solo time to figure out all these new perks. After hiking for a bit, he finally hits the entrance to the boss room. Pushing the gate open, Chu thinks about how he has not had a single day off since he got that crazy divine selection system. The doors swing wide and a new battlefield appears. He tries to hype himself up to keep going, but suddenly stops. Something feels totally wrong. Standing right there is this elegant-looking woman wearing a dress made entirely out of dirt and rocks. It is the boss, the Dark Lady. She starts talking like she has been waiting for him to show up all day. Chu just tilts his head, bummed out that she is not the shadow type he wanted. He is actually surprised to find a humanoid monster here. He starts thinking back to all the info about the dozens of monsters and shadows popping up annually. The lady slowly raises her arm to cast a spell. Mana starts swirling everywhere as she gives the brave hero a super sympathetic greeting. Chu is actually a little shocked when he sees that massive wave of magic heading straight for him. He instantly fires up his divine eye to scan the attack. Turns out it is a mental strike designed to trigger illusions with power based on their level gap. Keeping his head clear, Chu figures this is just like magic from another world. This beast uses illusions to mess with people's heads before finishing them off. He looks around and notices all the scattered skeletons. Those are definitely the remains of the suckers she already beat. The Dark Lady is not giving him any breathing room. She goes right back on the offensive. But Chu activates his Divine Eye Shield. It blocks all non-physical attacks for 3 hours, but it has got a 24-hour cooldown. When her attack does absolutely nothing, she looks stunned. Now she is getting suspicious and plans to turn up the heat. Chu Josi smirks, thanking the system for this insane new passive skill that puts him light years ahead of everyone else. He knows his rival is just a total joke now and lets his blade fly with zero hesitation. Blue light flashes in the Shadow Lady's dark eyes before she fades into nothing, whining about her pathetic loss one last time. Outside, Mamoru gets the word and absolutely flips out. Chu Josi just shattered 2 C-rank records and is already soloing a third. Hiroki fumbles with another phone call, admitting there is basically zero intel on where Chuji actually came from. He is not from some elite family or big-time guild. He lived in the slums before Suzuki recommended him, and they are watching him. Thazu's crew is just standing there, stunned that Chu Josi soloed and broke 2 dungeon records in under 1 hour. They are betting he will crush the last record too, since those D-rank dungeons are not even a challenge anymore. A massive crowd is gathering at the final C-rank dungeon, whispering about how this D-rank hero named Chu Josi is stealing the spotlight. Just a second later, he steps back out into the open air. Faint trails of blue energy still glow around his body. The system keeps flashing new record alerts. Hero Chu Josi cleared the entire dungeon in just 36 minutes and 28 seconds. He set a brand new record, crushing the old solo time of 46 minutes and 54 seconds on his first try. The record for this dungeon now officially stands at 36 minutes and 28 seconds. Fans swarm him immediately with massive offers because Chukisiro just broke every single record for those 3 lower-tier dungeons. We are from the Desert Guild. Join us and we will give you whatever you want. Or try One Eye. We just want to break records. Chu Josi plays it cool and turns down the offers from the new guilds while leaving the Hero Association. Sorry, everyone. I work better alone. Then someone asks if he is really going to keep pushing his luck. Look, I am not joining a guild right now. I am in a rush, so move it. Someone else just stares in awe. Do you not need to rest? If you are wiped out, let our priest give you a quick energy boost. The priestess steps up and asks to heal him, even offering to follow him into the dungeon to keep him safe. Chuyoshi just walks through the crowd, turning them down. He is fine. A cocky smile hits his face because his new passive skills totally stop fatigue. I do not feel exhausted at all after clearing out those dungeons so fast. That B-rank dungeon is next, and it will be tougher. Good thing this fatigue reduction skill is permanent. It cuts stamina use way down whenever his total combat power is way higher than the enemies he is fighting. After that, he goes on a massive winning streak, setting records left and right in those brutal D-rank dungeons. Notifications for broken records keep popping up on the system. He is basically rewriting the history books for D-rank. Mom Malu watches Chuyoshi head into the next dungeon and starts talking. 2 D-rank dungeons went down in 10 minutes 33 seconds and 1 minute 6 seconds. Did you tell the academy yet? Hikari looks stressed and says she already reported it. It looks like he is actually going for the B-rank dungeon. Outside the management office, Suzuki is blowing up Chu Dioji's phone, but he is not getting any answer at all. He stares at his screen and grumbles that he should at least get a heads up about what is happening. If I were a hero, I would be in there. The dungeon agency closes in 3 hours and I am losing it. Suddenly, Suzuki sees 2 guys sprinting inside. They are shouting that he is actually in there right now. I just heard the news myself. He grabs one of them and introduces himself as the Hero Association president. What is the big deal inside? The guy shouts back that a D-rank hero just broke 5 records in a row. He is soloing everything, and word on the street is he has some kind of insanely powerful secret skill. We came here to see if the legends are true. The guy is Chu Josi. Suzuki thinks for a second that he must have some serious backing from a powerful group. Suzuki realizes something and screams for Chudios. Back inside, Chudiosi grabs his sword and keeps on pushing forward. Everyone around there is talking. That is Chu Josi, the D-rank hero who is actually about to enter the final B-rank dungeon. He steps through the gate while every single person watching just stands there in total shock. Everything goes dead silent, as every eye in the place follows his every single move. Some arrogant jerk scoffs that this D-ranker Chu Josi must be pulling some kind of massive scam on everyone. Soloing C and D rank dungeons is one thing, but hitting a B rank solo? That is just straight up ridiculous. Junbei nods along. This dude seriously just went in there completely solo. How is a D rank scrub gonna survive a B rank dungeon alone? If this guy was actually legit, the big guilds would have scouted him already. Bet some big shots or fans are bankrolling him to fake a record. He is probably popping illegal power boosters or stims. There is no other way. Facts. We are D ranks. We know B ranks are suicide. He is hiding something shady. Sun Hai sneers, I will bet my last dollar he is not walking out. Key stammers trying to defend Chu Dios. Hey guys, chill out. I saw him breeze through a C-rank dungeon. He is not just some nobody. Shut it! If he is so legendary, why is he still stuck at D rank? Key backs up Xuan Ti. Straight facts. He is either lying or has rich backup. Normal hunters would die in there. But the system already confirmed the win. How is that possible? Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Everyone turns. Someone yells, it is the Wild Rose Guild. Vice Captain Edith, level 35, and Captain Loren, level 38. They just cleared a dungeon and are cutting through the crowd. Those rose emblems on their gear look sick. Hajime is totally stunned. Best C-rank guild around. Their captain is a beast at level 38. They held the B-rank record. 47 minutes and 15 seconds. Total madness. They break records just to prove they are the strongest around. Independent guild. No leash. Mad respect. Then Tai sneers. What are they doing here? Chasing rumors about Chu Josi? Lin silences everyone. Is it true a D rank named Chu Josi is soloing this B rank? Yeah, that is the guy. He speedran 3 C rank dungeons in a row. It is totally weird. A D rank soloing a B rank? That is just asking for trouble. He is using banned stims or getting boosted. Loren wonders about the record. If he is legit, he is a monster. But for a D rank? Sus. Edith shrugs it off. Why even bother thinking about it? He is cheating. Those stims will fry his lifespan anyway. We own the B rank record. No tiny D rank is taking that from us. If he is juicing, ban him. Check his blood when he walks out. A D rank? Seriously? I do not know. He looked totally chill after the last C rank clear. Edith gets triggered. A nobody like him thinks he can challenge us? D rank weaklings trying to play with the big dogs? This might be fun. Loren stays calm. Cheating or not, soloing a B rank is a massive flex. If he survives, we rethink things. Edith starts whining again. Captain, no way. Loren cuts him off. I am just talking about skill. If he is actually good, I will recruit him to the family personally. Arguments fade into whispers at the gate. Inside, everything is ash and smoke. System pops up with Chuju's player stats. Level 18, Warrior, Black Camo Gear, Fox Beast Suit, and the Blood Sword. Lightning Strikes, Skill Mimic, Earth Defense, Power Level, 25,000, Massive. Turns out B-rank dungeons are a whole different beast with a totally different scale compared to those low-level ones. Still, Chu Josi keeps moving forward on his journey, just vibing and talking to himself along the way. My old records were enough for the Rookie League, but I really want to test my limits in B rank. This is getting interesting. While on the move, a notification from Divine Eye suddenly pops up. Divine Eye analysis complete for this B rank dungeon. Terrain, 12-kilometer meadow. Monsters, level 30 to 35. Dark attribute spawn rate, 45%. Recommending wind, fire, and earth skills. Chu Josi stays chill. He scoffs, level 30, huh? Most of these weaklings are at that level. Should be fun. If the boss has a dark attribute, things will be even better for me. He stops to scan the area. Let's see if the darkness in this world is tougher than back home. I am really looking forward to this. Always down for a fight, Chu Josi charges right in. Come on, monsters, show your ugly faces. His heavy sword swings down, ripping through the air with insane power. Everything gets tossed aside in a wave of pure destruction. The whole area shakes like it is tearing apart. The pack of beasts quickly senses an intruder nearby. Suddenly, a twisted shadow wolf emerges from the dark. Specs are up. Shadow Wind Wolf. Level 30. Attributes: wind and dark. Special trait: lightning fast. Its razor-sharp claws can slice through armor, but the belly is wide open, suggesting a lightning and earth combo. Getting the intel he needs, Chu Josi just smirks and says, perfect. Another massive sword strike drops, hitting the wolves with a lightning blast that leaves them twitching. One tries to counter with its sharp claws, while the other lunges forward, teeth bared in a total rage. He gives them props for the effort but follows up with a finishing move. That was totally clean and decisive. The next slash connects, and one beast instantly shatters into a cloud of dust. The other one tries to strike back but gets blocked by a magic shield. It still will not quit. It keeps charging straight at Chu Josi, but he activates the window Indo skill to end the fight with one lightning-fast counter-move. The monster gets blown back, its heavy body slamming into the stone before going completely still. Finished with that mess, but Josi is still not satisfied. He clicks his tongue and lets out a sigh, thinking he should upgrade his gear in the other world. These guys are tougher than the low levels, but it is way more exciting. Is that really all? Bring on some real monsters. As if on cue, the moment he speaks, the ground starts shaking violently beneath him. Waves of beasts surge out from the smoke like a tide. His sword is now completely stained with monster blood. Chu Josi looks at the pile of monster corpses at his feet and finally feels satisfied. It has been forever since he could go all out like this. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes, catching his attention and drawing his gaze immediately. Elite Stone Rhino, level 32. Attribute: Earth and Dark. Its thick stone armor gives it insane defense. It is almost unbreakable unless you hit a specific weak spot. Switching up the attack plan right now. Target the eyes. Recommending elemental magic or poison. Every step the beast takes sends tremors through the ground. A bit surprised, but Josi jumps right in. His target is the elite beast. He slashes right at its head, but that thick stone armor eats the entire hit. Now Chu Josi finally feels the real challenge. He mutters, "This is tough." As soon as he lands, the rhino locks on and charges right at him. He channels his mana to block the massive charge with a shield. His mana drops fast, but he smirks. Huge body. But this guy is definitely not slow. Still want more? The rhino does not stop. It is already gearing up for the next strike. Josi finds his rhythm again with a grin. "Still coming at me, huh?" The rhino's cloudy eyes burn with rage as it lunges. This time he dodges easily. "I do not have time to play with you." "You, big guy." Chu Josi quickly spots the opening. "So, your eyes are the weak point after all. One decisive slash." The system notifies him immediately. "Solid defense shattered because you hit the weak spot." Josi's emerald eyes light up. Game over. Thunder crush, tear it apart, it hit the vitals. The rhino's scream makes the air shake. Lightning ripples through its body until it can no longer stand and collapses. Finally took it down. Josi is pretty drained too. Fighting elites like this is really pushing my gear to the limit. Without divine support, using pure weapons is a real struggle. He looks at his heavy sword, realizing he needs to upgrade his gear in the other world as soon as possible. Getting stuck in a boss fight would be bad news. Divine Eye shows weapon compatibility at 46.3%. Output power is not enough. Effects are way too basic. I need high-tier weapons with flexible passive skills. Josi sheathes his sword, wondering if B rank is this tough. How insane are higher levels? Even without a weapon, slaying high-level monsters still sounds like a blast. If it is a shadow boss, even better. Outside the B rank dungeon, everyone is buzzing. Still not out? The guy sneers. 20 minutes in there means he is already dead. Jung yawns. Kid is too cocky. Getting jumped by level 30 mobs is a death sentence. Dungeon control is about to call his time of death. Wild Rose's run was legendary. Level 30 rhinos and the boss? 1 minute 5 seconds? Nobody is touching that record. All eyes are on Wild Rose right now. Someone tries to defend Josi, but Edit shuts them down immediately. You think we are weaker than a D rank? 20 minutes means he is toast. If he survives, test him for juice. Banned potions come with a price. Sweep a B rank solo? No way. He will be lucky to leave alive. The crowd agrees. B ranks are different. 20 minutes? The kid is history. Lin stays chill, eyes glued to the portal, waiting for Josi. Challenger Chu Josi, D rank. Status, fighting. Time, 20 minutes 17 seconds. Solo C rank record 1, 15 minutes 33 seconds by Chu Josi. Record 2, 26 minutes. D rank record 1, 10 minutes 33 seconds. Lin reads the board, stunned. A D rank clearing mid-tier dungeons this fast? She thinks of a wild possibility. 20 minutes? Any normal D rank would have folded. Ed asks what is up. She just whispers, "It is nothing." Lin stares at the screen. Is he actually still in there? Challenger Josi, D rank. Status, fighting. She clenches her fist. This is impossible. Deep inside the B rank, Josi finally hits the boss lair. A massive stone door looms, covered in ancient glyphs. Josi feels the pressure. Creepy statues scream bad vibes, but he reaches for the handle anyway. "Let us go. Sorry to keep you waiting." Thick fog drags him inside. He steps into the shadow boss domain, level 45 poison sword boss. He sneers. "You came alone?" Eye of God scan. Level 45, shadow boss, high intelligence. Insane defense, lightning fast, and deals mental damage. Weakness. The heart. Use lightning or fire. The boss laughs at the tiny adventurer. Josie's body starts shaking. Screaming in fear, just quit. Josie snaps back. I am not scared. He looks the boss in the eye. I am actually getting hyped. Taking down a shadow freak sounds fun. Plus, I need your sword. The boss freezes. No one has ever talked to him like that. He stands up, intrigued. Bold move, human. You want my blade? Cold air blasts out, turning the room to ice. Josie smirks. Mana explosion, let's go. I am wiping everyone out today. The boss asks, You really want my weapon? Damn right. I am taking it once you are dead. Boss just sneers. He snaps, swinging his blade with pure hatred. Shockwaves rip through the room. Josie scans. Mental shock attack. 15-meter radius, mental corrosion, and 10% stun chance. Dodge or counter. Josie smiles. An area attack? Bring it. He leaps back, dodging the frostblade and creating some space. Just like that, Chu Josi managed to zip back to a safe spot. Seeing his hit do nothing, the demon poison sword froze. You dodged? Cute. But that was just the warm-up, kid. He slams his blade into the ground, freezing everything instantly. The ice under Josie starts cracking. He just stays calm, activating his god eye. Data pops up. Ice domain. 30-meter radius. 30% slowdown. 5% chance of a 5-second freeze. Advice. Break the ice with lightning or bail out fast. Josie stares him down. Do not think you can shut me down that easy. He grips his sword tight, veins popping as lightning surges through him. A massive bolt strikes down, shattering the enemy domain. System says skill neutralized. Chain lightning is on a 30-second cooldown. Josie lunges forward now that the field is clear. Now is the time to strike. His greatsword swings for the boss, but the blade passes through like he is hitting thin air. He is stunned. The health bar barely moved. Just a tiny scratch? Are you kidding me? The demon sword sneers. Stupid. Your little hits are like mosquito bites. Josie leans back just in time to dodge a nasty counter. Another scan. Results show 75% physical resistance and 90% dark resistance. This guy is a tank. Tip. Strike the heart with light or lightning. Josie mumbles while dodging. Tough shell, hitting the soft spots. He puts everything into his legs and leaps off the ice. The boss just laughs. Still trying? You never learn, do you? He slashes down, but Josie barely dodges as the blade grazes his cheek. The boss is shocked he predicted the move. Without hesitating, Josie teleports right behind him, charging up his chain lightning for a hit. He grips the hilt, activating Ice Seal. Let's see if you can handle this. The blade glows, piercing his chest and draining his health. A painful scream echoes. Josie smirks. Guess you are not so invincible after all, are you? The boss's eyes change. Human, you are better than I thought, but do not get cocky. He raises his sword. Too much ego. God Eye scans again. Target locked. Physical damage plus a 20% slow for 5 seconds. Josie, you gotta dodge or reflect this. Josie tries to move, but this move is a lock-on. There is no running from it. He uses energy absorption to tank the hit. His health still drops hard. He pants, realizing this boss has insane defense and speed. Josie charges, yelling for him to stay still. His sword drives right through the monster's chest. Purple fluid sprays everywhere. The boss shoves him back, furious that a mere human actually pushed him this far. Warning, shockwave coming. Mental scan shows a wide arc ahead, high knockback risk. You need to get behind him right now. Josie circles to the back. The next strike lands right on the old wound, bleeding him out. The boss stares. How do you keep guessing? Josie stays calm. Because your moves are obvious. The demon sword chuckles. Does the little human actually think he can win? He roars as power explodes. This is no ordinary fighter. Josie tenses up as black wings suddenly sprout from the boss's back. Note: Demon Poison Sword has reached his final form. God Eye is scanning now. Stats are up. Power plus 50%, speed plus 30, defense plus 20. Watch out for the Black Ice Prison. No weaknesses. Josie smirks. Using your final form already? He raises his sword. Let's see who has the bigger surprise, ugly. System alert. Heaven King Hammer is ready. Outside the Rank B dungeon, a huge crowd is gathered. Lynn sips her tea, deep in thought. If Josie breaks the record, she worries it might hurt the guild's reputation. Yan walks over to pour more tea and asks what is up. Lauren thanks him but looks sad. Yan says the guy is a beast and could break the record. Lauren is shocked. Yan recalls that even when mocked, Josie just ignored everyone. Thinking of that cold face, he knows Josie is not just some random reckless kid. He is real. Loren nods, whispering about how steady he is. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from the distance. People are gossiping that using boosters will ruin his life or leave him totally broken. They even joke about eating their hats if he makes it out. Yan says the quiet ones are the most dangerous. Back at the rank B boss room, the final form demon sword faces off against Chu Josi. Josi is covered in glowing golden lightning. The boss is wary of this strange power. It does not feel like it belongs here. He admits Josi is not the strongest he has fought, but definitely the most surprising. Josi just tells him the show is starting. The boss lunges in a rage. Fine, show me. They clash instantly, moving so fast the human eye can barely track them. Their insane speed turns the whole room into a blur of overlapping streaks and colors. Josi fires up his god eye to analyze. The enemy is in peak condition, speed up 30%, combat power up 50. Attacks are now buffed with a mental corruption effect within a 10-meter radius. Watch out. Strategy. Use Ice Seal to keep your speed up and wait for the perfect moment to strike back. Chu Josi watched the strike, totally shocked by the enemy's raw power. Man, that is fast. He did the math taking this thing head-on would leave him trashed with no exit strategy. So, he charged in for a counter and fired up his Ice, Wind, and Earth Law. Josi swung to block, but his blade was no match for that raw, crushing power. The strike grazed his face, leaving behind a bone-chilling, icy sting. He scrambled back, HP dropping to 50%, but still flashed a cocky smirk. Not bad. He suddenly leaped and teleported behind the beast, ready to unleash a brutal counterattack. Josi kept the pressure on, unleashing a flurry of strikes toward the enemy. But the slash did 0 damage. The poison sword demon just laughed, mocking his weapon like it was nothing more than a pathetic little bug bite. He swung a massive hand with razor-sharp claws at Josi, aiming to crush the kid's pride once and for all. Even while talking trash, the demon was secretly impressed by Josi's insane agility and his lightning-fast footwork. Despite getting suppressed and watching his HP bleed out, the guy stayed cool without a hint of fear. Josi had no clue what the demon was thinking. He just stayed focused, dodging every strike with total calm. The poison sword demon lost his mind, cranking up the pressure to see just how long Josi could actually hold on. A swarm of icy spikes suddenly materialized everywhere, trapping him inside. God's Eye immediately scanned the move, a massive area of effect skill spanning a 50-meter radius. It deals frost damage and mental interference, with a 30% chance to freeze the target for 5 seconds. He scrambled for cover as an ice shard grazed right past his face. Leaving a nasty scratch, Josi realized the attack range was just too wide. He quickly spotted a better position and funneled all his power into his core to maximize his defense. A massive ice pillar erupted, slamming Josi back and sending his HP into a freefall. Simultaneously, the system warned that his peak physical state had dropped 60% in efficiency. The demon's brow furrowed in shock that the kid was still breathing, but he mocked him, saying victory was impossible with such low HP. With that, he charged forward to settle the score once and for all. He declared the fight was over and told Josi to regret his own reckless choices. Suddenly, Josi just dropped his sword and whispered something under his breath. It is finally time. His hand glowed with a brilliant gold light, illuminating everything around him. He planned to use the boss's own recoil against him by using God's Eye. Josi gripped his weapon tight, waiting for the exact moment the enemy slipped up to summon the Heavenly King Hammer. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, filled with absolute determination. Seeing Josi charge again, the demon scoffed, thinking the kid was totally out of steam. Suddenly, a massive, beastly shadow began to swirl around the boy's weapon. He figured that thanks to his newly upgraded divine selection system, the hammer's power jumped from 3 to 10%, allowing him to fuse the laws of ice, wind, and earth with added wind and lightning. Josi focused, pouring every bit of that elemental law into his weapon as the system flashed an immediate confirmation. System alert. The ice, wind, and earth law has been successfully integrated. The weapon took on a wind attribute, but his human body struggled to handle the hammer's raw energy, nearly shattering both his arms. Even so, Josi gripped the handle tight, forcing every ounce of his strength into his trembling arms. The system confirmed his peak state was now being applied specifically to his hands. Damage neutralization reached a solid 68%. Josi charged ahead with everything he had, yelling, "Watch this!" He finally unleashed the finisher, sending the demon flying into the distance. The demon screamed in panic as his HP tanked at an impossible rate. Josi prepared to land the final crushing blow. The fight ended as the demon was literally sliced in half. His sword went flying, burying itself deep into the cracked ground. Josi landed safely right next to his new loot, though the recoil from that last hit made him cough up blood. He downed a recovery potion to get his HP back, though his hands were still shaking slightly. Josi reached down and grabbed the demon's sword. Looking at the guy's fading body, he just smirked. Well, how's that? Surprised? The system officially announced that Josi cleared the trial. His time was 45 seconds, absolutely crushing the old record of 1 minute 51. A pillar of golden light appeared as a mechanical voice confirmed his first ever solo dungeon clear. The new record of 45 minutes and 36 seconds earned him the spirit-slaying blade, a dark mental weapon. After hitting level 20 from 18, Josi became a warrior. His current gear now included the black camouflage armor set. The prisoner set, the spirit-slaying blade, and his chain lightning strike skill were all ready. With his elemental laws, copy skill, and a power level of 27,600, the crowd outside the rank B dungeon waited in suspense. Suddenly, the system blared out. Hero Josi cleared the rank B dungeon in 45 minutes and 36 seconds, shattering the old record of 1 minute 5. History just got made. For the first time ever, this dungeon was solo cleared in exactly 45 minutes and 36 seconds. That neon 45:36 crushed the Wild Rose Guild's old record. Everyone is staring. Edis just stands there, totally speechless. No freaking way. The crowd is losing it. A solo run like that is basically supposed to be impossible. Lin bolts upright, eyes glued to the dungeon gate. She cannot believe it. Chu Josi actually pulled off the unthinkable. The staff is buzzing. Where is he? Josi just broke the world record, but the dude is still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the gate explodes with blinding light. A massive gust of wind rips through the room from the inside out. Everyone covers their eyes, totally confused about what is happening. Then, Chu Josi slowly emerges from the shadows of the portal. He is carrying his loot, the massive poison sword. He looks cold, powerful, and honestly, terrifying. The whole room just goes dead silent. A few people start whispering. They are wondering if the blood on his clothes belongs to him or the boss. It is creepy. Josi stays quiet, thinking this place is way too crowded and he really does not want to waste any more time. He needs to find Chairman Suzuki fast. He has to register for the Super Rookie Tournament over at the Hero Association headquarters. Suddenly, some guy pushes through the crowd and yells that Chu Josi must be using illegal performance enhancers. Edis jumps in immediately. He says there is no way a regular guy gets those numbers. A D-rank hero beating a B-rank dungeon boss? That is just straight up impossible. The crowd quickly turns on him. They think he is juicing and want answers right now. Josi stays cool, telling them he has urgent business at the association and zero time for their drama. Edis pulls his weapon and blocks the way. He challenges Josi to a one-on-one duel to prove his strength and validate that record. Josi just gives him a cold stare and drops one word of pure disrespect. Garbage. Seeing his chance, Edis starts riling up the crowd even more. Josi scans him. He is the vice captain of the Wild Rose Guild, a level 35 mage with 18,000 power. Josi warns him he will regret that attitude. Just as things get heated, Lauren steps in and seriously asks Josi to prove his power to everyone. She says the result is too crazy for a D-rank hero. Josi just shrugs and asks, "So what?" She explains that everyone is suspicious and they deserve a real answer, especially the heroes who fought here. This result means everything to them. Josi turns to a staff member and asks for the time. They tell him it is around 5 p.m. He gives a quick nod, looks around coldly, and says he has a little time to accept the one-on-one duel. The crowd erupts in cheers. They cannot believe that after taking down a B-rank boss, he is still down to throw hands with the Wild Rose vice-captain. Edis scoffs to himself. What an idiot. Trying to solo after a boss fight is basically a suicide mission. He is walking right into a trap. Plus, Edis just mastered a devastating new skill called Elemental Burst. He is confident this expensive auction magic can paralyze his opponent. He will cycle the elements and then trigger a massive explosion of raw damage. Even if he is hiding his true power and is actually a C rank like me, I can still end this in a heartbeat. At the same level, a mage's burst is basically unbeatable. Sunlight starts shimmering off the nearby lake. The announcer yells out the rules. No killing allowed. Both fighters face off, waiting for the signal to start the fight. Just a reminder, the no-kill rule is an official regulation for all hero duels. It is strictly for settling scores. The goal is just to find a winner, not to actually end someone's life or cause permanent damage. Weapon in hand, Edis shouts his name. Vice Captain of the Wild Rose Guild, level 35 mage, power level 18,000. Josi awkwardly introduces himself as a level 20 warrior. He keeps it quiet that his real power level is actually 27,600. Telling them would just make things messy. Edis just sneers at him. Scared to show your stats? Or are they so low it will prove you are on performance drugs? Whatever you are taking has zero side effects. Impressive. Josi lowers his voice. Once I show my real strength, you will be paralyzed with fear. Edis just laughs and swings his axe. Big talk. Let us see if you are still talking after I crush you. Lauren watches them closely. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with total shock. Josi just calmly rests that massive greatsword onto his shoulder. Lauren remembers being told that impulsive addicts never stay this calm. The staff member raises a hand and shouts, "Go!" Edis raises his axe high and brags that he is going to end this in a heartbeat. A blinding light glows from his axe. He yells out with total confidence, "Take a good look at the difference in our ranks." He is sure this hit will knock Josi out cold. Lauren frowns. Using elemental burst right away seems like a bit much, doesn't it? Chu Josi stands frozen, his blade catching the light. Suddenly, he is a blur, vanishing from thin air before anyone can blink. The crowd is busy fangirling over Edit's skills, totally missing Josi's move. Did this dude seriously drop his ultimate already? Where does he get this energy? He has been brawling all day and still looks fresh as hell. Edit is all hyped up to pop his elemental skill when Josi suddenly teleports right in his face, stopping him cold. System alert, strongest body mode active. 36% energy is surging straight into his right fist. Josi throws a punch with a smug smirk. "Look, I am only D rank because I have not bothered ranking up yet." Edit's eyes go wide, trying to scream, but Josi's fist shuts him up permanently in front of everyone. Edit gets launched, hitting the water like a brick, and passing out instantly. Then, the system pings. Vice Captain Edit of the Wild Rose Guild, level 35 mage, combat power 1800 taken out in one hit. Lauren's jaw drops. One shot? Seriously? Could I even have dodged a punch like that? Veins are bulging on Josi's arm, his eyes ice cold and terrifying. He looks around at the entire group and asks who else wants a piece. Everyone is shaking. If Edit got wrecked in one hit with 1800 combat power and a weapon, they are toasted. Loren is sweating. If this guy is this insane at level 20, how terrifying is he going to become? EG just shrugs and walks up. "I told you this kid was a beast, but even I did not expect this. Get Edit some help." As they carry him off, Loren finally starts to breathe. She stands tall and says, "Hero Chu Josi, your power is the real deal. On behalf of Wild Rose, I acknowledge you." Josi just says, "Thanks." A staffer screams out Josi's data is officially verified. Combat stats, level, and records are all legit. No complaints will be heard today. The crowd is buzzing. This guy is a monster. Soloing a B-rank dungeon and one-shotting Edit? He is easily C-rank. Man, I feel like a jerk now. Josi ignores the noise and walks out. Loren watches him, thinking he might hit S-rank. Maybe she will get to join him. Outside the dungeon, a sleek black luxury ride is waiting for him. Suzuki's face lights up when he sees Josi. He is practically tearing up. "Amazing! You cleared a B-rank solo in 45 minutes? I am the first to get the news. Finally, I found a real gem." Suzuki claps him on the back, beaming. "The Super Rookie Tournament kicks off tomorrow, and today is the deadline. I was worried you would not make it back. You did not just survive, you set a record. Let us head to the Hero Association headquarters." Josi just nods his head. The car peels out, heading for the city. Cut to the Hero headquarters under the glow of the night lights. The intake staff is losing their minds. "You updated every single dungeon record in just one day? This is actually insane. 45 minutes, 35 seconds for a solo B rank? Pure genius." Suzuki tells them to hurry up. He is entering the Super Rookie Tournament as a sub. The staff bows, saying, "Yes, sir." Procedures are finished. Chu Josi is officially signed up as a reserve for the Super Rookie Tournament. Everything is good to go. Make sure you are on time tomorrow. Josi thinks to himself how surprisingly polite she is being to him now. In any world, power is the only thing that talks. On the outside, he just gives a cool nod. Suzuki's eyes are glowing. "You are just a sub, but you made it. This competition is brutal, so it is all on you. The whole future of the Hero Academy is resting on your shoulders." Josi smirks and whispers, "The Super Rookie Tournament? If I win and rank up, that is the fastest way to the top. Once I hit C rank, I can finally buy that regeneration pill at the auction to fix Karina's legs." Back home, soft moonlight fills the room. He gently pulls the blanket up for Karina while she sleeps. His eyes soften. "Karina, I will get you walking again soon," he whispers. He quietly shuts her door and collapses onto his bed, too tired to change. He pulls up the system. Reaching level 20 unlocked rewards he was too busy to check. The screen flashes level 20 special rewards. He taps the menu, feeling a rush of pure excitement. It confirms he hit level 20 and can claim his prizes. Does the system seriously give out gifts for every level? The first reward is a divine upgrade for a skill. It will turn his abilities into absolute weapons. Second, reward the strongest body update. It boosts his defense 60 times over and lets him control his center of gravity. Josi's eyes light up. "I get to pick which skill to evolve. This is absolutely insane. My current skills just aren't cutting it anymore, especially when I'm squaring up against these high-level elites." Recalling that last brawl, he jumped up. Reward number 2 gives 60 times defense, finally fixing his weak physical stats. After taking so many brutal hits, he'll finally stand firm. Chu Josi hits confirm, and a blinding light explodes everywhere. The system pings reward 2 received ultimate body upgraded. He lifts his shirt to check the gains and just says, "Wow." 60 times defense is insane. Usually, my own energy bursts wreck my body, but now I can handle the recoil easily. Then the system pings again. Reward number 1 is ready time to choose a skill for a major upgrade. He eyes his chain lightning strike. It's his best move for now, but he still needs to hunt for something deadlier. Gold light flares again. Chain lightning evolves into heavenly thunder. The range explodes 100 times, from 3 to 300 meters. All old limits are gone. Now he can spam attacks on targets for 10 full seconds within a 5-meter radius. Chu Josi is floored. 100 times the range plus a 10-second combo radius? This power is way beyond what he expected. He flops down, thinking about tomorrow's Super Rookie tournament. Time for some shut-eye. He hasn't had a real sleep in ages. Suddenly, Sayora flashes through his mind. A weird, sinking feeling hits him like she's caught up in some serious trouble right now. He shuts his eyes. Once this is over, he'll head back to that other world with this new power and save her. Next morning, they're cruising down an empty back road. Suzuki is behind the wheel, dropping some final advice before the big event. Resources are tight at this rookie tournament, so don't play nice. Ranking is everything. Everyone is going all out, so you better stay sharp. Chu Josi fires back with a cold, sarcastic edge in his voice. Risking my life? I've been doing that since day 1 as a hero. Seeing him like this, Suzuki can't help but feel worried. The kid has definitely leveled up, but he's also grown a lot colder than he used to be. He tries to break the tension. Oh right, this tournament is inside a massive dungeon deep in the mountains. It's huge in there. Word is, a legendary S-rank hero once punched a hole straight through that mountain with a single blow. That's why they call it One-Hit Mountain. That hero was a total beast. Chu Josi looks intrigued. One-Hit Mountain? A legendary S-rank? Sounds weird. What makes them so different from all the regular S-rank heroes out there? Suzuki sees his interest and says it's just rumors, but even within the same rank, there are massive power gaps. The car pushes toward the towering mountain ahead. Suzuki adds that whether that legendary warrior actually existed is still a total mystery. I've only heard the urban legends myself. The car comes to a halt, and he announces they've finally arrived. Chu Josi hops out and is floored by the view. This is it, the battleground for the legendary one-hit tournament. A massive cavern mouth opens up in front of them. Chu Josi mumbles to himself. So this is One-Hit Mountain? The raw power of a legendary S-rank hero, no matter how often I hear it, it still sounds insane. Suzuki adds, wild, right? It's even bigger inside. My jaw hit the floor the first time I saw this place. I'll drop you at the gate. But after that, you're on your own. A staff member waiting outside asks, You Chu Josi? This way, please. Suzuki gives one last warning. Stay sharp in there, kid. Make sure you come back in one piece. Chu Josi walks in looking cool as a cucumber. Don't sweat it. I've got this covered. Inside is the Super Rookie Arena. Tons of warriors are already chilling in the main lobby. Chu Josi grabs a map and scans the room. The Hero Union is right here. He circles the room using his God Eye. Member number 1, Good Luck, 36, C-rank warrior. Combat power 16,500. Member number 3, Cherry, level 36, C-rank healer. Combat power is 15,500. Member number 2, Fabian, level 36, C-rank rogue. Combat power 16,000. Josi notes they're all young C-ranks with killer stats, total elites. Finally, he steps up and says, Hi, I'm Chu Josi, level 20 warrior. Here is the Hero Union backup. They just look at him with total disgust. Level 20 and only D rank? Why would the Union send such a weakling here? Fabian sneers, not holding anything back. You should at least be C rank. Look, backups can play, but we aren't looking to carry any dead weight today. Cherry figures he must have connections. Whatever. We just need to play hard so he never actually has to step onto the field. Josi ignores the shade, casually takes a seat, and tells them good luck. He knows his goal is crystal clear, and nothing else matters. He needs to help the team win and secure that D-rank hero certification for himself. Only with that license can he hit the auction to buy the rebirth pill. It's the only way to help Karina walk again. Thinking of Karina, his resolve hardens. He has to win, no matter what. Right then, a wave of mocking laughter echoes through the whole room. Is this level 20 D-rank trash a substitute hero now? Has the Hero Alliance really run out of people that badly? Everyone turned toward the door, totally annoyed. The C-Chart Guild, one of the 5 major powers always clashing with the Alliance, strolled in with pure attitude. There were 4 of them, from right to left. C-rank Monk Lev at level 35 with 17,000 power, and level 37 Warrior Black Sword rocking 17,500. Then there is Gun, a C-rank warrior sub with 16,000 power, and Fire Devil, a level 36 mage sitting at 16,500. Chuosi quietly realized their combat ratings outclassed his own team. It was no surprise they were acting like such aggressive jerks. Cherry whispered a warning about the 5 factions and 3 great guilds that were constantly gunning for the Hero Alliance. Even if the bosses play nice, conflict is inevitable whenever there is real money or power on the line. Fabian spat out, "Look, D-rank sub, they are clowning you." Black Sword smirked, arms crossed, calling a D-ranker a substitute hero a total joke. "This time you guys are definitely going to meet a miserable end." Fen snapped back, "The Hero Alliance is the top-ranking organization. The game is not over yet, so watch your mouth and check your ego." Gunzu cracked his neck, stepping forward with a superior smirk and a challenging tone. Ranking heroes is pretty much the same everywhere. He gave a wicked grin and suggested, "Let's have a little sparring match before the real tournament starts. Just for fun. Official rules, no weapons and no killing." Both sides agree. "Well?" Gantesu asked, shooting a mocking look at Chu Josi. "Run if you are scared. Then, when you lose the real fight, you can just blame it on this D-rank sub." Fabian agreed instantly. "Fine, C-rank versus C-rank. Do not chicken out." He stepped up, telling Chu Josi a D-ranker like him could not handle this. "Let me handle this," Ganu said. "Let's get it started right now." In the makeshift arena area, the crowd began to buzz. "Looks like the Hero Alliance and the C-Chart Guild are about to scrap." Fabian stepped up to introduce himself. From the Hero Alliance, Fabian, a level 36 C-rank thief with 16,000 power. Opposite him, Tanu stepped forward for the C-Chart Guild. Tanu, level 36 C-rank warrior, 16,000 power. The two stared each other down until the signal blasted and the match began. Fabian lunged first, leading the attack. He was confident his bare hands were enough to win, but his opponent dodged easily and started talking trash. Total amateur hour. Fabian skidded to a halt, completely shocked. What was with this guy's insane speed? Ganhu raised his leg with a nasty grin. "I have dealt with plenty of punks like you. I am not planning on holding back. Too slow." He landed a brutal blow, shattering Fabian's leg. Fabian collapsed, screaming in absolute agony as he clutched his limb. His teammates shouted his name in panic. He lay there, groaning and holding his mangled, injured leg. "My leg!" The system confirmed a broken bone, meaning he was out. Gantesu sneered. "The Hero Alliance losers are all talk and no action." He raised his foot again, aiming to finish Fabian off for good. "I do not care about some penalty for breaking the rules." Lo and Seri rushed in, screaming for him to stop immediately, but a shadow moved way faster than either of them. Chu Josi teleported instantly to Fabian's side. He caught Gantesu's attack with a single hand, stopping the strike cold. Gantesu turned pale, trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Chu Josi stared him down with ice in his voice. "You trying to touch my people?" The crowd finally caught their breath, buzzing about that crazy speed. Chu Josi looked at the staff. "Get him to the infirmary. Now." They jumped to obey. Before being carried off, Fabian managed a weak, worried warning. "You have to be careful, man." Chu Josi stayed cool. He is the one who should worry. He stepped forward. "I will take over the match. Walk away now if you are scared." Gunzu's massive frame loomed over Chu Josi, laughing. "A sub versus a sub? Now that is a show I can get behind." He mocked the idea of a D-ranker acting so tough. Ganu started stomping toward Chu Josi with heavy, powerful strides. A massive, powerful punch flew straight at the kid's face. "Here I come." Lo and Seri could not just watch this dirty move. They charged in together. "He's trying to take us out by crippling our team." Suddenly, a blue streak flashed past Gantesu. Gantesu gasped in shock as Chu Josi dodged the blow with perfect, effortless precision. Seizing the moment, Chu Josi countered with a perfectly aimed kick to the guy's leg. Ganzo hit the dirt hard, howling in pain as his right shin snapped. Not giving him a second to breathe, Chu Josi pinned him down. "How does a broken leg feel?" "Pretty nice, right?" He slammed the guy's head into the wall, cracking the concrete wide open with a single brutal hit. His body went limp on the cold floor. The system flashed. Target unconscious, combat ineffective, and disqualified from the tournament. Chu Josi's victory left the crowd completely stunned and in denial. Wasn't this guy just a weak D-ranker? Ignoring the stares, he calmly dusted off his clothes and said, "Looks like we are even now." He swept a freezing, cold glare across the room. "Anyone else want a piece of this?" "No?" The 3 standing behind him shivered at that look. The other group turned tail and scrambled away as fast as they could. Black Sword drops a warning. The rookies are shaking but also totally hyped. That one kick was pure savage. No way, he is just a D rank. Back at the Hero Association base, Cherry is thanking Chu Josi for the backup. She is dying to know his real power. How does a low-rank hero pull that off? He just stays cool. "I am D rank. My buddy is hurt, so I am subbing in." Chu Josi states it clearly. "I am not losing this thing." R whispers, "That kid is on fire." She snaps on a silver comms bracelet. Suddenly, all 3 of them have matching glowing rings. The system screen pops up with the rules. Time for a quick briefing. Chu Josi asks, "So this round is just to cut half the players?" Cherry explains, "You gotta clear the dungeon and hit 150 points in an hour or you are out. With 120 players, only the top 60 advance. Even hitting the goal might not save you. Hunt everything. There are 2 levels, normal and dark. Normal is 1 point, but dark is 5. Monsters double every 30 seconds. It is a grind." He warns not to get greedy for those dark points. The monsters scale to your specific level. You are level 20, so are they. But dark mobs hit way harder. Tons of rookies have failed. Series adds that even normal is a trap. That doubling effect will drain your stamina and leave you surrounded. It is an endurance test. Chu Josi asks what the world record is. The team looks at him like he is crazy. The record? Some legend hit 1,500 points in dark mode by smashing 300 monsters in 45 minutes. That guy is the association's youngest pride. Siri is literally sweating. Most people would not last 10 minutes. Once they start doubling, it is a total nightmare. They agree that even healers cannot last 5 minutes. Dark monsters are just too OP to handle. Chu Josi smirks. 1,500 points in 45 minutes? Now that sounds like a good time. They face a massive purple arena. Wait, is this a real dungeon and not just VR? Cherry mentions an S-rank hero who leveled this place. Science still cannot explain the weird energy. Chu Yosi's gold ring starts glowing. What is this thing reacting to? The rookies head inside. Siri tells the squad to stick to normal and keep their distance. Do not get cocky when they multiply. Even at level 20, dark monsters are built different. The doubling is lethal. We lost a guy before. R tells Chu Josi to lock in and move. His ring keeps vibrating. What is it picking up? The system prompt flickers in purple light. Pick your poison, normal or dark. Normal is the safe play. Rai says to stay safe. Chu Josi taps the screen with a cold grin. System confirms. Dark mode initiated. My enemies are the shadows anyway. He enters a massive mountain zone. Welcome to the super rookie nightmare. He is stunned by the scale. Level 20. Warrior class, geared up in black camouflage armor, using beast gear and a crescent blade. Skills, lightning and mimic. Combat power, 27,600. Dark dungeon ready. Level 20 monsters in 10 seconds. Remember, anything left alive doubles every 30 seconds. He sees why this is a nightmare. Normal players would be cooked in seconds. Gold lightning sparks and his palms glow blue. But I am built different. Perfect time to test the new kit. Countdown. 5, 3, 1. The first mob crawls out of the gloom. Level 20, dark monster. 8,000 power. It drains your mental. Keep back and blast it fast. Chu Josi locks in. Those things are definitely way tougher than the normal mobs. Skill check. Heavenly Thunderstrike. 300-meter range. 10 seconds of pure AoE damage in a 5-meter radius. I can snipe them from the edge and see how they react. God Eye confirms the target is at 283 meters. Perfect sniping ground. Chu Josi preps to launch. He blurs forward like black lightning. 30 seconds in, the monsters double. Chu Josi is hyped. 2 of them? Bring it on. Time to work. Lightning crackles around his sword as he snaps into a wind-earth combo mixed with a thunder strike to clear the area. Thunder echoes through the void as he swings that heavy steel to test his new skill. The mobs are cluelessly searching for the source when heaven-sent lightning suddenly slams down with absolute fury right on them. They shrivel up in pain before they can even spot him. Chu Josi knows he is safe at this range since he is outside their counterattack zone. The system warns only 10 seconds left on that thunder buff. 2 level 20 shadow monsters down. He just bagged 10 points for the kill. Chu Josi does the math, keep his distance, and combine the laws to clear the field in 10 seconds flat. This challenge is a total rush for him. He heads over to the Super Rookie evaluation area to see what is next. The heavy hitters are watching Class A hero judges from every faction, chosen by lottery to keep things fair and spot real potential. Everyone is crowded around the massive data feed. Kegi says the base round is officially live and half the field is about to get cut. Therao thinks it will wrap in 30 minutes. Only 18 out of 100 chose dark mode. Giaco says checking skill is the priority. More dark mode players would be cooler, but Waiho says kids underestimate it. Monsters double every 30 seconds and they get insanely powerful. Lasting 10 minutes is basically a miracle. The elimination process officially kicks off right now as the data starts flowing in. Fuifo watches closely and notes 10 minutes have passed. The losers are already starting to show their true colors. If this keeps up, way more people are going to fail. Ken suddenly jumps up, totally freaking out and making everyone else panic. What is the deal? Someone asks with a suspicious look. Did one of your guys just get kicked out or what? Maybe send them back for more training? Ken just points at the data screen, looking totally shaken. Look at this Chu Josi kid's info. Something is seriously wrong here, or maybe I am just seeing things. The screen shows Chu Josi, a level 20 D rank hero connected to the Union. This kid actually had the guts to pick dark mode. He is definitely one to watch in this round. Score 98 shadow monsters, 490 points, in 10 minutes. On dark mode, Kagi is still in total shock at these numbers. The whole room erupts in chaos. What did you say? Chu Hai and Ao Hai look at each other in total disbelief. No way. A D rank hero? Is he cheating or something? Hey, Union representative, you better explain this impossible score right now. Is it some high-tier gear? Seedor starts sweating bullets while double-checking the raw data logs on the screen. The Union judge says she has never even heard of a registered member named Chu Josi before today. She stares at his profile picture, her hands shaking from those insane stats that should be physically impossible for a rookie. He signed up as a reserve member. A D-rank reserve actually picking dark mode and hitting 490 points in 10 minutes? The whole room is buzzing. She records everything, determined to defend her point of view. She claims he must be using top-tier items. The room is still buzzing about Chu Josi and these wild, shocking stats. Everyone finally agrees Tsukio Chu Josi is about to smash the record for the youngest S-rank hero in history. Chu Josi grips his blade tight, standing alone in the dead, cold silence of that dark, empty space. Thunder rolls across the sky, flashing with non-stop lightning. The shadow monsters all look up at the clouds at once. He raises his blade high, letting sparks dance all over the edge of the steel like tiny electric snakes. Then, the bolts finally scream down from the heavens, slamming straight into the ground monsters that are waiting below. A massive energy ball forms as the lightning merges together. Chu Josi wipes the heavy sweat off his chin. He is huffing as the system confirms 12 more level 20 shadow monsters are officially dead and gone. 60 points earned, 98 kills total, 2,490 points, 48 minutes left on the clock. Looking exhausted, he realizes he just cleared Wave 3. 32 kills with lightning that was his absolute limit today. After 3 power bursts, he is totally drained. He chugs a recovery potion and feels the energy rushing back into his body, then he puts his sword aside to rest. He puts his sword aside and sits down to take a breather. He just needs to wait for the next spawns. The S-rank record is 300 kills in 45 minutes. Eyes closed, Chu Josi vows to crush that record. 50 minutes in, a mysterious shadow walks out from the gate. Person R steps out looking totally relieved. System says he is a level 36 member of the Hero Union. C-rank warrior with combat power 16,500. Difficulty set to normal mode. Final score 560 kills. Done and dusted in 50 minutes. Remembering Chu Josi's battle, he sighs. Hanging on for 50 minutes and dropping 500 kills is absolutely legendary stuff. He rubs his chin, deep in thought, but still feels pretty confident. Winning this means the Union is going to hook him up with massive rewards. He could even be coached to reach S rank. G looks back at the gate, wondering where the hell Josi and Seri are. They should have been out by now. He scans the crowd, but they are nowhere to be found, making his suspicions grow even stronger. Suddenly, he notices a crowd at the monitor. Confused, he walks over to see why there is a mob before the results are even posted. He spots a familiar face and calls out to her. She turns around, and he greets her with a grin. She just mumbles 30 minutes, 386 points. Lowe comforts her, saying for a frontline priest, that score is solid and she will definitely pass. He brags about hitting 500 points in 50 minutes, then asks where the hell Chuji is. Seri looks stunned and replies, he went for dark mode. Hearing that, Lowe flips out. He specifically warned the guy not to pick that nightmare setting. If Chu Josi gets kicked out, the team is down to 2 people, making them total bait for the next rounds. He asks about his status, and she hesitates before saying he is still fighting. Shocked, he stammers, wait, he is still in there? He looks up where she is pointing on the big screen. There is Chu Josi, sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. The screen reads, Candidate Chu Josi, 11 Hero Union, rank D, level 20, currently running in dark mode difficulty. Current score, 580, 8 shadow monsters, 2,940 points. Status, ongoing after 50, 3 minutes. He turns pale. 588 kills and nearly 3,000 points? Completely unbelievable. Cherry is just as shocked, explaining that Chu Josi just shattered the record for the youngest S-rank hero. Everyone is losing their minds. Did he really crush the record? His voice shakes as he reads the legendary stats. 300 monsters in 45 minutes, 1,500 points. That was the gold standard. Now, some level 20 kid just blew past it. Siri adds that there are 7 minutes left, and everyone is waiting to see how high Chu Josi can push the bar. 7 minutes later, Chu Josi steps out of the portal, looking like he just walked through a sandstorm. The crowd goes dead silent. Seeing him, Dead yells out, Chuji, over here, man! Sari is still reeling, staring at him. She asks if he has seen his score yet. Chuosi just shrugs and says, "Yeah, obviously." Jess claps his shoulder. He tosses out a mix of praise and trash talk. "You're a monster, man. No idea how you pulled that off. But breaking a record with a score like that, that is some legendary stuff right there." On the big board, his name glows. Chuosi, level 20, rank D, dark mode. Result: 648 monsters slain, 3,240 points. Status: finished in 60 minutes. D cheers at the final tally. 3,240 points is insane. Cherry bets this record will never be touched. Looking at the screen, Chu Josi just sighs, "If I had more time, I could have killed more." The judge's voice booms. The preliminary round is officially complete. 75 candidates cut, 45 moving on. The top seed is the record breaker, Zuki Chu Josi from the Hero Union. In dark mode, he cleared 648 monsters for 3,240 points, setting a massive new record. Every single person in the room is staring at him now with pure, unfiltered jealousy. Cherry warns him that he is the pride of the Union now, but he also has a giant target on his back. Chu Josi just walks away, unbothered. He saw this coming and does not care. Ji leans in and whispers to Sari, asking if he is the secret ace the Union sent. She admits she has no clue. She has never even heard his name before today. Everyone's smartwatches beep at once. Details for the second event are popping up on their screens. Teams must enter a custom dungeon designed for their union. Even if only one person remains, you are still a team. Fail to clear the objective, and your whole squad is out. Over at the Hosimiya Hero Union training grounds, the S-rank powerhouse Kenji is just wrapping up a heavy workout. He breathes deep. A notification pings. Clear time for level 60 shadow monsters is exactly 12 seconds flat. Someone walks in and notes that even level 60 shadow beasts cannot last 12 seconds against an S-rank monster like him. It is Sesso, one of the 4 elders from the Hero Association. He asks if Kenji is hitting up the Super Rookie tournament this year. Kenji cracks his neck, looking bored, saying it is always the same. He will just show up for the trophy ceremony. But what Sesso says next makes him stop cold. His record for the preliminary stage was just demolished. Kenji is not too shocked. Records are made to be broken. With a smirk, he asks for the stats. Sesso says, "Dark mode, 3,240 points in 60 minutes. Kenji's face goes stone cold. He can't believe it. He snaps back. "Wait, how many points did you say?" Sesso hands him the file, telling him to look for himself. The kid who broke it is officially the talk of the town. Checking the data, Kenji's jaw drops. 3,240 points in dark mode. For 60 minutes? Dead serious. The record holder is Chuji, some ghost from the Hero Association. Kenji's dying to know which S-class big shot is actually supervising him. SEO drops the bomb. The kid's only a D-rank hero. No S-class mentor, 0 training, just a backup pick nominated by Suzuki from the academy. Kenji's losing his mind. Is this kid a spy? Wouldn't be the first time some mole tried to sneak into the organization. SEO says they already ran a background check. Everything came back clean. Handing back the files, Kenji says to keep eyes on this Chuji. If he's legit, he might be the key to opening that gate. The folder vanishes in Seo's hands. He agrees they can't miss this. He's going to track the kid's every move from now on. He just keeps wrapping his hands. Kenji wants to nominate Chuji for the big awards ceremony. He's wondering who'd actually win this kid or his younger self. The arena is buzzing with hype. The ref announces the guild rounds are officially starting. He signals every team to enter their assigned dungeon sectors right now. No hesitation. The contestants immediately charge straight through the massive gates ahead of them. On the move, Cherry warns them. The new system warps every guild to a random dungeon and drops a quest the second they land. Someone asks, "Wait, shouldn't we grab a good spot before we're warped?" Land in a death trap with a brutal quest, and it's game over. Chuji instantly kicks in his acceleration skill and rockets through the portal. Up in the observation room, the big shots watch the chaos unfold. Kenji mutters, "This is where the rookie tournament actually begins." Looking at the screens, he hopes they're all ready for this hell. The trio pops out in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. They immediately start scanning the messy, tangled terrain for any threats. He warns them about high-level shadow monsters and says they need to find their bearings fast. A quest screen pops up. They've got 3 hours to snatch 6 dark crystals from elite shadow mobs. Fail the timer, and they're disqualified. Leo explains these rare crystals are for upgrading gear. On the market, they're worth a literal fortune. Sai's sweating it. Rare shadow monsters are hard to track. Finding 6 in this massive forest in 3 hours? Not gonna be easy. Chuji reads the quest details carefully. Suddenly, he signals the other 2 to shut up and stay low. Just as they're about to speak, Cherry whispers, "My spirit barrier is picking up some major vibrations nearby." Not far away, someone's cheering about a massive score, sounding pretty stoked that all their grinding finally paid off in the end. A group is looting some unconscious guy's bag. They're saying rankings don't matter as long as they make it out alive. Leaving the poor dude in the dirt, they bounce. As they vanish, you can hear them plotting to hunt down even more weak guilds. Chu Ji watches silently, and Cherry says they need to move now. The trio stays on high alert as they sneak away. He grumbles about rumors that some contestants are just here to gank other players for their loot. Everyone's gear is worth bank, making them targets. He didn't think they'd run into scavengers this early in the game. She's disgusted by that scene, feeling like something is seriously wrong with this tournament. Chu Ji speaks up, it's designed for them to turn on each other. She looks at him, confused. Designed? Chu Ji rubs his chin, analyzing. The point isn't the quest, it's surviving the other teams. Cramming every guild into one single dungeon is just a way to force them to eliminate each other. Whatever the real goal is, survival is the name of the game. He's shocked, so it's just a brutal battle for survival? She realizes the quest is just a distraction. Suddenly, Chu Ji senses danger and warns them that someone else is making a move. Sharp rocks suddenly whistle through the air right at them. Rai pulls his weapon and jumps in front to shield the others. He swings his blade with pinpoint accuracy, slicing the flying rocks mid-air. He yells, "A sneak attack? You guys really call yourselves heroes or what? Come out!" A squad steps forth. Their stats pop up. Level 36 Fire Demon, Level 1700 Mage, Level 37 Venom Fang, Level 37 Black Blade, with 17,500 power. Their leader steps forward, smirking like a total jerk. Chu Ji just gives a slight smirk. These guys are definitely gunning for us. Black Blade's eyes turn ice cold. We've been hunting the Hero Association since we dropped in. Let's finish this. He demands their record-breaking gear, looking greedy. He's betting a D rank nobody only won because of some rare treasure, and he wants that big payday. Gripping his blade, he barks out a plan. Seo, stay close. Chu Ji, can you hold one of them off? Watch the thief. He's totally eyeing C. He steps up, declaring the Hero Association doesn't fear anybody. Let's see who's hitting the dirt first. He laughs, calling them naive for thinking it's a fair 3-on-3. More guys emerge from the brush as their stats flicker onto the screen. Level 36 Warrior with 15,000 power. Level 35 Mage hits 15,000. Black Sword flexes, saying his buddies are itching to school the Hero Association. With more allies in the mix, things just got way more dangerous. Cher starts panicking about a head-on fight and wants to bail. Chu Josi just chills, telling them to go find those crystals while she takes care of business. Ri is losing it. Why send them on a mission now? Jerry is freaking out too, since they are facing 5 enemies at once. She steps up, totally unfazed, and tells them to quit wasting time and trust her. She is taking on all 5 solo. R warns her that a 1 versus 5 is straight-up suicide. Being only level 20 means she is just walking into a death trap. Black Sword and his squad close in, saying nobody is walking away. Chu Josi draws her blade, telling her team to just trust her. These goons want a treasure that does not even exist. He is still hesitant. Even with a secret weapon, taking on 5 people at once is completely reckless. She snaps back, sparks flying as she turns around, insisting she does not have any treasure. That confidence gives the enemies a bad vibe. Is she really just a rank D? Cherry thinks for a second before dragging him away, saying they have to trust Chu Josi, even if he really wants to stay and fight. Black Sword sees them bouncing and orders his crew to block them. Chu Josi triggers a skill, dashing in front of them to set up a special defense. Before Evil Sword could even react, she was already standing right there, staring him in the face. She pours all her strength into her arm, and with one swing, she blasts 4 of them back. One guy gets launched because he could not block in time. He hits the dirt in shock. Black Sword turns pale and backs up. One move just wrecked 4 guys and knocked another one completely out of the game. How much power is she actually hiding? Fire Demon's hands are shaking from the impact, totally stunned by that insane speed and raw strength. Black Sword raises his blade, wary, unable to believe she is going solo. Chu Josi just smirks. I gave you guys a chance to leave, but you just had to stay. What a pain. Venom Fang turns pale, asking if they messed up. No way a rank D has this kind of insane pressure. Elsewhere, Cherry and Gas are still booking it, trying to get clear of the area. He says nervously that leaving Chu Josi alone is like throwing her to the wolves. Sherry reminds him she promised she did not use any treasure to smash those records. R asks, so what? She explains that it means her real power is way beyond anything they ever imagined. Sherry keeps going, saying since she is holding the line, they have to finish the job, grab the crystals, and then circle back to help. Back with Chu Josi, Venom Fang is shaking, asking if they should even keep fighting. Black Sword grits his teeth and charges, shouting that she is only one person. He orders the attack, and all 4 rush her. Chu Josi stays cool, her eye changing color. Oh, so you guys want to surround me now? System alert. Divine Eye is now active. It analyzes 4 targets with 16,500 power each. It suggests using an area of effect skill to weaken them first. Chu Josi raises her blade, summoning the power of divine thunder from above. Out of nowhere, the clear sky starts swirling as bolts of lightning begin to flash. Massive bolts of electricity slam down toward the 4 enemies. Black Sword panics when he sees the sheer power of that area attack. Furious, he decides to go for broke, win, or lose. He screams at his crew to surround her. Fire Demon launches a barrage of boulders right at her, using some high-level earth and wind magic. Energy waves suddenly surge under Chu Josi's feet, but with one casual swing of her blade, she completely shatters his entire technique. As he backs away, he realizes his hands are totally frozen solid. Fire Demon is terrified by the freezing chill spreading through the air. One lightning-fast strike brings the whole fight to an end. The system reports that level 36 Fire Demon with 16,500 power is down. Venom Fang screams out in rage. Chu Josi instantly freezes his legs to the ground before he can even react. With one final, decisive swing, the system announces that level 37 Venom Fang is defeated with 17,000 power. Someone tries to sneak up from behind for a backstab, screaming with total killing intent, but she just raises her hand and stops the blade cold. Her arm barely has a scratch because her defense is off the charts. Seeing that tiny scratch, his face goes white. He cannot believe he barely left a mark. She finishes him off with one quick strike. System. Level 36 Bandit with 15,200 power is down. Black Sword finally gets what is happening, shaking too hard to speak. He realizes she is on a whole different level. Chu Josi slowly turns to look at him and calmly says, "It is your turn now." He drops to his knees, begging for mercy while asking about her level and real power. Chu Josi coolly tells him that she is just a rank D hero, level 20. His voice shakes as he asks for her power level. Raising her sword, she just says 27,600. Black Sword's eyes nearly pop out at a rank D with 27,600 power. One slash and he is done. System confirms level 37 Black Sword with 17,500 power is defeated. Chu Josi's blade can even summon a massive bolt of lightning to strike directly from the sky above. The Supernova tournament is being held deep inside a cave in the designated forest area. The whole place has gone bone-chillingly silent. Chu Josi lets out a quiet breath and whispers that it is finally over. She loots the dropped gear, finding some decent stuff like 2 instant recovery bags. There is cash, the black-bladed sword, and the demon fire staff. She tosses the loot into her spatial ring, stoked that she can carry everything. Just as she finishes, she freezes up, sensing that someone else is heading her way. Can't stay up there. No more talk. Chu Josi warps back to Guy and the squad. We're heading deep into the woods. Red and Sari are barely dodging these insane monster swings. Quit Dananeet's health bar is already half empty. She's hanging back, spamming buffs and yelling for everyone to hold the line. Give it everything you've got. Cherry's tracking the HP down to 1/3 and warns about that creepy skeleton. Rhett just ignores her and charges in. He spots that dark crystal on its chest and yells to wrap this up. The beast's defense is way too high. There's a weird glowing gem stuck in Crypto Darken's chest. Chell screams a warning, but the attack hits before she finishes. He can't dodge in time and gets sent flying. Gem's HP just took a massive nosedive to 50%. Jan's fuming, feeling like his insides are in a blender despite the armor. Suddenly, he's back on his feet. She smells trouble and backs off, worried she'll get one shot as a battle priest. The monster starts charging mana through its palms. Keto Denonic clenches his fists and bolts. Sherry's losing it as she's literally getting sucked toward the beast. That fist is inches from her face. R screams at her to get the shield up. Now! He dives into the line of fire to save her. The hit makes him gasp in pain as his sword shatters. Christo Dagnos winds up for another heavy slam. Both of them are about to take it full force. Lowe shouts that the weapon's busted. Cry wants to bail since they're cooked, but she can't even move her legs. A shadow looms behind them. It's an assassin from the Night Killers, level 35 with power 14,500. These guys are pro killers, using shadow magic to freeze their targets in place so they can't escape. They lock you down and slowly bleed you dry. Once they've picked their target, you're pretty much walking dead. They're total nightmares. Blood-Eye smirks, impressed that these two actually weakened the boss his whole squad couldn't even touch. He mocks the Night Killers and calls them out. Blood-Eye tells his goons that the wait was totally worth it. He orders the hit and the henchmen get hyped. They start casting the Shadow Prison to end it right now. Shadowy chains wrap around the target. He brags that this finally gave them time to finish the move. Blood Shadow and Bloodblade charge in. The guy dodges, complaining about some weird energy that's giving him the creeps. He slams into Crystal Dang, yelling to finish this since the monster's health is almost at zero. A glowing energy ball forms over the monster's head. Bloodblade barely jumps out of the way in time. They're shaking, realizing they'd be total toast without those shadow chains. Blood-Eye loses his cool and tells them to stop stalling. Struggling to stand, he says, "You're after that dark crystal too, huh? Our squad's job is to bag those crystals." Blood-Eye laughs, saying the monster will finish them off before he does. He throws out some creepy trash talk about the girl, hinting he'll mess with her before the end. Blood-Eye reminds them that resistance is useless once you're caught in his little trap. Suddenly, lightning cracks across the sky. Bloodblade looks up all grumpy, wondering if a storm's rolling in. Before he finishes, the bolt slams down. Seeing the boss get totally wrecked, the goons scream that things are going sideways. Blood-Eye's eyes are bulging. He's standing there like a deer in headlights, totally clueless. From the shadows, Chu Josi's sword flies in and skewers Bloodblade's chest. The guy is absolutely stunned. Realizing it's an ambush, the guy freezes. Chu Josi's already behind him, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. Chu Josi lands a brutal punch on Bloodshadow, putting his entire weight into a fist that's hard as steel. The dude can't handle it and drops instantly. After wrecking those two, Chu Josi gives Blood-Eye the death stare. He flinches, voice shaking with fear. "Wait, are you that record breaker, Tsukishiro Chu Josi?" Blood-Eye's sweating bullets and tries to act tough. "Don't move, or your friends are gonna pay for it." Chu Josi just summons his warhammer and says, "That's the biggest mistake you've ever made." He looks down like he's trash. Now let's see who's faster. Lightning sparks are still dancing across the ground where the bolt hit. Chu Josi pulls up the info screen to check out the stats. Level 20 warrior wearing black armor, fox disguise, moonblade, and thunder skills. Power score is 27,600. Gripping his hammer with insane energy, Blood-Eye gasps, "What is this? He can't believe the power he's seeing." Grace freezes up, realizing this kid's fighting spirit is way beyond anything they've ever seen. The system says, enemy reaction time 0.3 seconds. Current distance is exactly 9 meters. A standard attack leaves the throat exposed for 0.8 seconds. The strategy is to use max power in the middle finger to drop the target the second an opening appears. Chuosi sizes up the situation seriously. Basic attacks just are not going to cut it here. If my analysis is right, I need to take this clown down now to keep the car safe. He focuses his energy and realizes a smaller hammer would launch way easier. In a flash, Chuosi shrinks the massive weapon down to a more manageable size. Once it feels right, he stops. The hammer is now way more compact and ready for action. Chuosi scratches his head, wondering if this weapon resizing trick is a cool new perk from the latest system upgrade. Blood-Eye loses it and screams, "I told you to back off. You are gonna pay for that." Chuosi stays silent, drops the hammer, and puts everything into his middle finger. With one sharp flick, that hammer rockets forward at a speed that is honestly terrifying. The Boqian hammer streaks across the air like a bullet toward the target. Watching this, Blood-Eye just stands there with his jaw dropped. The impact is insane, blasting Blood-Eye backward and sending his body flying through the air. He smashes through a row of massive trees before finally going down. System alert. Level 35 Night Assassin Levon defeated. Power 14,500. Sherry is stunned to see the enemy wiped out in one shot. Ree can only gasp that power and skill level is light years ahead of us. The hammer automatically flies back into Chudio's hand. Chuosi casually rubs his wrist after landing that heavy hitter. The system continues to update. Warrior level 21, gear, black armor, fox, beast, man disguise, weapon, moon sandblade, skills, thunder and zero power, copy, combat power, 290. He looks at the two below with a straight face and asks, "You guys okay?" Both of them are still reeling from the chaos. Finally, Ven speaks up in total disbelief. "You already took out all those other guys by yourself?" Chu Josi doesn't play games. He pulls out the loot and says, "Yeah, I grabbed their gear since G's weapon broke. It's just easier." Sherry asks, "How strong are you really?" He stays humble and hands over 2 pills. "I'm only level 21. Take these to heal up. I have got a plan." Sari takes the medicine, still unable to wrap her head around him being only level 21 after all that. Chuosi walks over to Sato Dagnus and says, "Between us and those assassins, we have got 3 dark crystals now." Then he looks up. "We need 3 more crystals to wrap this mission up." He adds in a low voice, "Less than 2 hours left. We have to move fast." The screen countdown shows 1:48. She hesitates. "If we just hunt shadow monsters normally, we won't make it. It takes way too long, and we will just get jumped again." Chuosi nods. Agreed. He gets serious. "Following the usual path is too risky now. We need to switch things up and change the plan." Lo stands up. "You are the boss now. Whatever you have got in mind, I am all in." Chu Josi sits down to check the loot. "We can use these assassin cloaks to our advantage." He rips a piece of cloth from a cloak, finds a good scrap, and uses it to mask his face. Chu Josi radiates a fierce energy. It's time to turn the tables. We are the hunters now. The trio moves out fast to start the hunt. Chu Josi lays out phase 1, find a 3-person squad. We have the numbers, and those groups are way more likely to be carrying dark crystals. But look, the goal isn't to kill. We just grab the crystals and knock them out so they fail once the clock hits 0. Lo asks, so, what's the play exactly? Chu Josi turns to Seri. Can you use sealing magic? She answers instantly, yeah, I can use a forbidden spell to lock down enemy mages and stop their casting for 6 seconds. Chu Josi looks pleased. That is plenty. In the next fight, if they have a mage, lock them down immediately. Pin one down with your warrior skills. I will drop the other guy and then help you finish. They both nod. Understood. Chu Josi narrows his eyes and declares, all right, let's go hunting. Elsewhere in the woods, laughter rings out. Those guys were tough, but we got it done. A group of 3 chats while catching their breath after a brutal battle. That was my first ambush. Let's rest a bit before moving on. These high-level energy pills mean they were loaded. Once we get out, we're rich. Suddenly, Chu Josi drops in from above. On his signal, Cherry and Game appear right beside him. All 3 dive from the branches to strike. Cherry draws her staff and moves in. He gestures to stay quiet. Hantian pales as he sees them. His body feels completely frozen while his 2 buddies start freaking out. What's going on? Chu Josi barks out, do it now. They react without a second of hesitation. On it! Before the enemy can even blink, Chu Josi lunges forward and drops one. One-handed, Chu Josi finishes him. Seeing the opening, Leo follows up with a heavy elbow strike. The dark figure is shocked. Yo, who the hell are you guys? Fight fair, low charges, slamming his sword hard against the guy's weapon. Out of nowhere, Chu Josi pops up behind him, giving the guy a total heart attack. One final blow and he is completely floored. Hantian's jaw drops seeing his bros get wrecked in under 10 seconds. He knows his only move now is to bolt. He barely takes 2 steps before Sherry calls him out. What, you're just gonna ditch your squad and run? Hantian struggles, but it is totally useless. What is wrong with my legs? What kind of crazy glitch is this? When he sees Chu Josi standing right there, he finally realizes he got shut down scary fast. Total pro move. Without a second of hesitation, he drills a punch into Hantian's gut until he collapses. Time to check for the loot. The 3 of them immediately fan out to search the bodies. He is hyped after picking up a stone. Nice, 1 down, 2 to go. Chu J asks, yo, how much time do we have left? Sherry checks the screen, 82 minutes on the clock. Lo thinks for a second. Finding and wrecking the right squads is taking way too long. Just tracking these clowns took almost 30 minutes. But Chu Josi stays chill. Just keep going. Toward the end, finding high-value targets gets way easier. Everyone else is just confused. He explains while they move. All the weak squads have already been kicked out. The ones left definitely have the good loot. 20 minutes later, Group 2 gets crushed. 60 minutes left, and somebody is already complaining about it. Crap! They have got nothing. 35 minutes pass, and the 3rd group goes down. 45 minutes left on the clock. C yells, totally hyped. Found it! Only 1 more left to go. 45 minutes later, the 4th group gets smoked. 35 minutes left. They fan out to sweep the area, but get 0 loot. Time to find the next group. An hour passes and Group 5 is done. Only 20 minutes left. Chu Josi signals his team to start the search. Day's eyes are shut tight as he prays under his breath. Please, just 1 stone. I am totally wiped. Chai lets out a tired sigh. I know, we chose this path, but the pressure is insane. Some groups even countered our stealth and fought us head-on. Probably the Viper Guild. After finishing the search, Chu Josi turns around. No matter how solid the plan is, there is always a wild card. Glad we made it. This guy is empty. How about you 2? He pulls off his mask to catch his breath. Nothing here either. Under 20 minutes left. Suddenly, she freezes, feeling something hard in her hand. Cherry cheers and holds the stone high in the air. Got it, the final piece, Chu Josi beams. Epic luck, great job, Sherry. Because of you, we finally have the full set. The system pings immediately. All 6 dark crystals have been successfully collected. Quest complete. You can bail out now or wait for the timer. Vi starts jumping around like crazy. We actually did it. Let's get out of here and crash. I seriously need sleep before the next round starts. But the party stops when a strange object suddenly zips past his arm. Sherry spins around, shouting in a panic. Right then, a silent strike comes flying straight for her too. Chu Josi yanks Sherry out of the way just in time. He turns and asks, Rice, you good? Rice just grits his teeth. His eyes go red with rage. My arm, damn it. He roars into the shadows. Whoever you are, show your face right now. A figure steps out slowly. So, you are the squad that has been wrecking everyone? Sherry's heart sinks when the system alert for the dark crystals suddenly pops up. One dark crystal has been stolen. Current count is 5 out of 6. The mission is now incomplete. CD shows up with 2 lackeys, acting all high and mighty. Seeing the Dragon Rage squad play hero is just hilarious. So you're the famous black rank adventurer, Suki Siro Chu? Looks like the chairman is keeping a very close eye on you. One look and she knows it is CD from Dragon Rage. He is dangerous. Definitely not your average C-rank adventurer. Chu Josi frowns. Wait, so you are saying he is not just some normal C-rank? Saria quickly explains. He is actually a second awakener. Second awakeners are people who re-trigger their powers after already becoming adventurers. They are basically super-powered elites that every major organization fights to recruit and train up. CD raises his sword, ready to fight. I am here on orders to test your strength. Usually I would not waste time on this boring tournament, but I am curious why the boss likes you so much. The team stays on high alert as CD readies his first attack. Chu Yosi's face goes ice cold as he barks out an order. Cherry, heal, gay, right now, she nods immediately. Suddenly, the system glitches. It cannot pull any new info because the enemy is using a high-level anti-recon item. He silently builds up his power, thinking hard to himself. Anti-recon? I've only seen those in the catalogs. They are crazy expensive. Can it really block my divine eye too? This guy is definitely on another level compared to the others. Clutching his injured arm, he rasps out, Chu, we need to bail. Second awakeners are so cracked, they almost never show up at tournaments like this. Sweat pours down Guy's pale face. Even in the Adventurer Guild, only a few young guys go through a second awakening. Usually, they are off on secret missions or getting trained by S-rank legends. It is pretty much the code everyone follows. Is Dragon's Rage seriously trying to strong-arm him? Cherry whispers, look, we can't touch him. Sure, anyone can enter, but when you are talking same-level power, a second awakening is totally next level. Most S-rankers are in this club, which is why they get elite training everywhere. Chu Josi keeps his cool, not showing a single nerve. That is news to me. Second awakenings are mostly S-rankers? Is he really that big of a deal? He smirks and says, enough. Hearing the whispers, I am shocked by your first event score while you were chilling. CD's body suddenly shifts, hand reaching for his blade. I do not care if I fight 3 at once. My crew won't step in, so what is it going to be? Josi's eyes turn icy. Since when are we on their radar? I know they are a top-tier power, but is their boss losing his mind? He snaps, his face going totally dark. You have no clue who our boss is, the Dragon Tamer. CD grips his hilt and slowly draws the steel. Suddenly, he puts everything into a wind blast aimed straight at Chu Josi. Josi blocks it like a pro. CD grins, nice reflexes. The other two just stand there, stunned. A simple draw and it packs that much punch? That move is exactly how my arm got messed up. This guy is for real. Josi, do not be a hero. He waves them off. Back up, he wants me. I am not dragging you into this mess. He turns to his goons. Do you guys hear me? No interference. They bark back. Yes, Captain CD. CD rolls his wrist and lets out a cold laugh. This ends in 15 minutes. Before the words even land, he vanishes. Game on then. The sword lunges straight for Chu Josi. Josi swings his blade to parry. CD's face goes full beast mode. Fast reaction. I like your style. Josi counters at high speed. His heavenly eye lets him read every single move. Josi's blade comes down hard, meeting CD's whirlwind head-on. Time to see what you are actually made of. That whirlwind morphs into a nasty snakehead, and the shockwave literally rips the ground open. The system pings. Use the eye, block, and strike his hand to force a disarm. Josi slides back a half step and tightens his grip on the hilt. Josi's blade stops CD's cold. If he does not let go, I am taking the whole hand. CD's hand shakes until he finally loses his grip. The sword goes flying across the room, but CD grabs it back instantly and lunges. The blade cuts through the air, slicing Josi's arm open. The other two freeze, screaming his name. Josi just squints, staying totally locked in. He is too fast to track. I have to cover Josi. This cannot go on. Hanabu and Gear suddenly appear. You guys trying to get killed? Knock off the reckless behavior right now. They warn them. I am just here to record, not to help. That is the boss's top order. Their faces go pale when they look back. When did they get so close? I did not feel a thing. Is their power really that far above ours? He looks down at the bleeding cut. That was a brutal hit. If I was not this tough, my bones would be powdered. CD stares at Josi like a total psycho. One slip up and it is over. Josi's eyes glow, scanning for a weakness. The enemy is prepping a finisher. Time to break his flow. CD thrusts forward, moving fast as a ghost. Josi throws his hand up, instantly creating a glowing shield right in front of him. The impact rocks the earth, sending debris everywhere. They cannot believe he is actually hanging with Captain CD for this long. This was not in the files. Did he have a second awakening too? The clash kicks up a massive dust cloud. Weapons locked, they stare each other down in total silence. 1 minute left in round 2. He pulls his sword back with a cold smirk. Never thought a D ranker could actually keep up with me. But time is up. So let's call it. Josie sheathes his steel, looking chill as ever. You really think so? Look, I have the purple crystal. I win. System alert. 6 dark crystals found. Mission accomplished. You can head out or wait for the clock. CD's jaw hits the floor. When did he grab that? He swiped it while we were mid-fight? The crowd outside is losing their minds. This is absolutely wild. Chu Josi turns to leave, tossing back a final line. Our goal is crystals, not fighting with you. He radiates a cold vibe. If you want a real fight, catch me in the next match, he reports back. The guy on the other end nods while staring at the screen. I saw. Tell CD to return. Resources don't matter. System info. President Sanda of Rage Dragon. S-rank adventurer. Wind power. He snaps back on the phone. I'm not leaving. The solo round starts very soon. The boss cuts him off. Get back here. You aren't in his league. CD fumes. I haven't even used my final form. You know that can take on a high shadow. Sanda is cold. Even at your strongest, you won't beat a high shadow. He pauses, his voice dropping. Fine, boss. I'll do it your way. Seeing the rage, Kenji asks, Chief, are we coming back? CD glares, eyes full of hate. Mention that again and I'll end you. Understand? First time the boss said I'd lose. Next match, I'm going all out. Sanda calls Dan. Dan, time to meet Chu Josi. The man jumps up and smiles. Let's see him. System info. President Dan of Ultimate Glory. Top tier guild. S rank. Power level unknown. He puffs on his smoke. Forgot you knew that. The Alliance sent him to Mount Hit. We gotta move now. He looks up. The Alliance doesn't even know his real strength. I haven't seen it myself, Sanda says. But he can definitely open the Mount Hit gate. Chu Josi and his team step through the gate. 45 started, but only 12 remain. Others quit or broke, still not relieved. Josi scans the room and counts his team. 3 full teams, 1 duo, and 1 guy going solo. Someone soloing? Savage. We only hit the minimum crystals, so we're ranked dead last. L is shocked. Wait, who's the solo player? Screen says Shinkai of the Skull Knights. They got 18 crystals. He is top tier. Skull Knights are terrifying. Never heard of him. Is he a second awakener? She gasps. That guild is mysterious. No one even knows the leader's gender. Josie mutters, Shinkai. Big guilds don't usually enter these. Resources are pocket change. He's special. The speakers boom. Stage 2 cleared. Solo rounds begin shortly. Pick a fighter. It's solo time. Leo laughs. Finally, let's go. The finals are solo. I'm going to fight until the very end. But his face falls. They just tasted death. That confidence is long gone. Josie crosses his arms. You two back out. I'll represent the Alliance alone. They yell back. Just you? No way. We aren't leaving you behind again. He looks them in the eye. Stay and you'll die for nothing. She bites her lip. Don't you care about living? What if the opponent is CD? Aura flares around Josie. Relax, I've got this. They're left totally stunned. Finally, he sighs. Fine, we trust you. They walk out and bow. We're just dead weight. Go win this thing. Josie waves. You guys did great. He walks in and senses someone behind him. A man mutters. Takes guts to solo this. System ID. Kenji. S. Rank Alliance Adventurer. High-level combat stats. Josie spins around. When'd you get here? Kenji kicks his feet up. Chu Josi. Suzuki's hand-picked starter. Carrying that whole burden alone? Respect. Josie's on guard. Who are you? Are you with the Alliance? Kenji just smiles. Second Awakener? Josie asks. Doesn't the Alliance have instructors? Kenji shrugs. Just here for the ceremony. Wanted to meet you. This guy's weird. Better keep my distance. I need some rest now. Kenji leans in. Interested in the Mount Hit Forbidden Zone? Josie freezes. A forbidden zone? Suzuki never breathed a word about it. Kenji says even upper management stays in the dark. Still time before the next match. Let's go confirm something. Chu Josi sets his glass down. Explain yourself. He gets dead serious. I want to see if you can open the door created by that mysterious adventurer. Suddenly, the kid's ring starts glowing like crazy. Chu Josi stares at it, feeling totally sketched out. This happened before. Is this ring actually synced up with that mysterious door, or what? Playing it cool, he asks why him. Plenty of S-rankers around. Kenji just gives a smug smirk. Ken explains that every heavy hitter tried and failed. The door did not even flinch for them. You need a real connection, not just raw power. He shoots the kid a look that says everything. Give it a shot. I can get us in with my clearance. Chu Josi clenches his fist, wanting answers. He makes the call. I am in. They head straight into the cave in the Forbidden Zone. Those shadow fights are just the surface. There are places only the top dogs can ever reach. At the gate, they talk. This isn't a normal battlefield. Without S-rank heat, you can't even approach. The kid asks why. Ken just smiles. Truth has a heavy price. Most hunters crack. Legends are legends because they saw what's behind the door. Compared to this place, standard dungeon raids are basically child's play for a rookie. The real battlefield is pure chaos filled with disasters and the very origin of the shadows. The real battlefield is pure chaos filled with disasters and the very origin of the shadows. They hit a checkpoint with 2 guards. One A-ranker snaps a salute. It is Himia. His partner is an A-ranker too. Ken stops, grins, and points at the kid. He is my partner. Chu Josi has permission to open the gate. The guard's trade looks clearly feeling pretty uneasy. One guy looks awkward. Sorry, sir, but with only one S-rank present, we cannot let you through. Rules are rules. Don't take it personally. He steps forward, hand tight on his weapon. This is a restricted zone. If you force it, we report it. Do not make this difficult, please. All these S-rankers watching each other. This place is huge. Even Ken Hai cannot just waltz in. His hand tightens as the ring starts buzzing. Since they arrived, it has been answering a hidden call. Ken keeps that smug grin, hands in his pockets. I am just confirming some stuff. It's on me. The guards start stuttering. We know what kind of man you are, Lord Himia. We really do. But the law is the law. No entry without a second S-rank. We cannot risk our necks. Things stall out, and the veins on Kenji's forehead start popping. His voice goes ice cold. Open up. The guards are shaking. Please, sir, we literally cannot break the protocol for you right now. From the back, Chu Josi tries to read Kenny's power level. The gap is too massive to see. This power is light years beyond C rank, Kenji growls. I am not going to repeat myself. Does the Hunter Alliance really enjoy picking on the little guys? A voice cuts through the air. Chu Josi spins around as the system pings. 2 chairmen with power levels so high they are invisible. They walk up with cold eyes. You really seem to love giving these poor guards a hard time. Chu Josi tries to scan them, but no dice. They walk past him like he is a total ghost. Guards bow low. Greetings, Mr. Sano and Mr. Dan. Ken asks, you think I am bullying your people? Sano steps up, a whole head taller than Ken. The guy's vibe is absolutely suffocating. Chu Josi watches the S-rank big shots stare each other down. Guild politics are a total nightmare. Sano gives him a side eye. You are not worth my time. Talk to your chairman instead. Kenny's fist clenches, his blood boiling, but Dan stops the tension with a little laugh. Relax, let's play nice. You need us to get inside anyway, right? Ken spits, fine. Open the doors. The whole group walks in silently. Once inside, Chu Josi's jaw drops. Another door, covered in weird carvings. The ring goes wild. Ken Hai glares at the other 2. Are you guys actually stalking me or what? Dan just chuckles. You're overthinking it. We just want to see if Chu Josi can actually open this thing. Ken Hai called it. The heavy hitters already got the intel. He says sharing door info is just part of the deal. We are only here to watch. Dead silence. Kenji turns to call Chuji, but the dude has totally spaced out. Kenji gets worried and taps his shoulder. You okay, man? Chu Josi suddenly snatches his hand. Don't touch me. Sanda just stays cool and asks, can you not see it? He does not even know we are here. Kenj is confused, but Sanda is talking in riddles. It has been ages since this happened. The door is calling. Everyone just stands there, watching Chu Josi take slow, quiet steps toward the gate. He holds up his ring hand and it starts glowing like crazy. It feels familiar, like the first time that Hammer summoned him to the other world. Chu Josi presses his palm against the door. Light from the ring flows into the metal. The system pings access confirmed. The door slowly creaks open, blinding light spilling out. Without a second thought, he just marches straight in.